Chapter 1. Descent from the Mountain. Fenger, you must descend the mountain. From a wooden cabin atop Kunlun Mountain emerged a woman imbued with an ethereal grace. Her name was Lu Mingyue, clad in a flowing white dress, resembling a pure lotus untouched by mud or a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Her eyes, sparkling like stars, gazed at the man standing outside with a frosty demeanor. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Master, you want me to leave the mountain? Surely I misheard." Lu Mingyue replied coolly, "Today you must descend." Boom! Qin Feng felt as though struck by lightning, his mind buzzing with confusion. Since he was an abandoned infant, he had been taken in by the celestial master Lu Mingyue. For 20 years, they had been inseparable. He had even fantasized about spending eternity with his divine mentor in the serenity of Kunlun Mountain. Yet, her sudden command for him to leave felt like a thunderclap, leaving him disoriented. "Master, I refuse to descend. I wish to remain by your side for eternity," Qin Feng declared resolutely. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed Lu Mingyue's otherwise icy features, but she quickly regained her composure, stating firmly, "You must leave the mountain." "Why?" he pressed. "Because I can no longer suppress the fire poison within you." Qin Feng was taken aback. "Master, your skills are unparalleled. How could you be unable to contain the fire poison within me?" Lu Mingyue shook her head, speaking almost to herself. "I have sheltered you for 20 years. Now, with your remarkable medical skills and extraordinary martial prowess, it is time for you to seek out your origins." As she looked at her cherished disciple, cultivated over 2 decades, Lu Mingyue felt a deep sorrow. Yet, she steeled herself and continued, "On this journey down the mountain, you must not only uncover your heritage but also fulfill the 9 marriage contracts I have arranged for. You if only you were a donkey. But you are a Qilin. Master, how could you?" Before he could finish, Qin Feng cried out in anguish as Lu Mingyue kicked him down the mountain. Standing atop the peak, she gazed at the mist-shrouded cliffs, murmuring, "My disciple, I am compelled to send you down the mountain. You are unaware that I have exchanged your kidneys for Qilin ones since your childhood. Now that you have matured for 20 years, the Qilin kidneys have developed as well and are continuously releasing pure yang energy, which is the cause of your frequent fire poison outbreaks. Your fire poison has become too potent. I fear I can no longer control it and dread the possibility of a catastrophic event. I have long anticipated the severity of the Qilin kidneys' effect and arranged your marriage in hopes that you can resolve this fire poison during your descent." 3 days later, Jiangbei Province. Jiang City, Su family. "I will not marry you. We are not from the same world. In a luxurious villa within the Su family estate." Qin Feng presented a marriage certificate, only to be met with a blunt refusal. Before him stood a tall, striking woman clad in a professional outfit, with an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, bright eyes akin to stars, a regal nose, and full, crimson lips. Her beauty was undeniable. Her figure was graceful, her demeanor as frosty as an iceberg, making her a paragon of beauty in every aspect. "My master has arranged such a stunning fiancée for me, yet this fiancée is far too aloof to regard me." Qin Feng acknowledged the beauty before him but found her lacking compared to his celestial mentor. She did not captivate him in the slightest. Noting her frigid demeanor and immediate desire to annul the marriage, Qin Feng's own attitude grew distant. "Are you certain you wish to break off the engagement?" With an expressionless face, the aloof woman replied, "I am certain and resolute in my decision to annul this engagement." Qin Feng stated, "Then do not regret it later, and do not come seeking reconciliation." The woman shot him a cold glare. "What are you dreaming about? I, Su Mubin, will never regret nor seek reconciliation with you. This card contains 1 million considerate compensation. I hope you will take the money and cease your pursuit of me, and do not think to impose upon the Su family." Her voice remained icy as she continued, "You need not feel inferior because of my decision to break the engagement. It is not that I look down upon you for emerging from the mountains. Even if you were born into a wealthy family in Jiang City, I would still find you unworthy. In my eyes, there is not a single man of your age within Jiang City or Jiangbei Province who meets my standards." Qin Feng shook his head. His fiancée was indeed a proud and haughty woman. What he did not realize was that Su Mubin was not merely arrogant. She was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jiang City. Furthermore, she was far more than just a pretty face. At the age of 26, she had already established herself as a business prodigy, managing the vast commercial empire of the Su family, becoming the dream goddess pursued by the elite of Jiang City. However, Qin Feng remained indifferent to her accolades. Had it not been for his celestial mentor's arrangement of this marriage, he would never have ventured to the Su family for a wedding. Since you are so determined to annul the engagement, let the marriage certificate be nullified. Without hesitation, Qin Feng tore the marriage certificate and turned to leave. As for the Animal Union bank card, he did not even spare it a glance as Yu Mubin furrowed her brows, an unusual gleam flashing in her bright eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her icy composure, remarking coldly, "Are you attempting to play hard to get? Ha! That tactic has long since been exhausted by the wealthy suitors. It holds no sway over me. Su Mubin. If I were you, I would take the bank card and vanish. In a few days, do not appear before me like a puppy begging for marriage. Young hero, please wait." Before he could exit the villa, an elderly man in a white tang suit descended the stairs, calling out to Qin Feng. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Tianlong, the head of the Su family. Grandfather, you are injured. Why are you not resting in bed, awaiting Dr. Li's arrival?" Su Mubin hurried forward to support the old man's arm, a trace of concern breaking through her usual aloofness. "Not a problem," Su Tianlong replied with a smile, glancing at Qin Feng. "You are Lu Shini's disciple, correct?" "Indeed." Lu Shini was one of the many titles held by Lu Mingyue. Su Tianlong's expression shifted to one of respect as he inquired, "Has Lu Shini arrived?" "My master has passed away." This was what Lu Mingyue had instructed Qin Feng to say before his descent, to refrain from mentioning her to outsiders. Su Tianlong's brows furrowed, the respectful demeanor fading from his face. "Have you inherited Lu Shini's medical skills?" "I have acquired only a modicum of knowledge." Su Tianlong's brow furrowed further. "Have you inherited your master's legacy?" "Not at all." His expression grew cold. He had not anticipated that Qin Feng had neither mastered Lu Shini's medical skills nor inherited her wealth. Had he known this, he would have remained above. "Young Qin, now that your master is no more, and my granddaughter opposes this marriage, I believe the engagement should be dissolved. In truth, this is for your own good. As the saying goes, a snake does not associate with a dragon. You are but an ordinary person, while my granddaughter is the most talented woman in Jiang City. The disparity between you is too great. Take this 1 million and please do not return to the Su family or mention your engagement to my granddaughter, Su Mubin. Enough, you should leave now." After giving a few instructions, Su Tianlong issued an eviction order. He no longer cast a glance at Qin Feng and turned to ascend the stairs for rest. However, just as he reached the stairway, Su Tianlong suddenly collapsed to the ground. "Grandfather, what is wrong with you? Please wake up, grandfather, don't frighten me." Su Mubi's face turned pale. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair entered, carrying a medical kit. Upon seeing the situation in the room, the old man hurried to Su Tianlong's side and, together with Su Mubi, lifted the elderly gentleman onto the sofa. Dr. Li nodded. "Miss Su, do not panic. I will do my utmost to treat your grandfather." Su Mubi suppressed her anxious emotions and stepped aside, allowing space for Dr. Li. After a moment, Dr. Li began to insert needles into Su Tianlong's chest as he grasped the final silver needle, preparing to pierce it down. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You have misdiagnosed the patient's condition. Should you proceed with that needle, the patient may face grave consequences." Chapter 2. Regret of the Su family. Dr. Li's hand, poised to insert the needle, suddenly halted in midair. He turned his head, casting an irritable glance at Qin Feng. "Who are you? You, so young, claim to understand traditional medicine." Before Qin Feng could respond, Su Mubi, her face frosted with anger, scolded, "Why are you still here? Take your money and leave the Su family. Do not appear before me again. I am speaking the truth. If he inserts that needle, it will endanger your grandfather's life." Qin Feng insisted solemnly as Yu Mubi's rage ignited completely, and she retorted, "Who do you think you are, daring to question Dr. Li's medical expertise? Dr. Li is the finest traditional physician in Jiangqing. Does he require your instruction on how to treat ailments? Qin Feng, I warn you one last time, do not attempt to deceive me. I Su Mubi will never marry you. If you are wise, take your money and leave. Otherwise, you shall not claim that 1 million. Qin Feng shook his head that he had offered a kind warning, yet it was unappreciated. Thus, he saw no need to say more and turned to exit. Dr. Li, however, proceeded to insert the final needle. How could he trust the words of a mere youth who appeared to be in his early 20s? Cough, cough. The moment the last needle was inserted, its effect was immediate as Yu Tianlong coughed a few times and regained consciousness as Yu Mubi, filled with excitement, assisted her grandfather in sitting up. saying, "Grandfather, you fainted just now, but thankfully Dr. Li arrived in time to revive you. How do you feel now?" Before Su Mubi could finish her sentence, Su Tianlong expelled a mouthful of dark blood and collapsed once more. "Grandfather, what is wrong? Please don't scare me." Su Mubi's eyes turned red with urgency. Dr. Li appeared flustered, completely unprepared for the sight of Su Tianlong vomiting blood and losing consciousness again. He quickly examined the elderly gentleman's condition, and after a moment, shook his head and sighed. "The life force of Su Tianlong is rapidly diminishing. I am powerless to help." Su Mubi's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. How could this happen? Did you not just revive my grandfather? Why has he collapsed again? Is he in danger of dying? Su Mubi's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Dr. Li was sweating profusely that he too was baffled by the situation at that moment. Su Mubi suddenly had a thought and rushed to the villa's entrance. "Qin Feng, you said earlier that Dr. Li should not insert the last needle. Did you sense something amiss?" Su Mubi approached Qin Feng swiftly, her tone softening slightly. "Can you save my grandfather?" "Yes." The dim light returned to Su Mubi's beautiful eyes, and she grasped Qin Feng's arm excitedly, saying, "Please save my grandfather." Qin Feng frowned, shaking off Su Mubi's delicate hand, and replied coldly, "Our engagement has been annulled. We are now strangers. Why should I save your grandfather?" Su Mubi was taken aback. This was the first time in her life she had asked for help, only to be rejected. Moreover, the one who refused was an ordinary man from the mountains. Suppressing a surge of indignation and embarrassment, Su Mubi, realizing her grandfather's precarious condition, gritted her teeth and knelt before Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, my previous demeanor may have been poor. If I have offended you, I hope you can forgive me. Now my grandfather's life is at stake. If you can truly save him, I implore you to help. I promise, if you can revive my grandfather, I, Su Mubi, will marry you." Dr. Li was astonished by this scene. This was Su Mubi, the daughter of the prestigious Su family in Jiangqing. Known for her cold and domineering nature, when had she ever bowed to anyone, let alone kneel in supplication? Qin Feng was also somewhat surprised, experiencing a shift in his perception of Su Mubi. This woman, seemingly an icy and proud figure, turned out to possess deep loyalty and affection. "Miss Su, please rise. That young man looks too young. How could he possibly cure your grandfather's illness? Do not be deceived by him." Dr. Li shot an incredulous glare at Qin Feng, doubting that he could cure Su Tianlong. As Su Mubi remained on her knees, with no other options, she chose to trust Qin Feng, treating it as a desperate gamble. "Please stand. I will help you revive your grandfather. However, our engagement is void. Even if you wish to marry me, I will not agree." Qin Feng delivered this statement and strode toward Su Tianlong. Su Mubi was left in shock, never anticipating that Qin Feng would reject her proposal of marriage. Even at this juncture, was he still playing mind games? After taking Su Tianlong's pulse, Qin Feng quickly assessed the elderly gentleman's condition. Su Tianlong has suffered internal injuries and is weak. Normally, he should receive treatment to nourish qi and invigorate blood. As he spoke about Su Tianlong's condition, he began removing the silver needles from the elderly man's chest. Dr. Li indignantly retorted, "The treatment I just performed for Su Tianlong was indeed to invigorate blood and replenish qi, known as the Chongyang needle. Do not recklessly remove my needles. If anything happens to Su Tianlong, can you bear the responsibility?" Qin Feng ignored Dr. Li's protest and continued, "Yet you have overlooked the chaotic internal energy and severe internal organ damage of Su Tianlong. To forcibly administer invigorating treatment at this moment would be detrimental." Boom! Qin Feng's words struck Dr. Li like a revelation, rendering him momentarily speechless. He pondered Qin Feng's statement and suddenly realized the grave mistake he had made. Administering invigorating treatment to Su Tianlong now would only exacerbate the bleeding from his damaged organs. It was no wonder the elderly man had vomited such copious black blood. Regaining his senses, Dr. Li regarded Qin Feng anew, the look of arrogance and dissatisfaction replaced by a newfound respect. Upon witnessing Qin Feng inserting needles into Su Tianlong, Dr. Li's eyes widened in disbelief. You are using qi to guide the needle. You are indeed a martial arts master." "A martial arts master?" Su Mubi was equally stunned. It is known that every martial arts master is a formidable figure, possessing immense status and honor. In the entirety of Jiangbei province, the most powerful individuals are merely martial arts grandmasters. The existence of a martial arts master has never been heard of. Furthermore, those martial arts masters are generally in their 40s or 50s. Encountering a martial arts master in their 20s, like Qin Feng, is simply unprecedented. Bing was left in doubt, questioning whether the esteemed Dr. Li had perhaps erred in his assessment. Was this Qin Feng truly an ordinary individual emerging from the mountains? How had he transformed into a master of martial arts so swiftly? Ignoring the astonishment of the two, Qin Feng continued to deftly manipulate the silver needles. His fingers never made contact with the needles as Dr. Li had indicated. He wielded them through the power of his Qi in a matter of mere minutes. Qin Feng completed his acupuncture. 10 minutes felt like an eternity for Su Embing as the time elapsed. Su Tianlong opened his eyes and sat up. What has happened to me? Upon witnessing Su Tianlong's awakening, both Su Embing and Dr. Li were astonished by the noticeable flush returning to his previously pale countenance and the strength returning to his voice. Grandfather, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Su Embing inquired urgently. Taking a deep breath, Su Tianlong's eyes sparkled with vitality. Why do I feel that my internal injuries have healed significantly? This must be the result of Dr. Li's efforts, thank you. Dr. Li? Dr. Li's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Old Master Su, I am humbled. I nearly caused your demise with my earlier missteps. It was that young hero who saved you. Youthful hero? Su Tianlong asked, puzzled. What young hero? Chapter 3. The engagement is revoked again. Su Embing spoke. Grandfather, it was Qin Feng who saved you. Boom! Su Tianlong was struck as if by lightning. His heart and mind shaken. At that moment, he was filled with immense regret. He had driven away a miraculous healer with his own hands. Moreover, this individual was also a master of martial arts. Quick! We must find Qin Feng and sincerely apologize to him. We must marry him at all costs. If we can secure his support, the Su family will weather this crisis. Su Tianlong looked at Su Embing and spoke earnestly. The Celestial Master had arranged 9 marriages for Qin Feng, 3 of which were in Jiang City. 1 with the prestigious Su family, another with the esteemed Shen family, and the last with the modest Zhou family. What nonsense is this? You, an ordinary boy, think you can marry me, Zhou Xintong? Are you suffering from delusions? I warn you to leave at once, or I shall summon the servants to throw you out. Zhou family villa. Once again, Qin Feng found himself facing a broken engagement. This time, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhou Xintong, exhibited an attitude even more disdainful than that of Su Mubin, as if he were a rat universally condemned. At that moment, a pair of individuals descended from the upper floor. The man, in his 40s and impeccably attired in a suit, emanated an air of authority without needing to raise his voice. The woman, linked to his arm, appeared to be in her early 30s, adorned in a resplendent white slip dress that exuded both grace and a lingering charm. Mother, how unfortunate to encounter this brat so early in the day. Brandishing our marriage contract as if seeking to wed me. It is simply exasperating. Zhou Xintong pouted her crimson lips, her face contorted with annoyance as she approached the elegant woman, clinging to her arm in complaint. The beautiful woman regarded Qin Feng with a frosty gaze, her expression replete with disdain. The couple descending the stairs were none other than Zhou Xintong's father, Zhou Haoquan, and her mother, Liang Meili. Zhou Haoquan scrutinized Qin Feng as well, his brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, The engagement of yesteryears was arranged between your master and my father, but we now reside in an era of free love, rendering this union null and void. This bank card contains 50,000. Do not pursue my daughter any further, nor attempt to lay claim to the Zhou family. I have articulated all that is necessary. Take the money and depart from here post-haste. Hearing these words, Qin Feng felt an unsettling familiarity. The Su family had uttered similar sentiments to him. Zhou Haoquan tossed a bank card onto the tea table before seizing the marriage contract from Qin Feng's hands and shredding it publicly. Upon witnessing the destruction of the contract, Zhou Xintong exhaled a sigh of relief. The thought of being wed to this uncouth young man was unbearable. She would rather meet her demise. Witnessing the Zhou family's ruthless demeanor, Qin Feng felt no inclination to linger and turned to leave. Just as he reached the entrance of the villa, an elderly man clad in a gray tang suit entered, gazing at Qin Feng with curiosity. Who might you be? He inquired. Father, he is here to wed. I have annulled the marriage contract, Zhou Haoquan replied. Zhou Wanshan paused momentarily, then turned to Qin Feng and asked, Are you the disciple of the renowned Dr. Lu? Indeed, Qin Feng affirmed. Zhou Wanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Qin Feng's hand, exclaiming, "At last, I have the honor of meeting the disciple of my benefactor. Rest assured, I will be the one to decide the union between you and Xintong. The Zhou family shall not renege on our word. Grandfather, I refuse to marry that Qin Feng. He ought to take a good look at himself. What merits does he possess to be worthy of me, Zhou Xintong?" she retorted with evident disdain. Liang Meili interjected, "Father, the Zhou family is a small noble house in Jiangqing. Though Xintong may not rival Su Mubin or Xin Shenjiao, she is nevertheless among the city's most exquisite beauties. Forcing her to marry an average fellow is tantamount to pushing her into a fiery abyss." Zhou Wanshan's expression darkened as he stated with gravity, "Had it not been for Qin Feng's master curing my terminal illness, I would have perished long ago. I had already pledged this marriage to Dr. Liu, and now that Qin Feng has come as promised, how could I possibly go back on my word?" Zhou Xintong frowned and protested, "Grandfather, while I understand your desire to repay kindness, you cannot treat my marriage as a mere jest. I will not marry that Qin Feng, no matter what. Father, I suspect you were deceived by a quack. Your health was already improving, and that charlatan took advantage of you. Do not trust those wandering physicians." Liang Meili exclaimed urgently. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, Zhou Haokuan, rarely one to oppose Zhou Wanshan, added, "Father, I recognize your loyalty, but there are many ways to express gratitude. I have already given Qin Feng 50,000 as a means of repaying your life-saving favor. There is no need for Xintong to marry him." Zhou Wanshan's demeanor turned icy as he barked, "Silence. Since I agreed to this marriage to Dr. Liu, I must fulfill my promise. Grandfather, I have made it clear that I will not marry him, especially now that the marriage contract has been destroyed by my father. This union is null and void." Zhou Xintong insisted, stamping her foot in frustration. Zhou Wanshan, noticing the scattered remnants of the contract on the floor, glared at Zhou Haokuan and chastised him. "You fool! Who permitted you to tear up the contract? Let me make this clear. Even if the contract is gone, the marriage still stands. You cannot do this. I refuse to marry him," Zhou Xintong declared vehemently. Zhou Wanshan glared at her, demanding, "If you will not marry Qin Feng, then who do you intend to wed? I, Zhou Xintong, am a phoenix among women. My ambition is to marry into one of the 5 top noble families of Jiangqing. Even if I cannot achieve that, I must at least wed into a significant family or a martial arts master," she proclaimed haughtily. "In short, a nameless nobody like Qin Feng is utterly unworthy of my attention. It is impossible for me to marry him." Zhou Wanshan, exasperated, retorted, "I fail to comprehend your inflated sense of superiority. Were it not for the Zhou family shielding you and providing you with wealth and status, what distinguishes you from ordinary girls? You dare to dream of marrying into the 5 top noble families? Ask yourself what merits you possess that would attract them. And do you even grasp the significance of a martial arts master? They are individuals of considerable influence and power in Jiangqing. Why would they deign to look at you? You and Qin Feng must marry. Should you defy my command, you are to leave the Zhou family," Zhou Wanshan decreed firmly. Zhou Xintong, filled with reluctance, could only acquiesce in silence, daunted by her grandfather's authoritative presence. Liang Meili glared at the old man, her heart boiling with resentment. Zhou Haokuan sighed and shook his head, realizing that once his father had made up his mind, no one could intervene. "Qin Feng, you may reside comfortably in the Zhou household. When the auspicious day arrives, you shall marry Zhou Xintong," Zhou Wanshan said kindly, then turned to the sulking Zhou Xintong, commanding, "Take Qin Feng out for a stroll, familiarize him with Jiangqing, and procure some clothing and daily necessities." Though Zhou Xintong felt 1,000 objections rising within her, she dared not go against her grandfather's wishes and ultimately stormed out of the villa in a huff. "Grandfather, I have brought some wild bamboo shoots from the mountains. You may wish to try them in your soup when you have a moment," she added. Qin Feng had, in truth, lost the desire to marry Zhou Xintong. However, due to the unyielding stance of old Master Zhou, he refrained from voicing his intention to annul the engagement, not wishing to hurt the old gentleman's feelings. Leaving behind a sack filled with rare spiritual bamboo shoots sourced from Kunlun Mountain, Qin Feng followed Zhou Xintong out the door. These bamboo shoots were extraordinary. Consuming them could enhance one's physique and prolong life. You all seem determined to vex me day after day. My chest is beginning to feel heavy with frustration. Why not call Dr. Li to see if he has arrived? Zhou Wanshan glared at Zhou Haokuan before ascending the stairs. Father is getting old and confused. Liang Meili complained once Zhou Wanshan was out of earshot. How can we allow Tong Tong to marry some nameless nobody? What makes that Qin Feng worthy of my daughter? He is not even fit to carry her shoes. Chapter 4. The man in the car with Su Mubin Zhou Haokuan whispered urgently, "Lower your voice. Don't let father hear you. His old ailments have resurfaced, and we cannot risk provoking him into a state of distress. Are we truly going to let Tong Tong marry that good-for-nothing Qin Feng? Are you still her father? Don't you care about her at all?" Liang Meili retorted angrily. "How can you say I am not her father? Tong Tong has not yet married Qin Feng. We must persuade the old gentleman gradually." With a simmering anger, Liang Meili's gaze fell upon the sack of spiritual bamboo shoots that Qin Feng had left on the ground, and she seized it to toss it into the trash. What a disgrace to bring a bag of worthless bamboo shoots as a proposal. How impoverished must one be? Tong Tong must never marry this detestable boy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Xintong declared vehemently, "I warn you, do not presume to reach for a swan's affections when you are but a toad. I will absolutely not marry you. As for what my grandfather says or does, it has nothing to do with me." "Hello, did you hear any of that? Do not feign ignorance." From the moment she entered the car, Zhou Xintong wore a cold expression, her words spilling forth incessantly. "Stop the car," Qin Feng suddenly interjected. Zhou Xintong frowned and pulled over to the roadside, glaring at Qin Feng with defiance. "What do you want? Our engagement is hereby dissolved, and from henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing, living as strangers." Qin Feng uttered a few words before stepping out of the vehicle. Zhou Xintong remained frozen in her seat, her chest heaving with indignation. How dare a mere nobody act so arrogantly towards her? If you have the audacity, then stand by your words. Don't come crawling back to the Zhou family in a few days. With a swift press on the accelerator, Zhou Xintong sped away. Not long after her departure, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, worth millions, came to a halt by the roadside. The window on the passenger side slid down, and a melodious voice resonated from within the car. "Mr. Qin, please get in." Qin Feng took his seat in the passenger side, while Su Mubin occupied the driver's seat. The woman donned a professional OL attire, her tall figure and stunning beauty reminiscent of a captivating painting, exuding an aura of icy elegance that was utterly enchanting. "What do you seek from me?" Qin Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Bing, since he had already annulled his engagement with this woman. No matter how captivating Su Bing might appear, it was of no concern to him. "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for my previous actions and hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me."
Su Bing boved gracefully tomarts Qin Feng.
Her open neckline revealing an alluring sight. Qin Feng inadvertently cast a glance, and his body was suddenly engulfed in a surge of warmth, sensing that the fiery toxin was about to erupt. With no other matters at hand, he disembarked from the vehicle. Qin Feng hastily summoned his spiritual energy to suppress the fire poison and turned to leave. Su Bing grasped his arm and sincerely declared, "Mr. Qin, I have come to seek your hand in marriage." "Marriage?" Qin Feng replied with a hint of amusement. "Previously, when I went to the Su family to wed you, I was rejected. Now you come to me with such a proposal? Do you find this amusing? I am aware that my actions are quite presumptuous and perhaps even shameless. Yet I genuinely wish to marry you. I hope you will consider my request," Su Bing implored, her beautiful eyes reflecting a glimmer of earnestness. If this scene were to be witnessed by the people of Jiangqing, it would undoubtedly astonish them. Su Bing's expression faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "Mr. Qin, I am grateful for your saving my grandfather. This is the compensation from the Su family for your services. I hope you will accept it." Qin Feng accepted the envelope handed over by Su Mubing. Within it lay 2 contracts and a resplendent golden bank card. Su Mubing stated, "Mr. Qin, one of the contracts pertains to the share transfer agreement for the newly established Wanhe Group under the Su Corporation. You will acquire 51% of the shares, thereby becoming the largest shareholder and concurrently the chairman of Wanhe Group. The other contract relates to the land agreement for the Shanshui Manor, which will be officially registered under your name, securing the most luxurious estate in Jiangqing. Additionally, there is an exclusive black card from Baihua Bank, globally limited, with no spending cap, allowing you the freedom to indulge at will. The Su family has indeed made a substantial investment to win over Qin Feng. The Wanhe Group, the Shanshui Manor, and the exclusive black card from Baihua Bank, each of these gifts, if presented individually, would be enough to stir the city of Jiangqing and make countless individuals yearn with desire. Qin Feng, however, wore a calm expression. In his view, having saved Su Tianlong's life, the Su family's offer of medical fees was perfectly reasonable. As I have no place to stay, please take me to the Shanshui Manor. Certainly, Mr. Qin, Su Mbing replied, secretly delighted at his acceptance of the compensation. As a talented figure in the business world, she was exceptionally astute and understood that individuals of Qin Feng's stature should not be pressed too hard. Since he was currently unwilling to marry, it was best to take things slowly. At the very least, Qin Feng's willingness to accept the Su family's medical fees indicated that he bore no resentment towards them. The Rolls-Royce Phantom glided through the streets and alleys of Jiangqing, drawing countless gazes. Qin Feng reclined his seat, resting his eyes in the passenger seat. Tong Tong, look quickly. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car must be worth over 10 million. At a traffic light, Zhou Xintong had just picked up her best friend Bai Qingqing and was waiting for the red light to change. Suddenly, Bai Qingqing excitedly pointed at a luxury car nearby, exclaiming. Zhou Xintong pressed down the window and glanced towards the passenger side, exclaiming in surprise, "That's Su Mubin's car. I can't believe we might encounter her on the road. Should we greet her?" Only then did Bai Qingqing notice the stunning beauty in the driver's seat, whose allure was enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Particularly, Su Mubin's innate air of aloofness resembled a pure white lotus emerging from the mud, captivating yet distant. Regaining her composure, Bai Qingqing shook her head, saying, "Let's not. After all, she is Su Mubin, born into one of the 5 top aristocratic families, a woman of great stature. We, being of modest noble birth, are not acquainted with her. If we were to approach her, given her cold demeanor, she would likely ignore us, and that would be quite embarrassing." "That's true," Zhou Xintong nodded, gazing at Su Mubin with envy. How wonderful it would be to belong to a top aristocratic family, or to possess her beauty. Oh my! Tong Tong, look! It seems there's a man lying in the passenger seat next to Su Mubin. Bai Qingqing exclaimed again. Su Mubin was renowned in Jiang City as an icy goddess, and no man had ever caught her eye. How could there possibly be a man reclining in her car? Zhou Xintong quickly turned to look at the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce, her expression shifting dramatically as she gasped. Could that man be Qin Feng? How is this possible? Just as Zhou Xintong attempted to discern the man's features, the nearby Rolls-Royce began to move as the red light turned green. Zhou Xintong needed to turn left and could only watch helplessly as the Rolls-Royce drove away, unable to pursue it. Tong Tong, what did you just say about Qin Feng? Do you know the man in Su Mubin's car? She asked. Chapter 5. I can repay. She shook her head, dismissing the impractical thoughts swirling in her mind. Qin Feng is merely an obscure individual, lacking both wealth and fame. How could he possibly be acquainted with Su Mubing, the foremost talented woman of Jiangbei? It is even more implausible that he would find himself seated in her luxurious vehicle. Tong Tong, are you all right? Bai Qingqing inquired with concern, noticing the unusual expression on Zhou Xintong's face. I'm fine. I must have been mistaken. It's impossible for Qin Feng to be the one in Su Mubing's car. Zhou Xintong asserted with certainty. You keep mentioning Qin Feng. Who exactly is he? Bai Qingqing asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Xintong's face contorted with disdain as she replied. Qin Feng is a nameless nobody. Originally, as a phoenix girl, I would have never crossed paths with a poor boy like him. Yet, to my astonishment, my grandfather has arranged a marriage between us. This morning, Qin Feng showed up at the Zhou residence with a sack of stale bamboo shoots to propose. It nearly made me gag, akin to swallowing a fly. Bai Qingqing frowned, equally disgusted. No way. What was your grandfather thinking? How could he expect you to marry such an inconspicuous person? You are the daughter of the Zhou family, a small but affluent lineage, beautiful and well-figured, often compared alongside Su Mubing and Xin Chenjiao as one of Jiangqing's 3 goddesses. A phoenix girl like you deserves to wed into a grand family, Bai Qingqing exclaimed indignantly. Zhou Xintong nodded in agreement. You are indeed my dearest friend, Qingqing. You know me well. With my qualifications, I certainly should marry into a prominent family. I refuse to become Qin Feng's bride. Yes. Tong Tong, you must stand firm and not yield to your grandfather. Otherwise, your life will be ruined. Bai Qingqing continued. Tomorrow, Du Bing and his affluent friends are going archery. I'll invite you along. Du Bing is still single. If you two hit it off, it would be a match made in heaven. Zhou Xintong envisioned Du Bing, tall and handsome, hailing from one of Jiangqing's grand families, far surpassing Qin Feng in every aspect. Meanwhile, Su Mu Bing had arrived at the Shanshui Manor. The estate was vast and opulent. Mr. Qin, this manor now belongs to you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Su Mu Bing stated, a clever woman who understood that her relationship with Qin Feng required gradual easing. Currently, he held no interest in her, and relentless pursuit would only yield adverse effects. Shortly after the Rolls-Royce departed, an Audi A4L drove past Shanshui Manor. Zhou Xintong and Bai Qingqing simultaneously gazed in admiration and longing. Qingqing, your home is just a few kilometers ahead. You pass by Shanshui Manor every day. Have you ever seen the owner? Zhou Xintong slowed the car, lowering all the windows, captivated by the dreamlike estate across the river. Haven Tea. Bai Qingqing shook her head, her eyes filled with yearning. I have always fantasized about encountering the manor's owner and experiencing a serendipitous meeting. If I could marry him, I would soar to new heights. I too have imagined marrying the owner of Shanshui Manor, but it is undoubtedly unrealistic. The owner is likely the head of one of Jiangqing's 5 top families, or perhaps a bigwig from Jiangnan province or Beijing, using this place as a retreat, Zhou Xintong remarked, a blend of hope and helplessness in her voice. How could such esteemed individuals ever take notice of us? Qin Feng had just taken a shower in a villa, wrapped in a white towel, and lay on the bed. At the head of the bed rested a wooden box, a gift from Lu Mingyue, instructing him to open it only after descending the mountain. With some leisure time on his hands, Qin Feng decided to unveil the contents of the box. Mr. Qin, there is someone here to see you. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Come in. A graceful figure entered the room. The woman donned a tailored shirt and a fitted skirt, her hair neatly tied back in a simple braid. Adorning her delicate, fair face were black-framed glasses devoid of lenses, while her lips were adorned with a touch of red. Tall and elegantly poised, she emanated an air of competence, presenting herself as a quintessential professional. Her name was He Yu, the housekeeper assigned to the villa by Su Mubin, and she also held the esteemed position of president at Wanhe Group. Who is looking for me? Qin Feng glanced at He Yu and inquired, Mr. Qin, is it the young lady from the prestigious Shin family who seeks your attention? He Yu stood upright, her demeanor respectful as she spoke. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. His master had arranged 3 betrothals for him in Jiangqing, and one of them was a young woman from the Shin family. Could it be that his fiancée had come to visit? He gestured for her to enter. 2 minutes later, He Yu entered the room accompanied by a woman, then quietly closed the door behind her. The Shin family girl was dressed modestly in a pale yellow long dress that had faded with time, its conservative style extending below her knees, revealing only a glimpse of her delicate, fair calves. On her feet, she wore a pair of canvas shoes, giving her an overall impression of simplicity. However, the young woman possessed a striking beauty, her features delicate and refined, with her hair styled in twin ponytails. Her fair complexion and exquisite features exuded an aura of youthful innocence reminiscent of a campus belle. Are you the young woman from the Shin family? Qin Feng broke the silence. The woman, shy and demure, had kept her head lowered since entering the room, her delicate, fair hands clenching the sides of her dress tightly. Shin Rui nodded slightly. Are you truly my fiancée? Qin Feng inquired once more. Shin Rui furrowed her brow, lifting her gaze to meet Qin Feng's, her clear, water-like eyes filled with a myriad of questions. As Qin Feng carefully examined the delicate features of the person before him, he noticed a charming demeanor, with a pure essence radiating from her brows. I must admit, my master has chosen a remarkable fiancée for me. Each possesses her own extraordinary allure. He pondered, I wonder if this fiancée has come to call off our engagement or to proceed with the marriage. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Shenrui was taken aback. She had imagined the owner of the Mountain Water Manor to be an elderly gentleman well past 50. To her surprise, the master was not only youthful but also strikingly handsome, with a tall and robust physique, causing Shenrui's cheeks to flush. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I would like to request your assistance with something." Shenrui cast a brief glance at Qin Feng before quickly lowering her head, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a subordinate, her voice melodious like the tinkling of spring water. "What kind of assistance do you need?" Qin Feng felt that the fire poison was about to erupt, as his facial skin had already begun to redden. "I implore you to escort me to find Dr. Li. Did you seek me out solely for this matter?" Qin Feng furrowed his brows, initially believing that Shenrui had come either to celebrate a marriage or to call it off. Shenrui sensed the temperature within the room rising dramatically, and she noticed that Qin Feng's complexion had turned as crimson as fire, with wisps of steam rising from his head. Alarmed by Qin Feng's transformation, Shenrui felt a wave of panic. Yet, thinking of her mother's illness, she steeled herself and bravely declared, "As long as you can take me to see the renowned healer, I am willing to obey your every command." At this moment, Qin Feng's fiery wrath erupted suddenly, his eyes a vivid scarlet, and his mind teetered on the brink of madness, as though he were engulfed in searing flames. "Come here." Chapter 6. The Fairy Masteress Letter. "Are you all right?" Shenrui was taken aback by Qin Feng's state. She turned to flee, yet was abruptly ensnared by a pair of robust arms. "Do not touch me. I wish to leave this place. I was wrong. Please, I beg you, let me go." Tears streamed down Shenrui's cheeks as she struggled against him, but escape from Qin Feng's scorching embrace proved futile. With a thud, as Qin Feng hoisted Shenrui and tossed her onto the bed, in her panic, she instinctively kicked him in the abdomen, causing him to stagger and collapse unconscious to the floor. "Mr. Qin, please do not frighten me. Mr. Qin, awaken." Shenrui, in a state of distress, implored, "I was wrong. I shall not resist anymore. Please wake up." Fear gripped her heart. This was the master of Shanshui Manor, a figure shrouded in mystery and wielding immense power. If she had inadvertently caused Qin Feng's demise, both she and the Shen family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Miss He, this is terrible. Mr. Qin has fainted." Shenrui contemplated fleeing, but her conscience weighed heavily upon her, compelling her to hastily seek out Hiyu. Hiyu, equally alarmed, rushed upstairs, acutely aware that this was the individual Su Embing had entrusted her to care for. If any harm were to befall him within Shanshui Manor, the burden would be hers to bear. With a stern expression, Hiyu fixed her gaze upon Shenrui. The latter, unable to fabricate a lie, candidly confessed, "Mr. Qin suddenly went berserk. In my panic, I kicked him, and then he collapsed. Do you comprehend who Mr. Qin is? If anything happens to him, neither of us could bear the consequences." Hiyu chastised Shenrui in a fit of anger before attempting to call Su Embing. However, before the call could connect, Qin Feng abruptly sat up, eliciting terrified gasps from both women. "Mr. Qin, are you all right? Shall I take you to the hospital?" Hiyu swiftly regained her composure, and upon witnessing Qin Feng's revival, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Qin Feng shook his head and said, "You may leave. I am fine." The two women promptly exited the room. Hiyu then pondered for a moment and inquired, "Mr. Qin, how shall we handle this woman?" "Do not blame her. Let her go," he replied after their departure. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling the vital energy within his body to suppress the surging fire poison. The reason he had fainted earlier was not due to a kick from Shenrui, but rather because the yang fire within him had become overwhelmingly intense, causing the fire poison to erupt and render him unconscious. An hour later, Qin Feng finally managed to subdue the fiery poison that had plagued him. After breaking into a sweat, he took a refreshing cold shower, allowing his heated body to gradually calm down. Upon returning to his bed, Qin Feng opened the wooden box. Inside lay a letter and a square stone tablet. Qin Feng picked up the stone tablet and studied it for a while. The tablet was about the size of half a palm, completely devoid of markings, yet its material appeared quite peculiar, suggesting it was not a common stone. "My disciple, by the time you read this letter, you must have already descended the mountain. There is a secret I have kept from you for 20 years. When I was wandering the world, I found you beneath a bridge in the capital city. At that time, you were likely just a few days old. Unconscious from the biting cold of a snowy winter, your kidneys frozen. However, the Qin kidney has both advantages and disadvantages. The drawback is that it continuously releases pure yang energy. If this yang energy accumulates within you for an extended period, it will manifest as fire toxicity, which is the fundamental reason for your frequent bouts of fire toxicity. The method to prevent the excessive accumulation of yang energy into fire toxicity is not particularly difficult. It can be neutralized with medicinal herbs, with the optimal choice being the Xian flower. I have left a specimen of the Xian flower in each of the 9 families involved in the marriage arrangements. Should your fire toxicity become unmanageable, you may retrieve the Xian flower to dispel it. There is also a more effective and expedient method to suppress fire toxicity: dual cultivation, which achieves a balance between yin and yang. My decision to send you down the mountain was born out of necessity. Your Qin kidney has matured, releasing yang energy at a speed 10-fold or even 100-fold compared to before. Thus, upon your descent, you must swiftly locate your 9 betrothed and engage in dual cultivation to alleviate the fire toxicity. Moreover, it is time for you to investigate your origins. That stone tablet was the only item I found when I discovered you, and I hope it will aid you in uncovering your lineage. Your master, Lu Mingyue. Do not dwell on this. A tear fell onto the letter. Upon receiving the correspondence, Qin Feng felt as though he were meeting his esteemed master in person, his mind awash with memories of her ethereal grace and the shared experiences of the past 2 decades. It was only now that he comprehended the depth of her kindness. Not only had she saved his life, but she had also imparted her entire knowledge to him, even going so far as to arrange 9 matrimonial prospects for him in her quest to cure his fiery affliction. Master, await your disciple. I shall soon uncover my origins, carve out a niche for myself in the world, and then bring you to a life far removed from the desolate solitude of the mountains, he vowed, donning his attire before departing the villa with the intention of visiting the Zhou family. Meanwhile, Zhou Xintong's phone rang, the caller ID revealing it to be her grandfather, Zhou Wanshan. A wave of apprehension washed over her as she answered the call, fearing her grandfather's wrath upon discovering that she had abandoned Qin Feng by the roadside. Hesitantly, she confessed, "Grandfather, Qin Feng has left the car." "What? You actually sent Qin Feng away?" Zhou Wanshan's voice escalated in disbelief. "Grandfather, it was his own decision to leave," Zhou Xintong replied meekly. Chapter 7. How dare you follow me? What troubles you? Tong Tong? Bai Qingqing inquired, observing Zhou Xintong's distressed countenance following her phone call. "Qingqing, what sins did I commit in my past life? Why must my grandfather insist that I marry Qin Feng? Ah, how could your grandfather be so misguided as to force you into a union with a rustic?" Bai Qingqing expressed her indignation on behalf of her friend. A sudden thought struck her, prompting her to add, "It must be that Qin Feng reported you to your grandfather, which is why he is so furious." Zhou Xintong paused, her expression shifting to one of disdain. "Given your insight, that indeed seems plausible. That country bumpkin is utterly revolting. He pretended to be resolute when he exited the car, only to turn around and inform my grandfather. He is hardly a man." With a heavy heart, Zhou Xintong departed. As she passed the picturesque mountain and water manor, Zhou Xintong rolled down all the car windows, unable to resist gazing longingly at the magnificent estate across the river, filled with a sense of yearning and resentment. Why could she not marry the master of that grand manor? Why was her fate entwined with that of a mere rustic? Suddenly, she slammed on the brakes, spotting a familiar figure walking along the roadside, her anger igniting. "Qin Feng, you are truly despicable, reporting to my grandfather and now following me. What a bothersome pest you are. I'll reiterate, I, Zhou Xintong, am a phoenix maiden and shall never marry someone like you, a foul country bumpkin." Qin Feng halted, observing the furious expression of Zhou Xintong within the car, utterly perplexed by her erratic behavior. "I did not follow you. I merely reside in this vicinity," Qin Feng stated matter-of-factly. Zhou Xintong scoffed derisively. "Are you still pretending? This area is replete with villas, inhabited by prominent figures of Jiang City. How dare you claim to live around here?" With a glance at the villa across the river, she continued with a mocking tone, You cannot possibly mean to suggest that you reside in the Shanshui manor, can you? Qin Feng, awaken from your delusions. Do not indulge in self-deception. A man devoid of wealth, power, and plagued by fantasies such as yourself will never capture my interest. With a sudden acceleration, Zhou Xintong drove off, now convinced that Qin Feng had no genuine intention of departing, but was instead engaged in a game of feigned indifference, even masquerading as a wealthy individual. This woman must have a few screws loose. Qin Feng watched the departing vehicle, shaking his head. The Zhou family, a minor noble house, had long awaited the arrival of the esteemed Dr. Li. Dr. Li, we have been eagerly anticipating your presence. Please, do come inside. Zhou Haokuin stood vigil at the entrance,
awaiting Li Xiai.
I apologize for my tardiness. I just finished attending to the elder of the Su family, Li Shihai explained. Zhou Haokuin beamed, showing no sign of discontent. Given the Zhou family's modest standing, it was no small feat to summon Dr. Li. His presence was a tremendous honor. Dr. Li, the elder of the Su family you mentioned must be Su Tianlong, correct? What ailment does he suffer from? Zhou Haokuin inquired, leading the way while indulging his curiosity. Li Shihai remained silent, adhering to the ethical obligation of patient confidentiality. Realizing his breach of decorum, Zhou Haokuin quickly clarified, Dr. Li, I assure you, my curiosity was innocent. Please do not take offense. It is my fault for prattling on about matters that do not concern me, making you feel uncomfortable. Upon entering Zhou Wanshan's chamber, they found him pallid and weak, coughing intermittently. Dr. Li, your arrival is a great honor. I beg your forgiveness for not receiving you properly. Zhou Wanshan managed as he propped himself up from the bed. Please rest. Allow me to examine you first, Li Shihai said, settling beside the bed to take Zhou Wanshan's pulse. After a moment, he furrowed his brow and said, Elder Zhou, your energy is depleted, and your heart rhythm is irregular. This is a rare cardiac condition, and I fear I cannot cure it. The weight of Li Shihai's words struck Zhou Wanshan and Zhou Haokuin like thunderclaps. If even Dr. Li could not heal him, it seemed there was no hope left in Jiangbei. Zhou Wanshan's countenance fell as he sighed. Alas, if fate deems it so, then so be it. I am grateful to you, Dr. Li, for coming. The Zhou family has prepared a banquet. I implore you to stay and dine with us. Li Shihai replied, however, there is someone in Jiangbei who may be able to treat your ailment. Zhou Wanshan, who had just been engulfed in despair, felt a flicker of hope reignite. Dr. Li, who might that be? He asked eagerly. Li Shihai chuckled and shook his head. I do not know him well. I merely met him briefly while visiting the Su family. He cured the elder Su's illness. If your family could summon him, perhaps your condition could improve. Zhou Haokuin, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Dr. Li, how can we find this individual? He seems to have some connection with the Su family. You might inquire there, Li Shihai suggested as he rose. I apologize, Elder Zhou, for being unable to cure your illness. Our agreed fee was a xianin flower, but let us consider it null and void. Zhou Wanshan quickly sat up, insisting, Dr. Li, please do not say that. Your presence alone is a stroke of fortune for me. The xianin flower was a gift from a revered master. If I hadn't felt my health deteriorating, I would not have offered it as payment. Thus, I cannot part with it. I am willing to pay you 1 million as your fee. I hope you will accept it. Li Shihai waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for that. Our agreed fee was the xianin flower, and since I could not heal your ailment, there is no fee to be paid. Time was pressing, and he took his leave. Zhou Wanshan and Zhou Haokuin accompanied him downstairs. In the living room, Liang Meili and several relatives awaited, their faces brightening upon seeing Li Shihai. Dr. Li, we truly appreciate your efforts. The Zhou family has prepared a feast. We hope you will grace us with your presence. Liang Meili, clad in a red cheongsam that accentuated her curves, exuded charm and allure. Li Shihai cast her a glance and replied, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Without waiting for further invitations, he strode towards the exit, his gaze inadvertently falling upon a trash bin in the living room, which contained a burlap sack filled with bamboo shoots. Li Shihai halted abruptly and approached the trash bin, much to the astonishment of the Zhou family as he retrieved the sack. Dr. Li, what are you doing? You mustn't. Zhou Haokuan interjected as he stepped forward. Ignoring the protest, Li Shihai opened the sack, revealing vibrant bamboo shoots, glistening like emeralds, causing him to tremble with excitement. Liang Meili approached, saying, "Dr. Li, this is wild bamboo brought by a mountain child. We, as noble people, do not consume such things. I carelessly tossed it into the trash. Had I known, I would have discarded it outside. I apologize for the embarrassment." The Zhou family had already learned of Qin Feng's proposal, and their collective opinion was dismissive. They looked down upon him as a mere nobody. Who would come to propose while bearing bamboo shoots? How impoverished had they become? If Tong Tong were to marry that Qin Feng, her life would be ruined. I was just perplexed as to why there was a torn sack in the living room trash. Turns out it was brought by that Qin Feng. How ridiculous! Zhou Xintong exclaimed, covering her nose. Her disdain for Qin Feng only intensified. Yet, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before the Zhou family. Li Shihai cradled the burlap sack as if it were a treasure, solemnly asking, "Are you certain you do not want this bag of bamboo shoots?" Zhou Wanshan felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly responded, "Dr. Li, please set the sack down. Do not soil your clothing." Li Shihai disregarded his words, reiterating, "Are you absolutely sure the Zhou family does not want this bag of bamboo shoots?" "No." Zhou Xintong replied decisively. "Very well, then I shall take this bag of bamboo shoots with me. I advise you not to have second thoughts. Even if you do, I shall not return it," Li Shihai stated with gravity. The Zhou family sensed something amiss. Why was the esteemed doctor so fixated on a mere bag of wild bamboo shoots? Zhou Wanshan voiced the collective curiosity. "Dr. Li, what is so special about this bag of bamboo shoots?" Li Shihai did not hold back. "These are not ordinary bamboo shoots. They are spirit bamboo that can only thrive at altitudes exceeding several thousand meters. Such spirit bamboo is exceedingly rare in the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, taking over 10 years to mature. Consuming them can enhance vitality and prolong life." The Zhou family stood in stunned silence. So, the bag of bamboo shoots possessed such value, offering the promise of longevity. Upon learning that it contained spirit bamboo aged over a decade, Liang Meili was filled with regret, quickly changing her demeanor and unwilling to part with the bamboo. "I asked you twice if the Zhou family wished to discard this bag of spirit bamboo, and you explicitly stated your intention to throw it away. Now that I have retrieved it, it rightfully belongs to me, and I will not return it," Li Shihai asserted, clutching the sack tightly with a wary expression. Zhou Haokuan, now filled with regret, smiled and said, "Dr. Li, this is a misunderstanding. My wife, Liang Meili, mistakenly discarded the spirit bamboo, thinking it was just wild bamboo. Consider it, 10-year-old spirit bamboo is too precious for the Zhou family to treat as refuse." Zhou Xintong was equally taken aback that Qin Feng had brought an entire sack of spirit bamboo to the Zhou family. However, this revelation did little to improve her opinion of Qin Feng. If anything, it deepened her disdain. Despite bringing such a precious herb down the mountain, Qin Feng failed to clarify the situation with the Zhou family, leading to this immense blunder, for which he must take full responsibility. Li Shihai's brow furrowed tightly as he clutched the burlap sack with an unwavering grip. It is crucial to understand that the allure of the herb to a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is unparalleled. Upon learning of the rarity of the spirit bamboo shoots, Zhou Wanshan felt a pang of regret. However, since the Zhou family had explicitly stated their intention to discard the shoots, and Li Shihai had taken them, it was only logical that the sack of spirit bamboo shoots now belonged to him. "Silence," Zhou Wanshan admonished, then turned to Li Shihai with a smile, saying, "Let us not embarrass the esteemed Dr. Li. This sack of bamboo shoots is yours to take." The elder Zhou, with great composure, announced, "I shall take my leave now." The members of the Zhou family sighed heavily. That burlap sack contained spirit bamboo shoots that had matured for over a decade. Consuming them could enhance one's vitality and prolong life. Even if one chose not to consume them, such a rare herb could fetch an astronomical price on the market. Yet, the outcome was that they were given away so readily. Damn Qin Feng! Why didn't he make it clear that he brought spirit bamboo shoots? Was it deliberate? "It infuriates me," Liang Meili exclaimed, stomping her foot. It was she who had discarded the sack, yet she shifted all the blame onto Qin Feng. A woman from the Zhou family remarked, "In my opinion, Qin Feng likely had no idea these were spirit bamboo shoots. He must have plucked them haphazardly while descending the mountain. What insight can a nameless individual possess to recognize such a rarity? A middle-aged man from the Zhou family nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, that Qin fellow surely cannot identify spirit bamboo shoots. Otherwise, how could he have given them to the Zhou family? He must have intended to sell them for profit. Where is that Qin Feng? Could he genuinely be considering marrying into the Zhou family? Wouldn't he that turned the Zhou family into a laughingstock within the elite circles of Jiangbei? The members of the Zhou family traded barbs about Qin Feng. Zhou Wanshan thundered, "Be silent. The union between Qin Feng and Zhou Xintong was a decision I made years ago. If anyone has objections, they are welcome to leave the Zhou family now." The chatter ceased, and the onlookers regarded Zhou Wanshan with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend the old man's reasoning. Was he truly intent on inviting a nameless individual to become a son-in-law? Did he desire the Zhou family to be the subject of ridicule in Jiangbei's elite circles? Zhou Xintong could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Grandfather, please stop pressuring me. I cannot bear the thought of marrying Qin Feng." In frustration, she turned away. "You are driving me to despair. I have told you, Qin Feng is unfamiliar with Jiangcheng. What will he do if you abandon him?" Zhou Wanshan thundered in fury. Zhou Xintong dared not retort further and dejectedly made her way outside. At that moment, as Qin Feng stepped through the door, he entered the collective gaze of the gathering. Zhou Wanshan, filled with excitement, approached him, clasping Qin Feng's hand as he spoke. It is indeed the Zhou family that has spoiled Tong Tong since childhood, leading to her somewhat willful and capricious temperament. I hope you, young Qin, will not take offense. The members of the Zhou family turned their eyes toward Qin Feng, their expressions rife with disdain. Chapter 9. The collaboration with Wanhe Group. Zhou Wanshan ushered Qin Feng to the main seat, a scene that drew disapproving glances from the Zhou family members. Observing Zhou Wanshan's overt favoritism towards Qin Feng, the relatives shook their heads and sighed, silently lamenting that Zhou Wanshan had become rather senile. Qin Feng did not originally intend to dine, yet he could not resist the warmth and kindness of Zhou Wanshan, so he found himself seated at the table, indulging in food and drink. "Qin Feng, do you own a car? Can you afford a house in Jiang City? What skills do you possess? Will you be able to secure employment in Jiang City? Do you believe you are worthy of Zhou Xintong? As a man, do you truly intend to marry into the Zhou family?" The inquiries from the Zhou family came in rapid succession, each one incisive. Zhou Wanshan could no longer endure the barrage and thumped the table, exclaiming, "Are you all detectives here, conducting a household investigation? Since you have so much time on your hands, why not negotiate a strategic partnership with Wanhe Group?" At the mere mention of Wanhe Group, the eyes of the Zhou family sparkled with excitement. Recently, the Su family, one of the 5 top aristocratic families in Jiang City, had established a new company, Wanhe Group, reportedly set to receive substantial backing from the Su family, aiming to develop it into a colossal enterprise akin to the Su Corporation. The news rippled through Jiang City and even across Jiangbei province, as everyone sought to forge alliances with Wanhe Group, envisioning a future filled with promise. However, the Zhou family was merely a minor player in Jiang City, and given the dominance of larger families and tycoons from across Jiangbei province, their prospects of negotiating a strategic partnership with Wanhe Group seemed exceedingly slim. "Father, I visited Wanhe Group and met with President He Yu to express our interest in collaboration. I have already lowered our expectations to the bare minimum, yet He Yu outright rejected a partnership with the Zhou family," Zhou Haifeng, the eldest of the Zhou family, reported. Zhou Haokuan added, "Elder brother speaks the truth. Wanhe Group holds no regard for the Zhou family. The likelihood of us establishing a strategic partnership with them is nearly non-existent. I just heard some significant news this afternoon. 51% of Wanhe Group's shares have been acquired by a mysterious magnate. This enigmatic figure has now become the largest shareholder of Wanhe Group, also assuming the role of chairman," announced Zhou Xintong's aunt, Zhou Linghua, revealing a bombshell. The Zhou family erupted in discussion, their expressions a mix of shock and intrigue. Who could possess such power? To have directly acquired 51% of Wanhe Group's shares. What an astronomical sum that must entail. Shouldn't the largest shareholder be from the Su family? Why would they relinquish their stakes to another? In my view, that largest shareholder must possess an intimidating identity. someone whom even the Su family of Jiang City would seek to curry favor with. It is likely that the Su family intentionally ceded 51% of their shares to this individual. Qin Feng dined alone, listening to the discussions and speculations of the Zhou family, his brow slightly raised, as they indeed guessed the truth. Zhou Xintong remained silent, her heart stirred by the news of a wealthy magnate from Jiangqing who had directly acquired 51% of Wanhua Group's shares. Simultaneously, she fantasized about knowing this enigmatic tycoon, imagining how splendid it would be if he took notice of her and proposed marriage. With this thought, she glanced at Qin Feng, and a surge of intense aversion welled up within her. As the daughter of the Zhou family, a veritable phoenix, why was her fiancé merely an inconsequential poor boy? Zhou Xintong felt a profound sense of dissatisfaction, nearly drowning in her frustration. Upon learning that Wanhua Group had a new mysterious owner, Zhou Wanshan's emotions ignited, and he slammed the table, proclaiming, "I am aging, and many matters are beyond my capability. I hereby announce that whoever can negotiate a strategic partnership with Wanhua Group shall become the next head of the Zhou family." The assembled relatives of the Zhou family buzzed with excitement. Zhou Haifeng declared, "Father, rest assured, I will secure the partnership with Wanhua Group." Zhou Linghua, eager and animated, remarked, "I have recently been in close contact with a distant relative of the Su family, and it was they who informed me about the mysterious tycoon. I will reach out to them to arrange a meeting with Su Mubin. Once I meet her, the collaboration between the Zhou family and Wanhua Group will surely materialize. The Zhou family's strength lies in the restaurant industry, and I plan to leverage this to forge a breakthrough in our partnership with Wanhua Group." The relatives of the Zhou family eagerly voiced their intentions regarding the collaboration. Liang Meili glared at the silent Zhou Haokuan in frustration, kicking him under the table until he reluctantly spoke. "Father, I will do my utmost, but to be honest, with our current standing, Wanhua Group may not take us seriously." Zhou Wanshan shot Zhou Haokuan a stern look and rebuked, "You speak defeatist words without even trying. In ancient times, you would be a coward on the battlefield." Zhou Haokuan, chastised, remained silent. He was acutely aware of the disparity between the Zhou and Su families, recognizing that mere passion would not suffice to secure a partnership. "Grandfather, may I negotiate the collaboration on behalf of my father? If I succeed, will that not qualify me as the head of the Zhou family?" Zhou Xintong interjected, "Whoever can secure the partnership with Wanhua Group shall be the next head of the Zhou family." Zhou Wanshan affirmed resolutely, "Very well. Grandfather, you must keep your word. I will exhaust every resource to ensure a successful negotiation with Wanhua Group. Once I become the head, I shall dictate my own marriage, and I will absolutely not wed Qin Feng." With this declaration, Zhou Xintong stormed out, her spirit invigorated, determined to leverage all her connections to clinch the partnership with Wanhua Group. "That troublesome girl." Zhou Wanshan shook his head in resignation and turned to Qin Feng with a smile, saying, "Little Qin, do not take it to heart. I have already arranged an auspicious date for your wedding with Xintong, set for a month from now." Qin Feng remained silent. After the meal, Qin Feng arrived at Zhou Wanshan's abode. "Xiao Qin, have you not indulged too much this evening? Come, let us sip some tea to dispel the effects of the alcohol." Zhou Wanshan was seated inside, enjoying his tea. Qin Feng stated directly, "Grandpa Zhou, many years ago my master gifted you a mystic flower, correct?" "Indeed," Zhou Wanshan replied. "What do you intend to do with the mystic flower?" "I suffer from fire poison within my body, and the mystic flower can suppress it," Qin Feng candidly explained. Upon learning of the situation, Zhou Wanshan resolved to give the mystic flower to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng further declared, "Once I obtain the mystic flower, I shall depart from the Zhou family, and my engagement to Zhou Xintong will be nullified." Zhou Wanshan was taken aback, then spoke earnestly, "Young Qin, it was your master who saved my life all those years ago. Without him, I would not be here today, and the Zhou family would not have flourished as it has. Therefore, do not allow your humble origins to burden your mind with feelings of inadequacy regarding Zhou Xintong. Once you marry Tong Tong, and gradually acclimate to the lifestyle of the affluent, she will come to accept you. Grandpa Zhou, I have made my decision. I truly believe I am not suited for Zhou Xintong. I kindly request that you grant me the mystic flower so that I may leave the Zhou family at once." Qin Feng had made up his mind. Zhou Wanshan sighed and said, "Young Qin, The Xianing flower was a betrothal gift from your master to the Zhou family, thus it rightfully belongs to us. I have the authority to refuse your request." Qin Feng furrowed his brows and said, "Grandfather Zhou, why must you go through such hardships?" Faced with the deep emotions of this venerable elder, Qin Feng felt utterly helpless. "Haha, little Qin, rest assured, as long as I, your grandfather Zhou, still draw breath, I shall uphold the promise made with your master all those years ago. No matter the opposition from the Zhou family, I vow to ensure your union with Zhou Xintong." Upon realizing the stubbornness of the old man, Qin Feng decided to bid farewell to Zhou Wanshan and take his leave. It was already quite late. How could he still be sleeping? "Hurry and wake up." The following morning, Zhou Xintong burst into Qin Feng's room. Qin Feng lay on the bed, feeling a chill in the air. Suddenly, the room was filled with Zhou Xintong's piercing screams. "Ah, Qin Feng, you scoundrel! Are you some kind of pervert, deliberately exposing yourself to me? Do you think that this will make me marry you? Dream on." Embarrassed and furious, Zhou Xintong quickly averted her gaze. Yet her heart raced, and she was secretly astonished. This impoverished young man's physique was surprisingly commendable. Qin Feng hastily donned his clothes, feeling a twinge of displeasure at having been seen in such a vulnerable state, leaving him with a sense of unfairness. With a nonchalant demeanor, he remarked, "Did you not think to knock before entering? I must insist that you refrain from spreading word of this incident." Zhou Xintong paused momentarily, then responded with an expression of disdain, "Are you out of your mind? This is my home. Do I need your permission to enter? Furthermore, why on earth would I disclose what just occurred? Do you think I would shamelessly announce that I've seen the filthy body of a wretched boy? What would that mean for my prospects of marriage? Enough with the questions. Hurry and tidy up so we can leave." With that, Zhou Xintong slammed the door behind her. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng entered Zhou Xintong's Audi A4L, departing from the Zhou residence. Zhou Xintong, having adorned herself with meticulous care today, donned a red bodycon dress and black stockings that accentuated her alluring figure. However, her demeanor was cold and silent, treating Qin Feng as if he were invisible. After what felt like an eternity, the vehicle halted outside the sports complex. The two disembarked, and a group of men and women waved to them from a short distance away. "Tong Tong, over here. Apologies for the delay. We were caught in traffic." Zhou Xintong approached them, speaking with grace. "Ah, so this is the esteemed young lady of the Zhou family, Zhou Xintong. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." A dapper young man in a white shirt and casual trousers extended his hand toward Zhou Xintong, his wrist adorned with a Patek Philippe watch worth millions, gleaming conspicuously in the sunlight. Zhou Xintong's eyes sparkled as she shifted her gaze from the watch to the man's attire, quickly realizing that both his shirt and trousers were from high-end brands, each piece worth tens of thousands. "Hello, I am Zhou Xintong. It's a pleasure to meet you," she replied, shaking his hand. Beside her, a vibrant young woman clad in a spaghetti strap top and a short skirt chimed in. "Allow me to introduce, this is the young master Du Bin from the illustrious Du family, the organizer of today's archery event. And here we have Chen Yong, the young master of the Chen family, Huang Cheng from the Huang family, and Li Chenwen, the young lady of the Li family. I am Bai Qingqing, the young lady from the Bai family." As introductions unfolded, familiarity blossomed among the group, all of whom belonged to the affluent circles of Jiangqing. And who might that be? After everyone had introduced themselves, Qin Feng approached slowly. The group glanced at him, their expressions shifting to one of curiosity as they noted his ordinary attire, even somewhat shabby. Bai Qingqing cast a disdainful glance in Qin Feng's direction and remarked, "That is Zhou Xintong's fiancé, Qin Feng, a mere nobody. You needn't pay him any mind." "Really? Tong Tong, as the daughter of the Zhou family, how could you settle for an ordinary person?" Bai Qingqing continued, incredulous. "Zhou Xintong is renowned alongside Su Mubin, Shen Qianjiao and Hai Zhuqing as one of Jiangqing's 3 goddesses, a true phoenix. How could she marry a nameless commoner? They must be mistaken. He is probably just a servant or the driver for Zhou Xintong." The wealthy young heirs and heiresses found it hard to believe that Qin Feng was indeed Zhou Xintong's fiancé.
Du bin remained silent.
Yet a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he regarded Qin Feng, likely having been informed of something by Qingqing beforehand. "Please forgive the surprise. But Qingqing is not jesting. Qin Feng is indeed my fiancé. Zhou Xintong, feeling humiliated by their reactions, wished she could vanish into the ground. She hastily added, however, this engagement was arranged by my grandfather, and I have made it abundantly clear to Qin Feng that I oppose it. Yet he seems impervious to my wishes, and I find myself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Upon hearing this, the group cast sympathetic glances toward Zhou Xintong. Ah, that makes sense. With Tong Tong's qualities, marrying into a prominent family should not be an issue. With some effort, she could even secure a union with one of Jiangxing's top 5 families. One remarked, Tong Tong, you must not yield to your grandfather's wishes. Otherwise, your future may be irrevocably compromised. What on earth is the old man thinking? Why would he push Tong Tong into such a predicament? Dubin waved his hand, urging the group to refocus. All right, let us not dwell on this. Let us head inside. Hey! Qin Feng, right? Would you care to join us for archery? The affluent youths laughed dismissively. Why would we bring along a poor fellow like him? Let us leave him behind. Qin Feng, do not trouble Zhou Xintong any further. You are unworthy of her. They scoffed, their contempt for him palpable. In truth, Qin Feng had contemplated leaving the sports complex upon his arrival, for he held little interest in such an environment. However, the vile demeanor of Du Bin and his companions stirred his displeasure, prompting him to remain with the intention of teaching them a lesson. Archery, you say? I am quite adept. Qin Feng followed a few individuals. Qin Feng, do you truly understand archery? Surely you jest. Are you intent on buzzing around Tong Tong like a fly? Bai Qingqing remarked disdainfully. Du Bin adopted a gentlemanly demeanor and replied with a smile. All right, everyone, let us not criticize Qin Feng. Since he has shown an interest in archery, we should all partake. What a fine person Du Xiao is. Qin Feng, you ought to express your gratitude to Du Xiao promptly. The shooting range within this gymnasium is the finest in Jiangxing, a place ordinarily inaccessible to the average person. Du Xiao, you are truly remarkable to have secured such a venue. Qin Feng, once we enter the shooting range, refrain from making excessive noise or behaving like an uncultured savage. Do not bring embarrassment upon us, understood? Bai Qingqing proclaimed with an air of superiority. Qin Feng, feeling indifferent towards the assembled crowd, entered the indoor archery range, which was spacious and well-equipped. Du Bin remarked, you all must be beginners in archery, right? You can start with the 18-meter lane, as this is the standard distance for indoor archery competitions for novices and youth. Over there are the supplies. Please don the equipment, and I will instruct you on the proper stances and fundamental techniques of archery. Under Du Bin's guidance, everyone donned the gear and practiced the basic movements of archery. Zhou Xintong, while practicing, occasionally cast glances at Du Bin. Observing his tall, handsome stature, his erudition, and his gentlemanly elegance stirred something within her. She instinctively glanced at Qin Feng, who was being treated as if he were invisible, and shook her head in disdain, reflecting on the stark contrast between a wealthy heir and a simple villager. How is your practice going, Tong Tong? Put a bit more strength into your arms, straighten your back, and tighten your legs. Du Bin approached Zhou Xintong, adjusting her posture with a gentle touch. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Xintong inquired, do you have acquaintances in the Su family, Du Bin? Her initial motive for attending the archery session was to utilize Du Bin to overshadow Qin Feng, hoping he would recognize the vast chasm between himself and their social circle, ultimately causing him to leave in embarrassment. However, after Zhou Wanshan had proposed that whoever could secure a partnership with the Wanhe group would become the head of the family, she now sought to connect with someone from the Su family through Du Bin. As for the Su family, I do have a few acquaintances. Tong Tong, are you interested in meeting someone from the Su family? Du Bin, while assisting Zhou Xintong in adjusting her archery stance, engaged in subtle gestures that made her feel somewhat uneasy. Although Du Bin was significantly more accomplished than Qin Feng, Zhou Xintong had high standards. She was not content with merely marrying into a prominent family, for her aspirations were set on the 5 elite families of Jiang City. I heard the Su family has recently invested in the Wanhe group. I wish to discuss a collaboration with them, and if I could meet a few individuals from the Su family, the negotiations would surely be smoother. Zhou Xintong took a step forward, evading Du Bin's unwelcome advances, and smiled. Du Bin, I believe I have found my rhythm and am ready to shoot some arrows. Du Bin replied with a smile, excellent. Then give it a try. Don't pull the bow too hard or too soft, or your aim will be off. Zhou Xintong released her first arrow, striking the edge of the target. Wow! Tong Tong, you're amazing. You hit the target on your very first try, exclaimed Bai Qingqing excitedly. Chen Yong, Huang Chang, and Li Qianwen also praised Zhou Xintong, causing her to feel a bit bashful. As the others began shooting, most missed their targets, with the best score being a single ring. After a while, they grew weary and sat down to hydrate. Bai Qingqing said, Dubin, I heard you are the champion of the Zhangbei Youth Archery Group this year. Please demonstrate your skills for us. Li Qianwen clapped in agreement. Yes, Dubin, do show us. I can hardly wait. With a gentlemanly smile, Dubin replied, All right, since everyone is eager to see me shoot, I shall oblige. Donning the equipment, he prepared to shoot. At that moment, Bai Qingqing turned to Qin Feng, grinning mischievously. Hey, you insisted on joining us for archery, yet we haven't seen you shoot. How about you challenge Dubin to a contest and see who performs better? Are you brave enough? Laughter erupted among the group. Come on, Qingqing. You're just putting Qin Feng in a difficult position. He's never touched a bow, while Dubin is the champion of this year's Zhangbei Youth Archery Group. How could Qin Feng possibly compete? Qin Feng, why haven't you left yet? Don't you feel out of place standing here? Do you really think a toad can aspire to eat swan meat? That's merely a fantasy portrayed on television. In reality, like attracts like. A nameless nobody like you should settle for an ordinary woman. Do you genuinely believe you could marry a phoenix from a wealthy family? Dubin, why not let Qin Feng take a shot? You could even shoot with your eyes closed. Haha! Dubin chuckled. Everyone, let us not pick on Qin Feng. He's having a hard time too. We wouldn't want him to run off to the police station to file a complaint against us, would we? Laughter ensued once more. Qin Feng's expression remained composed as he gazed at Dubin and said, I am willing to engage in a contest of archery with you. However, I propose we wager something, for otherwise it would lack excitement. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the crowd stared at Qin Feng in astonishment, pondering whether this young man had lost his senses by daring to challenge Dubin. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Dubin's eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a gentlemanly smile and replied, Qin Feng, do not heed their frivolous banter. You stand no chance of besting me, and it is unnecessary to invite discomfort upon yourself. Qin Feng spoke lightly, real men should not be so petty. Let me ask you, are you brave enough to compete? The expressions of Bai Qingqing and the others became quite dramatic. Was this insolent boy really throwing a tantrum? He seemed eager to humiliate himself before Du Bing. Young Master Du, what is he compared to you? How dare he provoke you? You must teach him a severe lesson, Chen Yong shouted. Bai Qingqing shot a disdainful glance at Qin Feng and remarked, Indeed, he is nothing but an insignificant nobody, oblivious to his own insignificance. Do you think this will catch Tong Tong's attention? All you accomplish is deepening her disdain for you. Zhou Xintong shook her head and said, Qin Feng, please stop this. You are simply no match for Du Bing. Qin Feng paid no heed to the voices around him, gazing calmly at Dubin and provocatively inquired, Are you brave enough to compete? Speak up. Suppressing his ire, Dubin replied, Fine, since you seek punishment, I shall oblige. Just remember, when you lose, do not shed tears. Before proceeding, he stipulated the stakes. Qin Feng remained impassive. If you lose, you shall no longer pursue Zhou Xintong. As Dubin spoke, his gaze flickered towards Zhou Xintong, who donned a striking red, low-cut, body-hugging dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her long, elegant legs embellished with high heels, exuding an aura of sophistication. Agreed. Qin Feng responded without hesitation, adding, And if you lose, you will bark like a dog 3 times. What are you, that you dare to disrespect Dubin? Bai Qingqing exclaimed angrily. Do you believe Dubin could make you disappear from Jiangqing with a mere phone call? Qian Yong cursed in fury. A nameless nobody like you should consider it a privilege to step into the shooting range, yet you dare to challenge Dubin? You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Ignore him, Dubin. He is but a pile of excrement, and it is we who are sullied by his presence, Li Qianwen said with evident disdain. Dubin's heart brimmed with fury. How dare this insignificant nobody challenge his authority? He was resolute in his determination to win this contest, confident that he could not possibly lose. Once victorious, Qin Feng would be bound by the wager to withdraw from Zhou Xintong's life, allowing Dubin to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, perhaps even leading to a delightful encounter that very night. Since this is a competition, let us forego the 18-meter basic range and instead shoot from the 25-meter range. Let us commence at once. Dubin approached the shooting area and released his arrows. The 25-meter range was tailored for intermediate athletes, demanding a high level of skill, and it was the perfect distance for Dubin to showcase his prowess. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In rapid succession, he fired 3 arrows, each executed with precision. One struck the 7 ring, another the 8 ring, and the last found its mark in the bullseye, the 10 ring. A cacophony of gasps erupted from the audience. Bai Qingqing and her companions leaped up in excitement. Dubin is incredible. 3 hits, including a bullseye. He could compete in the Olympics. How dare that nameless nobody challenge Dubin to archery? It is nothing short of self-degradation. Dubin shot from the 25-meter range, which is 7 meters longer than our previous 18-meter range. Qin Feng, it is still not too late to concede. Apologize to Dubin and cease your pursuit of Tong Tong, and you may leave this place unscathed, Bai Qingqing declared, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng with haughty disdain. Chapter 12. Bark like a dog. Qin Feng paid no heed to the individuals around him. He grasped his bow and arrow, eschewing any additional equipment, and made his way towards the innermost 30-meter archery range. What purpose did he have in venturing there? The innermost area was designated as the 30-meter archery range, tailored for elite athletes. This distance adhered to the standard set by the International Archery Federation for indoor archery competitions. Dubin showcased his expertise. Qin Feng had already taken his position at the 30-meter archery range. Bai Qingqing scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "What a pathetic clown!" Aware that he cannot compete with young Master Du, he resorts to seeking attention at the 30-meter range. If he loses, he will undoubtedly use the difference in venues as an excuse. This individual is truly repugnant, shameless, and as persistent as a stubborn adhesive that cannot be removed. Tong Tong, you must absolutely refrain from marrying such an inept man, or else your reputation will be tarnished. Suddenly, 3 sharp sounds slicing through the air interrupted the chorus of scorn. As Qin Feng released his arrows, all 3 found their mark with unparalleled precision, scoring 3 perfect 10s. An unexpected silence enveloped the shooting range. Bai Qingqing and her companions were left in a state of astonishment, their bodies trembling with disbelief.
Dubins eyes widened in shock,
Nearly popping out of their sockets, as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. Did that fellow truly shoot 3 perfect 10s? Could it be that my vision is deceiving me? How is this even possible? He has never touched a bow before. How could he possibly achieve such accuracy? Let us not forget, he shot at a distance of 30 meters, the standard for international archery competitions. Surely, it must be sheer luck. Qin Feng's fortune is simply extraordinary. Hearing the murmurs around him, Qin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. His expression turned cold.
Dubin, Hovefa.
Knew that attributing this to luck was implausible. Hitting the bullseye 3 times was unequivocal proof of skill. Yet, he could not fathom how an unknown individual could possess such remarkable archery prowess. Feeling a bit peckish after such a lengthy session, Dubin suggested they head out for a meal, using it as an excuse to distance himself from the situation. Wait! Just as Dubin was about to exit the archery venue, Qin Feng's indifferent voice resonated through the air. Hesitating for a moment, Dubin eventually halted, turning to face Qin Feng with a cold retort. Do you require something? Have you forgotten something? Forgotten what?
Dubin's face flushed crimson.
He was acutely aware of what Qin Feng was insinuating, yet he feigned ignorance. Qin Feng coldly remarked earlier, we made a wager. If I were to lose, I would distance myself from Zhou Xintong, while if you were to lose, you would imitate the sound of a dog barking 3 times. The outcome is that you have lost, so now you must fulfill your end of the bargain. Dubin clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do you have any idea who Dubin is? How dare you suggest that he bark like a dog? Can you bear the consequences of such an affront? Qian Yong retorted angrily, you insolent brat. I advise you to mind your own business or risk a beating. Huang Chang interjected, let us depart. Engaging with that fool will only diminish our stature. The group turned to leave. With a swift stride, Qin Feng propelled himself forward, suddenly appearing before several individuals, standing at the entrance of the shooting range like an imposing mountain. What the hell? How did you get in front of us? One exclaimed. Step aside. A good dog does not block the way. Zhou Xintong expressed her disdain, saying, Qin Feng, please stop bothering me. Do you truly believe that your archery skills will earn my admiration? We are ultimately not from the same world. You should vanish from my sight at once. Qin Feng paid no heed to Zhou Xintong. With a swift motion, he seized Du Bin by the collar and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. This audacious act left everyone in a state of shock. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Put young Master Du down immediately. You insolent brat. If you dare lay a hand on young Master Du, I will end you. Qian Yong and Huang Cheng, already harboring disdain for Qin Feng, rushed toward him, fists raised. However, as they approached, Qin Feng nonchalantly delivered 2 kicks, sending them both crashing to the floor. Writhing in pain, they struggled to regain their footing. Let me go. You fool. I am the heir of the illustrious Du family in Jiangcheng. Crossing me will lead to dire consequences. Du Bin abandoned his pretense, his gentlemanly facade vanishing to reveal a menacing glare. Bai Qingqing and Li Qianwen regarded Qin Feng with disdain, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. In their eyes, Qin Feng's audacity to offend young Master Du could only result in dire repercussions. Zhou Xintong, her brows furrowed with concern, feared that Qin Feng's reckless actions might implicate the Zhou family. With a tone of reprimand, she declared, Qin Feng, I command you to release young Master Du at once. Qin Feng remained indifferent, silently gripping Du Bin's collar, suspending him in mid-air. After a brief moment, Du Bin began to struggle, his breathing becoming labored, his face reddening as he kicked his legs erratically and clutched Qin Feng's arm tightly. I can't breathe. Please let go. I was wrong. I apologize. Just release me. If you let go, I will bark like a dog. Du Bin's eyes rolled back in desperation. With a casual flick, Qin Feng discarded Du Bin onto the floor. Zhou Xintong, incensed, strode over to Qin Feng in her high heels, her demeanor haughty as she declared, Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to lay hands on young Master Du Bin? Your actions could bring disaster upon the Zhou family. You must apologize to young Master Du Bin immediately. If he does not forgive you, I shall never speak to you again. Are you deaf or mute? I am speaking to you. Do you hear me? What are you waiting for? I command you to apologize to young Master Du Bin at once. Qin Feng strode towards Du Bin, and everyone assumed he was going to offer an apology. To their astonishment, Qin Feng stomped on Du Bin's leg and coldly stated, My patience is limited. Hurry up and learn to bark like a dog. Do not waste my time. The crowd was struck dumb, as if hit by a thunderbolt, their scalps tingling. They gazed at Qin Feng in disbelief, sensing that this nameless individual had suddenly transformed into a towering figure, fierce and formidable. Du Bin felt as though his calf was about to fracture. In excruciating pain, he could not endure for more than a few seconds before he conceded and began to bark like a dog in front of everyone. Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing the barking, Qin Feng turned and departed. The shooting range fell into an eerie silence. Zhou Xintong and the others were utterly stunned, their faces reflecting incredulity. How could the young master of the prestigious Du Bin family be forced to bark like a dog by an insignificant nobody? Ah, that scoundrel Qin. I will make you regret this. Du Bin cursed as he left in disgrace. In Jiangcheng, the illustrious Qin family was in turmoil. What? Marry a nameless nobody? I absolutely refuse. Chapter 13. The Qin family's scheme. Within the opulent Qin residence, dozens of key relatives had gathered. Among them stood a tall, stunning woman in a blue chiffon dress, who appeared like a crane among chickens. This woman was Shen Qianjiao, the esteemed daughter of the Qin family, renowned alongside Su Mubin. Jiajiao, do not fret. How could the Qin family possibly marry you off to a nameless nobody? Shen Qianjiao's father, Shun Lang, stepped forward and said, This marriage was arranged by your grandfather long ago. Now that he has passed, it is no longer binding. A relative chimed in, Indeed, we, the Qin family, cannot recognize this union. Another relative added, Jiajiao is the most beautiful and exceptional woman in the Qin family. She must marry into one of the top families in Jiangbei province. With a stroke of luck, she could even marry into a top family in Jiangnan province. Mother, please say something. Jia Jiao cannot marry that nameless Qin Feng. Shen Lang implored, turning to the elderly matriarch seated at the head of the table. The old woman, named Mei Fong, was the widow of Shen Chongyi, the former patriarch who had passed away years prior. Under her guidance, the prestigious Shen family maintained a reputation of integrity and influence. As the Shen family, we cannot tarnish our name. Shen Qianjiao cannot marry Qin Feng, Mei Fong stated, her voice steady and commanding. The family members frowned in concern. Shen Qianjiao directly opposed, Grandmother, I refuse to marry Qin Feng. I am Shen Qianjiao, a highborn lady of noble status. If I must marry a nameless nobody, I would rather die. Shen Lang furrowed his brow. Mother, please reconsider. We cannot push Jia Jiao into a fire pit by marrying her to Qin Feng. Mei Fong slammed her hand on the table, declaring, What are you all panicking for? I have not finished speaking yet. The lavish villa fell silent. Mei Fong continued, The reputation of the Shen family must be preserved, and Shen Qianjiao cannot marry Qin Feng. Therefore, we must find a Shen family woman to take her place in marrying him. The members of the Shen family suddenly understood. What a brilliant plan. This substitution was truly ingenious. In the next moment, they unanimously turned their gazes to Shen Rui, who was dressed in servant's clothing, diligently cleaning. Shen Rui, when Qin Feng comes to propose, you shall marry him, Mei Fong stated coldly. Shen Rui was taken aback, her broom dropping to the ground. Shen Qianjiao scolded, Can you not clean properly? Your work is utterly careless. The Shen family should never have taken you and your mother in. Shen Rui gripped her clothes tightly, tears glistening in her clear, watery eyes. In truth, she was the daughter of Shen Shuwen, a legitimate child of the Shen family, while the lofty Shen Qianjiao was her cousin. However, since Shen Shuwen and her mother, Tang Xiaohua, had fallen in love against the family's wishes, the Shen family had vehemently opposed their union. Afterward, when Tang Xiaohua became pregnant with Shen Rui, Shen Shuan severed ties with the family, leading a life of hardship with Tang Xiaohua to raise Shen Rui. Grandmother, I have not yet considered marriage. Shen Rui, accustomed to being obedient and submissive within the Shen family, hesitated before expressing her thoughts. Smack! Mei Fong struck the table, reprimanding, I command you to marry Qin Feng, not to negotiate. If you refuse, both you and your mother will be expelled from the Shen family. Tears streamed down Shen Rui's cheeks uncontrollably. Her mother was ill and bedridden, and if the Shen family cast them out, she truly did not know what to do. Grandmother, Qin Feng is here, the butler announced hurriedly as he entered the villa. The Shen family members quickly took their seats, managing their expressions to avoid any slip-ups. Shen Qianjiao glared at Shen Rui, scolding, Stop crying. Will you? Who are you trying to fool? You, a bastard child, are well suited for that nameless Qin Feng. Be grateful if you can marry him. If you mess up, you and that sickly woman will be thrown out of the Shen family. Shen Rui wiped her tears, her gaze vacant.
Moments later.
Qin Feng strode into the Shen residence with purpose. Having endured 2 previous engagements that fell through, he had gained a deeper understanding of the societal dynamics at play. He recognized that the majority of individuals outside were hypocritical and enamored with superficiality. Thus he approached the Shen family fully prepared for the possibility of being rejected once more. Are you Qin Feng? Lady Shen scrutinized him from head to toe, disdain flickering in her aged eyes. The members of the Shen family also regarded Qin Feng, shaking their heads as they noted his shabby attire. I am Qin Feng, he declared, here to honor the betrothal arranged by my master many years ago. Qin Feng spoke with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Very well, your fiancée is there. You may take her at any time. The matriarch of the Shen family, exuding an air of authority, declared, once Shen Rui steps beyond this threshold, she will belong to the Qin family, severing all ties with the Shen clan. Furthermore, the engagement arranged by your master with the Shen family shall also be considered fulfilled, and you will have no further association with us. Do you comprehend this clearly? Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Shen family would so readily acquiesce to the marriage proposal. He turned his gaze toward the woman beside him, who was bowing her head, her hands grasping the hem of her garment, her tall figure trembling slightly. She seemed familiar. At that moment, Shen Rui lifted her head, curious to glimpse the visage of her future husband. Upon their eyes meeting, both were struck with astonishment. You! It cannot be. You! Shenrui recognized Qin Feng at once, her shock palpable. Was this not the master of the illustrious Shanshui manor in Jiangqing? How could such a mysterious magnate be destined to be her husband? Why did the Qin family refer to Qin Feng as an obscure individual? Why had they rejected this union? Was the Qin family out of their minds? Shenrui pondered endlessly, unable to comprehend. You are my fiancée? She stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. She could never bring herself to utter a falsehood, for her conscience would not allow it. Shenrui, have you lost your voice? The matriarch of the Qin family intoned with authority. Shenrui trembled, her expression fraught with conflict, yet ultimately steeled herself to reveal the truth. I am sorry, Mr. Qin, but I am not your fiancée. It is my cousin, Shun Qianjiao, who is your intended. Chapter 14. I marry you, boom. Shenrui's words detonated like thunder within the Qin household. Shenrui, what nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly you who was betrothed to Qin Feng. Why do you cast this upon me? Shun Qianjiao retorted, her chest heaving with indignation. Shun Lang added, Shenrui, I never imagined you to be such a vain woman. Is it because you perceive Qin Feng as ordinary, lacking in status or background, that you disdain him, refusing to wed him, even fabricating lies that it was not you engaged to him? You have truly disappointed the Qin family. Relatives of the Qin family exclaimed, Shenrui, we can all attest that it was the Qin family that arranged your betrothal to Qin Feng. You must leave the Qin family with him. You, a mere illegitimate daughter, and he, an unknown individual, are a match made in heaven. Strive to live well together, and do not return to trouble the Qin family. Qin Feng furrowed his brows slightly, harboring a lingering sense of unease regarding the Qin family. Mei Feng struck the table and declared, Enough. The marriage is settled. Qin Feng, you may take Shenrui and leave. As for when you choose to marry and hold your banquet, that is entirely up to you. Our Qin family will not interfere. Shenrui, witnessing the vile countenance of her family, felt an overwhelming chill in her heart. She approached Qin Feng and spoke, Mr. Qin, many years ago, the late Master Qin arranged a marriage pact with your mentor. The Qin family, disdainful of your humble origins, sought to annul the engagement and compelled me to take Qin Qianjiao's place as your bride. I extend my sincerest apologies for the vanity and callousness exhibited by my family. Mr. Qin, should you hold me in regard, I too am a legitimate scion of the Qin family, and I am willing to become your wife. Upon discovering the truth, Qin Feng felt a surge of irritation. If the Qin family deemed him unworthy, they could have simply declined the marriage proposal, much like the Su and Zhou families. Qin Feng would not have clung to the Qin family. Instead, the Qin family resorted to a deceitful ruse akin to exchanging a cat for a prince, which left him with a sense of revulsion. Now, gazing at the delicate and enchanting Shenrui, whose beauty, figure, and inner character surpassed that of Qin Qianjiao, he could not help but be captivated. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng gently took Shenrui's hand and declared, Very well, I shall marry you. Shenrui trembled slightly, raising her gaze to meet Qin Feng's earnest eyes. She realized that he was not only tall and handsome but also the master of the picturesque Shanshui manor. What merit did she possess to be wed to such an extraordinary man? Since you both consent to this union, it is imperative that you promptly depart from the Qin household, severing all ties henceforth, spoke the matriarch of the Qin family with a cold tone. Years ago, my master bestowed upon the Qin family a rare xianin flower, and I intend to take it with me. Qin Feng turned to Mei Feng and said, I am willing to purchase the xianin flower. Please name your price. Qin Feng insisted. Qin Qianjiao looked at Qin Feng with disdain and remarked, You, a nameless nobody, what wealth could you possibly possess? Since you have successfully betrothed yourself to Shenrui, it would be best for both of you to swiftly depart from the Qin family and not linger here any longer. Qin Feng, with indifference, cast a glance at Qin Qianjiao and addressed Mei Feng, saying, The xianin flower holds great significance for me. What is your price, Madame Qin? Mei Feng furrowed her brow and replied, The Qin family bestowed the xianin flower upon Zhao Hu, the leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, a few years ago. You might as well seek him for it. Upon learning that the xianin flower was no longer in the possession of the Qin family, Qin Feng departed with Shenrui, As they approached the entrance of the villa, Shen Rui suddenly halted, hesitatingly uttering, "Qin, Mr. Qin. I have something to discuss with you." Qin Feng gazed at Shen Rui with gentle eyes and said, "Since we have already pledged to marry, we are now bound as husband and wife. Feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for formality." Shen Rui took a deep breath. Summoning her courage to respond, "I apologize, Mr. Qin, for neglecting to inform you about my mother's condition prior to our engagement. She is currently gravely ill and confined to her bed. If you wish to marry me, I must insist on having my mother by my side. Mr. Qin, should you have a change of heart, we may annul our engagement at this very moment, and I shall bear no resentment towards you." Qin Feng not only showed no inclination to call off the engagement, but rather found himself admiring Shen Rui, a woman of profound loyalty and commitment. The Shen family was instantly agitated. Shen Chenjiao spoke up, "Qin Feng, I warn you, if you decide to break off your engagement with Shen Rui, then the marriage arrangement with the Shen family will be considered null and void. Do not think you can cling to me afterward. I shall never look upon you with favor." Shun Lang added, "Take that frail wretch with you and do not ever show your faces before the Shen family again." A relative of the Shen family interjected, "Whether you marry or choose to annul the engagement is a matter solely between the two of you. It has nothing to do with the Shen family. If you must make a decision, do so elsewhere. Go wherever your hearts may lead. In short, from this moment forth, you shall have no ties whatsoever with the Shen family." As Shen Rui gazed upon the cruel and unfeeling expressions of her family, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "Where is your mother?" Qin Feng inquired. "She is in the servants' quarters," came the reply. "Lead the way." The two departed from the luxurious villa. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng emerged from the Shen residence, bearing a pallid and ailing woman upon his back, while behind him followed Shen Rui, her eyes brimming with tears of joy and gratitude. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng would not only overlook her bedridden mother's condition, but would also unhesitatingly carry her away from the callous and cruel confines of the Shen household. Outside the Shen estate, a luxurious Maybach awaited. He Yu, clad in an OL uniform and black stockings, her figure tall and alluring, stood elegantly beside the vehicle, her legs perfectly aligned. "Mr. Qin," she exclaimed, and upon seeing Qin Feng, she promptly approached him in her high heels. "Please open the door." Qin Feng spoke. Once all four had boarded the vehicle, He Yu started the engine and departed from the Shen residence. Half an hour later, the car entered the Shanshui Manor. Qin Feng instructed He Yu to arrange accommodation for Shen Rui and her mother. From the moment they departed from the gates of the Shen family, the mother and daughter felt as if they were ensconced in a dream, perpetually anxious, fearing that a single misstep might shatter this beautiful reverie. "Mr. Qin, may I come in?" Shen Rui inquired, her cheeks flushed as she knocked gently on Qin Feng's door after ensuring her mother was settled. "Come in," came the reply. Pushing the door open, Shen Rui entered the room cautiously, closing the door behind her. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. With a determined resolve, she bit her lip and began to disrobe. Subsequently, she stepped forward, her long legs carrying her toward the bathroom, one step at a time. Chapter 15. The master's intentions. Qin Feng was reclining in the bathtub, enveloped in a soothing bath. His spirits were elevated. After descending the mountain for so many days, he had finally fulfilled a marriage contract. He distinctly recalled the solemn admonition of his fairy master before his descent, urging him to complete all marriage agreements. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open. Qin Feng beheld Shen Rui as she entered, her voice resonating like a melodious spring. "Mr. Qin, is there anything I can assist you with?" Qin Feng, with a contemplative expression, beckoned. "Come here." Shen Rui, feeling bashful, approached Qin Feng, somewhat at a loss, and ultimately chose to close her eyes. Qin Feng suddenly grasped Shen Rui's arm. "Mr. Qin, why is your body so warm? Are you unwell? Should we go to the hospital?" Shen Rui exclaimed in astonishment. A change swept over Qin Feng's expression as he commanded, "Do not move." Upon uttering these words, he closed his eyes and remained still, reclining in the bathtub as though he had succumbed to slumber. Shen Rui, too, dared not utter a sound and patiently awaited the unfolding events. As moments ticked by, she observed the intense warmth emanating from Qin Feng dissipate, and his once fiery complexion gradually returned to its natural hue. So it was, suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes, lost in thought. Rui, from now on, do not address me as Mr. Qin. It feels too formal. Just call me Qin Feng. Rui lowered her head shyly, her lips moving as if to speak, yet she hesitated to utter Qin Feng's full name. After all, Qin Feng was the esteemed master of the Mountain Water Manor, while she, Rui, was merely a discarded, illegitimate daughter of the Qin family, unworthy of directly addressing him by his given name. Perhaps I should call you master then? Rui glanced up at Qin Feng, tentatively inquiring. If that is how you prefer to address me, it is perfectly acceptable, Qin Feng replied without concern. Master, shall we proceed with the next matter? Rui stole another glance at Qin Feng, her shyness evident. Qin Feng spoke. I comprehend your intentions. You wish to offer yourself in gratitude. Like a startled little rabbit, Rui dashed away. Shortly thereafter, Qin Feng emerged from the bathroom, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and proceeded to call you. After concluding the call, Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, pondering the encounter with Rui. When he made contact with her, an unexpected surge of pure yin energy emanated from Rui, which astonishingly fused with the pure yang energy within him, transforming into pristine spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian. It appears that what my master said about the remedy for fire poison holds true and is remarkably effective. It not only alleviates the fire poison but also accelerates cultivation. However, pure yin bodies are exceedingly rare, and it is indeed fortuitous that Rui possesses such a constitution. I wonder if the other women my master has betrothed me to are also pure yin bodies? Qin Feng was lost in thought when a knock on the door interrupted him. In walked Su Bing, adorned in a long dress of blue and white, reminiscent of a mermaid from the ocean. Mr. Qin, did you call for me? She inquired. Could you assist me in investigating this stone tablet? Qin Feng opened the wooden box given to him by Lu Mingyue and retrieved the square stone tablet within. As Lu Mingyue had recounted, when she first discovered Qin Feng, this was the sole item he possessed, serving as the only clue in his quest to uncover his origins. Su Bing took the stone tablet, captured several photographs, and then returned it to Qin Feng, assuring him, Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I shall employ all my connections to investigate the information pertaining to the stone tablet. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging the effort. Su Bing replied, Mr. Qin, please do not stand on ceremony with me. If you have any requests, feel free to express them. By the way, Mr. Qin, my grandfather's health has declined again. I wonder if you could take another look at him? Rest assured, your grandfather's ailment cannot be resolved with just one acupuncture session. After 5 or 6 more treatments, he will be on the road to recovery. Please step outside for a moment. Once I have rested, I will accompany you to the Su family. Thank you, Mr. Qin. As Su Bing reached the door, she paused and could not help but say, Mr. Qin, I heard that you have successfully become engaged to Rui of the Qin family. Is that a problem? Qin Feng's expression remained indifferent. No, I shall take my leave now. Su Bing felt a pang of regret and discomfort. Had she not initially rejected Qin Feng, she might have been the first to marry him. Yet now, a daughter of the Qin family, a mere illegitimate child, had secured his engagement first. Contemplating this, Su Bing felt a mix of helplessness and envy towards Rui. Grandfather, Qin Feng has gone mad. He actually struck Du Bing, the heir of the prominent Du family, and forced him to bark like a dog. The relatives of the Zhou family were present and, upon learning of Qin Feng's actions, they were left in shock and disbelief. Tong, what did you say?
Qin Feng hit Du Bing.
And made him bark like a dog? Surely, you jest? Liang Meili exclaimed with a sharp voice. Zhou Exantong responded, Dad, Mom, I am not joking. I speak the truth. Grandfather asked me to marry Qin Feng, so I attempted to give him a chance. This morning, I specifically invited him to participate in archery. The archery event was organized by Du Bing. Upon arrival, Du Bing offered to teach Qin Feng, but Qin Feng misinterpreted his goodwill as an insult and immediately attacked him, even forcing Du Bing to bark 3 times. Du Bing was furious and vowed to make Qin Feng pay, threatening not to let the Zhou family off the hook. Grandfather, do you now understand what kind of person Qin Feng is? Do you still wish to force me to marry him? He is nothing but a troublemaker. If he remains in the Zhou family, we will inevitably face ruin. Chapter 16. If only we had arrived earlier to meet the divine healer. The Zhou family members were immediately agitated. Zhou Linghua remarked, "It was Qin Feng who struck Du Bing and made him bark like a dog. What does that have to do with the Zhou family? Why would Du Bing want to settle scores with us?"
Yu Haifeng angrily vetoed.
This Qin Feng is truly ignorant of his own limitations. A nameless nobody, he fails to act with humility and dares to stand against the heir of the Du family. It is nothing short of suicidal. Zhou Haokuan added, "Dad, Qin Feng is truly unworthy of Tong Tong. We must swiftly annul the engagement before the Du family retaliates against us and sever our ties with him." Zhou Wanshan's expression fluctuated. Faced with the formidable Du family, he dared not be negligent. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of breaking the engagement with Qin Feng over this incident. "Tong Tong, you will accompany me to the Du family immediately to apologize on behalf of Qin Feng and seek their forgiveness." After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wanshan made up his mind. Zhou Xiantong protested, "Why should I clean up after that arrogant little man? I refuse to apologize to the Du family. I cannot afford such humiliation." Zhou Wanshan asserted, "You are Qin Feng's fiancée. If you do not apologize, who will? Moreover, you were the one who invited Qin Feng to the shooting range. While Qin Feng may be ignorant, did you not know Du Bing's identity? Why did you not stop Qin Feng? Am I at fault here? Qin Feng was like a mad beast, attacking anyone in sight. How could I possibly restrain him?" Zhou Xiantong was infuriated. A relative of the Zhou family interjected, "Elder, this is clearly Qin Feng's fault, and it has nothing to do with Tong Tong. Our priority should be to expel Qin Feng rather than apologize to the Du family." Another relative chimed in, "Indeed, Qin Feng is the source of our troubles. Only by eliminating the root cause can the Zhou family find peace. Otherwise, even if we resolve this issue with the Du family, Qin Feng will inevitably offend other families such as the Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li families. Can we handle that?" The members of the Zhou family were filled with resentment towards Qin Feng and collectively expressed a desire to rid themselves of him. Zhou Wanshan thundered, "Silence! I stand by my word. The marriage between Qin Feng and Zhou Xiantong shall not be annulled. They will marry on the 8th of next month.
Yu Xintong,
come with me to the Du family." An hour later, Zhou Wanshan and Zhou Xiantong left the Du family with stern expressions. The good news was that the Du family would not pursue the matter with the Zhou family or Qin Feng. The bad news was that to placate the Du family's anger, Zhou Wanshan and Zhou Xiantong had to grovel, apologize, and present gifts, ultimately parting with 2 million in medical and emotional damages. "Grandfather, I cannot comprehend why you would take such measures. The Zhou family's reputation has been tarnished." Zhou Xiantong seethed with frustration after leaving the Du family. What merit does Qin Feng possess that warrants such protection from the Zhou family? "Grandfather, please come to your senses and annul my engagement to him. I shall never look upon him favorably." Zhou Wanshan, aware of Zhou Xiantong's grievances, consoled her, "Calm down, Tong Tong. This matter has passed. Now accompany me to the Su family." Zhou Xiantong's eyes brightened. "Grandfather, are you taking me to the Su family to discuss a collaboration? Do you see potential in me to become the next head of the Zhou family?" Zhou Wanshan paused for a moment before chuckling, "Tong Tong, should you wish to become the head, you must secure the collaboration with the Wanha group through your own merits. I cannot assist you. I am visiting the Su family to seek a person. The divine healer, Li, mentioned that this individual cured Su Tianlong's illness. Perhaps locating this person will lead to a remedy for my own ailment." The two arrived at the Su family estate just as Su Mubing and Qin Feng were entering the front gate. "Grandfather, look, is that Su Mubing?" Zhou Xiantong exclaimed, spotting her graceful silhouette. Zhou Wanshan nodded. "It appears to be Su Mubing. If only we had arrived half a minute earlier, we could have encountered her. A conversation with her could pave the way for collaboration between the Zhou family and the Wanha group." Zhou Xiantong shared the same sentiment, regretting their tardiness and wishing she had driven faster. "Oh, there is a man accompanying Su Mubing? His silhouette seems somewhat familiar." Zhou Wanshan soon recognized Qin Feng. Zhou Xiantong's expression shifted in shock. "It looks like Qin Feng." Zhou Wanshan's voice rose. "Now that you mention it, it does resemble Qin Feng. What is he doing at the Su family? And why is he with Su Mubing?" The grandfather and granddaughter were left in utter astonishment. By the time they attempted to get a clearer view of the man, Su Mubing and Qin Feng had already vanished around the corner. Old Master Zhou, what brings you here today? At that moment, the Su family steward, Wang Bin, emerged. Zhou Wanshan collected his scattered thoughts and clasped his hands in greeting. Steward Wang, I apologize for the intrusion. I am here to inquire about someone from Old Master Su. Zhou Wanshan's eyes brightened as he surmised that the divine healer who treated Su Tianlong was likely the person he sought. Steward Wang, may I be so bold as to ask the name of this divine healer? Wang Bin furrowed his brow slightly, responding, I do not know, but you should have seen the divine healer. He just entered with Miss Su. Zhou Wanshan and Zhou Xintong exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. It turned out that the man who had just accompanied Su Mubin was a divine physician. The two realized they had misjudged the situation, mistaking each other for Qin Feng. Simultaneously, Zhou Wanshan felt a pang of regret. Had he arrived a tad earlier, he might have encountered that esteemed healer. You should leave quickly. Do not linger at the Su residence. The identity of that divine physician is exceedingly prestigious, and it is a privilege for the Su family to have him attend to Old Master Su. The Zhou family should not harbor any hopes of inviting that illustrious physician, Wang Bin remarked before shutting the gates of the estate. Alas, what a pity! Zhou Xintong was lost in thought, her mind preoccupied with the memory of the divine physician's silhouette. She pondered her misfortune. If only she had arrived a little earlier, she could have beheld the physician's grandeur. Perhaps he might have taken a liking to her, and then her fortunes would have soared. Half an hour later, Qin Feng removed the silver needles from Su Tianlong's body. As Su Tianlong sat up, he felt invigorated. The hidden ailments and internal injuries within him had improved, and he even sensed a rejuvenation of several years. Mr. Qin, though still in his youth, possessed extraordinary medical skills and remarkable martial prowess. A true prodigy. Su Tianlong expressed his admiration, experiencing a complete transformation in his attitude towards Qin Feng. Meanwhile, Li Shihai, who had been observing Qin Feng's needle technique, suddenly knelt down, bowing his head in reverence and proclaiming, Master, please allow your disciple to pay respects. Chapter 17. The temptation of Su Mubin. Su Tianlong and Su Mubin were taken aback by this spectacle. Li Shihai, the foremost physician in Jiangqing, was kneeling before a young man in his 20s to pay homage. If the people of Jiangqing were to witness this, it would undoubtedly be a sensational revelation. Please rise. Your medical talent is rather lacking, and I cannot accept you as my disciple. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. This statement left Su Tianlong and Su Mubin in a state of shock once more. How could Qin Feng claim that Li Shihai's medical aptitude was inadequate when he had already achieved the status of Jiangqing's premier physician? Yet, Li Shihai displayed no signs of indignation. Having witnessed Qin Feng employing the ancient divine needle to treat Su Tianlong, a technique long thought lost and revered as the finest in the Dragon Nation, he understood that the requirements for mastering such a method were exceedingly high. The mere fact that Qin Feng could perform it was a testament to his unparalleled talent in medicine. A rarity indeed. Thus, when Qin Feng remarked on Li Shihai's lack of talent, Li Shihai dared not dispute it. Qin, the divine physician, I am willing to begin my journey as your apprentice from one of your medical acolytes. I implore you to accept me, Li Shihai insisted, remaining kneeling. Su Tianlong and Su Mubin were rendered speechless by the sight of Jiangqing's foremost physician humbling himself to become an acolyte. Let us discuss this later, Qin Feng replied coolly. Li Shihai, feeling exhilarated, quickly rose and took his leave. Being a perceptive individual, he recognized that Qin Feng's lack of a direct refusal indicated potential acceptance. Thus, the wisest course of action was to depart rather than press further, as that would only yield contrary results. Old Master Su, I wish to inquire about a particular item, Qin Feng said once Li Shihai had departed. Su Tianlong smiled and replied, Mr. Qin, whatever you require, please do not hesitate to ask. The Su family will gladly oblige. Did my master not present the Su family with a xian flower years ago? Qin Feng nodded. Mr. Qin, please hold on for a moment.
Su Tianlong exchanged a glance with Su Mubin.
Qin Feng took the jade box, inside of which lay a xian flower, measuring 20 centimeters in length, its entire form a pristine white. The blossoms resembled lotus flowers, emanating waves of chilling aura. I shall take the Xianyin flower with me and return in a few days to administer acupuncture to old Master Su. Qin Feng took the jade box and departed.
Su Tianlong quickly signaled to Su Mubilng.
Su Mubling spoke, Mr. Qin. You have worked hard in treating my grandfather's illness. Why not take a moment to enjoy a cup of tea and rest before you leave? It would be beneficial. Qin Feng cast a contemplative glance at Su Mubing. The two ascended the stairs and arrived at a tea room. Su Mubing entered the changing room, and a few minutes later emerged clad in a delicate, pale green shirt. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon Su Mubing, as the enchanting scenery beneath the sheer fabric was tantalizingly revealed and concealed. Qin Feng cast a seemingly casual glance, then averted his gaze. Mr. Qin, my daughter has embarrassed herself, Su Mubin remarked as she knelt before Qin Feng on the mat. Her enchanting eyes shimmered like autumn waves, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. With her slender, fair hands, she gently caressed the tea utensils, transforming the art of tea into a captivating performance that resonated deeply with the soul. Qin Feng gazed in a trance. Su Mubin, with her every frown and smile, resembled a celestial being descended to earth. With each graceful movement, her delicate green blouse fluttered, elegantly adhering to her form, exuding an enchanting allure. Mr. Qin, please enjoy some tea. Unbeknownst to him, Su Mubin had brewed the tea and presented it before Qin Feng. Suddenly, Su Mubin let out a piercing scream. With a cup of tea in one hand, Qin Feng forcefully drew Su Mubing into his embrace with the other. Mr. Qin, what do you intend to do? Su Mubing's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her expression a blend of anticipation and anxiety. The reason she had chosen to remain with Qin Feng was to deepen their connection, aspiring to align herself with this martial arts master. Yet, Su Mubing had not anticipated Qin Feng's bold and unrestrained approach. Was he truly going to address the matter so directly? Can I simply do as I wish? Qin Feng gazed intently at Su Mubing, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This young lady is not a woman of frivolity. Unless Mr. Qin is willing to marry me, I shall submit to your desires. Fine tea indeed. Qin Feng finished his tea and rose to depart. She believed that with a mere display of her beauty, she could captivate him entirely. Yet, to her astonishment, Qin Feng simply walked away. Upon returning to the Mountain Water Manor, he hastily consumed the Xianyin flower. Ever since leaving the Su family, he had felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, as if the poison within was on the verge of eruption. The Xianyin flower, akin to a snowflake sculpted from ice, melted upon contact, releasing a wave of chilling energy that gradually soothed Qin Feng's fevered body. An hour later, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He retracted the 9 yang true scripture, and his eyes regained their clarity. The speed at which the Qilin kidney emitted pure yang energy was astonishing. Especially in the presence of women, the pure yang energy would surge forth, threatening to unleash the repressed poison at any moment. A true torment. It appeared that Su Mubing was also of the pure yin constitution. It seems that my master has been seeking a fiancée who embodies the same purity. Qin Feng murmured to himself. The reason he lingered at the Su residence to sip tea was to assess Su Mubing's constitution. However, he nearly found himself ensnared in the gentle embrace of her charm. Early the next morning, Qin Feng and He Yu visited the Wanhe group. After a brief tour of the company, Qin Feng found it quite satisfactory. Mr. Qin, Wanhe Group is a multifaceted commercial conglomerate, engaging in over 20 industries, including real estate, catering, entertainment, film and television, design, cosmetics, and foreign trade. He Yu, clad in a professional attire and adorned with a pair of black-framed, lensless glasses, exuded an air of mature sensuality characteristic of a career woman. As she followed closely behind Qin Feng, she provided insights into the company's operations. The employees who encountered the duo were taken aback, speculating about Qin Feng's identity, particularly as the group's president trailed in his wake. I lack an understanding of business and possess no interest in it. I shall entrust everything to your capable management, for I have faith in your abilities. Qin Feng gently patted He Yu's shoulder. He Yu replied earnestly, Mr. Qin, rest assured, I will manage the Wanhe Group meticulously and ensure its flourishing success. Very well, you may carry on with your tasks. I shall take a leisurely stroll before departing. Qin Feng descended to the lower floor, exiting the corporate edifice. Qin Feng? What brings you here? Are you still following me? Chapter 18. Negotiating cooperation with Wanhe Group. As Qin Feng stepped out of the Wanhe Group, he unexpectedly encountered Zhou Xintong and her companions. Zhou Xintong wore a frosty expression, her beautiful eyes brimming with disdain, mistakenly believing that Qin Feng had followed her to the Wanhe Group. Alongside Zhou Xintong was Bai Qingqing. Each woman was accompanied by a man whom Qin Feng recognized as Du Bing and Huang Cheng. You truly are an inescapable nuisance, aren't you? Bai Qingqing exclaimed, glaring at Qin Feng. My dear Tong Tong has told you countless times that she has no interest in you. There is no possibility of marriage between you two in this lifetime. Why are you so shameless, persistently pursuing her? Du Bing, upon seeing Qin Feng, felt an intense surge of animosity, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, considering Qin Feng's prowess, he dared not confront him physically. Do not misinterpret my presence. I am not following Zhou Xintong. I merely happened to pass by. Qin Feng replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Bai Qingqing scoffed at Qin Feng's words, her expression rife with contempt. Ha! Do you take us for fools? The only building in this vicinity is the Wanhe Group's edifice. What a coincidence that you just happened to stroll by here. Please do not tell me you are here for a job. This is a new conglomerate backed by the Su family. Even the security personnel here are graduates from prestigious universities. A nameless individual like you could never gain entry into such an establishment. Qin Feng, indifferent to the crowd, strode away with purpose. Suddenly, Zhou Xintong stepped in front of him, catching him off guard as he collided with her, feeling the softness and resilience against his chest. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Unable to handle a gentle approach, you resort to force? How dare you take advantage of Tong Tong in public? I will call the police and have you arrested, you scoundrel. Bai Qingqing, witnessing their unexpected encounter, felt a surge of indignation on Zhou Xintong's behalf. She took out her phone, poised to report the incident, but was halted by Zhou Xintong. King, I am fine. It was my sudden step that intended to block Qin Feng. He simply didn't notice and bumped into me. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Zhou Xintong to speak on his behalf. After she finished explaining, she glared at Qin Feng with extreme disdain and said, Do you not watch where you are going? Did you not realize you bumped into me? What sins did I commit in my past life to be condemned to know someone as insignificant as you in this one? If it were not for my grandfather and me visiting the Du family yesterday to offer our apologies, and my grandfather having to part with 2 million in medical and emotional damages, do you truly believe the Du family would have let you off so easily? Would you still be able to wander around here unscathed? Zhou Xintong vented all her pent-up frustration. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, not expecting that old Master Zhou would personally visit the Du family to apologize and offer 2 million. Qin Feng strode up to Du Bin. With his arms crossed and his legs shaking, Du Bin appeared nonchalant, mistakenly believing that Qin Feng had come to offer an apology. Kid, it's too late for you to apologize. I shall not forgive you. Although the Du family has promised old Master Su not to take action against you, Du Bin, will not rest until I settle this score. Just wait. Before Du Bin could finish his threatening words, Qin Feng interjected. Did your family receive 2 million from old Master Su? Are you seriously concerned about that? Just wait. Soon you will face dire consequences, Du Bin spat back. You've come to Wanhe Group to discuss cooperation? Qin Feng replied, diverting the conversation. What I do is none of your business. Are you going to apologize or not? I have no time to waste with you. If you do not apologize now, you will lose your chance forever. Be cautious. I can see a dark omen looming over you. Today you are destined for calamity. Qin Feng uttered a few words and strode away. Du Bin, infuriated, shouted, What nonsense are you spouting? If you have the guts, don't run. You are destined for calamity, and your entire family will share your fate. Bai Qingqing quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Du Shao, do not let it anger you. Why bother with a nameless nobody? It is akin to stepping in dog excrement. One cannot argue with a dog, for that would only diminish our stature. Huang Cheng concurred. Qingqing is right. That Qin Feng is nothing but a petty buffoon, deliberately prancing about to seek attention. From now on, Let us simply ignore him and allow him to flounder in his antics. Du Bin, seething with resentment, retorted, You wait, you little brat. I will make you pay dearly. Zhou Xintong sighed. Let us proceed inside. We must not allow one Qin Feng to derail our important matters today. The four made their way to the CEO's office. He Yu was engrossed in her work, exuding an air of maturity and cool detachment. She merely glanced at the four before returning to her tasks. The group dared not speak, quietly seated in the reception area, awaiting her attention. After a brief interlude, He Yu rose and joined them in the reception area, taking a seat on the sofa, her pencil skirt revealing a pair of alluring long legs clad in black stockings, captivating the gazes of Du Bin and Huang Cheng. What are you staring at? He Yu coldly shot a glance at Huang Cheng. He, lost in admiration of her legs, instinctively remarked, Your legs are truly beautiful, General Manager He. Get out, she thundered, slamming her hand on the table. The room fell silent, startled by her outburst.
Du Bin,
sitting upright, quickly diverted his gaze, his heart racing with trepidation. Leave, He Yu interrupted Huang Cheng, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the gentle compliance she had shown Qin Feng. Huang Cheng left, crestfallen. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Zhou Xintong and the others were too frightened to speak, treading cautiously. My time is precious. Each of you has 1 minute, He Yu stated coldly. Du Bin was the first to speak. General Manager He, I am Du Bin, the eldest son of the Du family. We recently reached an agreement with your esteemed company regarding a clothing trade collaboration, and I am here to sign the contract today. These two are my friends. They also wish to collaborate with Wanha Group. I kindly ask you to consider them in light of the Du family's reputation. He Yu regarded Du Bin coolly. We will discuss the Du family's matters later. You two please be quick. Zhou Xintong cleared her throat and spoke. General Manager He, I am Zhou Xintong from the Zhou family, which primarily operates in the restaurant industry. We possess extensive resources and a mature operational model, and we hope to collaborate with Wanha Group in the culinary sector. I earnestly request your consideration. He Yu cast a complex glance at Zhou Xintong. She was aware that Zhou Xintong was Qin Feng's fiancée, yet this woman foolishly intended to breach their engagement. Zhou Xintong quickly took her leave. After waiting outside for a moment, Bai Qingqing emerged, prompting Zhou Xintong to inquire, Qingqing, how did your discussion go? Bai Qingqing shook her head. General Manager He is not interested in the Bai family's medical industry and outright rejected the collaboration. Chapter 19. Termination of collaboration with the Du family. Bai Qingqing gazed at Zhou Xintong with envy, saying, It must be that Du Xiao has already made arrangements with General Manager He on your behalf. Your Zhou family's collaboration with Wanha Group is promising. Zhou Xintong exclaimed with excitement. Really? If I can secure a deal with Wanha Group, I will become the new head of the Zhou family, and then I can annul my engagement with Qin Feng. Bai Qingqing reassured her, Fear not, Xintong. Did you not notice how General Manager He intentionally spoke with us first, leaving Du Xiao for last? He must be discussing your family's collaboration with her now. I truly envy you, Xintong. I once pursued Du Xiao, but he did not regard me. You are fortunate indeed. Only yesterday you met him, and today he is leveraging his connections for your benefit. Perhaps you should consider being with Du Xiao. He is 100 times better than Qin Feng. In He Yu's office, Du Bin wore a broad smile, asking General Manager, When shall we sign the contract? He Yu, her expression icy, replied, Transfer 2 million to me first. What?
Du Bin queried, perplexed.
Transfer 2 million. I will send you the account number. Please do it now, He Yu insisted with a serious demeanor. Moments later, Du Bin set his phone down, stating, General Manager, I have transferred the 2 million. Please confirm receipt. He Yu glanced at the bank information and coolly responded, You may leave now. What? No contract signing? Du Bin was utterly bewildered by He Yu's actions. If you do not leave, I will summon someone to have you removed, she warned, her expression frosty. Du Bin exited Wanha Group in a daze, utterly confused by He Yu's inexplicable behavior. Du Xiao, you are out. What did General Manager He discuss with you? Why did it take so long? Bai Qingqing rushed to him, eager for answers. Du Bin frowned. I have no idea what we discussed. How can you not know? Is there some business secret you refuse to share with us? Bai Qingqing probed. Zhou Xintong, suppressing her excitement, asked, Du Xiao, Did General Manager He mention any collaboration with the Zhou family? Believing the deal was secured, she was overjoyed. Thank you, Du Xiao. It is almost mealtime. I will treat you to dinner. Maybe next time. I have matters to attend to at home, Du Bin replied, his mind still preoccupied with He-Yu's puzzling behavior, leaving him feeling uneasy. The three parted ways outside Wanha Group, each heading their separate paths. He-Yu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, watching the trio depart, before taking out her phone to call Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, the 2 million from Du Bin has been transferred. Qin Feng remarked, you should convert it into cash and have someone deliver it to the Zhou family. Despite the Zhou family's disdain and exclusion towards Qin Feng, Zhou Wanshan had always treated him with kindness, and Qin Feng was unwilling to owe him a debt of gratitude. Du Bin, surveying the room filled with relatives, awkwardly stated, Dad, the contract hasn't been signed. What? How could the contract not be signed? Didn't you go to Wanha Group? Du Chunggong furrowed his brow in inquiry. I did, but President He was rather peculiar. First, she asked me to transfer 2 million, then told me to leave, Du Bin explained. Dad, during your previous negotiations, didn't you promise to pay Wanha Group a 2 million advance? Absolutely not. At that moment, Du Chunggong's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly answered with a forced smile. President He, I heard from Du Bin that you haven't signed the contract today? He-Yu's voice was icy. The partnership between Wanha Group and the Du family has been cancelled. Boom! Du Chunggong felt as if struck by lightning, anxiously asking, why, President He? Was it because the price offered by the Du family was too high? The price is negotiable. You truly have a remarkable son. He came into my office and commented on how long, dark, and attractive my legs are. With a sharp click, He-Yu ended the call. Her refusal to cooperate with the Du family was, of course, a directive from Qin Feng, and the comment about her legs was not uttered by Du Bin but rather by Huang Chung. He-Yu merely seized upon it as an excuse. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, a surge of anger coursed through Du Chunggong, and he raised his hand to slap Du Bin. Dad, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? Du Bin cried, clutching his reddened face, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The Du family members stood in shock. Wasn't tonight supposed to be a celebratory banquet for the father and son duo? Why were they quarreling? How dare you even question me? Are you not aware of your own actions? I could just kill you. Du Chunggong roared, lunging at Du Bin with fists and kicks. The Du family rushed to intervene, and by the time they managed to separate the two, Du Bin was bruised and bloodied. Suddenly, he recalled Qin Feng's ominous words about his impending misfortune, and it seemed to have come true. Du Chunggong, what madness has overtaken you? At that moment, the elder of the Du family, Du Chonghong, descended the stairs, his cane striking the floor in indignation at the chaotic scene unfolding in the hall. Du Chunggong collapsed onto the floor, his face pale as he declared, It's over. All our efforts over these past days have gone to waste. Just now, President He of Wanha Group called me and said the cooperation with the Du family has been cancelled. Boom! This news struck the Du family like a thunderclap, sending them into a frenzy. Brother, you must be joking. Didn't we finalize the agreement? The contract was to be signed today. How could the collaboration be suddenly cancelled? Surely Du Bin hasn't done something foolish? Some family members began to piece together the situation. Du Chunggong's earlier violent outburst towards Du Bin indicated that the cancellation of the partnership was undoubtedly linked to him. You wretched fool. It's one thing to play around with young models and date a few college girls, but how dare you set your sights on He-Yu? Have you lost your mind? Du Chunggong charged at Du Bin once more, swinging fists and feet. At the Zhou family residence, the relatives suddenly perked up. Tong Tong, are you serious? Does President He mean to cooperate with the Zhou family? Tong Tong had indeed accomplished a remarkable feat, securing a partnership with Wanha Group. A woman as beautiful, intelligent, and capable as Tong Tong deserved far better than to marry that nameless commoner, Qin Feng. Father, please think this through. Zhou Wanshan slammed his hand on the table. Everyone, calm down. President He merely mentioned that the Zhou family should await further news. Whether the cooperation will ultimately materialize remains uncertain, so why the excitement? At that moment, the Zhou family's steward rushed into the room, exclaiming, Master Su, great news! Wanha Group has sent 2 million in cash. Excellent. The 2 million from Wanha Group must be the advance for our partnership. Tong Tong has truly secured the collaboration. The Zhou family is on the verge of greatness, soon to ascend into the ranks of high society. Tong Tong is truly impressive, absolutely a phoenix among women. How could Qin Feng, that country bumpkin, ever be worthy of her? Father, you did say in front of everyone that whoever secured the partnership with Wanha Group would become the head of the family. Now that Tong Tong has succeeded, shouldn't you announce her as the new family head? Liang Meili exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Haoquan chimed in, well done, Tong Tong. The Zhou family is proud of you. Rest assured. Now that you have secured the collaboration with Wanha Group, your grandfather will no longer pressure you to marry Qin Feng. With your current capabilities, you could easily marry into a prominent family. Zhou Xintong, overwhelmed by the praise, glanced at Qin Feng, who stood aside, treated like an afterthought by the Zhou family. Her eyes filled with disdain as she coldly declared, Qin Feng, I am now the new head of the Zhou family, and grandfather can no longer meddle in my marital affairs. Very well, then I shall have no further ties with the Zhou family. Qin Feng readily agreed. He had long wished to call off the engagement with Zhou Xintong, but Zhou Wanshan had persistently intervened. Now that events had unfolded to this point, it was unlikely that Zhou Wanshan would continue to force their union. Xiao Qin, do not leave. Zhou Wanshan obstructed Qin Feng and then turned to the butler, inquiring, where are the representatives from Wanha Group? The butler replied, they placed the safe filled with cash at the entrance and departed. Did they not say anything? Nothing at all. Liang Meili interjected, Dad, this 2 million must be the advance payment from Wanha Group for the collaboration. Tong Tong has secured the deal. You must fulfill your promise and announce her as the new head of the family. Zhou Wanshan glared at Liang Meili, asserting with authority, have you ever witnessed a company providing an advance payment in cash? It is always conducted via online banking. Furthermore, the Zhou family is merely a small affluent clan in Jiangqing, and our catering business barely holds a mid-level standing. There are countless families with greater advantages than ours. What grounds does Wanha Group have to collaborate with the Zhou family? Zhou Haoquan remarked, Dad, you cannot belittle our family in such a manner. Wanha Group has come bearing 2 million. If Tong Tong had not secured the deal, why would they grant us this sum? Zhou Wanshan found himself momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. I know the reason, Zhou Xintong stated. The Zhou family members turned their curious gazes toward her, eagerly awaiting her explanation. Zhou Xintong continued, it was the eldest son of the Du family, Du Bin, who spoke favorably of me to General Manager He. Presumably, General Manager He agreed to collaborate with our Zhou family out of respect for the Du family. Liang Meili exclaimed excitedly, Tong Tong, does Du Bin have feelings for you? The Du family is a prominent house in Jiangqing. Why not marry Du Bin? It would be 100 or even 1,000 times better than marrying that nameless Qin Feng. Zhou Haoquan chuckled. Wonderful. Our Zhou family is beginning to turn the tide. Tong Tong has secured the collaboration with Wanha Group and has caught the eye of the eldest son of the Du family. We are destined for greatness. Father, you should let Qin Feng leave. Do not make a fool of yourself any longer, Zhou Haifeng urged. Qin Feng, why are you still standing here? Do you possess such thick skin? You and Tong Tong belong to different worlds. Cease your fantasies of a toad aspiring to eat swan meat and leave the Zhou family at once. Zhou Linghua scolded him. Old Master Zhou, I accept that my fate with Zhou Xintong is one of unfulfilled destiny. I bid you farewell. Qin Feng had long since desired to leave the Zhou family, and he turned away to depart. Mr. Qin, the 2 million has already been delivered to the Zhou residence. As Qin Feng stepped out of the Zhou family's gate, he received a call from He Yu. Have you collaborated with the Zhou family? He casually inquired. No, He Yu hesitated momentarily before continuing, Mr. Qin, I was just about to ask you. Zhou Xintong is your fiancée, and she is seeking collaboration with Wanha Group. Should I agree to her request? I have no ties with Zhou Xintong anymore. As for whether to cooperate with the Zhou family, you may decide that from a business perspective. I understand, He Yu replied. Given the Zhou family's capabilities, they certainly do not meet the standards for collaboration with Wanha Group. En route, he received another call, this time from Shin Rui. Whoa, Master. I am in trouble. Could you come over? Her voice trembled with tears over the line. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and said anxiously, "Send me the address." 15 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the Jianghe Real Estate Company. The establishment comprised 3 floors, and on the 3rd floor he found Shen Rui in an office. Surrounding her were 7 or 8 burly men clad in black, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves fixated on a vulnerable lamb, causing Shen Rui to tremble in fear. "Little beauty, will you pay or not? Our time is precious. If you cannot produce the funds, we shall deal with you here and subsequently sell you to a club to repay your debts." With a quivering voice, Shen Rui replied, Please don't act recklessly. My fiancé will arrive shortly. I have just taken over this company and was unaware of its considerable debts. Rest assured I will repay the money, but please grant me a little time to raise the funds." A bald brute reached out towards Shen Rui, exclaiming, "I have no patience to wait for you to borrow money. If you have no cash, then I shall." Ah! Before he could finish his sentence or grasp Shen Rui, a shadow suddenly darted forward, positioning itself before her and seizing the brute's wrist. With a sharp crack, the brute's wrist was broken, eliciting a cry of agony from him. The remaining men stared in astonishment at Qin Feng, utterly bewildered by the emergence of this young man. "Who the hell are you? How dare you interfere? Do you know who we associate with? You insolent fool, daring to injure black-skinned brother. You can forget about making a living in Jiang City. What are you still standing there for? Get on your knees and apologize to black-skinned brother. Then sever your own hands, or you shall not leave here alive today." Chapter 21. The Golden Dragon Gang. "Who are you?" Qin Feng cast a calm glance at the few individuals present and inquired. The bald man, having regained his composure, glared fiercely at Qin Feng, cursing vehemently, "How dare you ambush me? I am known as Black Skin on the streets, a follower of the 6th Hall Master, Leopard, from the Golden Dragon Gang. Offending me is tantamount to incurring the wrath of the Golden Dragon Gang, and you shall find it impossible to survive in Jiangcheng thereafter." Shen Rui's face turned pale, filled with fear and anxiety. She had not anticipated that this group would be affiliated with the Golden Dragon Gang, one of the 3 major gangs in Jiangcheng, wielding immense power, rivaling even the city's top 5 prestigious families. "Master, you must leave quickly." Shen Rui regretted summoning Qin Feng. Her initial hope was that bringing her fiancé over would deter the bald man and his gang from brazenly harassing her. However, discovering their connection to the Golden Dragon Gang meant she had inadvertently dragged Qin Feng into this predicament. "Humph! Think you can escape? You truly believe you can flee?" Black Skin sneered menacingly. "No one in Jiangcheng dares to cross me. You are merely a fledgling, unafraid of the tiger. Today, I shall take your woman before your very eyes and then break your limbs, ensuring you spend the rest of your life begging in Jiangcheng." He commanded, "Seize this brat and let him witness my prowess." With a wave of his hand, the gang rushed towards Qin Feng. Shen Rui screamed in terror, tears welling in her eyes. "You don't come any closer. I will call the police." Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears as they charged at Qin Feng. However, before they could lay a finger on him, a terrifying surge of true energy erupted from Qin Feng, sending 2 of the assailants flying, colliding with the 2 who followed closely behind, all crashing to the ground. In that fleeting moment, 4 of the gang members lay incapacitated, writhing in agony. Qin Feng's figure flickered as he appeared before He Pai Gu, gripping the latter's neck with one hand. In an instant, he propelled himself several meters away, slamming He Pai Ji's head against the wall. A resounding crash echoed through the air, leaving He Pai Gu bloodied and dazed, his body sliding down the wall until he collapsed to the ground. "Why, you're a martial arts master?" The 2 remaining lackeys were utterly terrified by Qin Feng's formidable prowess and turned to flee. However, just as they reached the office doorway, Qin Feng unleashed a palm strike, propelling their bodies forward to crash through the door and tumble into the corridor, where they promptly lost consciousness. In under a minute, all 7 of He Pai Ji's gang lay defeated, stripped of their fighting spirit. Shen Rui stood in astonishment as Qin Feng took her hand and led her away from the company. On the way back, Qin Feng inquired about the situation. According to Shen Rui, early that morning, the Shen family had contacted her to inform her that Jianghe Real Estate had been transferred to her name. Shen Rui was puzzled, wondering why the Shen family had suddenly become so benevolent, gifting her an entire real estate company without charge. It was only after arriving at the company that she encountered He Pai Gu and his associates demanding debts. It was then that she realized this company might harbor some troubling secrets. Upon returning to Shanshui Manor,
Qin Feng summonet su Embing.
Mr. Qin, everything has been thoroughly investigated, she reported. Su Embing had hurriedly arrived from the Su family conglomerate, clad in a sleek silver-gray business attire that accentuated her striking figure, her high heels clicking with each confident step. Please go ahead, Qin Feng prompted. Su Embing produced a stack of documents and handed them to Qin Feng, stating, "Here are the detailed records of Jianghe Real Estate. Upon my investigation, I have found that this company is merely a shell enterprise, primarily engaged in the manipulation of bad debts and black accounts. It serves as a vehicle for the Qin family to manage their outstanding loans. Presently, Jianghe Real Estate is burdened with over 2 billion in external debts and is on the brink of collapse. Whoever takes over will undoubtedly face misfortune." Qin Feng furrowed his brows, a surge of anger rising within him. The Qin family was truly malicious. They had cast aside Qin Rui, leaving her with a troublesome mess. "Mr. Qin, are you considering acquiring Jianghe Real Estate? I would advise against engaging with this company, as it is quite challenging to turn losses into profits,"
Suggested Su Embing.
"The Qin family has transferred Jianghe Real Estate to Qin Rui's name," Qin Feng remarked. "So, Mr. Qin, have you truly become engaged to Qin Rui?" Qin Feng nodded. "Qin Rui is now my fiancée." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Su Mubi's beautiful eyes. It was not long ago that Qin Feng had sought to propose to the Su family, only to be met with rejection from both her and her grandfather, thus missing a golden opportunity. Now, however, Qin Feng had successfully become engaged to an illegitimate daughter of the Qin family, allowing Qin Rui to soar to new heights, a transformation that filled Su Mubi with envy. "Comprehend now." Qin Feng gazed at the tall and striking Su Muling, hesitating for a moment before responding. "All right." In the afternoon, a momentous announcement reverberated throughout Jiangcheng. The Wanhe Group convened a press conference to declare their strategic partnership with Jianghe Real Estate, pledging an investment of 2 billion over the next 5 years. At the Qin family's ancestral home, the news sent shockwaves through the household. Had the Wanhe Group lost their senses? Why would they invest in a company abandoned by the Qin family? Qin Rui was indeed fortunate. The Qin family had just transferred Jianghe Real Estate into her name that very morning, and by afternoon the Wanhe Group announced their strategic collaboration, involving an investment of 20 billion. Half an hour later, Qin Rui arrived at the Shun residence, where her relatives awaited her with cold expressions. Elder Qin sat imposingly on a raised platform, leaning on her cane, exuding authority. "Qin Rui, you are to sign the contract and transfer Jianghe Real Estate unconditionally to Qin Qianjiao," the matriarch commanded. Chapter 22. The ugly facade of the Qin family. Qin Qianjiao, brandishing a thick contract, strutted before Qin Rui and ordered, "Hurry up and sign. Once you do, you can leave." Qin Rui glanced over the document, which demanded her to relinquish Jianghe Real Estate without conditions. Gathering her courage, she voiced her refusal, for she was no fool. "What did you just say, Qin Rui?" Qin Qianjiao's brows furrowed as she glared icily at Qin Rui. "What right do you have to disagree? Jianghe Real Estate has been under my management, and its current recognition by the Wanhe Group is entirely my achievement. Do you think you can usurp my credit? I see you've grown wings and wish to rebel." Qin Lang chimed in with reprimands. "Qin Rui, sign the contract at once. Don't be ungrateful." A woman from the Qin family remarked, "Qin Rui, do you even realize your own worth? Even if they handed Jianghe Real Estate to you, could you manage it well? If you ruin the partnership with the Wanhe Group and squander that 20 billion, can you bear the consequences?" A middle-aged man from the family scolded. "Why waste words on this servant? If she refuses to sign, hold her down and make her do so." As Qin Rui beheld the disdainful faces of her relatives, tears welled in her eyes. The matriarch spoke again with authority. "Qin Rui, considering you are still part of the Qin family, if you willingly sign the contract, I can appoint you as the manager of Jianghe Real Estate, allowing you to learn from your cousin Qin Qianjiao how to manage a company. Should you refuse, I will have no choice but to compel you to sign." Unable to contain her tears any longer, Qin Rui felt overwhelmed by the oppression from the Qin family. To put it bluntly, these people did not regard her as a person at all. In the afternoon, Li Shihai visited Shanshui Manor. I apologize for the unannounced visit, master. Please forgive the intrusion, he said. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he performed the disciple's greeting, bowing deeply, leaving He beside him astonished. This was none other than Li Shihai, the foremost divine physician of Jiangqing, whose esteemed status warranted respect even from the heads of the 5 top families. I previously mentioned that I would not take you as a disciple, so there is no need for you to call me master, Qin Feng said calmly. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Li Shihai's face before he stepped closer to Qin Feng, saying, "It seems that fate has not favored me in this regard. Nevertheless, I consider it a great fortune to have met someone of your caliber in the medical field, and I do not seek anything more. I have come to invite you to the medical exchange conference tomorrow evening. Renowned physicians from Jiangbei province will attend for mutual learning and improvement. I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence and offer your insights. I will attend when time permits." Qin Feng displayed a demeanor of indifference, showing little interest in the forthcoming medical exchange conference scheduled for the following evening. "Dr. Qin, here is the exclusive invitation for tomorrow's medical exchange conference. I shall take my leave now," Li Shihai remarked as he placed a golden invitation on the table and departed with discernment. Burdened by her own thoughts and with her head cast down to conceal her reddened eyes from weeping, she inadvertently collided with Li Shihai. "I apologize, madam. I hope I have not injured you," he said, concerned as she nearly stumbled. Acknowledging the status of women who frequented the Shanshui manor, Li Shihai was careful not to offend. "I am quite all right. It is my fault for not paying attention while walking," Shen Rui replied, raising her gaze to meet Li Shihai's, offering her own apology. "No need for such formalities. I am just relieved that you are unharmed." "I must take my leave now," he said before exiting. As Shen Rui passed through the hall, she lowered her head and greeted Qin Feng hastily before ascending the stairs. "Rui, have you been crying?" Qin Feng observed meticulously, noting that Shen Rui's spirits were low, her eyes swollen and red from tears. Shen Rui lowered her head even further, shaking it gently as she replied, "Master, I am fine. Have you been bullied? Simply tell me, and I shall avenge you." I. Shen Rui stammered, ultimately unable to articulate her thoughts. She did not wish to trouble or worry Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng resided in the picturesque Shanshui manor, undoubtedly possessing considerable influence, the Shen family was among the 5 foremost prestigious families in Jiangqing, far from ordinary. Sensing Shen Rui's reluctance to speak, Qin Feng refrained from pressing her further. "Rui, you should go rest now." "Thank you, master." Shen Rui cast a grateful glance at Qin Feng before hurriedly ascending the stairs. Once Shen Rui had gone upstairs, He, who stood nearby, remarked, "Mr. Qin, just now, Shen Qinjiao from the Shen family called me, informing that the ownership of Jianghe real estate has been transferred, and she is now managing the company." Bang! Qin Feng slammed the table, and the solid marble surface instantly cracked, leaving He in a state of astonishment. The members of the Shen family exhibited their vile nature, repeatedly bullying my fiancée, truly believing her to be an easy target. He trembled in fear at his side. In truth, she remained unaware of Qin Feng's true identity. She only knew that even the Su family from Jiangqing sought to curry favor with him, and that Su Mubin had personally instructed her to obey Qin Feng diligently. Throughout her encounters with him, Qin Feng had always presented a friendly and approachable demeanor. But now, in his fury, he resembled a awakened lion or a raging dragon unleashed upon the sea. Qin Feng spoke coldly. "The contract between Wanhe Group and Jianghe Real Estate must be signed by Shen Rui. Any signatures from others will be deemed invalid." "Understood, Mr. Qin." He immediately made a phone call to relay the instructions. During dinner, Shen Rui's mood improved significantly, and she engaged in light-hearted banter with Qin Feng. However, she refrained from mentioning Jianghe Real Estate, seemingly choosing to swallow her grievances in silence. "Master, I would like to request something of you." After the meal, Shen Rui cautiously glanced at Qin Feng and said, "As we are betrothed, feel free to speak your mind without reservation. Master, given your esteemed status, you must be acquainted with the renowned physician, Dr. Li?" Qin Feng looked at Shen Rui with a hint of amusement. "I see," he remarked. Shen Rui's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Qin Feng's arm and implored, "Master, could you possibly invite Dr. Li to treat my mother? I would be willing to repay you tonight in any way you desire." Chapter 23. only acknowledging Dr. Li. Qin Feng found himself in a perplexing situation. Li Shihai had persistently sought to become his disciple, yet Qin Feng had never regarded him with any esteem. Meanwhile, Shen Rui chose to overlook her esteemed healer in favor of seeking Li Shihai's assistance for Tang Xiaohua's ailment. Rui, I must take some responsibility for this. I have been rather busy lately and neglected to attend to my future mother-in-law's health, Qin Feng remarked. Shen Rui looked at Qin Feng in astonishment. Master, do you possess medical knowledge? A bit, he replied. Let us go and examine your mother at once. The two proceeded to Tang Xiaohua's chamber, where her complexion was ashen and her vitality waning. She had been bedridden for over a year. Qin Feng took Tang Xiaohua's pulse, gaining a preliminary understanding of her physical condition. Years of excessive labor had accumulated into illness, necessitating acupuncture in conjunction with traditional Chinese medicine for her recuperation. Master, what do you intend to do? Shen Rui inquired anxiously as she observed Qin Feng produce a set of silver needles. Aunt Tang has long suffered from fatigue and the consequent depletion of her health. After several sessions of acupuncture, along with herbal treatment, I am confident that within a month's time, her condition will significantly improve, Qin Feng assured her. Shen Rui furrowed her brow, not out of disbelief in Qin Feng's abilities, but rather due to his youth. It was uncommon to encounter such a young practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Master, please do not take offense, but I still wish to consult Dr. Li for my mother's treatment, Shen Rui stated cautiously. After all, it concerns my mother's health, and I cannot afford any mistakes. In fact, during my time at the Shen family, I sought out several renowned doctors from Jiangsheng for her ailment, but none succeeded in alleviating her condition. Thus, I have placed my trust solely in Dr. Li's medical expertise. Qin Feng chuckled and said, Are you certain you wish to seek the treatment of Dr. Li instead of allowing me to attend to your mother? Shen Rui grasped Qin Feng's arm, her face etched with remorse as she replied, Master, I apologize. It is not that I lack faith in your abilities, but my mother's ailment is particularly challenging, and I am fearful. It is quite all right. Since you prefer to consult Dr. Li, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. As fate would have it, there is a medical symposium tomorrow evening. I shall accompany you there, where Dr. Li and esteemed physicians from Zhongbei will be present. Qin Feng was not angry. He could comprehend Shen Rui's feelings. After all, who would believe that a young divine physician like him existed? Truly, Master, you are simply wonderful, Shen Rui exclaimed with excitement, leaning in to place a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek. Qin Feng felt a gentle warmth linger on his face. The following morning, Shun Qianjiao, meticulously adorned, arrived at Wanhe Group in high spirits. Mr. He, I am Shun Qianjiao from the Shen family, here to finalize a contract with Wanhe Group today. Upon entering the president's office, she greeted Hiyu with a beaming smile. Hiyu glanced at her indifferently and replied, Wait a moment. Shun Qianjiao took a seat in the waiting area, yet she found herself waiting for an entire hour. Growing increasingly restless, she stood and inquired, Mr. He, when will we sign the contract? Hiyu raised her head once more, casting another fleeting glance before replying coolly, Just wait. Shun Qianjiao furrowed her brow, a surge of indignation rising within her. Though Wanhe Group was a newly established company with robust backing from the Su family, she belonged to one of Jiangxing's 5 prestigious families. Being treated so dismissively left her quite displeased. After another hour passed, Shun Qianjiao's frustration reached its zenith. She stood up and demanded, Mr. He, what do you mean by this? I have waited for 2 hours. When can we sign the contract? Hiyu got up, holding a contract in front of Shun Qianjiao. Review the contract's contents. If there are no issues, please sign. After signing, Shun Qianjiao pushed the contract back towards Hiyu, her smile returning. Your name is Shun Qianjiao? Hiyu asked, looking at the signature. Indeed, I am Shun Qianjiao, the eldest daughter of the Shen family and the legal representative of Jianghe Real Estate. I'm afraid this contract is null and void. Shun Qianjiao could no longer contain her frustration. Hiyu, what is the meaning of this? Are you toying with me? It was Wanhe Group that announced yesterday their intention to collaborate with Jianghe Real Estate. I am here, the contract has been signed, and now you wish to renege? Without looking up, Hiyu stated Wanhe Group intends to collaborate with Jianghe Real Estate, but our company only recognizes Shen Rui. Yesterday, The legal representative of Jianghe Real Estate was Xin Rui. How is it that today it has become you, Xin Qinjiao? Stunned into silence, Xin Qinjiao was simultaneously astonished. How could that illegitimate daughter, Xin Rui, possess such merit to capture Wanhe Group's favor and be singled out for a contract? Zhao Zhao, how did it go? Did you sign the contract? Haha, our Xin family has now partnered with the Su family, a powerful alliance indeed. Henceforth, the Xin family shall be ranked among the top 3 of Jiangxing's 5 premier families. Zhao Zhao, having secured this collaboration with Wanhe Group, will elevate your status further. I foresee no suitable matches among the young men of Jiangbei. You ought to seek a wealthy heir from Jiangnan to ensure social parity. Grandma Xin, the collaboration between the Xin and Su families owes much to Xin Qianjiao's efforts. Let us host a celebratory banquet tonight in her honor. The Xin family erupted in jubilant cheers. However, Xin Qianjiao's expression darkened as she dejectedly stated, "Do not rejoice just yet. The collaboration has not been finalized." What? The atmosphere shifted dramatically, the cheers abruptly ceasing. Xin Lang stepped forward, asking Zhao Zhao, "Did you not go to Wanhe Group to sign the contract? Were you delayed by other matters this morning?" Xin Qianjiao shook her head. "I went and met with Wanhe Group's president, Hiyu. She stated that Wanhe Group only recognizes Xin Rui. They will not sign contracts with anyone else." How could this be? Xin Rui, that illegitimate daughter, lives a life lesser than a servant in the Xin family. What merits does she possess to warrant such attention from Wanhe Group? Chapter 24. I can obtain the invitation to the medical exchange conference. The Zhou family of the minor aristocracy. The news of Qin Feng striking black-skinned brother reached the ears of the Zhou family. I have long asserted that this nameless little wretch is a harbinger of misfortune, always stirring up trouble. He has just dealt with the young master of the Du family, Du Bin, and now he has laid his hands on black-skinned brother. Is he intent on tearing the very heavens of Jiang City asunder? Humph! Such a powerless and inconsequential figure, who spends his days embroiled in conflict, is utterly unworthy of my daughter Tong Tong. Thankfully, Tong Tong did not marry him. Otherwise, her fate would be irrevocably doomed. I have heard that Brother Leopard, the leader of the 6th Hall of the Golden Dragon Gang, is currently scouring the area for Qin Feng. If he finds that wretched brat, he will undoubtedly suffer the consequences, at the very least with broken limbs. Zhou Wanshan listened to the discussions among the Zhou family members, his expression growing increasingly grave. He too felt that Qin Feng had acted recklessly in offending the Golden Dragon Gang. A powerless individual should learn to maintain a low profile in society. Why does he constantly provoke trouble? However, since the situation had unfolded, and the Golden Dragon Gang was actively seeking Qin Feng, Zhou Wanshan could not shake off his concerns for Qin Feng's safety. He decided to call him, stating that there was an urgent matter at hand and urging him to come to the Zhou residence without delay. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the Zhou family residence. His only fond memory of the Zhou family was the venerable elder. Upon hearing Zhou Wanshan's urgent tone over the phone, as if he were in grave trouble, Qin Feng hurriedly made his way there. Humph! You wretched jinx! How dare you show your face at the Zhou household? You are indeed a persistent leech. Liang Meili's anger flared upon seeing Qin Feng. Zhou Linghua coldly remarked, "Aren't you quite capable? You dare to confront even the members of the Golden Dragon Gang. If you have the courage, perish outside. What brings you to the Zhou family now? Do you consider our home a sanctuary?" Zhou Haokuan added, "The Golden Dragon Gang is currently seeking Qin Feng far and wide. If they discover that the Zhou family has sheltered him, they will surely retaliate against us. Our Zhou family is merely a small power in Jiangcheng. How can we contend with such a formidable force as the Golden Dragon Gang? Qin Feng, if you are still a man, then take full responsibility for your actions and leave the Zhou family immediately. Do not drag us into your troubles." Zhou Xintong glared at Qin Feng with evident disdain. Qin Feng disregarded the disdainful expressions of the Zhou family as he approached Old Master Zhou and inquired, "Old Master Zhou, you mentioned over the phone that there was an urgent matter requiring my attention. Have you encountered a significant predicament?" Old Master Zhou gazed at Qin Feng with a serious expression and advised, "Young Qin, having just emerged from the mountains, you find yourself without influence or authority in Jiangcheng. It would be prudent to adopt a more humble demeanor. I am aware of your altercation with He Pai Gu, He is affiliated with Wang Bao, the sixth hall master of the Jinlong gang, and now their members are actively searching for you. It is imperative that you remain within the confines of the Zhou residence and refrain from stepping outside. Rest assured, I will personally seek out Wang Bao to resolve this conflict. Once this matter is settled, you will commence your employment at the Zhou family company, adhering to a path of discretion. On the 8th of next month, you shall wed Zhou Xintong. Old Master Zhou had meticulously arranged every detail regarding Qin Feng's situation. Qin Feng felt a profound sense of gratitude. One cannot help but acknowledge the loyalty and righteousness exhibited by Old Master Zhou. "Grandfather, what are you saying?" exclaimed Zhou Xintong, her discontent palpable. "We have just resolved the issues with the Du family, humbling ourselves before them and investing 2 million to appease their wrath. Now you wish to seek out Wang Bao to offer apologies? Surely this will require further financial outlay. Is it truly worth it to protect Qin Feng in this manner?" The Zhou family was in an uproar. "Old Master, we cannot retain Qin Feng. The Golden Dragon Gang is not as amenable as the Du family. If Wang Bao refuses to negotiate with us and learns of our sheltering Qin Feng, it would be akin to the Zhou family shooting itself in the foot," they warned. "Father, what kind of enchantment has Qin Feng cast upon you? Must you compel Tong Tong to leap into the abyss? Do you wish to witness the Zhou family's downfall at the hands of that insufferable brat?" Zhou Wanshan, already fraught with irritation, slammed his palm upon the table and bellowed, "Silence! I am still alive and remain the head of the Zhou family. For now, the decisions of the Zhou family rest with me. Qin Feng is the fiancé of Tong Tong, thus belonging to the Zhou family. How could we, the Zhou family, stand idly by in the face of danger?" When the old master erupted in anger, everyone fell silent. However, the gazes directed at Qin Feng were rife with disdain and loathing, as they suppressed their inner fury. Upon realizing the situation, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of incredulity. How could he possibly regard the insignificant Golden Dragon Gang with any seriousness? "Little Qin, please hold on for a moment. I need to discuss another important matter. Once I am finished, I will speak with you privately." Zhou Wanshan cleared his throat and began, "This evening, the Hongfeng Club will host a medical exchange conference, where esteemed physicians from various regions of Jiangbei will be in attendance. Regrettably, the invitations for this event were exclusively extended to the prominent families of Jiang City, leaving smaller clans like the Zhou family without the opportunity to participate. In essence, while the conference ostensibly revolves around the exchange of medical knowledge, it is, in reality, a gathering of elite circles, featuring individuals from prominent families, including the 5 foremost clans. Securing an invitation would significantly aid our networking efforts and future development. Even if we were to consider the most pessimistic scenario, attending the medical exchange conference would allow us to forge connections with several distinguished physicians, ensuring that should a member of the Zhou family fall ill in the future, they would receive superior treatment. Upon learning that Zhou Wanshan intended to attend the medical exchange conference, Qin Feng resolved to present the extraordinary invitation he had received from Li Shihai to Zhou Wanshan. "Old Master Zhou, I have managed to procure the invitation. This evening, you and your family can simply head to the venue." However, as soon as he uttered these words, he was met with derisive laughter from the Zhou family. "Ha! Qin Feng, you truly are a master of boastfulness, speaking without a shred of substance." Zhou Xintong scornfully glared at Qin Feng. "My grandfather has stated that tonight's medical exchange conference is exclusively for the elite of Jiangcheng. Even we, the Zhou family, are deemed unworthy to attend. You, a nameless nobody, who knows not a soul in Jiangcheng, dare to claim you can obtain an invitation to the medical convention? Qin Feng, must you persist in being a mere jester? The sight and sound of you make me want to retch." Liang Meili expressed her disdain. Zhou Haokuan remarked, "Let us disregard the surname Qin. Consider his words as mere nonsense. The old master's health has been declining, and attending the medical exchange might allow him to meet some eminent physicians who could potentially cure him." Chapter 25. "Qin Feng, have you truly forged a false invitation?" Zhou Wanshan coldly interjected. "Have you all finished your tirade?" Regardless of whether Qin Feng can secure the invitation, his willingness to assist the Zhou family is commendable. There is no need for such hostility. With mere hours remaining before the medical exchange commenced, he urged, "You should all promptly leverage your connections to procure an invitation. The Zhou family members busied themselves with renewed vigor. Half an hour later, Du Bin, his head bandaged and arm in a cast, clearly bore the marks of a recent altercation with his father, Du Chunggong. "Grandfather, I have obtained the invitation." Zhou Xintong entered the room, brimming with excitement. Zhou Wanshan inquired eagerly, "Tong, how did you manage to secure the invitation?" "It was with the assistance of young Master Du. After consulting with him, I learned that each prominent family received 3 invitations. Young Master Du negotiated with his family and secured one for us, allowing 4 individuals to attend with each invitation." Zhou Xintong replied joyfully. The Zhou family greeted Du Bin with warmth and enthusiasm, their demeanor a stark contrast to their treatment of Qin Feng. Qin Feng found amusement in Du Bin's mummy-like appearance. He had long anticipated Du Bin's fate and had even warned him the previous day about impending calamity. However, Qin Feng did not expect the Du Bin family to be so ruthless. After all, Du Bin was the legitimate heir of the Du Bin clan. Merely due to a failed partnership with the Wanhe group, he had been reduced to such a pitiful state. Upon noticing Qin Feng in the room, Du Bin shot him a fierce glare before turning to Zhou Wanshan with a feigned smile, saying, "Thank you for your concern, old Master Zhou. Yemme fine. I just had a fall while rock climbing yesterday. The doctor said I'll be okay in about 7 or 8 days." "That's good to hear," Zhou Wanshan replied. "I sincerely appreciate the invitation letter you sent to the Zhou family. If the Du Bin family ever needs assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Du Bin glanced at Zhou Xintong and remarked, "Old Master Zhou, the truth is, I have taken a liking to Tong at first sight. It would be wonderful if you could help bring us together." Zhou Wanshan's expression turned complicated. Liang Meili chimed in, "That sounds splendid. I support your union with Tong. Marrying into the Du Bin family would indeed be a blessing for her." Zhou Haokuan added, "The young Master Du Bin is charismatic and talented. Truly a match made in heaven for our Tong." Zhou Linghua also spoke up, "I agree that Tong should marry young Master Du Bin. It's far better than being with that nameless Qin Feng." Zhou Haifeng looked at Zhou Wanshan and urged, "Dad, see how well-suited young Master Du Bin and Tong are? They clearly have mutual affection. Why force Tong to marry Qin Feng?" Zhou Xintong remained silent. In truth, she held no romantic feelings for Du Bin. If it were merely for the sake of marrying into a wealthy family, she could not bring herself to be with someone she did not love. Yet, given Du Bin's significant assistance to the Zhou family, it was inappropriate for her to openly refuse. Thus, she chose silence. "Everyone, please be quiet," Zhou Wanshan said irritably, then composed himself and smiled at Du Bin. "Young Master Du Bin, I genuinely think highly of you. You are quite exceptional. However, Tong is already betrothed to Qin Feng, and I truly cannot facilitate a match between you and her." Du Bin's expression darkened instantly. After all his efforts to assist the Zhou family, was he merely to play the part of a benefactor for another's advantage? "Old Master Zhou, I just retrieved the invitation letter. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," he said, handing over the golden invitation before preparing to exit the Zhou residence. "Wait!" Du Bin suddenly called out to Qin Feng, sneering, "What kind of invitation letter is that?" Qin Feng spoke softly, "Of course, it is the invitation to the medical exchange conference." Du Bin took the invitation from Zhou Wanshan's hand and mocked, "You claim this is the invitation to the medical exchange conference? Ha! You truly excel at deceit. If I were not here, the Zhou family would have been thoroughly duped by you." Zhou Xintong, sensing something amiss, furrowed her brow and inquired, "Du Xiao, is there an issue with this invitation?" Du Bin produced a silver invitation from his possession, declaring, "Behold, this invitation is the genuine article, delivered to the Du family by the assistant of the esteemed Dr. Li Shihai." 3 such silver invitations were sent, each inscribed with invitation to the illustrious Du family. Now, compare it to this rustic fellow's invitation, golden lacquered, with nothing written upon it. The level of forgery is shockingly poor. The Zhou family scrutinized both invitations, and indeed, as Du Bin had asserted, the truth was revealed. "Humph! Qin Feng, you truly are a buffoon, resorting to creating counterfeit invitations. If the elder were to present this invitation at Maple Leaf Club and be exposed as fraudulent on the spot, what face would he have left? What about the Zhou family's reputation?" Liang Meili scolded in fury. Zhou Xintong shook her head repeatedly. "Qin Feng, I never anticipated that to capture my attention, you would engage in such ignorant antics. Depart at once and do not let me see you again. I, Zhou Xintong, would rather be blind, mad, or dead than marry someone like you. Zhou Haokuan turned to Zhou Wanshan, stating, Father, take a good look. How can Qin Feng possibly compare to Du Xiao? Do not force Tong Tong to marry him. It is only right for her to wed Du Bin. Even Zhou Wanshan had come to the conclusion that Qin Feng's invitation was a forgery. After all, the Du family was indeed a prominent clan that had received a legitimate invitation. Thus, Du Bin's invitation must be authentic, rendering Qin Feng's invitation undeniably false. Young Qin, I understand your good intentions in wanting to assist the Zhou family, but one's capabilities are of utmost importance. You have just emerged from the mountains, lacking power and influence, and cannot accomplish great feats in haste. However, do not let impatience cloud your judgment. Take each step steadily, or you will become the subject of ridicule. Zhou Wanshan sighed deeply, feeling disheartened by Qin Feng's act of producing a counterfeit invitation. Qin Feng, disinclined to offer an explanation, took his invitation and clasped his fists towards Zhou Wanshan, saying, Old Master Zhou, I have no further business here, so I shall take my leave. Please take care of your health. Humph! You were exposed for your deceit and can no longer bear to remain. Can you? I warn you, do not meddle with Zhou Xintong again, or I shall show you no mercy. Du Bin arrogantly reprimanded Qin Feng. As Qin Feng paused beside him, he gazed at his countenance and remarked, Your brow is shrouded in darkness. Today you shall encounter a calamity of blood. Qin Feng, if you possess any courage, do not walk away. I shall ensure you experience this calamity of blood right now. Du Bin shouted in anger. The hour was 7 in the evening. Qin Feng accompanied Shen Rui to the Red Maple Club. Rui, I finally found you. Why haven't you been answering your phone? Chapter 26. The Shen family seeks Shen Rui at the Red Maple Club. The Shen family arrived, adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of opulence. Shen Rui furrowed her brows, unwilling to engage with her kin, and thus remained silent. Unexpectedly, the Shen family members approached her with brisk steps, all wearing beaming smiles and a demeanor of amiability. However, upon noticing Qin Feng standing beside her, a flicker of disdain and aversion crossed their faces. Rui, why are you ignoring your cousin? Shen Qianjiao took the initiative to link arms with Shen Rui, acting as if they were the closest of friends. Shen Rui, bewildered, instinctively shrugged off Shen Qianjiao's hand and asked, What do you want? Rui, we acknowledge that the Shen family was in the wrong yesterday. We realized our mistake and attempted to reach you multiple times to apologize, yet you did not answer. We never expected to encounter you here tonight. It must be destiny. Rui, please grant us an opportunity to make amends, they implored. Shen Rui's mind buzzed with confusion as she observed the Shen family members' ingratiating smiles directed at her, making the entire scenario feel surreal. Master, shall we enter with the Shen family and listen to what they have to say? Feeling anxious, Shen Rui instinctively clutched Qin Feng's arm. Shen Qianjiao cast a disdainful glance at Qin Feng and remarked, Rui, the Shen family has important matters to discuss with you. Do not let that insignificant Qin Feng tag along. The matriarch of the Shen family spoke up. Rui, rest assured, the Shen family seeks you for a benevolent purpose this time. In the future, we will treat you as a genuine member of the direct lineage, no longer subjecting you to mistreatment or servitude. If you find Qin Feng unworthy, I shall take matters into my own hands and annul your engagement. Shen Rui stood in stunned silence. She would never agree to annul her engagement with Qin Feng. She simply could not fathom that the Shen family would ever utter such words to her. Qin Feng gently patted Shen Rui's hand and remarked, You may go. Just give me a call if anything arises. Shen Rui followed her family into the Hongfeng Club. In truth, Qin Feng was aware that the Shen family sought Shen Rui's assistance in securing a contract with the Wanhe Group. Qin Feng, what brings you here? You truly are a persistent nuisance. Have you become addicted to following me? As the Shen family entered, the Zhou family, led by Du Bin, arrived at the Hongfeng Club. Zhou Xintong, upon seeing Qin Feng, was instantly incensed, delivering a haughty reprimand. Her face contorted in disgust as if she were on the verge of retching at the sight of him. How is it that you, this harbinger of misfortune, appear wherever I go? It's truly vexing. Liang Meili frowned and commented. Zhou Haokuan shook his head and said, Qin Feng, how many times must I tell you? You are unworthy of my sister Tong Tong. Please cease your relentless pursuit of her. Qin Feng had not anticipated encountering the Zhou family once again. He gazed at Zhou Wanshan and said, Old Master Zhou, I have not been following Zhou Xintong. My purpose for being here is to attend the medical exchange conference. Dubin let out a derisive laugh. Qin Feng, do you think you are a mere clown and have become addicted to it? I have already exposed your fraudulent invitation at the Zhou residence, and yet you dare to appear here, bringing shame upon yourself? Zhou Xintong shook her head, her face contorted in disdain, having never encountered someone as shameless as Qin Feng. Zhou Wanshan remarked, Young Qin, a single invitation allows entry for only 5 individuals. With Dubin and the 4 of us, we have already utilized 1 invitation. There are no slots left for you to enter. Qin Feng understood the goodwill of Zhou Wanshan, which is why he patiently refrained from confronting the Zhou family. You all may enter. Do not mind me, for I possess an invitation, Qin Feng stated. Zhou Xintong and Liang Meili exchanged exasperated glances, incredulous that Qin Feng was still putting on an act at such a moment. Dubin wore a scornful smile as he remarked, We are in no rush to enter. Since you arrived first, I suppose we shall allow you to proceed ahead. Remember what I am telling you today, my dear boy. Before acquiring the necessary capabilities, one must first strive diligently and earnestly. Otherwise, one shall only become a source of ridicule. Qin Feng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, as he presented the golden invitation to the security guard. Ha! I can hardly contain my laughter. This Qin Feng truly dares to present a forged invitation in hopes of gaining entry? He might as well prepare himself to be unceremoniously turned away. Dobin guffawed heartily. Zhou Xintong shook her head and remarked, With your caliber, you dare to dream of marrying someone like me, a phoenix among women? Such aspirations are utterly unattainable in this lifetime, and even in the next. Just as everyone deemed it impossible for Qin Feng to enter the Red Maple Club, anticipating his imminent expulsion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 2 security guards displayed an attitude of utmost respect, greeting Qin Feng with deference as he was allowed into the establishment. Excuse me, how do you conduct your duties? Why did you allow that person to enter? Dobin's laughter abruptly ceased as he approached the guards in indignation. Sir, may I assist you? One of the guards raised an eyebrow, addressing Dobin. In response, Dobin brandished his silver invitation, scolding the guards, Open your eyes and recognize the truth. This is the genuine invitation. He continued, That lad is merely a nameless nobody who forged an invitation to sneak in, and you failed to discern the counterfeit, welcoming him in with open arms. Do you dare to believe I won't report your incompetence to the organizers and have you dismissed? Upon discerning Dobin's intentions, the guards did not bow in apology. Instead, they stood tall and, with unwavering resolve, replied, The gentleman you mentioned provided a super invitation, whereas your invitation is merely a standard one. Tell me, should I not grant entry to that esteemed gentleman? Accompanied by another guard, Qin Feng has vanished into the clubhouse. Dubin and the Zhou family were left utterly dumbfounded. Is there truly a distinction between a super invitation and a regular invitation for tonight's medical exchange conference? Do you know who I am? Do you presume I lack understanding? I am the eldest scion of the illustrious Du family. Our invitation to this evening's event was personally delivered by the assistant of the esteemed Dr. Li, in the form of this silver invitation. If a prominent family like the Du family only received a regular invitation, how can you claim there exists a super invitation? Do you believe the Du family unworthy of such an honor? Dubin furiously reprimanded the guard. Zhou Xintong and her companions pondered the implications. If even the esteemed Du family received a regular invitation, it suggested that super invitations were likely non-existent tonight. Moreover, Qin Feng, merely a rustic from the mountains, lacking power and influence in Jiang City, how could he possibly possess a super invitation? At that moment, the Su family's entourage arrived, commanding attention as several Rolls-Royces halted outside the clubhouse. A group of elegantly dressed men and women disembarked, exuding an air of nobility, flanked by several bodyguards in black, parting the crowd with their formidable presence. Chapter 27. The Golden Dragon Gang discovers Qin Feng. It was indeed the Su family, one of Jiang City's 5 premier clans, The woman in a stunning white deep V evening gown, radiating an air of aloof elegance, must be Su Mumming, the most talented beauty of Jiang City.
Su Mumming, possessing beauty.
Grace and wealth is a prize that any man would consider a stroke of extraordinary fortune to marry. Old Master Su Tianlong has also arrived. It is rumored that he is a martial arts master, highly regarded in Jiang City. Recently, various prominent families have been vying to collaborate with the Su family Swanha group, further elevating the Su family's status, solidifying their position as the preeminent clan in Jiang City. Whispers suggest that the top-tier Ma family is covertly plotting against the Su family. As the Su family members made their entrance, murmurs circulated through the crowd. Du Bin and the Zhou family retreated, temporarily setting aside concerns regarding Qin Feng, allowing the Su family to proceed first. When Su Tianlong approached the entrance and presented a golden invitation to the guard, Du Bin and the Zhou family were left in sheer disbelief. Old Master Su, please enter. The guard welcomed them warmly, escorting the Su family into the venue. This could only signify one thing. Qin Feng's golden invitation was indeed authentic, and there are genuinely two types of invitations for this evening's medical exchange conference. How could this be? Qin Feng's invitation is real, and it is a super invitation. Zhou Xintong's face was a canvas of incredulity. She could not fathom how an unknown figure like Qin Feng could procure such a prestigious invitation. Liang Meili was also taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
That waste of space, how could he possibly acquire a super invitation? He must have stolen it. Du Bin's eyes lit up with realization, immediately echoing. Yes. Qin Feng's invitation is stolen. Zhou Xintong quickly deduced. Tonight's medical exchange conference issued invitations only to prominent and top-tier families. The former received silver invitations while the latter received gold ones, indicating that Qin Feng must have pilfered an invitation from a top-tier family. Zhou Haokuan frowned, stating, "This Qin Feng is indeed a troublemaker, constantly causing disturbances. Father, you must cease your protection of that wretched boy. Otherwise, the Zhou family will inevitably face calamity." Zhou Wanshan, recognizing the implications of Qin Feng's invitation being stolen, wore a grave expression. "Little Qin, you are truly misguided. In your desire to earn the admiration of Xintong and the Zhou family, you resorted to theft. You have deeply disappointed me." The banquet hall on the third floor of the Hongfeng clubhouse was resplendently adorned, with European chandeliers casting a brilliant glow throughout the room. Numerous elegantly attired men and women had already gathered, their formal attire suffusing the atmosphere with an air of exclusivity. Qin Feng donned a white tracksuit, blending into the crowd yet appearing distinctly out of place, attracting considerable attention and eliciting puzzled and disdainful glances from passers-by. Qin Feng, indifferent to the surroundings, strode directly into the inner hall. The banquet hall was divided into the outer and inner areas. Entry to the outer area required a standard invitation, while access to the inner sanctum demanded a prestigious invitation. "Dr. Qin, at last you have arrived." Li Shihai had been vigilantly observing the entrance, and upon seeing Qin Feng approach, he greeted him with a beaming smile. The inner hall was already populated by a number of individuals, including members of elite families and renowned physicians from various regions. "Allow me to introduce everyone to the esteemed Dr. Qin," Li Shihai enthusiastically proclaimed. "Dr. Qin, this is the illustrious Master Niu from Yunhai City. This is the distinguished Dr. Lu from Qishan City. And here we have Master Zhao from Mingzhou." The inner hall was abuzz with distinguished physicians from the 13 cities of Zhongbei, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As the attendees scrutinized Qin Feng, many expressed skepticism upon noticing his youth, juxtaposed with Li Shihai's unwavering reverence in addressing him as a divine physician. "Brother Qin, does that lad resemble the one Brother Bao is looking for?" In a corner of the inner hall, a few security personnel stood by. One of them, after observing Qin Feng for a moment, turned to his companion. Brother Qin glanced at Qin Feng and his eyes brightened with excitement. "Indeed, that is the scoundrel who dared to offend the Golden Dragon Gang. Quickly, apprehend him and then seek Brother Bao for the reward." Brother Qin. His entry into the inner hall indicates he possesses a notable identity. "Shouldn't we report to Brother Bao first and wait for his arrival before taking action?" The security guard who had first noticed Qin Feng suggested. After a moment of hesitation, Brother Qin left the inner hall to inform Brother Bao. Dad, what's wrong? Please don't frighten me. A sudden commotion erupted in the inner hall just as Brother Qin departed. A man dressed in a black tang suit, with meticulously groomed hair tied back, suddenly collapsed, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. Beside him stood a woman in a red qipao, her alluring figure accentuated by her long, fair legs, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for admiration of her beauty. Step aside, let me assess the situation. The patient was disoriented, struggling to breathe, and wheezing, likely experiencing an asthma attack. His frothing mouth and swollen eyes suggested a potential cardiac issue. Rapid heartbeat and shortness of breath indicated a possibility of heatstroke. A crowd of esteemed physicians gathered, murmuring amongst themselves. The qipao-clad beauty, tears streaming down her face, pleaded for assistance for her father. Yet after several esteemed doctors examined him, they all shook their heads in silence. Dr. Li, you are the foremost physician in Jiangcheng. Please, save my father. The woman grasped Li Shihai's arm, her eyes filled with desperation. Li Shihai, having assessed the man's condition, regretfully shook his head. I'm afraid, Miss Hai, I cannot ascertain the specific ailment affecting President Hai and dare not proceed with treatment hastily. The qipao beauty, fraught with anxiety, implored each physician in turn, but none dared to act. The esteemed President Hai was not someone to be trifled with, and the repercussions of a misdiagnosis could be dire. Moreover, with the sudden onset of his severe symptoms, even seasoned physicians hesitated to intervene, as such acute cases often resulted in complications. The man's flushed face, swollen skin with rashes, difficulty breathing, tear-streaked eyes, and bronchial spasms painted a picture of anaphylactic shock. Just when the gathered physicians felt powerless, a clear voice resonated from the crowd. Chapter 28. Qin Feng takes action upon hearing that clear voice. Li Shihai smacked his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten about Dr. Qin? Dr. Qin, please, do assist President Hai." Qin Feng navigated through the crowd and approached Hai Weigua. After a thorough examination, he confirmed his earlier assessment. Hai Weigua was indeed suffering from anaphylactic shock. Who has the silver needles? Qin Feng inquired. The renowned physicians encircling them knitted their brows, their gazes laced with skepticism. If they themselves could not ascertain the cause of Hai Weigua's ailment, how could this young man possibly succeed in treating him? Qin, is it? I fail to comprehend why Li Shihai refers to you as a divine doctor. You appear to be barely in your 20s, having only studied medicine for a few years. Even we, established physicians from various regions, cannot definitively identify the cause of President Hai's condition. How can you be so certain that he is experiencing anaphylactic shock? Young Qin, practicing medicine is no trifling matter. Do not be swayed by the presence of dignitaries and esteemed doctors. Should you recklessly attempt treatment and a life is lost, can you bear the consequences? Miss Hai, I have known President Hai for quite some time. Given his sudden medical emergency and the absence of professional medical equipment here, it is impossible to treat him on site. I advise you to urgently call for an ambulance and expedite his transfer to the hospital. Qin Feng paid no heed to the sarcastic remarks of the so-called esteemed doctors. He calmly stated, the patient's condition is critical. He won't last more than 5 minutes. By the time the ambulance arrives, it will be too late. Are you serious? My father can't survive 5 minutes? The elegant woman in a cheongsam grasped Qin Feng's arm, her anxiety palpable. Can you save my father? Yes. Observing Qin Feng's confident demeanor, the skepticism on the faces of the assembled doctors intensified. Miss Hai, hurry and take your father to the hospital. We cannot afford any further delay. You brat, human lives are at stake. Do not jest with such grave matters for the sake of your own vanity. Chairman Hai Weigua is the head of the esteemed Longxing Chamber of Commerce in Jiangcheng. If anything were to happen to Chairman Hai, consider the consequences for yourself. Who is this impudent charlatan, daring to boast before a gathering of renowned physicians, so full of himself? Truly a clown. A chorus of condemnation arose from the crowd. Qin Feng, bold in his efforts to cure ailments, found himself unjustly criticized and scorned. Meanwhile, those so-called esteemed physicians stood aloof, their demeanor condescending and sarcastic, yet lacking the courage to intervene. I shall take my father to the hospital instead. Thank you. Heizhuking, Swayed by the crowd's persuasion, prepared to summon others to carry away Hai Weigua, Qin Feng nonchalantly remarked, "Consider your options carefully. If you can reach the hospital within 4.5 minutes, proceed. Otherwise, your father will perish on the way." Hai Zhuqing's expression shifted, her heart wavering once more. "Miss Hai, place your trust in Dr. Qin. His medical prowess surpasses mine. If he asserts he can heal President Hai, it must be the truth," Li Shihai interjected. He was not merely advocating for Qin Feng. As a physician himself, he could not bear to witness a patient succumb to fate. "Miss Hai, I have witnessed Dr. Qin's extraordinary skills firsthand. He cured my grandfather's concealed ailment. You should permit him to attempt a cure." At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. It was Su Mubing, the eldest daughter of the Su family, known for her aloof demeanor and disinterest in trivial matters. Why was she now defending a mere quack? Hai Zhuqing glanced at Su Mubing, then steeled herself and declared, "Dr. Qin, please assist in treating my father. If you manage to heal him, the Longxing Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Carry him to the lounge," she instructed. Qin Feng had already walked into the adjacent small room. Several security guards were carrying Hai Weigua inside, followed by renowned doctors from various regions. The onlookers were ushered out. Qin Feng remarked coolly, "Young man, what business do you have in there treating a patient? Are you trying to pull a fast one with your theatrics? Miss Hai, think carefully. How can you trust the words of a mere child? He is certain to endanger President Hai's life. If you wish to treat him, do it out here where everyone can witness. Should anything untoward happen to President Hai, we will all serve as witnesses against you." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. Hai Zhuqing observed her father's increasingly pale complexion, his life hanging by a thread. Anger surged within her as she shouted at the crowd, "Get out! You dare not treat him, yet you stand here with your sarcastic remarks towards divine Dr. Qin. What sort of people are you? If my father's treatment is delayed due to your interference, the Longxing Chamber of Commerce will not let you off lightly." The crowd, intimidated, quickly vacated the room, leaving only Hai Zhuqing and Li Shihai behind. Li Shihai produced silver needles and offered them to Qin Feng, saying, "Divine Dr. Qin, do you require my assistance?" "No need, Buzz." Qin Feng swiftly inserted the silver needles. Li Shihai's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the scene before him. Even though it was the second time he had witnessed Qin Feng's acupuncture technique, he was rendered speechless in utter shock. Could it be the needle of destiny? Are you a martial arts grandmaster?" Heizhuking also discerned the gravity of the situation, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Practitioners of martial arts understand that the realms of martial prowess are categorized into various tiers: martial experts, martial warriors, martial masters, and martial grandmasters. Each of these major realms is further subdivided into 9 ranks. In the entire Jiangbei province, the most formidable martial practitioners are martial masters, as the existence of martial grandmasters is virtually non-existent. In Jiang City, the foremost martial figure is Zhao Hu, the leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, known as Tiger Master, who is merely a third-rank martial master. He commands such influence in Jiang City that even the 5 most prestigious families dare not provoke the Golden Dragon Gang lightly. Yet now Qin Feng, despite his youth, astonishingly stood as a master of martial arts, leaving Hai Zhuqing in disbelief. "Have you seen Qin Feng? Quickly bring him here." The Zhou family, accompanied by Du Bin, entered the outer area of the banquet hall. Zhou Wanshan searched tirelessly but found no trace of Qin Feng, his anxiety mounting. Zhou Xintong, with a look of disdain, remarked, "Grandfather, why bother with that insignificant nobody? Since he dared to steal an invitation, he must be prepared to face the consequences. Only through a thorough lesson will he comprehend his own limitations and cease his reckless behavior. Indeed, it would be a waste of our precious time to seek out Qin Feng. The banquet hall is filled with the elite of Jiangcheng. We must seize the opportunity to forge connections with them. There's another entrance over there. Let us investigate," suggested Zhou Haokuan. As they approached the entrance to the inner hall, they were halted by security. "This is the inner area. A super invitation is required for entry." The group lingered at the entrance, casting envious glances into the inner hall. "I see Su Bing. She is truly stunning," one exclaimed, "and the renowned Dr. Li is also inside." Even members of the Dragon Business Association have arrived. Esteemed physicians from all over are gathered here. Wait, is that Qin Feng? How did he manage to get in? Chapter 29. You actually serve as a medical aid to Dr. Li?
Ou a aucun su dans l'ire qu'à l'aide, ah.
Qin Feng stole a super invitation which grants access to the inner hall. Zhou Xintong, still disdainful, replied, How has this fool not been apprehended yet? I can hardly wait to see him get a sound beating and be thrown out of the Hongfeng Club. Dubin's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Look, Qin Feng is surrounded. Those people appear to be pointing at him. Have they discovered that his invitation was stolen? Zhou Xintong exclaimed with excitement, Wonderful! This insufferable brat has finally been caught. I hope this experience teaches him the vast difference between us and that he no longer clings to me like a headless fly. Oh no, young Qin, you truly are foolish. Zhou Wanshan cried out, ready to rush into the inner hall, only to be stopped by security at the entrance. If you do not possess an invitation for the inner area, please proceed to the outer area and refrain from lingering here. Qin Feng emerged from the lounge, having successfully treated President Hai of the Highway Kingdom. In a mere span of 3 minutes, a cloud of concern enveloped the onlookers, who feared a calamity had befallen within the room, leading them to believe Qin Feng had inadvertently caused the demise of President Hai. You wretched boy, do not think you can escape. A life taken demands retribution, they murmured. I had previously cautioned Miss Hai against allowing this young charlatan to administer treatment, yet my warnings fell on deaf ears. Now, alas, we find ourselves in this dire predicament with President Hai, a living man, seemingly lost. The crowd closed in, their fingers pointing accusatorily at Qin Feng. Li Shihai furrowed his brow and interjected, You are mistaken. Physician Qin has indeed restored President Hai to health, and he has awakened. However, President Hai remains somewhat frail and requires a period of rest in the lounge. I implore you all to refrain from disturbing him during his recuperation. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. How could it be possible that Qin Feng revived the Seaguard nation? It took him less than 3 minutes from entering the room to treating the patient, and he truly managed to heal the Seaguard nation? Dr. Li, are you jesting? Did you witness with your own eyes the awakening of the Seaguard nation? Everyone, let us hurry inside. It is possible that President Hai may have already passed away. After treating the patients, Qin Feng departed from the inner sanctum. He felt disillusioned by these so-called renowned physicians and miracle workers. Encountering patients yet hesitating to provide treatment, merely engaging in idle chatter, Qin Feng had no desire to associate with such individuals. Qin Shini, where are you headed? Li Shihai hurriedly followed Qin Feng. I'm just taking a stroll outside. You need not accompany me. Qin Shini, have you given any thought to my offer of becoming your apprentice? I do not require an apprentice. Having escorted Qin Feng to the outer area, Li Shihai discreetly took his leave. Xiao Qin, are you all right? Did someone discover that you stole an invitation and throw you out? Zhou Wanshan, who had been waiting outside, promptly approached Qin Feng upon his exit. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. What do you mean by a stolen invitation? Zhou Xintong approached, speaking with an air of arrogance. Qin Feng, stop pretending. We already know that you pilfered that prestigious invitation, and we witnessed you being surrounded and accused in the inner venue. You must have been expelled, right? Liang Meili expressed her disdain, saying, What a fine young man you are, with arms and legs. How could you stoop to thievery? Today it's an invitation. Tomorrow it might be gold and jewels, and the day after you could be robbing a bank. Zhou Haokuan, with a hint of concern, remarked, Dad, we absolutely cannot allow Tong Tong to marry such a person. This Qin Feng is not only impoverished but also questionable in character. Wouldn't it be a disgrace for such an exceptional phoenix girl like Tong Tong to tie the knot with him? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his patience with the Zhou family nearing its limit. Were it not for Zhou Wanshan's regard, he would have long since dealt them a few resounding slaps. Do not slander me. My invitation was bestowed by Li Shihai, not pilfered, Qin Feng asserted. Qin Feng, even in this moment you continue to spout nonsense. It seems you are destined to remain nothing more than a buffoon, Zhou Xintong retorted with disdain. Liang Meili scoffed repeatedly. How audacious of you to boast. You claim that Li Shihai gave you an invitation. Do you even know who Li Shihai is? He is the foremost divine physician of Jiangqing. Even the elder may find it challenging to summon him. What makes you, a mere nobody, worthy of receiving a prestigious invitation from the divine physician. Yet, Qin Feng spoke no falsehood. Indeed, his invitation was granted by the esteemed physician. Suddenly, Du Bing spoke up in support of Qin Feng, leaving the Zhou family utterly astonished. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback, casting a perplexed glance at Du Bin. Du Bin, with a mischievous grin, continued, "Just now, I witnessed Dr. Li and Qin Feng emerging from the inner chamber together, and I overheard their conversation. It turns out Qin Feng is to serve as Dr. Li's apprentice, which is how he obtained an invitation to the inner chamber." Du Bin had indeed heard the two conversing, but the words were not entirely clear. He only caught the term apprentice, leading him to naturally assume that Qin Feng was to be an apprentice to Li Shihai. Zhou Xintong immediately furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Qin Feng, you actually went to be an apprentice? Do you think this will elevate my opinion of you? Do you even realize what an apprentice does? They tend to patients' most unpleasant needs, assist with bathing and grooming, and even handle suctioning. Just the thought makes me feel ill. If you are to be Dr. Li's apprentice, please, do not ever appear before me again. I fear I might vomit." Liang Meili scoffed. "I wondered how this little fellow managed to get into the inner chamber. I truly believed he was about to turn his fortunes around, only to discover he has merely become an apprentice to Dr. Li. In reality, for an insignificant nobody like you, being an apprentice might be suitable. You are only fit for menial tasks, as you lack the capability for anything more substantial. Henceforth, just focus on being an apprentice and refrain from bothering my dear Tong Tong." Zhou Wanshan shook his head, saying, "Young Qin, why didn't you consult me before deciding to become Dr. Li's apprentice? Do you think being by Dr. Li's side grants you prestige, elevating your status? But do you realize that Dr. Li replaces dozens of apprentices each year? Many cannot endure the work, which is both filthy and exhausting. You would be better off working at the Zhou family's company." Qin Feng was rendered speechless by the members of the Zhou family, each one a delusional dreamer. He could not be bothered to explain himself to such individuals and chose to walk away, taking some snacks and drinks to sit in a corner, waiting for Shenrui to finish her conversation before leaving together. Look at him, truly a nameless nobody. In such a setting where everyone is busy networking, that young man merely took a handful of snacks and drinks to indulge himself. What a disgrace! Liang Meili mocked Qin Feng from her vantage point in the corner. Zhou Xintong shook her head, remarking, "If it weren't for my grandfather's arranged marriage, a woman of my stature, a phoenix among men, would never deign to cast even a glance at someone like Qin Feng. Where is that fool? Daring to offend the Golden Dragon Gang. I shall ensure he crawls out of here today." Chapter 30. Summon the tiger lord you speak of. At that moment, a group of burly men clad in black entered the banquet hall with fierce expressions and an imposing demeanor. They surveyed the room and swiftly identified their target, striding purposefully towards Qin Feng. "Brother Leopard, it is him. The other day, I followed your instructions to collect a debt from Jianghe Real Estate, and this brat gave us a beating, even daring to declare that he would expel the Golden Dragon Gang from Jiangqing." One of the group, a stout man with a bandage wrapped around his head, stepped forward. It was He Pai, the leader of the debt collection team from that day. "You truly have a knack for boasting, don't you? Care to show me how you plan to expel the Golden Dragon Gang from Jiangqing?" Wang Bao glared at Qin Feng, his voice dripping with menace. Qin Feng spoke calmly, "I admit to having struck that rotund man, yet I never claimed I would eradicate the Golden Dragon Gang from Jiangbei. What's the matter? Are you afraid of me, boy? Too timid to acknowledge your own words?" Wang Bao scoffed with disdain. "It's not a matter of fear. I will certainly own up to what I have said. As for what I have not uttered, it remains unspoken." Qin Feng cast a faint glance at Wang Bao and said, "Of course, if the Golden Dragon Gang insists on provoking me, it would not be impossible for me to expel them from Jiang City. You truly possess remarkable audacity. Dare you accompany me to a private room for a discussion? Lead the way." Qin Feng followed Wang Bao and his entourage into the inner chamber. Within this space there were two lounges. Upon arriving at the unoccupied lounge, Wang Bao promptly closed the door, raised his hand, and commanded, "Seize him, break his limbs, and let him remember that, in this Jiangcheng, the Golden Dragon Gang is not to be trifled with." With a roar, 7 or 8 burly men charged forward. With a casual wave of his hand, Qin Feng unleashed a terrifying gust of energy that sent the approaching individuals hurtling through the air. Thud, thud, thud. 7 or 8 of them collided with the walls, crashed onto the sofas or fell to the ground, utterly incapacitated and wailing in pain. Wang Bao stood in stunned silence. As a seasoned martial artist, he was a 4th-tier martial arts master, accustomed to taking on a dozen burly men with ease. Who on earth are you? Wang Bao hesitated to take action, seeking to uncover Qin Feng's identity. Qin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor. Did you not seek me out? Why do you question me now? The young man continued, I acknowledge your skills, but no matter how formidable you are, can you truly contend with the thousands of brothers of the Golden Dragon Gang? Moreover, our leader, Master Hu, is a 3rd-rank martial arts master, the foremost martial artist in Jiangqing. Do you genuinely believe you can surpass him? Wang Bao invoked Master Hu's name, attempting to intimidate Qin Feng. Is the Master Hu you speak of truly as formidable as you claim? Qin Feng's expression grew earnest. His apprehension was not rooted in fear of Zhao Hu, but rather in anticipation of a confrontation with him. For the past 20 years on the mountain, Qin Feng had been diligently honing his skills, yet his beautiful mentor had never disclosed his level of mastery, and he had never engaged in combat with others. Thus, he remained uncertain of his true capabilities in the outside world. Now that he learned that Master Hu was the premier martial artist of Jiangqing, Qin Feng felt compelled to measure himself against him, to discern whether they were evenly matched or if there existed a vast disparity between them. You see, I am not merely boasting. Our leader, Master Hu, is an exceptional expert, recognized throughout the entire Jiangbei province. Wang Bao proclaimed with an air of arrogance, believing Qin Feng to be intimidated. If Master Hu were to arrive, you would surely meet your end. I now offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, sever your own hands, and compensate the Golden Dragon Gang with 5 million. If you comply, I might spare your miserable life. With a resounding slap, Qin Feng's hand met Wang Bao's face, sending him hurtling through the air, colliding violently with a wall, which cracked upon impact. Before Wang Bao's body could even descend from the wall, Qin Feng, like a shadow, swiftly placed his foot upon Wang Bao's chest. Blood spewed from Wang Bao's mouth, as he felt as though half his life had been extinguished beneath Qin Feng's weight. I shall also grant you a chance for survival, Qin Feng declared. Instantly summon your so-called Master Hu, or I will hunt you down and crush your skull. Qin Feng's vital energy surged wildly, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of a celestial being descending upon the mortal realm. In the lounge, a back door provided an escape route for Wang Bao and his companions, who slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, members of the Shen family engaged in an extended conversation with Shen Rui in a secluded corner of the venue. Seated in her chair, Shen Rui observed the Shen family members surrounding her. These individuals, who typically held themselves with an air of superiority, now were beaming smiles and spoke to her with a tone of flattery, making Shen Rui feel as though she were dreaming. Rui, after all we have discussed, surely you can forgive us now? Shun Qianjiao said, gently massaging Shen Rui's shoulders as she spoke with a smile. Miss Shen, Shen Rui began, only to be interrupted by Shen Qianjiao, who insisted, oh, just call me cousin, or simply address me as Qianjiao. Cousin Qianjiao, weren't you the ones who forced me to transfer Jianghe real estate into your name? Why then are you asking me to go and sign a contract with Wanhua Group now? Shen Rui questioned, sensing the inconsistency in their sudden kindness. Rui, do you happen to know Mr. He from Wanhua Group? Shen Qianjiao inquired with a smile. Mr. He? I do not know him, Shen Rui replied, unaware that the female steward at Shanshui Manor was indeed He Yu, the president of Wanhua Group. Shen Qianjiao furrowed her brow, maintaining her patience. Rui, I have apologized, and your aunts and uncles have all extended their goodwill toward you. There is no need for you to keep anything from us, is there? I am not hiding anything. I truly do not know Mr. He, Shen Rui stated earnestly. Shen Lang, anxious, interjected, you do not know Mr. He? Then why is Wanhua Group collaborating with Jianghe Real Estate? Moreover, Mr. He specifically mentioned wanting to sign a contract with you. Really? Mr. He said that? Why? Shen Rui was equally perplexed. You genuinely do not know Mr. He? Seeing her expression, the Shen family members were left in despair. After lowering their stance for so long, it turned out Shen Rui had no connection to Mr. He at all. Rui, Currently Mr. He from Wanhua Group only recognizes you. Tomorrow, you must go to Wanhua Group to sign the contract, declared the matriarch of the Qin family. Qin Rui began to comprehend the situation. No wonder the Qin family had suddenly changed their demeanor and were so solicitous. They wished for her to sign the contract. Matriarch, Jianghe Real Estate has already been transferred to Qin Qianjiao. I have no authority to sign any contracts. Qin Rui politely declined. She wished to distance herself from the scheming and duplicitous nature of the Qin family and did not wish to become entangled in their affairs any further. I'm sorry, Matriarch Qin, but I do not wish to become involved in the Qin family's matters any longer, Qin Rui reiterated after careful consideration. After all, during her years within the Qin family, she had endured scorn and humiliation. It was not something that could be easily forgotten with a few kind words. Qin Rui, do not overstep your bounds. Qin Qianjiao could no longer maintain her facade, reverting to her usual haughty demeanor. Her face filled with disdain as she commanded, with so many members of the Qin family surrounding you, showering you with compliments, how can you still refuse? I tell you, Qin Rui, you will go to sign the contract tomorrow whether you like it or not. You are merely a servant of the Qin family. You have no choice in the matter. The Qin family members, no longer bothering to maintain their pretense, revealed their true colors. I warn you, Qin Rui, if your actions prevent Jianghe Real Estate from signing with Wanhua Group, the Qin family will not spare you. As Qin Rui observed the true faces of the Qin family, her frustration boiled over. I will not go. If you are so powerful, then just take me by force and make me sign. Qin Qianjiao glared at her, furious. You think I wouldn't dare? If you do not voluntarily go to Wanhua Group to sign the contract tomorrow morning, I will send someone to seize you in the afternoon and drag you there. Silence. The matriarch's cane struck the ground, silencing the Qin family members. She then turned to Qin Rui, saying, Rui, we are all family. There is no need for this to become so contentious. How is your mother doing these days? I notice Dr. Li has arrived. I can ask him to help your mother, but only if you agree to sign the contract tomorrow. I came to attend tonight's medical exchange gathering specifically to seek Dr. Li's assistance for my mother. I can ask him myself, Qin Rui replied. A cold glint flashed in the matriarch's eyes as she retorted, Qin Rui, are you disregarding my words? Do you truly believe that merely entering this banquet hall grants you the authority to summon Dr. Li? Let me tell you, only the heads of the 5 top families in Jiang City can request Dr. Li's presence. Even some affluent families have been turned away. You, a mere illegitimate daughter of the Qin family, possess neither power nor influence. What makes you think you can summon Dr. Li? Qin Rui's brow furrowed as the matriarch's words jolted her awake. Indeed, she had no power or influence. Even if she encountered Dr. Li, what could she possibly offer to persuade him? I will think it over tonight and provide you with an answer tomorrow morning, Qin Rui said hesitantly as she departed. She still wished to seek out Dr. Li. After all, she had come this far, and even if he ultimately refused her, she could at least find closure. Lord Tiger has arrived. All irrelevant individuals, leave at once. Get the hell out. Someone is going to die here tonight. If you're not gone in 5 minutes, you can forget about leaving. Suddenly, a group of burly men clad in black stormed into the club, their imposing presence and fierce demeanor sending the crowd fleeing in panic. What is happening? The Red Maple Club is bustling with guests tonight, including heads of several top families. Who dares to cause trouble here? Are you deaf? It's Lord Tiger from the Golden Dragon Gang. This Red Maple Club is his territory. When he is enraged, even Jiang City trembles. Who would dare to defy him? Whoever offends Lord Tiger is courting death. The outer area was swiftly cleared. A formidable group marched into the inner hall, their intentions clear. Enough of this medical exchange nonsense. Get the hell out. Lord Tiger is here to make a statement. With his bare chest wrapped in bandages, Leopard, filled with rage, bellowed. With Lord Tiger in attendance, Wang Bao felt emboldened, brazenly asserting himself. The inner hall, filled with elite members of Jiang City's top families and business associations, had never been treated with such disdain. Yet, upon seeing the grim countenance of Zhao Tiger, no one dared to protest, and one by one, they exited the club. Before long, the guests at the Red Maple Club had nearly all departed. However, they did not leave directly. Instead, they gathered outside, buzzing with speculation. Who could have offended Lord Tiger? With that look on his face, it seems like someone might end up dead tonight. Those who can attend tonight's medical exchange meeting must be prominent figures from affluent families. It appears that the power dynamics among the wealthy in Jiang City are about to undergo a significant shift. Lord Hu is the foremost figure in martial arts within Jiang City. Anyone who offends him is unlikely to escape unscathed. Where is Qin Feng? Have any of you seen him? Zhou Wanshan exclaimed, looking around anxiously. Zhou Xintong scoffed, who pays attention to that nameless nobody? I certainly haven't seen him. Could the Golden Dragon Gang be seeking trouble with Qin Feng? Zhou Wanshan fretted. Zhou Xintong shook her head. Grandfather, you are overthinking. Qin Feng is a mere insignificant character. Would Lord Hu personally trouble himself with him? Liang Meili, with an expression of disdain, remarked, in my view, as soon as Qin Feng heard of Lord Hu's arrival, he must have fled in fear. He might even be hiding in the Zhou residence, too scared to come out. Zhou Wanshan sighed in relief. Upon reflection, he too realized that Qin Feng, being an inconspicuous individual, hardly warranted Lord Hu's personal attention. Meanwhile, the matriarch of the Shen family addressed Shen Rui, who was scanning the crowd for Qin Feng. I am quite upset. Who told you that Qin Feng made my mother and me stay in the basement? Shen Rui retorted. Oh, so you are not in the basement? Shen Qianjiao replied with a knowing smile. I see. Are you living under a bridge then? Infuriated, Shen Rui snapped back. Qin Feng has accommodated my mother and me in a luxurious villa, which is even grander than the old Shen residence. Chapter 32. Lord Hu's defeat. The members of the Shen family were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! Shen Rui, I never realized how vain you were. To save face, you would concoct such a ridiculous lie. You truly amuse me. Shen Qianjiao scoffed, her bosom heaving with mockery. A woman from the Shen family chimed in. Oh my! Rui is quite impressive. Marrying a powerless nobody yet residing in a grand villa, even larger and more magnificent than our ancestral home. Surely, you must be living at the Shanshui Manor, right? Ha ha ha. A man from the Shen family sneered. Shen Rui, you're not telling us you live on the mountain with that nameless fellow, are you? Is it Tuanqing Mountain or Yuelu Mountain? We, the Shen family, might send you some rice and oil to ensure you don't starve up there. Shen Rui shook her head, already accustomed to the vile demeanor of her relatives, and chose to ignore them as she continued her search for Qin Feng. At the Hongfeng Club, just as the Su family was about to leave, Qin Feng emerged from the lounge. Wang Bao, filled with rage, pointed at Qin Feng and shouted, You little bastard! How dare you provoke the Golden Dragon Gang? I've summoned Lord Hu. Tonight will be your end. Su Tianlong and Su Mubei halted abruptly, their expressions complex as they gazed at Qin Feng. They had not anticipated that Lord Hu would storm into the Hongfeng Club seeking out Qin Feng. Is it you, brat, who boasted of eliminating the Golden Dragon Gang from Jiang City? Zhao Hu glared fiercely, his presence reminiscent of a ferocious tiger. The Su family was left in shock. Qin Feng certainly possesses audacity. Such words are likely uttered by no one else in the entire Jiang City but him. Are you truly the Tiger Lord? Qin Feng cast a faint glance at Zhao Hu, subtly shaking his head. From the aura emanating from him, he appeared far from formidable. Zhao Hu coldly declared, Kneel and bow 10 times while addressing me as grandfather 10 times. Compensate my subordinates with 10 million for medical and psychological damages, and then sever your own limbs. Only then might I spare your life. I cannot fulfill any of your demands. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. In that case, prepare to meet your demise. Zhao Hu's gaze darkened, a palpable aura of menace rising from him. His eyes shifted to Su Tianlong, and he berated, What are you? Do you think you deserve my respect? It seems I did not teach you a sufficient lesson last time. Do you wish for another beating? Su Tianlong's pupils constricted, his confidence waning considerably. The recent resurgence of his old ailments stemmed from a confrontation with Zhao Hu, during which he had sustained serious injuries, causing his hidden afflictions to resurface. Zhao Hu's animosity towards Su Tianlong was fueled by the elder of the prestigious Ma family, Ma Yunfeng, who had offered a staggering 100 million to have Su Tianlong incapacitated. Master Hu, how about this? I am willing to offer 2 million to pacify this matter, and have Qin Feng apologize to you and your brothers. As for the kneeling and self-mutilation, let's forego that. Su Tianlong said, forcing himself to speak. Zhao Hu's gaze sharpened, a look of surprise crossing his face as he queried, "What connection do you have with that boy to protect him so fiercely?" "Qin Feng saved my life. Now that he is in peril, how can I stand idly by?" Su Tianlong was uncertain whether Qin Feng truly possessed the prowess of a martial arts master. Although Qin Feng could manipulate energy, some obscure techniques could achieve similar feats. Given Qin Feng's youth, the notion of him being a martial arts master was preposterous. Thus, despite his willingness to assist, Su Tianlong harbored doubts regarding Qin Feng's ability to confront Zhao Hu. "Ah, you relish meddling, do you? Very well. I shall grant your wish and send both you and that boy to hell." Zhao Hu's body radiated with energy, bones cracking ominously. "Please, Master Hu, show mercy." Suddenly, a frail voice emanated from the lounge. Hai Zhuqing supported Hai Weigua as he stepped forward. Zhao Hu raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Hai Weigua, what is your intent? Do you also wish to shield that boy?" "Master Hu, Qin Feng just saved my life, and I must plead on his behalf," Hai Weigua, still recovering and appearing weak, said. "Name your price. As long as it can be resolved with money, I, Hai Weigua, will not refuse." "How audacious, Su Tianlong. How bold, Hai Weigua. Do you truly believe that the two of you combined can pose a threat to me? I am the foremost martial artist in Jiangqing. Eliminating you is akin to squashing a few ants." Zhao Hu's fury erupted, his murderous intent surging. "I grant you one final chance. Get out immediately, otherwise, I will eradicate you both." Members of the Su family and the Dragon Commerce Association were stricken with fear, anxiety palpable in the air. They could sense Zhao Hu's wrath, ready to ignite the very roof above them. Once this local tyrant was provoked, no one could withstand his fury, which was truly terrifying. "Master Hu, enough of your bluster. Your noise is grating on my ears. Just unleash your full power and kill me already." The atmosphere was suffocating, thick with the scent of impending violence. Qin Feng suddenly spoke, igniting a spark akin to a roaring flame. The room fell into a hushed astonishment. Eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at him. Was this man mad or merely foolish? How dare he so brazenly provoke Tiger Zhao? Or perhaps, this young fool was seeking his own demise? An arrogant little wretch. "I shall ensure your end is most disgraceful today." Zhao Tiger's eyes glowed crimson, exuding an intimidating aura. He swung a punch towards Qin Feng, his fist the size of a sandbag, crackling with power as it sliced through the air, creating a cacophony reminiscent of dancing sparks. In an instant, Zhao's fist was upon Qin Feng, and it seemed as though it would obliterate his very skull. The members of the Su family and the Dragon Business Association gasped in horror, some closing their eyes, unable to bear the impending gruesome spectacle. Just as all believed Qin Feng was destined to perish, he effortlessly reached out, deftly grasping Zhao Tiger's fist with precision and grace, as if the formidable force behind it was abruptly swallowed, akin to a once turbulent river suddenly calming. "You! How is this possible?" Zhao Tiger stood dumbfounded. He was indeed the foremost martial artist in Jiang City, having ascended to the realm of a third-tier martial master. That full-force punch aimed at Qin Feng's life had been effortlessly neutralized. "Are you truly the greatest martial artist in Jiang City?" Qin Feng furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with skepticism. The members of the Su family and the representatives of the Dragon Commerce Association were left utterly astonished, their scalps tingling in disbelief. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Qin Feng snapped Zhao Hu's wrist with a decisive motion, then propelled him with a powerful kick. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Zhao Hu's body flew backward like a cannonball, colliding with a wall and leaving behind an imprint of his form. Is Lord Hu all right? Should we assist in peeling him off the wall? Lord Hu has been defeated. Chapter 33. Taking Lord Hu as my underling, the entire room was rendered speechless, their minds reeling and their scalps tingling with disbelief. The esteemed leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, the foremost martial artist of Jiangqing, a third-tier martial arts master, had been effortlessly vanquished by a mere youth in his 20s. Such a tale, if it were to spread, would surely be met with skepticism. "Are you truly the foremost martial artist of Jiangqing?" Qin Feng once again raised his doubts. The crowd fell silent. With a mere wave of his hand, Qin Feng unleashed an immense force that struck Zhao Hu, who was several meters away, in the abdomen. It felt as though he had been collided with by a speeding automobile. Blood spewed from his mouth, and several of his ribs shattered. The onlookers were left in utter shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The ability to manipulate energy from a distance. You are indeed a martial arts master. Zhao Hu, disregarding his injuries, gazed at Qin Feng with wide-eyed terror. The realization that he had dared to present himself arrogantly before a martial arts master, to insult him by kneeling and calling him grandfather, and even to threaten the annihilation of such a master filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread and regret. A martial arts master? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. In truth, he was uncertain of his own realm, and he lacked clarity regarding what constituted a martial arts master. However, he recalled the reverence displayed by Li Shihai when he mentioned the martial arts master, and how the Su family mistakenly believed him to be one, thus attempting to curry favor. Now, as Zhao Hu spoke of the martial arts master, his face was filled with sheer terror and trepidation. Is a martial arts master truly formidable? Qin Feng inquired. The individuals present were rendered speechless by the question, for none among them had ever encountered a genuine martial arts master. Yet, the legends surrounding these masters were numerous, portraying them as powerful beings akin to deities, instilling both awe and fear. There exists an ancient adage in the Dragon Kingdom. A master must not be insulted. Zhao Hu responded, a martial arts master resides at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Each master commands dominion over their territory, wielding unparalleled influence. Indeed, they are exceptionally formidable. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Hearing you say that, I find myself rather intrigued. Does anyone here know a martial arts master? Please call him over. I would like to spar with him. The members of the Su family exchanged perplexed glances. The representatives of the Dragon Commerce Association remarked, What is this? Aren't you all the heads of the most esteemed families in Jiang City, the largest commerce and gang organizations? Is it truly the case that none of you are acquainted with a martial arts master? Qin Feng posed a question, yet there was no response. Su Tianlong approached and stated, Master Qin, there are no martial arts masters in Jiang City, nor is there a single one in the entire Jiangbei province. Qin Feng remarked with a hint of surprise, Is the martial arts prowess of Jiangbei province truly so feeble? Su Tianlong's lips twitched slightly. It is not that the martial arts of Jiangbei province are weak. Rather, it is your martial prowess, Qin Feng, that is utterly formidable. Qin Feng continued just now, I overheard that fool claim he was the one who injured you, and he is prepared to deal with you again. You may take it upon yourself to eliminate him. Su Tianlong's heart raced as his gaze fell upon the fool Zhao Hu, whom Qin Feng had mentioned. Perhaps in all of Jiangqing, only Qin Feng would dare to address Zhao Hu in such a manner. Old Su, we have no enmity between us. Please, spare my life, Zhao Hu pleaded, abandoning his previous arrogance. I assure you, I will never cross you again. Naturally, Su Tianlong had no intention of killing Zhao Hu. Doing so would embroil the Su family in a bitter conflict with the Golden Dragon Gang. However, Qin Feng could indeed dispose of Zhao Hu, and it was likely that the Golden Dragon Gang would refrain from seeking retribution against him afterward. Qin, esteemed healer, why not take matters into your own hands?
Su Tianlong suggested cautiously.
Very well, if you lack the resolve, I shall take the initiative, Qin Feng replied. Zhao Hu was utterly terrified, his trousers dampened, as he trembled against the wall, weeping like a child. Qin, esteemed healer, brother Qin, revered one, please. I implore you, do not take my life. Zhao Hu, am willing to serve you like a beast. All present were taken aback. Zhao Hu, a notorious figure in Jiangqing, akin to a local emperor, was ordinarily brazen and unrestrained. Yet now, this once dominant lord was reduced to a quivering, sobbing wretch. Hai Weigua stepped forward to plead for Zhao Hu. His motives were twofold, to earn a favor from Zhao Hu and to consider Qin Feng's perspective, for capturing a man was far more valuable than extinguishing his life. Begone. In the end, Qin Feng released Zhao Hu. Several of his subordinates laboriously pried Zhao Hu from the wall and fled as if their lives depended on it. Mr. Qin, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving assistance. I have no means to repay you, so I wish to bestow upon you the position of president of the Dragon Commerce Association, along with a complimentary 51% share in the organization. Hai Weigua said hastily as he noticed Qin Feng preparing to leave. Su Tianlong and Su Mubua stared in astonishment. The Dragon Commerce Association was the foremost commercial entity in Jiangxing, ranking among the top 5 even in the entirety of Jiangbei province. Its influence was vast, with extensive connections and abundant financial resources. Father, please reconsider, Hai Zhuqing said, her brows slightly furrowed, taken aback by Hai Weigua's sudden decision. Hai Weigua smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her, continuing, "My mind is made up. Zhuqing, do not attempt to persuade me otherwise. Mr. Qin, may I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" Qin Feng found himself unfamiliar with the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, harboring concerns that it might be burdened with substantial debts. Should such liabilities fall upon him, it would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of complications. Thus, he turned to Su Mubi, inquiring, "What do you think?" Su Mubi was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. She had not anticipated Qin Feng would seek her opinion, which indicated that he regarded her as a trusted confidant. "Mr. Qin, in my opinion, President Hai's proposal is quite feasible." "Very well, I concur." Qin Feng acquiesced. Hai Weigua glanced at Su Embing, then at Hai Zhuqing, and chuckled while shaking his head. Initially, he had hoped to bring his daughter Hai Zhuqing and Qin Feng together, but it now seemed that the renowned first talent of Jiangbei from the Su family had already taken the lead. "Qin Feng, how is it that you are here?" Qin Feng asked Su Embing to drop him off at the entrance of the villa, intending to take a leisurely stroll along the mountain path. Unexpectedly, just as Su Embing's car drove away, Bai Qingqing suddenly descended from the mountain. Chapter 34. Precautions against fire, theft, and best friends. Qin Feng's gaze settled upon Bai Qingqing. The woman, in her mid-20s, radiated youthful vitality and was as beautiful as a blooming flower. She donned a white camisole and a pink miniskirt, her tall and graceful figure exuding an invigorating aura of youthfulness. Qin Feng casually glanced around, only to be caught by Bai Qingqing, who shouted indignantly, "Hey, what are you staring at? Let me make it clear. I am the daughter of a prestigious family, a distinguished phoenix of Jiangxing. A nameless nobody like you will never catch my eye. You'd better stop sneaking glances at me. Furthermore, I warn you, do not meddle with Zhou Xintong again, or I shall deal with you." Bai Qingqing waved her delicate little fist, her charming face displaying an adorably fierce expression. After reprimanding Qin Feng, she descended the mountain. Her visit was not genuinely about climbing for exercise. Rather, she hoped to encounter the owner of the Shanshui Manor. The way Qin Feng had been staring at her made her feel as though she had been bitten by a dog, prompting her to quicken her pace and leave the area without delay. Qin Feng shook his head, rendered speechless by the self-righteous Bai Qingqing. He could not be bothered to explain anything to her and strode into the picturesque Shanshui Manor. "Hey, you little brat, can you comprehend human speech? What do you think you're doing following me? Do you wish to harass me? I warn you for the last time. Vanish from my sight immediately, or I shall call the authorities." She turned around, unleashing a tirade of anger, her face contorted with disdain and vigilance as she glared at Qin Feng. "Do you suffer from delusions?" Qin Feng shook his head and, casting aside a few words, proceeded towards the entrance of the Shanshui Manor. Bai Qingqing, with a face full of derision, believed Qin Feng was merely putting on an act, certain that he would soon be expelled by the manor's guards. However, moments later, her eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the black-clad bodyguards of Shanshui Manor personally opening the door for Qin Feng, bowing deeply and greeting him. "Good day, Mr. Qin." "Wait, Qin Feng." The bodyguard intercepted her, his demeanor imposing. "Shanshui Manor is a private estate. You may not enter." Bai Qingqing shouted from several meters away. "Hey, you nameless nobody, how did you get in? Do you know the guards here? Have them let me in. I wish to explore the manor." The following morning, Shen Rui was leaving the villa to head to the Shen family. The previous night's abrupt clearing of the premises by Master who had prevented her from meeting the renowned Dr. Li, Shen Rui ultimately accepted the harsh reality. With her capabilities, it was impossible to secure an appointment with Dr. Li, and now even the chance to see him was elusive. Thus, she resolved to assist the Shen family in signing a contract with the Wanhe Group, with the promise from old Madame Shen to arrange a meeting with Dr. Li afterward. "Is there something you need?" Just as she exited the gates of Shanshui Manor, Shenrui noticed a woman lurking suspiciously outside. Bai Qingqing had kept vigil all night, astonished to find that Qin Feng had not departed the manor but had instead spent the night there, leaving her utterly astounded. "Ah, I was out for a morning jog." Bai Qingqing hastily fabricated an excuse when questioned by Shenrui. "Oh, do be careful. The paths on the mountain can be slippery." Shenrui thought little of it and continued on her way. After waiting a while longer at the entrance, Bai Qingqing saw Qin Feng emerge. Upon spotting her sitting on the ground, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "You've been here all night?" "Yes." "My goodness. Is this manor yours?" "Indeed." You were supposed to be a nameless nobody. How could you possibly afford the most expensive manor in Jiangqing?" Bai Qingqing was left utterly speechless. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "This is none of your concern. You should leave here promptly." He harbored little fondness for Bai Qingqing. As a close confidant of Zhou Xintong, she often accompanied her, and together they had not refrained from disparaging and insulting Qin Feng in the past. "Are you angry with me, Qin Feng?" Bai Qingqing suddenly approached, her delicate, soft hand grasping Qin Feng's arm, her tone shifting from disdain to one that resembled playful coaxing. Qin Feng furrowed his brows, shaking off Bai Qingqing's grasp, and replied nonchalantly, "We are not acquainted well enough for me to harbor any anger towards you." Undeterred, Bai Qingqing wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's, causing him to feel as though his arm had sunk into a soft, yielding embrace. "As long as you're not upset with me, that's all that matters. I realize we weren't close before, and I may have misjudged you, expressing some harsh words. Please do not take them to heart. From now on, let us be good friends, and we should spend more time together, perhaps dining or watching movies. If you were to invite me for an overnight stay at the Shanshui Manor, I might consider it," she said, her enchanting eyes shimmering as she gazed at him, her head resting on his shoulder, embodying the essence of a sweet couple. "Are you hoping to ingratiate yourself with me now that you've discovered I reside at Shanshui Manor?" Qin Feng remarked with a sardonic smile. Bai Qingqing blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, Qin Feng, I know you are about to accuse me of being vain and materialistic. But in this society, which woman is not drawn to vanity? Which woman does not aspire to marry a man of equal status? Just because we women seek a better life, must we be judged for it? Yet, men are equally guilty of pursuing beautiful women and those of high standing." Qin Feng, weary of engaging in a debate with Bai Qingqing, shrugged off her arm and remarked with indifference, "Aren't you supposed to be the closest confidant of Zhou Xintong? Wouldn't your friend be furious to see you currying favor with me?" Just as he mentioned Zhou Xintong, Bai Qingqing's phone rang, revealing that it was Zhou Xintong calling. "What's up, Tong Tong?" Bai Qingqing answered the call, feeling a pang of guilt, akin to an illicit affair with Qin Feng. "Where are you?" Zhou Xintong inquired. I'm out on the street. Why?" Bai Qingqing stole a glance at Qin Feng, her heart racing, that sense of clandestine romance intensifying. "Dubin and I are heading to Wanhe Group today to sign a contract. Do you want to join us?" "Ah, I heard from young Master Du that the cooperation with the Du family was cancelled, right? Besides, last time we discussed collaboration, Mr. He outright rejected any partnership with the Bai family. What would I even go for?" Bai Qingqing responded. "You might want to come by. I'm signing the contract with Wanhe Group today," Zhou Xintong insisted. "Is Wanhe Group really going to cooperate with the Zhou family? Congratulations, Tong Tong," Bai Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Is it true? Is Wanhe Group eager to partner with the Zhou family?" "Pretty much, which is why I want you to come. We can all approach Mr. He together, and I'll put in a good word for you with young Master Du. Who knows, Mr. He might even sign the agreement for both our families." Zhou Xintong's confidence surged, her spirits lifted. "All right, I'll head over now." Suddenly, Bai Qingqing recalled something and added, "Should we invite Qin Feng? Why would we call that insignificant nobody? I feel nauseated just seeing him. Goodbye." Bai Qingqing, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Qin Feng and said, "Tong Tong wants me to go to Wanhe Group to sign a contract. You may choose not to attend, as Zhou Xintong is incapable of securing that contract." Qin Feng replied coolly. Bai Qingqing's eyes brightened as she asked, "Qin Feng, you wouldn't he happen to know Mr. He from Wanhe Group? Would you? How do you know Zhou Xintong can't sign the contract?" Previously, if Qin Feng had made such a statement, Bai Qingqing would have scolded him vehemently. However, her perception of him had significantly changed, now viewing him as an enigma. You may leave now. Qin Feng, disinclined to offer an explanation, issued an expulsion order. Shortly after Bai Qingqing's departure, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Su Bing descended from the vehicle, adorned in an elegant white gown, a vision of ethereal beauty, exuding an air of noble aloofness that stirred an overwhelming desire for conquest within those who beheld her. Qin Feng cast a sweeping glance over Su Bing, who gracefully approached him and bowed slightly. Greeting, Mr. Qin. This is a parcel sent early this morning by Zhao Hu for the Su family to deliver to you. She presented a rectangular jade box. Qin Feng opened the jade box, revealing a xianing flower that emanated an aura of chill. After departing from the Hongfeng Club yesterday, he recalled that the xianing flower, gifted by the Qin family, had been bestowed upon the leader of the Jinlong gang, Hu Yi, none other than Zhao Hu. Thus, Qin Feng informed Zhao Hu that he expected to see the xianing flower by the break of dawn. Zhao Hu, in his characteristic arrogance, opted not to deliver the flower personally, instead sending a subordinate. Qin Feng remarked coolly on this lack of respect. Su Mubin, glancing awkwardly at Qin Feng, interjected, Mr. Qin, you nearly brought Zhao Hu to his demise yesterday. He is currently confined to a hospital bed and likely won't be able to rise for at least 2 weeks. Zhao Hu truly is feeble, Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. The two then boarded a Rolls-Royce, with Su Mubin taking the wheel while Qin Feng reclined in the passenger seat. She occasionally stole glances at him, captivated by this young man whose medical prowess was remarkable and whose martial skills were extraordinary, her heart ensnared in an inescapable enchantment. I won't need to give a speech at the chairman's inauguration ceremony today, will I? Qin Feng inquired. Everything is at your discretion, Mr. Qin. Speak if you wish, or remain silent if you prefer, Su Mubin responded, her demeanor markedly softened in his presence. Last night, she had arranged for Qin Feng to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Wanha Group's new chairman. Qin Feng remarked lightly, the simpler, the better. I am not one to relish complications. Understood. Beneath the Wanha Group, Bai Qingqing hurried over. Zhou Xintong and Dubin waited downstairs without entering, and upon seeing Bai Qingqing's car approach, they walked over. Tong Tong, you are truly impressive. You managed to persuade the Wanha Group to expedite a collaboration with the Zhou family. How did you negotiate with President He? Please teach me. Bai Qingqing exclaimed, excitedly linking her arm with Zhou Xintong's as she inquired. Zhou Xintong, equally perplexed, could not comprehend why the Wanha Group was so eager to partner with the Zhou family. Just a few days prior, they had even sent 2 million to the Zhou family. However, it was strange that the Wanha Group had been silent in recent days, and President He had not reached out to Zhou Xintong, leaving her anxious and ultimately unable to resist the urge to visit the Wanha Group to finalize the contract that very morning. Let us go inside first. I will sign the contract with President He, and afterward, I will speak favorably of both of you. Perhaps President He will reconsider and decide to sign with you as well, Zhou Xintong suggested. The three made their way toward the Wanha Group but were halted at the entrance by security. Please wait outside. You cannot enter at this moment, the guard instructed. Zhou Xintong furrowed her brow, somewhat displeased, and retorted, I am here to sign a contract with President He. What authority do you have to obstruct me? If this delays my collaboration with him, can you bear the consequences? A flicker of panic crossed the faces of several guards, but they quickly regained their composure and became resolute. I have said that you must step aside. Our chairman is on his way, and President He has just issued a directive. No business meetings will be conducted, and no unauthorized personnel are allowed inside the Wanha Group. The three exchanged alarmed glances. Bai Qingqing exclaimed, the chairman of the Wanha Group is coming? Is he the mysterious major investor who acquired 51% of the company? Zhou Xintong's eyes sparkled, her heart racing as she mused about the potential benefits of befriending such a significant figure. If she could connect with the chairman of the Wanha Group, the Zhou family might ascend to the ranks of the elite. Dubin, too, was intrigued, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the chairman. After a few minutes, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt outside the building. Bai Qingqing shouted in excitement, Look, that is Su Mobing's car. Zhou Xintong trembled with anticipation, saying, Indeed, The chairman of the Wanha Group wields considerable influence. Even Su Mobing has come to personally greet and congratulate him. If we meet this mysterious chairman, we must find a way to establish a connection. A security perimeter had been established around the Wanha Group, attracting a crowd of onlookers. As the door of the Rolls-Royce swung open, Su Mobing emerged in a flowing white gown, exuding an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her presence elicited cheers from the crowd. Just when everyone expected Su Mobing to stride into the Wanha Group's lobby, she unexpectedly walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and courteously bowed to invite the occupant to step out. Is this the renowned Su Mobing of Jiangqing? Truly, she is a paragon of both talent and beauty. Whoever marries her will undoubtedly be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Observers marveled at the sight of the high-powered woman personally opening the car door, bowing respectfully. Who, then, occupied the passenger seat? Look, all the security personnel from the Wanha Group are rushing out. Someone exclaimed. Who is this esteemed figure that requires such tight security? One cannot even catch a glimpse of him. Outside the barrier, the crowd buzzed with astonishment as the man in the passenger seat disembarked, immediately surrounded by dozens of security guards who escorted him into the Wanha Group building. Who exactly is this mysterious chairman of the Wanha Group? This is quite the spectacle.
Dubin remarked in disbelief.
Bai Qingqing's expression shifted as she caught a glimpse of the mysterious chairman's profile, which bore a striking resemblance to Qin Feng. Zhou Xintong, standing nearby, remarked, I cannot shake the feeling that the mysterious chairman resembles Qin Feng. Bai Qingqing's heart raced, her mind whirring. While her initial impression could have been mere imagination, Zhou Xintong's similar observation solidified her belief that Qin Feng was indeed the enigmatic chairman of the Wanha Group. However, she chose to keep this revelation to herself. Du Bin, with a disdainful look, said, Tong Tong, you must be mistaken. Qin Feng is just an insignificant nobody. How could he possibly be the chairman of the Wanha Group? Zhou Xintong shook her head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, and self-deprecatingly laughed. Yes, Qin Feng. That little person could never be the new chairman of the Wanha Group. I must admit, my recent encounters with him have muddled my thoughts, leading to such unrealistic notions. I surely must have misjudged. Dubin gazed at Zhou Xintong with earnest affection and assured her, Do not worry. I will find a way to drive that bothersome fellow away so that we can be together in peace. Zhou Xintong smiled but remained silent, for deep within, she held no affection for Du Bin and had never contemplated a future with him. Qin Feng took a brief tour around Wanhua Group before retreating to the chairman's office, leaving the remaining matters to Su Mubin. Half an hour later, Su Mubin was the first to exit Wanhua Group. The crowd gathered outside the building had yet to disperse. Upon seeing Su Mubin, they erupted into a cacophony of excited whispers and shouts. Why was Su Mubin leaving alone? The enigmatic chairman remained at Wanhua Group, remarked Zhou Xintong. Du Bin's eyes lit up. This is fortuitous. If he continues to refuse collaboration with the Du family, I shall approach that mysterious chairman directly. Surely, with the Du family standing in Jiangqing, we can negotiate a partnership with Wanhua Group. Bai Qingqing appeared lost in thought, her mind adrift. Once Su Mubin departed, the barricades outside the group were dismantled. General Manager I apologize for the unexpected intrusion, Zhou Xintong announced as she entered, with Du Bin following closely behind, while Bai Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. He glanced up, scrutinizing the two before frowning and asking, What brings you here? With a smile, Zhou Xintong replied, General Manager I have waited several days without seeing an invitation for a contract signing from Wanhua Group to the Zhou family, so I took the liberty of coming here today to finalize our agreement. He set aside her work, coldly regarding Zhou Xintong. Who informed you that Wanhua Group intends to partner with the Zhou family? Zhou Xintong's expression shifted, her brows knitting together. General Manager a few days ago, Wanhua Group sent 2 million to the Zhou family. You must be aware of this, correct? He nodded. That was money I dispatched. Zhou Xintong's eyes sparkled with excitement. So it was indeed sent by you, General Manager That 2 million must be in advance, indicating your intention to collaborate. You misunderstand. That 2 million was a gift for Old Master Zhou and has no bearing on any partnership. He replied with an impassive demeanor. Zhou Xintong's emotions surged like a roller coaster. General Manager He, what do you truly mean? You send money to the Zhou family yet refuse to cooperate. Are you toying with us? Zhou Xintong, are you questioning me? Hiyu's tone was icy, exuding an air of formidable authority. And no, General Manager He, you misinterpret my words. Zhou Xintong stammered, hastily shaking her head, fully aware that Hiyu had the backing of the Su family, whom she dared not provoke. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Do not disturb my work. Hiyu issued a dismissal. Though reluctant, Zhou Xintong dared not challenge Hiyu again and cast a pleading glance at Du Bin for support. Du Bin, brimming with pent-up frustration towards Hiyu, could not restrain himself. General Manager He, why do you refuse to collaborate with the Du family? If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I shall report your dereliction of duties and corruption to the chairman. I know the chairman of Wanhua Group is present today. If he learns of your misconduct, he will surely dismiss you. Zhou Xintong's face brightened. Indeed, the chairman of Wanhua Group was in the building. She could bypass Hiyu and approach him directly to discuss the partnership. Hiyu's expression was one of cold amusement. Qin Feng is the chairman of the Wanhua Group. The 2 million that Du Bin mentioned was requested by Hiyu at Qin Feng's behest, and it was also Qin Feng who instructed Hiyu to deliver the money to the Zhou family. As for Wanhua Group's disregard for the Zhou family's strength, this was a decision made after Hiyu consulted Qin Feng, who advised her to prioritize business matters. Therefore, when Hiyu heard Du Bin and Zhou Xintong discussing their intention to report her to the chairman, she remained unfazed and found the two of them rather amusing. The chairman's office is at the innermost part of this floor. Feel free to go ahead and lodge your complaint, she coldly remarked before returning to her work, dismissing the pair entirely. Humph, we'll see about that. Du Bin fumed as he exited the president's office, with Zhou Xintong following closely behind. They arrived at the end of the corridor where an office was marked with the words Chairman's Office. Please wait, esteemed gentlemen. The chairman is currently resting and is not receiving visitors. 2 bodyguards clad in black stood at the office door, blocking their path. Du Bin chuckled, brother, I am Du Bin, the young master of the prestigious Du family. Let us be friends. Kindly allow us entry, and should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I will certainly assist. The bodyguard, unflinching, replied sternly, you two should leave promptly, or I shall be compelled to escort you out. Du Bin was on the verge of exploding with rage. He could tolerate Hiyu's disdain, but now these insolent bodyguards dared to treat him with contempt? What audacity! Ultimately, Du Bin suppressed his anger. Engaging in a quarrel with the bodyguards would undoubtedly tarnish his image in the eyes of the mysterious chairman. When will the chairman be done resting?
Du Bin inquiret.
The bodyguard answered coldly, I do not know. Then we shall return shortly, Du Bin stated as he led Zhou Xintong to the lounge area downstairs to await their turn. He resolved not to leave without an audience with the chairman. Chapter 37. The Transformation of Bai Qingqing Chairman's Office. Qin Feng reclined in his executive chair, his hands clasped behind his head and legs casually draped over the desk, his eyes closed in blissful indulgence during a massage. Behind him, Bai Qingqing stood gracefully, her delicate and soft hands skillfully kneading his shoulders. Is the pressure to your liking, Qin Feng? Bai Qingqing inquired softly, her breath fragrant like orchids. Qin Feng spoke lightly, flattery without cause suggests ulterior motives. Speak plainly, what do you seek from me? Bai Qingqing stuck out her tongue, playfully and adorably replying, Mr. Qin, could you lend a hand to the Bai family? Earlier, as Zhou Xintong and Du Bin entered the CEO's office, Bai Qingqing had slipped into the chairman's office. Initially, she was halted by the bodyguards, but when she deceitfully claimed that the chairman had summoned her for a discussion, the bodyguards, swayed by her youthful beauty, mistakenly assumed she was part of an office dalliance and allowed her entry. What assistance can I offer the Bai family? Qin Feng replied. You are the newly appointed chairman of Wanhua Group. Could you facilitate a partnership agreement between the Bai family and Wanhua Group? Bai Qingqing pleaded sweetly. I am not involved in the affairs of Wanhua Group. That is under Hiyu's purview. If you wish to discuss collaboration, you should approach Hiyu. Qin Feng responded with indifference. Bai Qingqing leaned closer, pressing her face against Qin Feng's, wrapping her arms around his neck, and said intimately, Qin Feng, please, do me this favor. I have already approached Hiyu, but she outright rejected the proposal. It would be futile to seek her out again. Dear Qin Feng, as the chairman of the Wanhua Group, a single word from you could initiate a collaboration with the Bai family. If you are willing to assist me, I would be amenable to any request you may have. What do you say, dear Qin Feng? Bai Qingqing's playful charm is truly irresistible. Qin Feng found himself increasingly entangled in the whims of this woman. Please rise. We shall discuss this matter later, he insisted. Not a chance. If Brother Qin Feng does not agree, I refuse to get up, she retorted. Then I shall summon the bodyguards outside to forcibly remove you, Qin Feng replied coldly. With a pitiful demeanor, Bai Qingqing implored, Oh, Brother Qin Feng, how can you bully a fragile woman like me? I merely wish for the Bai family to flourish through collaboration with the Wanha Group. Is it too much to ask for such a modest desire? I have already apologized for my previous lack of discernment in offending you. Can't you show a measure of magnanimity and forgive me this once? As Qin Feng listened to Bai Qingqing's sultry voice, he felt as though his very bones were melting. He found himself utterly at a loss with Bai Qingqing. This woman was truly impervious to both coaxing and coercion. Qin Feng had no choice but to say, I can facilitate a partnership between the Wanha Group and the Bai family, but I require a favor in return. Bai Qingqing, filled with excitement, responded, Absolutely. What does my brother Qin wish for me to do? Just say the word, and I will spare no effort in fulfilling your request. Qin Feng gazed at the exuberant Bai Qingqing, who was practically leaping with excitement, and calmly remarked, Please persuade old Master Zhou to annul my engagement with Zhou Xintong. Bai Qingqing was taken aback, exclaiming, What? You wish to sever ties with Zhou Xintong? Have you not been persistently entangled with her? Before Qin Feng could elaborate, Bai Qingqing suddenly grasped the truth. No, we were mistaken about you. We believed you to be an ordinary person, lacking influence, who had come to Jiangqing to cling to the Zhou family. In reality, you are the enigmatic master of Shanshui Manor and the newly appointed chairman of Wanha Group. The modest Zhou family pales in comparison to your stature. Zhou Xintong is utterly unworthy of you. It is laughable that she perceives herself as someone who is beyond your reach. Furthermore, I witnessed Su Mu Bing actually bowing to open the car door for you. Qin Feng, what is the nature of your relationship with Su Mu Bing? Your prattle is excessive. Simply tell me if you will assist me or not. Of course I shall help. Very well, then you should hurry and leave. I require some time to rest. Qin Feng truly wished to avoid prolonging his interaction with Bai Qingqing, for this woman was nothing short of a siren, stirring fanciful thoughts within him the longer they lingered. Qin Feng, may I go directly to General He to finalize the contract? She inquired. Go ahead, Qin Feng replied, adding, but refrain from calling me Qin Feng. We are not that familiar. Wow, that's wonderful. Thank you, Qin Feng. No, thank you, Mr. Qin. As a reward, you shall receive a kiss, Bai Qingqing exclaimed, her excitement evident as she rushed forward and planted a quick kiss on Qin Feng's cheek, before joyfully darting out of the office. After Qin Feng saw her leave, he promptly took out the xianin flower that Zhao Hu had given him and consumed it. That Bai Qingqing is truly shameless. Should she ever dare to tease me in such a manner again, I shall resolutely teach her a severe lesson. Qin Feng shook his head in frustration. The mysterious flower he had just acquired that morning had already been used up. Now, he found himself devoid of any additional flowers. Should the fire toxin flare up again, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from Shenrui or Suembing to suppress it. Bai Qingqing made her way directly to He Yu's office. Mr. He, the chairman has spoken to you, hasn't he? Bai Qingqing inquired cautiously. He Yu scrutinized Bai Qingqing with a look of confusion. Logically, Bai Qingqing had always looked down upon Qin Feng and had previously insulted him. Why had Qin Feng suddenly called for cooperation between Wanha Group and the Bai family? Though puzzled, He Yu complied with Qin Feng's instructions. I've prepared the contract. Take a look. If everything is in order, please sign. He Yu handed a contract to Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing felt as though she were in a dream, her excited body trembling. If she secured the collaboration with Wanha Group, her family would surely regard her with newfound respect, elevating her status within the clan. At the same time, the Bai family could rise in prominence through the partnership with Wanha Group, potentially even entering the ranks of the affluent families in Jiang City. As Bai Qingqing exited He Yu's office, she still felt as if she were dreaming. She rushed to the chairman's office, eager to express her gratitude to Qin Feng, only to be stopped by the black-clad bodyguards at the door. "Hey, I just went in. The chairman called for me," Bai Qingqing attempted to assert. The two bodyguards retorted angrily, "You little girl, the chairman just reprimanded us harshly, stating that he has no intention of seeing you. No one is permitted to enter the chairman's office now." Crestfallen, Bai Qingqing left. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted Zhou Xintong and Du Bin, both wearing expressions of dismay as they sat in the lounge. "Qingqing, where have you been? We've been looking for you for ages. And you didn't answer your phone," Zhou Xintong called out, waving. Bai Qingqing felt a pang of guilt, lowering her head as she approached. "Did you manage to secure the cooperation?" she asked. Zhou Xintong replied dejectedly, "No, that He is out of her mind. She clearly sent 2 million in cash to the Zhou family. When I went to finalize the contract, she outright refused." Du Bin chimed in, "That woman is an idiot. Last time she asked me for 2 million, then rejected cooperation with the Du family. Now there's been no word about that 2 million. I must confront the chairman today to expose He's corruption." "Hey, Qingqing, what's that in your hand?" Zhou Xintong asked curiously, taking the contract from Bai Qingqing's grasp. Upon opening it, she gasped, You signed with Wanhe Group?" Chapter 38. Shun Rui seeks to meet Dr. Li. Bai Qingqing. "You truly signed a contract with Wanhe Group. How did you manage that?" Du Bin leaned in to see, astonished at the sight of the signed contract. Under the intense gazes of Zhou Xintong and Du Bin, Bai Qingqing felt a wave of panic. She had no intention of revealing Qin Feng's true identity. If Zhou Xintong discovered it, she would surely cling to Qin Feng to fulfill their engagement, thus depriving Bai Qingqing of the chance to be with him. I had to rush to the restroom earlier. After that, I found you both missing in the president's office. I spoke to Mr. He about the cooperation, and he readily agreed, then signed the contract with me. Bai Qingqing fabricated. Zhou Xintong and Du Bin were immediately unsettled. That He must be out of her mind. One moment she's rational, the next she's not.
Du Bin exclaimed angrily.
Zhou Xintong gazed enviously at the contract in her friend's hands and suggested, "Why don't we try approaching He again? If Qingqing managed to secure a contract, why can't we? Alright, let's head back up and see. Maybe He's mind is clear again," they agreed. The two ascended to the president's office. Zhou Xintong plastered a smile on her face and said, "Mr. He, have you reconsidered the cooperation between the Zhou family and Wanhe Group?" Before she could finish, He brusquely retorted, "Are you two done? I have already made it abundantly clear that Wanhe Group will not collaborate with the Zhou or Du families. Now, leave at once. I do not wish to see you again." Zhou Xintong furrowed her brow deeply, feeling utterly frustrated. Why could Bai Qingqing sign a contract while she was reprimanded? Comparatively, the Zhou family was no less than the Bai family, and her qualifications matched Bai Qingqing's. Why was this happening? Seething with anger, they exited the president's office and stood outside the chairman's office. "Brothers, is the chairman resting?"
Du Bin asked.
"No, leave quickly. Do not disturb the chairman," the bodyguards replied coldly. Du Bin leaned in, whispering, "Brothers, give us a break. I'll give you each 10,000. Are you deaf? Get lost." The two bodyguards pushed Du Bin away, causing him to stumble backward, nearly falling. "What a bunch of rubbish at Wanhe Group. I've had enough," he raged upon returning to the ground floor. Zhou Xintong, with a stern expression, admonished, "Stop shouting. If anyone hears, we will truly lose our chance to sign with Wanhe Group." Du Bin retorted angrily, that He is quite adamant. "She won to cooperate with our families." The mention of He made Zhou Xintong more irritable. She glanced at Bai Qingqing, who was joyfully video calling her family to show off the contract, and her annoyance intensified. "Just wait. I must see the chairman today. If I can expose He's corruption, perhaps she will be dismissed." Zhou Xintong resolved to wait for the chairman. After finishing her call, Bai Qingqing approached. "Shall we leave?" "Not yet. I want to wait to meet the chairman," Zhou Xintong insisted firmly. Bai Qingqing hesitated, fully aware that the chairman was Qin Feng, who deliberately avoided Zhou Xintong. Thus, no matter how long Zhou Xintong waited, she would not meet the chairman. With a wave, Bai Qingqing skipped away from the hall. Inside the chairman's office, Qin Feng's phone rang. "Who is this?" "Mr. Qin. This is Hai Weigua from the Dragon Commerce Association. Do you remember me? Oh, it's President Hai. What brings you to call? Please, Mr. Qin, refrain from calling me President. I promised you yesterday that I would relinquish my position as the President of the Dragon Commerce Association and transfer 51% of the association's shares to you.
Hai Weigu replied.
Yesterday, Qin Feng inquired of Sumu Bing, who suggested that he graciously accept the goodwill of the Highway Nation. This indicates that the operations of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce are sound, and he would not be burdened with a plethora of bad debts upon assuming control. Since Elder Hai has made his decision, it is only proper for me to comply. Such an unexpected bestowal of wealth is not something Qin Feng would decline. The highway representative, in an excited tone, expressed, Mr. Qin, please do not say that. You, esteemed master, are held in such high regard. For you to take an interest in the Longxing Chamber of Commerce is a tremendous honor for our highway nation. Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with the affairs of the chamber. My daughter, Hai Zhuqing, will manage everything. Each year, you may simply await your dividends. Such a delightful arrangement, Qin Feng replied with a smile. Mr. Qin, I am planning to host an inauguration ceremony for you tomorrow evening. Would you be available to attend? The excitement in the highway representative's voice was palpable. Qin Feng harbored little interest in the banquet, yet he found it impolite to refuse Hai Weigua's kind invitation. He replied, please keep it simple. I would rather not be called to speak on stage. I am not fond of fame, as it often brings unnecessary troubles. Understood, understood. Then I shall await your esteemed presence at Wulong Mountain Villa tomorrow evening at 7, came the response. Meanwhile, Shen Rui had successfully signed a contract with Wanhe Group. The Shen family rejoiced upon seeing the contract, their excitement palpable. Grandmother, I have signed the contract. Now you must fulfill your promise and invite Dr. Li for me. Shen Rui's primary motivation for aiding her family in securing the contract was her desire to seek treatment for her mother. The elderly matriarch of the Shen family was true to her word and promptly made a phone call. After a while, she set down the phone and informed Shen Rui, Dr. Li will arrive shortly. You should wait outside to greet him. Thank you, grandmother, Shen Rui exclaimed, her heart brimming with anticipation as she dashed out of the room. She began to envision a future where, once Dr. Li healed her mother, she would marry Qin Feng, and their family would live happily and peacefully together. Now that the contract is signed, is it time to remove Shen Rui? In the villa, Shen Qianjiao's face radiated with a fierce determination. The significant relatives of the Shen family were present, engaging in fervent discussions. Shen Rui is merely an illegitimate daughter. She must not be allowed to wield significant power in the Shen family's business. Otherwise, she might squander the family's wealth on that rustic fellow from the mountains. Shen Qianjiao was deemed the most exceptional among the younger generation of the Shen family, and it was deemed prudent to entrust her with the management of the cooperative project with Wanhe Group. Shen Rui is only suited for menial tasks. She lacks the capability to manage a company. Should she jeopardize this partnership, not only would the Shen family incur losses, but the Su family would also seek retribution. We can hasten Shen Rui's wedding to Qin Feng. Once they are married, the Shen family can justifiably disown her, and Wanhe Group will have little recourse to object. Shen Qianjiao pondered aloud. I still cannot comprehend why Wanhe Group specifically recognizes Shen Rui. I have an idea. Shen Qianjiao's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, this must be the reason Wanhe Group chose to collaborate with Shen Rui. Chapter 39. So you were a janitor at Wanhe Group. The members of the Shen family turned their gaze toward Shen Qianjiao, curiosity evident in their expressions. Even the matriarch, Mei Feng, inquired with keen interest, why is that? Both the Shen and Su families were elite aristocrats in Jiangqing. Shen Shuan's role as a driver for the Su family's patriarch was a blatant affront to the Shen family. The mere mention of these past events cast a shadow over the Shen family's demeanor, their thoughts filled with curses for Shen Rui and her family. Indeed, how could I not have considered that? It must be so, Shen Lang exclaimed, thumping his thigh. My daughter is truly clever to deduce this. A woman from the Shen family nodded in agreement. It can only be this way. Otherwise, how could an illegitimate daughter like Shen Rui command such attention from Wanhe Group? The matriarch mused thoughtfully. If that were the case, Su Tianlong would not continuously assist Shen Rui. This signing is likely the extent of his help. The matriarch nodded. You shall handle this matter. Shen Rui waited outside the Shen family estate for a while until a Bentley came to a halt at the roadside. From the vehicle emerged a gray-haired gentleman in his 50s, clad in a white tang suit, carrying a medical bag as he approached the Shen residence. "Are you Dr. Li?"
Shen Rui gasped in surprise, recognizing Li Xiai.
Little did she expect that the elderly gentleman she had encountered previously would turn out to be the very doctor she had been desperately seeking. "Young lady, have we not met at Shanshui Manor?"
Li Xiai rakayat Shen Rui.
"Yes, I am Qin Feng's fiancée Shen Rui." "You are Qin's fiancée? What an honor." Li Shihai quickly adopted a humble demeanor, beaming with delight. Only then did Shen Rui realize that Qin Feng was indeed acquainted with Dr. Li, and the doctor's demeanor suggested a familiarity with Qin Feng. A twinge of regret washed over Shen Rui. Had she known this sooner, she would have sought Qin Feng's assistance directly instead of relying on her family. Initially, Shen Rui understood that Dr. Li was not easily obtainable and feared that even Qin Feng would require considerable effort to secure his services, which was why she had not troubled him. "Dr. Li, my mother is ill. Would you accompany me to Shanshui Manor to provide her treatment?" Shen Rui implored earnestly. Li Shihai appeared astonished. "Your mother is unwell. Does Qin know?" "Yes." "Then why do you seek my help for your mother?" Li Shihai was perplexed. Shen Rui looked bewildered, unable to grasp the implications of Li Shihai's words. "Dr. Li, my mother is ill. Should I not ask you to treat her? You are the foremost physician in Jiangqing." Li Shihai's eyes widened. "Young lady, are you not aware that Qin's medical skills far surpass my own?" Shen Rui felt as if struck by lightning, her mind swirling in confusion. Qin Feng's medical skills surpass those of the renowned Dr. Li. Had it not been for the fact that this statement was uttered by Li Shihai himself, Shen Rui would have found it utterly implausible. She could not help but recall how Qin Feng had previously offered to assist Tang Xiaohua with her ailment, only to be rebuffed by her, as she deemed Dr. Li to be the more reliable option. Now, after finally securing Dr. Li's presence, receiving such astonishing news left Shen Rui in a quandary, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. Qin Feng dozed off in the office, only awakening when Shen Rui called him. "Rui, what is it?" Qin Feng descended the stairs and, upon reaching the hall, was greeted by a familiar voice from behind. "Qin, why are you still stalking Tong Tong? Haven't you had enough?"
Du bin approachet Qin Feng, visibly irate.
Zhou Xintong furrowed her brows, displaying a look of utter disdain as she followed suit, saying, "Qin Feng, how many times must I reiterate this? There is no possibility for us. Even if my grandfather consents to this marriage, I will never wed you. Should I catch you following me again, I will not hesitate to call the police." "I'm serious." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "You are mistaken. I am not here to stalk anyone, but rather to work." The two individuals regarded Qin Feng with skeptical glances. "You can't be serious about having applied for a security position here, can you?" Zhou Xintong inquired, frowning. "Doesn't Wanha Group require a bachelor's degree for their security personnel?" Qin Feng, an inconspicuous individual, how did he manage to secure a position here? Dubin suddenly recalled something and scoffed. "Ah, I see it now. You must have applied for a janitorial role, for only such positions demand little in terms of academic qualifications or work experience. All that is required is the ability to sweep and mop, and to ensure the cleanliness of the restrooms. Qin Feng, one moment you serve as an apprentice to Dr. Li, and the next you're here at Wanha Group cleaning toilets. Can't you find a more respectable and stable job? The sight of you makes me feel quite nauseated," Su Xintong remarked with palpable disdain. Upon witnessing the two individuals indulging in their baseless speculations once more, Qin Feng shook his head and walked away. "Humph. It seems I have struck a nerve. Feeling embarrassed, you chose to retreat. If you find it shameful, then refrain from engaging in such endeavors. Truly a hypocritical little man." Dubin called out to Qin Feng's departing figure. Zhou Xintong repeatedly shook her head, muttering to herself, "What merit do you possess to be worthy of me, Zhou Xintong? Even if you were to toil for another decade, you would not reach the pinnacle of my current life." Li Shihai, upon spotting Qin Feng, greeted him with a broad smile and a deferential demeanor. Shen Rui stood there in astonishment. Did she hear correctly? The esteemed Dr. Li intends to take Qin Feng as his apprentice. "Old Li, please do not mention this matter again. I have no need for an apprentice, Qin Feng firmly declined.
Li Xiai siga da epli. Alas.
What a pity it is not to have Qin Feng as my apprentice. Shen Rui was utterly taken aback. Soon after, the three of them made their way to Tang Xiaohua's room. Qin Feng conducted a physical examination for Tang Xiaohua, followed by acupuncture. This marked the third occasion on which Li Shihai witnessed the profound technique of using qi to manipulate needles, as Qin Feng employed the enigmatic Taigu divine needle, which left Li Shihai in awe. Old Master Zhou, do you require my assistance? After completing the acupuncture for Tang Xiaohua, Qin Feng received a call from Zhou Wanshan. Chapter 40. It is imperative to curry favor with the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Qin, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Please make your way to the Zhou residence. Qin Feng hung up the phone and proceeded to the Zhou residence. Grandfather, I have expressed countless times that I do not wish to marry Qin Feng. At the Zhou family estate, Zhou Xintong exclaimed, I am not consulting you. I am commanding you. You must wed Qin Feng on the 8th of next month, and within a week, I shall begin sending out invitations to the grandest families. Zhou Wanshan's tone left no room for dissent. The members of the Zhou family shook their heads in unison, believing that Qin Feng was unworthy of Zhou Xintong. However, the elderly patriarch remained resolute, and the family understood that further persuasion would be futile. Zhou Xintong's eyes reddened with anger, tears welling in her gaze. She felt a profound sense of injustice and resentment. Why should she, a woman of noble lineage, be compelled to marry Qin Feng, an obscure individual? Is he worthy? Old Master Zhou, what pressing matter brings you to seek my presence? At that moment, Qin Feng entered the villa, and the Zhou family cast disdainful glances in his direction. Qin Feng, accustomed to the situation, chose to disregard the presence of the Zhou family. Xiao Qin, I have already informed Tong Tong. Your wedding is set for the 8th of next month. I shall begin sending out the invitations next week. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed that old Master Zhou was resolutely intent on facilitating this marriage. This left Qin Feng feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Zhou Xintong glared at Qin Feng with icy disdain. Her face contorted with reluctance as she exclaimed, I refuse to marry Qin Feng. He serves as an apprentice to Dr. Li, and runs off to clean toilets at Wanhe Group. If I were to marry such an inept man, how could I ever hold my head high in Jiangqing? I might as well be dead. Zhou Wanshan frowned and turned to Qin Feng, asking, Young Qin, is it true that you went to Wanhe Group to clean toilets? Qin Feng, feeling disinclined to elaborate, remarked, You may believe what you wish. Zhou Wanshan let out a long sigh, interpreting Qin Feng's words as tacit acquiescence. Xiao Qin, although the Zhou family may not rival the Su family nor ascend to the heights of divine physician Li, we are nonetheless a modestly affluent clan in Jiangqing, owning several enterprises. You could find employment in any of them. Why must you resort to cleaning toilets or serving as an apprentice? As Qin Feng was about to speak, Zhou Wanshan interrupted him, stating, Grandfather has already made arrangements for you. Tomorrow you will accompany Zhou Xintong to the company, where you will serve as her assistant. This will allow you to rapidly acquire a wealth of knowledge. Turning to Zhou Xintong, he continued, Starting tomorrow, you are to diligently guide Qin Feng in the management and operation of the company. Do you understand? Zhou Xintong shot Qin Feng an irate glare before storming out of the villa. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Qin. Xintong has been spoiled since childhood and has quite the temper. Just give her some time to calm down, Zhou Wanshan reassured Qin Feng. Old Master Zhou, may we have a private conversation? The two then proceeded to the tea room. Qin Feng spoke directly, Old Master Zhou. Since Zhou Xintong is unwilling to marry, I believe we should forgo this engagement. I have no desire to impose upon her. Name your price for the Shenin flower, and I shall procure it, thus leaving us with no debts to one another. Old Master Zhou shook his head and replied, Young Qin, the union between you and Tong Tong was arranged by my late master and myself. It cannot be treated as mere child's play. Rest assured, with my support, Tong Tong will undoubtedly become your bride. Old Master Zhou, Zhou Xintong will never look favorably upon me. Your efforts would be in vain. How can you know without trying? If you do not marry Tong Tong, what will your future hold? Old Master Zhou spoke earnestly, Young Qin, while one cannot choose their origins, they can certainly shape their destiny. Now that you have come to the metropolis, You must harbor grand aspirations and advance steadily. Tomorrow, go to the company and learn from Zhou Xintong. If you remain at the company for a week, I shall gift you the Xianin flower without charge. What do you think? Qin Feng was filled with frustration, feeling utterly helpless against the obstinate old man, Zhou Wanshan. Father, just now, a messenger from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce delivered an invitation, indicating that tomorrow evening at Wulong Mountain Villa, the inauguration banquet for the new president will be held. As Qin Feng and Zhou Wanshan emerged from the tea room, Zhou Haokuin energetically entered the villa, clutching an invitation. The Zhou family erupted in animated discussion. Is the Longxing Chamber of Commerce about to appoint a new president? How could there have been no prior indication? Could it be that Hai Weiguo intends to pass the presidential mantle to Hai Zhuqing? Hai Zhuqing is a paragon of beauty and intellect in Jiangqing, her renown rivaling that of Su Mubin. Any man fortunate enough to wed her would find himself set for life. Wulong Mountain Villa, the second prestigious estate in Jiangqing, only surpassed by Shanshui Manor, remains unvisited by me. Will I finally behold its grandeur tomorrow night? Upon hearing the news, Zhou Wanshan's expression turned grave. As the foremost chamber of commerce in Jiangqing, Longxing holds a position among the top 5 in the entire Jiangbei province. The transition of leadership is a pivotal moment for networking. Tomorrow evening, I expect all significant relatives of the Zhou family to accompany me to Wulong Mountain Villa. Utilize every means at your disposal to cultivate a rapport with Hai Zhuqing. If we can flatter her well, the Zhou family's prospects will flourish. The Zhou family members were eager, brimming with anticipation. The unmarried young men in their 20s and 30s were particularly animated, envisioning themselves elegantly dressed, capturing Hai Zhuqing's heart at first glance, and subsequently achieving life's pinnacle. Xiao Qin, let Tong Tong accompany you to purchase a suit tomorrow. You should join us at Wulong Mountain Villa in the evening. It will be beneficial for you to broaden your horizons, Zhou Wanshan advised Qin Feng. The Zhou family immediately voiced their disapproval. Father, such a significant occasion must not include Qin Feng. He is perpetually embroiled in trouble. What if he causes a scene at Wulong Mountain Villa? How would the Zhou family navigate that? Liang Meili was the first to object. Zhou Linghua added, let Qin Feng remain at home. Rome was not built in a day. Transforming a person is not an overnight endeavor. Even if we dress Qin Feng in an expensive designer suit, tie a cravat around his neck, and adorn his feet with fine shoes, his demeanor remains uncouth, a mere nobody at heart. It would only serve to tarnish the Zhou family's reputation. Zhou Xintong expressed her disdain, saying, if Qin Feng attends, I shall not go. Seeing the family's staunch opposition, Zhou Wanshan sighed, very well. Tomorrow's event is indeed too significant. Xiao Qin, you shall stay home. In the future, when there are gatherings of high society, I will take you along. The following day dawned. Qin Feng arrived at the beauty industry company in Zhou Xintong's Audi A4L. Throughout the journey, Zhou Xintong maintained a frosty silence. Upon arriving at the company building, she cast a chilling glare at Qin Feng and instructed, once we enter the company, you will report to the business department on your own. Do not disclose our relationship to anyone. Understood? Chapter 41, Debt Collection. After delivering her imperious words, Zhou Xintong strode into the company, her high heels clicking assertively against the ground. Qin Feng reported to the business department, where a workstation was assigned to him. He rested his head on the desk, merely hoping to endure until the following week to procure the Xianin flower from Zhou Wanshan before departing. The morning swiftly passed in a haze. He waited downstairs at the company when, unexpectedly, Zhou Xintong called Qin Feng, issuing a directive in a commanding tone before abruptly ending the call. Qin Feng languidly arrived at the entrance of the company, where Zhou Xintong had already been waiting in her car for a while. I overheard the manager of the business department remark that you had slept through the morning. When I called you to come out, you dawdled. Is there even the slightest semblance of a person ready for work in you? As soon as Qin Feng entered the car, Zhou Xintong scolded him angrily. Grandfather is truly blind. He still wishes to nurture you. To me, you're nothing but a lost cause. Why are you always acting like you've swallowed gunpowder? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, it's because of you. As long as you stay out of my sight, I guarantee I will wear a smile every day. Where are you taking me? He inquired. He was disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar with Zhou Xintong. After spending a week at the company, he intended to leave the Zhou family once he secured the Shen Yin flower. By then, even if Zhou Xintong wanted to see him, it would be impossible. Do you think I want to take you along? Grandfather insisted that I bring you everywhere, and it's driving me mad. Zhou Xintong shot him a glare and continued, when we arrive at Dottie Company to collect the debt, you better behave and not utter a word. Understand? 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the foot of the Dottie Company building. Humph, it's grandfather who insists I bring you along. If you happen to be recognized by the Jinlong gang and get beaten up, don't say I didn't warn you, Zhou Xintong thought to herself. Tong Tong, you're here. At the entrance of the company, Du Bin, dressed in a sharp suit, had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Zhou Xintong exit the vehicle, he greeted her with a warm smile. However, when he noticed Qin Feng stepping out afterward, Du Bin's expression soured, and he exclaimed, "What are you doing here again, you little brat? You're like a ghost that won't leave. Du Xiao, ignore him, let's go inside." Zhou Xintong had already vented her frustrations in the car, and was not keen on interacting with Qin Feng anymore. She stepped out of the car, her long, alluring legs accentuated by her high heels, and strode towards the Dottie Company. "Excuse me, is there something we can assist you with?" Upon entering the lobby, several tall, robust men obstructed their path. Du Bin smiled and said, "I am Du Bin, the young master of the Du family, and I have an appointment with your manager, Brother G." "All right, let me call Brother G. Please wait in the lounge," one of the men replied. The three made their way to the lounge. After a brief wait, a lanky man with a bright red pompadour approached them. "Brother G, you're here. Allow me to introduce my friend, Zhou Xintong." Du Bin quickly stood to greet him, cheerfully saying, "Tong Tong, this is Brother G, the general manager of Dottie Company. You should be able to negotiate with him." Zhou Xintong stepped forward and said, "Hello, Brother G. I am Zhou Xintong, the president of May Company. I have come to settle last year's accounts with Dottie Company." Brother G lit a cigar, his gaze appraising Zhou Xintong's voluptuous figure, a lewd glimmer flickering in his small eyes as he chuckled. "Are you here to deliver money to Dottie Company, beauty?" Zhou Xintong felt uncomfortable under Brother G's unabashed scrutiny, yet she dared not show it. She forced a smile and said, "Brother G, last year, all the team building and banquet activities of your esteemed company were contracted to the restaurants under May Company, and the total expenditure amounted to 5,720,000. I'll just round it off and request 5,700,000. What the hell are you saying?" Brother G's demeanor instantly turned cold. He took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaling the smoke directly into Zhou Xintong and Du Bin's faces. Zhou Xintong frowned, a surge of anger bubbling within her. Du Bin quickly interjected, "Brother G, you've misunderstood. Tong Tong isn't here to demand payment. Isn't there a partnership between your companies? She's merely here to settle last year's collaborative expenses." "Who the hell are you? This isn't your place to talk." Brother G glared at Du Bin and scolded, "It's just over 5 million. Do we need to settle it?" Brother G turned to Zhou Xintong, his voice icy as he said, "Little lady, you think you can just come to Dottie Company and demand payment for a few meals? Do you look down on us?" Zhou Xintong, feeling irate, replied, "Brother G, 5 million is not a trivial sum. I hope your company can settle this bill so we can continue our partnership." "Go to hell. Who wants to collaborate with May Company? Don't you know there are countless others lining up to work with us? Get out of here and don't let me see you again." Brother G issued an eviction notice. Zhou Xintong's brows knit tightly, her beautiful eyes aflame with anger. However, considering the formidable power behind Dottie Company, she refrained from speaking further. "Brother G, this isn't right, is it? I know your brother Bao. I don't need to call him, do I?"
Du Bin feignet innocence.
"Go ahead and call. If Brother Bao agrees to pay, I'll have the finance department arrange the payment immediately." After saying this, Brother G turned and left. Du Bin's expression turned grim. He didn't know Brother Bao at all. He merely intended to intimidate Brother G and impress Zhou Xintong. But Brother G was unfazed by his act.
Du Xiao,
"Do you really know Brother Wang Bao?" Zhou Xintong looked at Du Bin with hopeful anticipation. "Haha, of course I know him. We've dined together several times," he responded. "That's wonderful. Please call Brother Bao. After all, 5 million is not a small amount. We cannot just let it go to waste," Zhou Xintong said earnestly. Aha, all right then. Dubin stepped aside to make a phone call, although he did not dial any number at all. Feeling a pressing urgency, Qin Feng sought out the nearest restroom. Upon his emergence, he collided with a robust man of dark complexion. "Have you no eyes?" the man bellowed, exuding an intimidating presence. Yet, halfway through his tirade, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He promptly lowered his head in apology, addressing Qin Feng with deference. Yes, my apologies, Mr. Qin. It was my fault for not watching where I was going and inadvertently soiling your shoes. I shall clean them immediately." The sight of a man kneeling to polish shoes would surely astonish the citizens of Jiangcheng. For this imposing figure was none other than Wang Bao, the leader of the 6th Hall of the Golden Dragon Gang, a prominent ally of Master Hu, and a formidable force in Jiangcheng. "You may rise. There is no need for you to clean my shoes." Upon concluding his remarks, Qin Feng strode outside. Wang Bao hastily followed, bending over backward as he inquired, "Mr. Qin, what brings you to Dottie Company? Is there something I can assist you with?" Ever since that fateful night at the Hongfeng Club, when Qin Feng effortlessly defeated Lord Hu, showcasing the prowess of a martial arts master, the Jinlong gang had completely capitulated. Now, encountering Qin Feng felt akin to meeting a revered elder. "Is Dottie Company in arrears with May Company regarding last year's collaboration payment?" Qin Feng casually remarked. "Mr. Qin, are you here to collect the debt on behalf of May Company?"
Wan Bao Edgar Lim. Astonitz.
May Company was a venture of the minor aristocracy, the Zhou family, which Wang Bao had never deemed worthy of consideration. He had perceived the Zhou family as easy prey, thus he had persistently delayed the payment for last year's collaboration. However, he could never have anticipated that Qin Feng would personally come here for the sake of such a modest establishment as the Zhou family's company. "Mr. Qin, allow me to escort you to my office." The two then proceeded to a lavishly decorated, spacious office. Qin Feng sat on the sofa while Wang Bao poured him a cup of tea, and then took out his phone to make a call. "How are you managing your affairs? You need to transfer the payment owed to the Zhou family immediately. From now on, any collaboration with the Zhou family must be settled promptly. If there are any further delays in payments, I will make you regret it." On the other end of the line, Brother Ji was taken aback. "Wasn't it you who advised me to delay the payment, Bao Gu? All right, I will make the transfer right away." Although Brother Ji complained internally, he dared not voice his grievances and could only nod incessantly. After hanging up, Wang Bao retrieved an exquisite gift box from a display cabinet and handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "Mr. Qin, this is a jade bracelet I acquired at the International Luxury Goods Expo last year. Please accept it." Meanwhile, Zhou Xintong was growing increasingly anxious and asked Dubin, "Du Xiao, when did Bao Gu say he would arrive?" Dubin's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. He had not actually called Wang Bao. "Aha, he should be here soon. Should I make another call to check?" "Du Xiao, what did Bao Gu say?"
Es Dubin contemplated fabricating an Excuse.
He decided to say that Bao Gu had encountered some issues and would not be coming. At that moment, Brother Ji hurried over, looking flustered.
Du Xiao, Miss Zhu.
"I apologize for keeping you waiting. Miss Zhou, could you please provide your account number? I'll transfer the funds to you right now." Zhou Xintong stood there in shock. How did Brother Ji's demeanor change so rapidly? Just moments ago he had been arrogant and lecherous, and now he was utterly respectful, his eyes betraying a trace of fear. "Ah, all right, I will send you the account number." Coming back to her senses, Zhou Xintong hurriedly provided the details. 2 minutes later, Brother Ji announced the money has been transferred. "Miss Zhou, please check your account." Zhou Xintong had been monitoring her messages closely, and almost instantaneously, a bank notification arrived, indicating a transfer of 10,700,000. "Brother Ji, did you transfer too much? The total was 5,700,000, but you sent me 10,700,000. Zhou Xintong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Exactly, 5,700,000 is the payment for last year's collaboration, and the additional 5 million is an advance for this year's cooperation," Brother Ji explained with a smile. Zhou Xintong gazed at Brother Ji in astonishment, feeling as though she were in a dream. Just moments ago, he had been domineering and evasive, and now he seemed like a different person entirely, leaving her bewildered. "Brother Ji, may I inquire why your attitude has changed so suddenly?" Unable to suppress her curiosity, Zhou Xintong posed the question. Brother Ji scratched his head sheepishly and replied, Miss Zhou, it was Bao Gu who called me earlier and gave me quite the reprimand, insisting that I transfer the funds to the Zhou family immediately, and that for any future collaborations, we must provide advance payments. Zhou Xintong was left speechless. Bao Gu personally called the Zhou family? It seemed he didn't have such connections with them. Du Xiao, could this be related to your phone call? Zhou Xintong suddenly realized something, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Du Bin. Du Bin, equally puzzled, thought to himself that he didn't know Bao Gu and hadn't called him at all. Nonetheless, seeing how things had unfolded, he pretended to be nonchalant. Haha, Tong Tong, don't be too moved. I merely made a casual call to Bao Gu.
Du Xiao.
I truly appreciate your help. It's a small matter. I'm simply delighted to assist you, Du Bin replied, his words laced with an undertone of affection. Zhou Xintong detected this sentiment. However, a sense of discontent lingered within her. Her lifelong dream had always been to marry into one of Jiangbei's top aristocratic families, while Du Bin's family merely belonged to the upper echelons of wealth. Zhou Xintong couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if the Du family were one of Jiangxing's 5 leading aristocratic families. Perhaps then she would be marrying Du Bin. In a fit of anger, Zhou Xintong called Qin Feng, venting her frustrations. She compared Qin Feng and Du Bin, finding the disparity staggering. With just a phone call, Du Bin had managed to contact Bao Gu and resolve the outstanding payment of over 5 million for the beauty company. Conversely, Qin Feng had vanished at a critical moment, likely hiding to avoid being recognized by the Golden Dragon Gang. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng sauntered out of the Dotty Company, where Zhou Xintong and Du Bin had been waiting with mounting impatience, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how precious our time is? Making us wait for you so long? Du Bin erupted upon seeing Qin Feng. Zhou Xintong, striding forward in her high heels, crossed her arms, accentuating her ample bosom, and haughtily declared, I truly cannot fathom what my grandfather sees in you. You are nothing but a useless entity. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you suggesting that Du Bin contacted Wang Bao to transfer money to the beauty company? At that moment, Du Bin approached, feeling somewhat unsettled. Yet he feigned calmness and retorted, Nonsense. If I didn't call Brother Bao, are you implying that you asked him to send money to the beauty company? It was indeed I who encountered Wang Bao and urged him to repay the beauty company's debt. Qin Feng spoke candidly. Chapter 43. Mr. Qin, how about marrying my daughter? Du Bin was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. He was acutely aware that he had never called Wang Bao, and seeing Qin Feng's self-assured demeanor made him wonder if this unknown figure had indeed reached out to Brother Bao. Just then, Zhou Xintong scoffed at Qin Feng, saying, Mr. Qin, you truly are the epitome of hypocrisy, concocting such a lie. Du Bin, let's go. I believe it's time we should head directly to Wulong Mountain Villa. The two of them got into the car and sped away. Shortly after, a convoy of over a dozen Bentleys came to a halt by the roadside. Dozens of bodyguards clad in black emerged, escorting a tall, stunningly attractive woman. The woman approached Qin Feng and bowed slightly, saying, Mr. Qin, I am here to take you to Wulong Mountain Villa. Qin Feng recognized the woman as Hai Zhuqing, the daughter of the president of the Dragon Travel Chamber of Commerce. The two of them entered a Bentley, occupying the rear seat together. Hai Zhuqing donned a silver sequined evening gown, exuding an air of nobility intertwined with sensuality. Beneath the gown, her long and supple legs were unveiled, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her. Qin Feng cast a brief glance at Hai Zhuqing before closing his eyes. Mr. Qin, are you weary? I have studied professional massage techniques. Would you like my assistance in alleviating your fatigue and relaxing your mind and body? The delicate features of Hai Zhuqing's face were adorned with blue eyeshadow and deep-colored lipstick, exuding an alluring charm. No need, I can rest against the seat for a while, he replied. Qin Feng refrained from engaging too closely with Hai Zhuqing, fearing an outbreak of his fiery poison. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to recuperate, and Hai Zhuqing, observing this, chose not to disturb him further. Meanwhile, her mind wandered to her father's admonition. She must cultivate a favorable relationship with Mr. Qin, for marrying him would secure her a life free of worries. The convoy of Bentleys arrived at Wulong Villa, with other vehicles and pedestrians yielding the way. Zhou Xintong and Du Bin had just arrived, and upon witnessing the opulent procession valued at over 100 million, their expressions turned to astonishment. What a grand display! Is this the convoy of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Xintong gazed enviously. Du Bin nodded, explaining, indeed, it belongs to the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, and the white Bentley with the license plate consisting of 5 nines is Hai Zhuqing's vehicle. Zhou Xintong's gaze fixed upon the white Bentley, her envy deepening. Why was she not born into a prestigious family or a prominent merchant consortium? If only she could shine like Su Mubin and Hai Zhuqing, becoming the center of attention wherever she went. I've heard that tonight's newly appointed president is not Hai Zhuqing, but rather a young man of an unfamiliar surname, likely not exceeding 35 years of age, Du Bin remarked. This is the information we, the Du family, have gathered. Zhou Xintong felt her heart race, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She began to envision a serendipitous encounter with the enigmatic new president at Wulong Villa tonight. If he were to take a liking to her, she, Zhou Xintong, could ascend to new heights, no longer coveting the lives of women like Su Mubin, Shin Chenjiao, and Hai Zhuqing. The Bentley convoy came to a halt outside the hillside restaurant at the villa. This establishment, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows and opulent decor, offered diners a breathtaking view of the majestic landscape surrounding Wulong Villa. Under the guidance of Hai Zhuqing, Qin Feng arrived at the opulent banquet hall on the top floor of the restaurant. At that hour, the hall was devoid of guests, save for Hai Weigua, who awaited him inside. Mr. Qin, I have eagerly anticipated your arrival. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Hai Weigua greeted him with a beaming smile. You are too kind, Chairman Hai. Oh, I have stepped down from my position. Please do not address me as chairman any longer. If you hold me in esteem, simply call me Little Hai. Hai Weigua said with a flattering tone. Hai Zhuqing stood to the side, utterly astonished. The Longxing Chamber of Commerce is the foremost business association in Jiangcheng, ranking among the top 5 in Jiangbei province. It is rare in Jiangcheng to witness someone reduce Hai Weigua to such subservience. Moreover, Qin Feng, being barely in his 20s, had Hai Weigua referring to himself as Little Hai. This scene truly left Hai Zhuqing in shock. I shall continue to call you Old Hai. You are significantly my senior. Referring to you as Little Hai feels rather awkward. Qin Feng chuckled. Haha, very well. Mr. Qin, you may address me however you wish. The two took their seats, with Hai Zhuqing standing behind Qin Feng, attending to the tea and water. After a moment of conversation, Hai Weigua shifted the topic with a smile, asking, Mr. Qin, are you married? Not yet. Qin Feng spoke candidly, revealing that he and Shen Rui were not yet married, but merely engaged. Splendid.
Ekalim Hai Weigu.
Clapping his hands in excitement. Mr. Qin, what do you think of my daughter Zhuqing? If you find her to your liking, I shall arrange the wedding for you both by tomorrow. Hai Zhuqing, startled, inadvertently spilled tea onto Qin Feng's trousers. I apologize, Mr. Qin. Allow me to assist you, she quickly offered, pulling out a tissue to dab at the stain. Your kindness is much appreciated, Miss Hai. It is my pleasure, she replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she realized the proximity she had shared with Qin Feng. This was the first time she had been so close to a man. Ahem, I shall step out for a moment. You two continue your conversation, Hai Weigua said, understanding the moment and discreetly exiting the room. In the opulent and expansive banquet hall, an air of awkwardness enveloped Qin Feng and Hai Zhuqing. Miss Zhuqing, may I take your hand? He inquired. Ah, well, all right, she replied, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, with a touch of shyness, she extended an arm as fair and smooth as a tender lotus root, delicately placing her slender hand before Qin Feng. Qin Feng grasped Hai Zhuqing's hand, delicate and fragile, yet he did not pay it much heed.
Moments later.
He released her grip and shook his head. She is not of pure Yin. Hai Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly. Mr. Qin, what do you mean? It's nothing. You may leave now. I wish to be alone, he replied, dismissing her with indifference. Confused, Hai Zhuqing departed, unable to comprehend Qin Feng's behavior. One moment he sought her hand, the next he was coldly sending her away. At Wulong Mountain Villa, luxury cars congregated, with nearly half of Jiangxing's elite present. Outside the semi-mountain restaurant, Bai Qingqing encountered members of the Zhou family and immediately began scanning for Qin Feng. Qingqing, You're here too. Zhou Xintong greeted her with a smile. Bai Qingqing inquired, is Qin Feng not with the Zhou family? Zhou Xintong frowned. Why mention that inconsequential person? It's quite dull. Bai Qingqing chuckled nervously. Oh, it's nothing. Just a casual question. Old Master Zhou, may I speak with you privately? Upon seeing Zhou Wanshan, Bai Qingqing remembered her agreement with Qin Feng and intended to persuade Zhou Wanshan to annul the engagement between Qin Feng and Zhou Xintong. Oh? What do you wish to discuss? Zhou Wanshan asked, somewhat surprised. Let us converse over there, she suggested, leading him to a quieter corner. Bai Qingqing spoke candidly. Old Master Zhou, please do not matchmake Qin Feng with Zhou Xintong. He is a scoundrel unworthy of her. Zhou Wanshan frowned. Why do you say such things about Qin Feng? Because I have witnessed him emerging from a foot massage parlor, surrounded by women. It's utterly disgusting, she recounted animatedly. Zhou Wanshan's expression hardened. Bai Qingqing, I shall overlook this for the sake of your friendship with Zhou Xintong, but should you dare to slander Qin Feng again, do not expect my leniency. Furthermore, was it Zhou Xintong who sent you to defame him? Do not think I am unaware of the little tricks of youth. Zhou Xintong did not summon me. I genuinely saw Qin Feng at the foot massage parlor, embracing the attendants. His conduct is improper. Silence. If you dare speak such nonsense again, I will call the police to investigate this matter. Zhou Wanshan warned, his anger palpable. Bai Qingqing, taken aback, retreated in silence. Soon after, the group entered the semi-mountain restaurant and ascended to the banquet hall on the 4th floor. Wow! So many people have arrived. Feels like half of Jiangxing's elite is here. Upon entering the hall, the attendees were in awe of the lavish spectacle. Bai Qingqing scanned the room for Qin Feng but found no trace of him. Xintong, is Qin Feng really not here? She asked. Zhou Xintong, with a knitted brow, scrutinized Bai Qingqing. Qingqing, what is the matter with you tonight? Why do you keep inquiring about that nameless fellow? Do you have business with him? It's nothing. Really, Bai Qingqing replied, a hint of unease in her tone. Zhou Xintong was indifferent to Qin Feng, her thoughts consumed by the mysterious new president. According to Du Bin, the new president was a man under 35, and Zhou Xintong's mind was filled with fantasies of a sweet encounter with him.
Du Shao.
Have you seen the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Xintong asked, searching the room but failing to spot the new leader or even any members of the Hai family. Of course, the new president is not here, Du Bin replied. Why not? Zhou Xintong questioned in confusion. Isn't the new president attending the banquet at Wulong Mountain Villa tonight? Of course he is here. The Bentley convoy we saw earlier certainly carried him, but he is upstairs and we likely cannot go up, Du Bin explained. Zhou Xintong looked up at the ceiling, realization dawning upon her. The elite circles are stratified. The Longxing Chamber of Commerce is at the pinnacle, while the Zhou family merely occupies the base. Even among the elite, those at the bottom seldom encounter those at the top. Du Shao, your family is a major player in Jiangxing. Can't you go upstairs? Zhou Xintong asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Probably not. Only the 5 top families and the 3 major gangs can ascend, Du Bin responded. Why not give it a try? You might just gain access, Zhou Xintong urged, unwilling to concede. Very well, I shall ask, Du Bin agreed, hoping to also gain entry to meet the new president. They approached the banquet hall, where an internal elevator led to the upper level. At the elevator entrance, a throng of elite individuals gathered, eager to glimpse the new president. Miss Hai, I am Dong Junbao, the head of the illustrious Dong family. I learned of the new president's appointment and brought a renowned painting as a gift, said a robust man, exuding authority. Hai Ziking, adorned in a silver-sequined deep V-back gown, drew countless gazes with her stunning presence. Indeed, the head of the Dong family is quite generous. The painting in his possession is a masterpiece by the famed Lu Yuan, auctioned for 5 million last year. To think he is offering it to the new president, murmured the crowd. 5 million would be a worthwhile investment to meet the new president, considering the Longxing Chamber of Commerce's projects often start in the millions. With the new president's ascension, the elite landscape of Jiangxing was poised for transformation. Those who could curry favor with him tonight would surely flourish in the coming decade. Zhou Xintong's heart raced as she recognized her golden opportunity to elevate herself. I'm afraid the new president is tired and will not meet guests tonight, Hai Ziking stated gracefully, her demeanor calm and polite, even in refusal. Dong Junbao sighed. What a pity, not to see the new president's visage. Please convey this painting to him and mention that the Dong family specializes in seafood. Should the Longxing Chamber of Commerce seek collaboration, they need only reach out to me. Hai Ziking accepted the painting with a smile. I will relay your message, Master Dong. Witnessing the head of the Dong family being turned away, Zhou Xintong's spirits plummeted, realizing that Du Bin would likely face the same rejection. A continuous stream of elite individuals approached Hai Ziking to present gifts to the new president, all of which she graciously accepted without allowing them to ascend. Miss Hai, this is a celebratory gift from Lord Hu, a total of 10 million, to commemorate the new president's inauguration, announced a muscular man, his imposing presence demanding respect. The crowd parted in trepidation as whispers filled the air. Goodness, that is Bai Shi Tao, the first hall master of the Golden Dragon Gang, a master of martial arts, a figure of immense power within the gang. Hai Zhuqing took over 2 silver password boxes and smiled, saying, Please convey my gratitude to Master Hu for his support. Bai Shi Tao replied in a deep voice, Master Hu is unable to attend, so he asked me to express his apologies to the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. It was understandable. That night at the Hongfeng Club, Hai Zhuqing witnessed Qin Feng defeat Master Hu with a single move, and now, with Master Hu confined to a hospital bed, it was only natural for him not to be able to come in person. After delivering the gifts, Bai Shi Tao strode away, arriving and departing in haste. The venue was engulfed in astonishment and whispers. No one anticipated the Longxing Chamber of Commerce's current elevated status. Even Master Hu sent gifts, and the sum was an astounding 10 million. Clearly, the new president possessed a remarkable background, compelling even Master Hu to show him respect. Initially, one might have thought Hai Zhuqing was the new president, yet she merely stood by the elevator and Hai Weiguo was nowhere to be seen, likely accompanying the new president upstairs. The new president's background must be truly formidable. Listening to the discussions around her, Zhou Xintong felt her breath quicken, her blood surging within her. She contemplated that if she could meet the new president and gain his affection, she would ascend to unparalleled heights, becoming the most esteemed woman in Jiangqing. Even those lofty figures like Su Mubin, Shen Chenjiao, and Hai Zhuqing would eventually look up to her. Miss Hai, I am Zhou Xintong from the Zhou family, a small noble house. May I serve tea to the new president? Chapter 45. Bai Qingxing ascends the stairs? Hai Zhuqing scrutinized Zhou Xintong, frowning slightly. The onlookers did not display disdain. Instead, their eyes lit up as they signaled to their young women to emulate Zhou Xintong in seizing opportunities. Apologies, but there are attendants upstairs, and Miss Zhou's services are not required. Hai Zhuqing's cold words extinguished the flickering flame of hope within Zhou Xintong, as well as the rising ambitions of the noble women. Miss Hai, may I go up for a moment? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Su Mubin, clad in a white gown, gliding towards them like an angel, captivating the entire assembly. Miss Su, please. To everyone's astonishment, Hai Zhuqing did not obstruct her this time. Instead, she pressed the elevator button for Su Mubin. Amidst envious gazes, Su Mubin ascended in the elevator. Zhou Xintong's face darkened with jealousy. Why should Su Mubin, hailing from a top-tier noble family, enjoy such privileges while she came from a lesser lineage? If only she too had been born into a prominent family, with her beauty, figure, and intellect she would surely surpass Su Mubin. Seeing Su Mubin ascend, Shen Chenjiao, who had been hesitating, hurriedly approached and said, Miss Hai, I brought a gift for the new president. Please allow me to go up. Hai Zhuqing, with polite composure, replied, I'm sorry, Miss Shen, but the new president only receives one guest at a time. You may speak with him once Miss Su returns. Shen Chenjiao frowned, feeling discontented. It seemed unjust that Su Mubin could ascend while she remained stranded at the elevator door, a public humiliation. However, given the Longxing Chamber of Commerce's influence, which rivaled the Shen family, Shen Chenjiao refrained from openly confronting them, ultimately departing in defeat. Mr. Qin, you certainly command respect today. There are hundreds of people downstairs eager to meet you. Su Mubin arrived upstairs to find Qin Feng engaged in a tea conversation with Hai Weiguo. Ah, Miss Su has arrived. Qin Feng nodded at her. This is the red limited edition Ferrari 488 Pista Spider I sent you. Valued at over 4 million and now discontinued. I hope Mr. Qin will accept it. Miss Su, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Qin Feng took the keys to the Ferrari and casually placed them on the table. Hai Weiguo discreetly observed Qin Feng and Su Embing, pondering the nature of their relationship, while harboring concerns for his daughter, Hai Zhuqing. After all, a formidable rival like Su Embing was indeed a challenging opponent. After a brief conversation, Qin Feng rose and remarked, "It's rather stuffy upstairs. I shall take a stroll downstairs." Qin Feng did not take the internal elevator. Instead, he descended the stairs from the outside and entered the banquet hall on the 4th floor. The hall was filled with a vibrant crowd. Groups of 3 or 5 engaged in cheerful conversations, creating a lively atmosphere far more bustling than above. "Qin Feng, what are you doing here? Didn't Grandpa explicitly instruct you not to come?" Zhou Xintong, who was already vexed and anxious from her inability to locate the new president, suddenly spotted Qin Feng and approached him with a barrage of reprimands. Du Bin and Bai Qingqing followed suit, with Du Bin furrowing his brow and saying, "Are you going to keep buzzing around Tong Tong like a persistent fly? Get lost. Do you want me to buy insecticide to spray you? Hey Qin Feng, come with me. I need to speak with you." Bai Qingqing quickly pulled Qin Feng aside. Zhou Xintong and Du Bin exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Bai Qingqing's unusual behavior tonight as she persistently sought out that inconspicuous Qin Feng. "Do you need something from me?" Qin Feng gazed coldly at Bai Qingqing, harboring no desire to associate excessively with a woman of influence. "Mr. Qin, I am grateful for your facilitation of the contract between Wanhe Group and the Bai family. My standing within the Bai family has significantly risen, and my family has entrusted me with the complete management of the collaborating companies," Bai Qingqing exclaimed with exuberance. "Oh, that's quite splendid. Congratulations to you," Qin Feng replied in a nonchalant manner. Bai Qingqing discreetly grasped Qin Feng's hand and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Mr. Qin, how about we stay at Wulong Mountain Villa after the banquet concludes? I have already booked a room for us. Let us indulge in merriment until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Qin Feng withdrew his hand from Bai Qingqing's grasp, stepping back to maintain a distance between them. "Do not harbor any illusions. I am a man you can never possess." Undeterred, Bai Qingqing pursued him, declaring, "Mr. Qin, I truly have feelings for you. Please accept me." Qin Feng bluntly exposed her intentions. "Is it my wealth and connections that you are after?" To his surprise, Bai Qingqing did not refute his accusation. Instead, she candidly admitted, "Indeed, I am fond of your money, your network, your tall and handsome stature, and even the scent that lingers about you. Is there any fault in my affection for you?" Qin Feng shook his head, feeling an insurmountable barrier in communicating with Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing, incessantly chattering, said, "Mr. Qin, rest assured, although I may appear superficial, once I have chosen a man, I shall remain devoted to him for a lifetime. Even if you were to lose your wealth and find yourself on the streets, I, Bai Qingqing, would stand by you unwaveringly. Please accept me. I am fair-skinned and beautiful, capable of providing warmth and comfort, and I assure you, I will not disappoint you, Mr. Qin. By the way, Mr. Qin, with your esteemed status, you should be able to meet the new president upstairs. Yet I wonder why you have not gone." Qin Feng, feeling exasperated by Qingqing's persistent entanglement, remarked directly, "Do you wish to go upstairs?" Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "Of course I do. Who among the hundreds of guests in this banquet hall wouldn't want to ascend to the upper floor?" "Then you should go," he suggested. "Ah, I cannot go. Our Bai family is merely a minor aristocracy and lacks the standing to gain entry." Qin Feng remarked, "Tell Hai Zhuqing that I have permitted you to go up." Bai Qingqing hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she asked, "Is that true? Will she really allow me to go up if I say that? Why not give it a try and see?" Qin Feng replied. Finally, Bai Qingqing set off. Qin Feng finally found solace in the corner, indulging in the delicate fruits served at the banquet hall. Suddenly, a cacophony of gasps erupted within the room. Why was that young woman from the prestigious Bai family ascending the stairs? Su Embing had yet to descend, and yet, Hai Zhuqing allowed a member of the affluent Bai family to enter the elevator. Was this not a blatant affront to the Qin family? Could it be that the newly appointed president had a hand in this, signaling Hai Zhuqing to let both Su Bing and Bai Qingqing ascend? What? Qingqing went up in the elevator? How did she manage that? Zhou Xintong was utterly bewildered upon hearing the news. Chapter 46. Surely a false jade bracelet, Dubin instinctively remarked. Earlier, Bai Qingqing approached Qin Feng and then went upstairs. Could it be connected to him? Zhou Xintong scoffed, her expression rife with disdain. How could that be? Qin Feng is but a nameless nobody, devoid of any connections in Jiangcheng. What merit does he possess to assist Bai Qingqing in ascending? Besides, he is merely lurking in the corner, indulging himself. If he had the capability to elevate Bai Qingqing, why wouldn't he ascend himself? Dubin surveyed the room and spotted Qin Feng, who was still munching and drinking in the corner. He shook his head in disbelief. I must have been mistaken to think that Qin Feng could have helped Bai Qingqing ascend. I must be losing my mind. The more Zhou Xintong pondered, the more discontent she felt. Why was Bai Qingqing allowed to ascend, while she herself had been thwarted by Hai Zhuqing when she offered to serve the new president? Surely, she was more deserving than Bai Qingqing. The Zhou family was not inferior to the Bai family, after all. Miss Hai, may I ascend to meet the new president? Zhou Xintong's frustration grew, prompting her to approach the elevator once more. Hai Zhuqing replied coldly, Miss Zhou, I already informed you that there are attendants upstairs. Your services are not required. With a heart full of indignation, Zhou Xintong departed. To hell with the attendants. Why is Bai Qingqing permitted to ascend while I am denied even the status of an attendant? What is the reason behind this? Embarrassment and anger welled within her. She no longer wished to remain in the banquet hall. Liang Meili observed Zhou Xintong and inquired, Tong Tong, how did your dear friend Bai Qingqing manage to go upstairs? Why didn't you accompany her? Zhou Haoquin suggested, why not call Bai Qingqing and ask her how she ascended? After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Xintong dialed Bai Qingqing's number. Tong Tong, what is wrong? Bai Qingqing answered. Bai Qingqing, how did you manage to go upstairs? Why didn't you take me with you? Zhou Xintong's tone was displeased. Ah, I just told Hai Zhuqing that I wanted to go up, and she allowed me, Bai Qingqing responded, her voice tinged with guilt. Is it truly that simple? Zhou Xintong furrowed her brow. I've approached Hai Zhuqing twice, yet she did not permit me to ascend. Well, I cannot help you with that. Did you see the new president? What does the new president look like? Could you perhaps mention me to the new president and request permission for me to ascend? Zhou Xintong inquired hopefully. Bai Qingqing replied, Tong Tong, there is no new president upstairs, only Hai Weigua and Su Bing. I cannot assist you in ascending. After ending the call, Zhou Xintong's expression darkened, her heart brimming with resentment. Let us depart. Our Zhou family merely needs to make an appearance among the prominent families tonight. Do not harbor hopes of meeting the new president. That would be a fool's dream. Zhou Wanshan discerned the outcome from Zhou Xintong's demeanor and began to lead the Zhou family away. By the way, Zhou Xintong, please summon Qin Feng. Qin Feng contemplated his commitment to stay at the Zhou residence for the entire week, adhering to a punctual work schedule each day. Subsequently, he departed the Hanjian restaurant alongside the Zhou family, who each entered their respective vehicles upon reaching the outside. Qin Feng settled into Zhou Xintong's Audi A4L, just as a striking red limited edition Ferrari 488 Pista Spider parked beside them, eliciting a gasp of astonishment from Dubin. Wow, a limited edition Ferrari 488 Pista Spider, and it's nearly brand new. I wonder who drives such an extravagant vehicle? Zhou Xintong gazed at the dazzling red Ferrari, its design exuding elegance and luxury, and curiously inquired, is this car very expensive? Not exceptionally so, it's around 4 to 5 million, but since this model has been discontinued, it is quite difficult to acquire, came the reply. Zhou Xintong's eyes sparkled with longing. She pondered when she might have the opportunity to drive such a luxurious car herself. Qin Feng sat in the back seat and pressed the window down, catching a glimpse of the crimson Ferrari. Suddenly, he realized that this very car was a gift from Su Mubi, yet the key lay forgotten in the banquet hall upstairs. Qin Feng, why are you staring? You'll never be able to afford such luxury in your lifetime. Dobin, seated in the passenger seat, noticed Qin Feng's gaze fixed on the Ferrari through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but mock him.
Qin Feng, disinterested in Dubin.
Contemplated gifting this Ferrari to Shenrui and instructed Su Mubin to deliver the car keys to the Shanshui manor. After admiring the Ferrari for a while, Zhou Xintong started the vehicle to leave. At that moment, Bai Qingqing rushed over, exclaiming, "Tong Tong, why didn't you let me know you were leaving?" Qin Feng, you're here too. Bai Qingqing settled into the back seat, smiling and waving at Qin Feng. Having felt bored upstairs, she decided to come down and fortuitously spotted the Zhou family departing, prompting her to chase after them. Zhou Xintong frowned and remarked, "Qingqing, what has gotten into you tonight? Why are you being so overly friendly with Qin Feng? Don't you think it's embarrassing to be seen associating with a nameless nobody?" Bai Qingqing chuckled lightly. "Oh, it's not that bad. I find Qin Feng quite amusing in his naive way." As she spoke, Bai Qingqing shifted closer to Qin Feng, only to suddenly feel something beneath her. She picked it up and discovered it was a gift box. "Tong Tong, there's a gift box in your car. Is it a present from Du Xiao?" Du Bin, glancing at the box, shook his head and replied, "It's not mine." Qin Feng glanced at the gift box in Bai Qingqing's hand and recognized it as the jade bracelet that Wang Bao had bestowed upon him at the Dotty Company. He casually placed it into his pocket, realizing it must have fallen from there onto the seat when he got into the car moments ago. "This is mine," Qin Feng asserted as he retrieved the gift box. Zhou Xintong furrowed her brow, expressing her disdain as she said, "Qin Feng, are you incapable of understanding human language? I have told you countless times that I have no interest in you. Do you really believe that gifting me something would make me like you? This is not a gift." As Qin Feng's words hung in the air, Du Bing abruptly seized the gift box from his hands, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Let me see what you've brought for Tong Tong. I heard that when you first descended the mountain, you carried a sack of wild bamboo shoots to the Zhou family. This time you picked a few wildflowers to present to Tong Tong. Have you?" Upon opening the gift box, Du Bing was taken aback. Inside lay a finely crafted jade bracelet, its emerald hue radiant and transparent, clearly a piece of high-quality jade. "No way, Qin Feng, you bestowed upon Tong Tong a jade bracelet? Given its quality, it must be worth at least several 100,000. Du Bing mused, examining the bracelet. Zhou Xintong's expression shifted, her gaze sweeping over the jade before she coldly remarked, "Humph.
Du Xiao, dont tes gestes.
How could Qin Feng afford a jade bracelet? He must have purchased a counterfeit from a street vendor, thinking Zhou Xintong, lacked discernment. Can't he tell the difference between genuine and fake jade? Qin Feng, presenting a fake bracelet to Tong Tong? How utterly pathetic." Du Bing rolled down the car window, disdainfully preparing to toss the bracelet out, when Bai Qingqing interjected, "Du Xiao, let me take a look at the bracelet." Chapter 47. Husband Du Bing casually tossed the jade bracelet onto the back seat, expressing his disdain. "Qingqing, you needn't bother. This bracelet is undoubtedly fake. A jade bracelet of this quality should be valued at several 100,000, if not more. Considering Qin Feng's status, do you truly believe he could afford it? This is merely a synthetic trinket." Bai Qingqing, however, slipped the bracelet onto her wrist without hesitation, bypassing any need for authentication. She understood that someone of Qin Feng's caliber would never purchase a counterfeit. "Qingqing, why would you wear that worthless bracelet? You should discard it at once. Don't you care about your reputation?"
Du Bing scoffed.
"That sort of industrial product can be harmful when in contact with skin." Bai Qingqing chuckled. "I actually quite like this bracelet. If Tong Tong doesn't want it, I'll gladly take it. I think it looks rather nice." She secretly delighted in her acquisition, pondering that this jade bracelet must be worth at least 1 million. It felt as if she had stumbled upon a considerable bargain. Zhou Xintong, feeling a twinge of annoyance at Bai Qingqing's actions, hesitated to confront her friend directly, redirecting her frustration towards Qin Feng. "Qin, get out of the car." Qin Feng alighted from the vehicle, displaying little interest in the Audi A4L belonging to Zhou Xintong. After all, why would he not prefer the Ferrari parked nearby? At that moment, aside from Hai Weigua and Su Embing, a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered the banquet hall. Upon noticing Qin Feng's arrival, the man scrutinized him from head to toe, a look of perplexity crossing his face. He did not recognize Qin Feng, or rather, among the elite individuals and the leaders of the 3 major gangs he typically encountered, Qin Feng's countenance was unfamiliar. This indicated that Qin Feng was not genuinely part of the upper echelons of society. Moreover, the man could hardly entertain the notion of Qin Feng being the new president, as his attire was exceedingly ordinary. President Hai, who might this be? The man inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding Qin Feng's identity and how he had managed to gain access to the banquet hall on the top floor. President Qin. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he scrutinized Qin Feng once more, unable to fathom the reality before him. President Hai. Could it be that this young individual is the newly appointed president of the Dragon Commerce Association? President Hai Weigua chuckled. Master Yuan. Allow me to introduce you to the new president of the Dragon Commerce Association, President Qin. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce to you Yuan Boli, the head of the Yuan family, one of the 5 prestigious families in Jiangqing. Yuan Boli immediately approached with a beaming smile and shook hands with Qin Feng, exclaiming, "Ah, it is President Qin. I never anticipated that President Qin would be so remarkably young and accomplished. What a pleasure to meet you." Qin Feng nodded slightly at Yuan Boli, then took the Ferrari car keys from the table, preparing to leave. Yuan Boli hurriedly followed Qin Feng, saying, "President Qin, I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. I am not involved in the affairs of the Dragon Chamber of Commerce. For cooperation, you should consult Haizhu Qing." Qin Feng replied. "President Qin, I have already spoken with Haizhu Qing. She mentioned that the risks associated with this project are too significant and advised me to approach you directly," Yuan Boli remarked with a smile. Qin Feng approached a chair and seated himself, inquiring, "What scale of project are we discussing?" Yuan Bolin replied, "The plan is to establish a shell company, feigning intentions of going public. I intend to disseminate advance information in Jiangqing, enticing affluent families to invest in initial shares. Subsequently, I will abscond with the funds, allocating half of the profits to the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, provided they assist me with a guarantee. What are your thoughts on this, President Qin?" Qin Feng furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Isn't this nothing but a swindle for money? Indeed, it is a blatant deception." Yuan Boli responded without attempting to defend or refute the claim. He candidly stated the Yuan group has already collapsed, but the news has been temporarily suppressed by the Yuan family. In a week's time, once the news of the collapse leaks, the Yuan group will face inevitable downfall, and the Yuan family will plummet from their status among the 5 foremost elite families. I have already devised a plan to amass a significant sum during this week, after which the Yuan family will depart from Jiangbei. Qin Feng remarked, "You want me to guarantee that when the time comes, should you abscond with the funds, those affluent individuals will inevitably seek me out." Yuan Boli chuckled. "Certainly, we cannot allow President Qin to suffer a loss. At that time we shall operate discreetly. You will first transfer a sum to me, leaving a record of the transaction. When I eventually make my escape with the money, I shall return your initial transfer and additionally share half of the proceeds with you. Thus, when those wealthy individuals come seeking their funds, you can present them with the transaction record, asserting that you too are a victim." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng recognized that this was indeed a surefire profit. However, he had no desire for money obtained through deceit, and thus he declined, saying, "I am not interested. Seek someone else." He then departed from Wulong Villa. Qin Feng navigated the streets of Jiangqing at breakneck speed in his red limited edition Ferrari 488 Pista Spider, the night enveloping the city in a shroud of mystery. Astonishingly, it was the very Ferrari that had been parked at Wulong Villa. Near the picturesque Shanshui Manor, Qin Feng pressed the accelerator, overtaking Zhou Xintong's Audi A4L.
Du bin.
Seated in the passenger seat, suddenly shrieked, leaning out to catch a glimpse of the Ferrari's tail lights as they vanished like 2 streaks of aurora. "Why does the driver of that Ferrari remind me so much of Qin Feng?" Zhou Xintong cast a fleeting glance as she passed, her curiosity piqued by the striking resemblance of the man's profile to that of Qin Feng.
Amuset, du bin remarked, Tong Tong.
"You must be so haunted by Qin Feng lately that you see him in everyone." Zhou Xintong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, how could Qin Feng possibly afford a Ferrari? Besides, I left him at Wulong Villa, and with the difficulty of hailing a cab from there, he is probably still walking down the mountain right now. So how could he be near Shanshui Manor?" In the back seat, Bai Qingqing was left speechless, certain that the person in the Ferrari was indeed Qin Feng, for he resided at Shanshui Manor. "Rui, didn't you accompany the Shen family to Wulong Villa tonight?" Shen Rui, freshly bathed and adorned in a sheer black lace nightgown, exuded elegance under the soft glow of the lights. With her mother's ailment now healed by Qin Feng, a weight had been lifted from Shen Rui's heart, and she found herself immensely grateful, eagerly anticipating the day when Qin Feng would propose to her. The Shen family invited me, but I've been preoccupied with the Jianghe real estate project and couldn't make it, Shen Rui explained. Is the collaboration between Jianghe Real Estate and Wanhua Group progressing smoothly? Qin Feng inquired. Quite well, she replied. That's reassuring. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. Qin Feng handed the keys to the Ferrari to Shen Rui, declaring, You are now considered a company executive, so you should drive this car. Shen Rui gazed at the emblem of the prancing horse on the key, exclaiming, Master, this is a Ferrari, isn't it? You're giving me a Ferrari? What's wrong? Do you not like it? If not, I can take you to the car dealership tomorrow, and whatever car you desire, I shall procure for you, Qin Feng offered. No. Shen Rui hastily waved her hands, stating, Master, a Ferrari is far too extravagant. As a mere illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, I hardly have the qualifications to drive such a luxury vehicle. Honestly, a small electric scooter would suffice for my commute. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, embracing Shen Rui as he gently caressed her silky hair. Rui, he said, you must remember that being an illegitimate daughter is not your fault. Do not allow this identity to instill feelings of inferiority within you. In my eyes, you are the most exceptional among the Shen family of our generation, excelling in beauty, physique, and capability. Therefore, you must possess confidence. Even if we were to take a step back, regardless of your past identity or the humiliation you endured, the moment you became my fiancée, your life transformed. I will ensure that you lead a carefree existence, one that will evoke envy in all women around the world. As Shen Rui nestled in Qin Feng's embrace, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. In her 26 years of life, apart from her parents, Qin Feng was the only one who had truly cared for her. Darling, I wish to marry you. I want to give myself to you. Suddenly, Shen Rui positioned herself atop Qin Feng, her enticing crimson lips pressing deeply against his. Chapter 48. The rush to purchase original shares issued by the Yuan family, the night was shrouded in a hazy darkness, two shadows entwined on the sofa, lost in a passionate embrace. Wait, darling, At a crucial moment, Shen Rui suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and fled. Darling, I fear you may find me unworthy. If you still desire, I am willing. As she sensed Qin Feng's ardent body and heavy breaths, Shen Rui closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor of complete surrender. Yet, Qin Feng released her, a surge of energy coursing through him, steam rising from his head as though he were in a sauna. Shen Rui recalled her first visit to Shanshui Manor to find Qin Feng, when he had appeared similarly flushed and feverish, ultimately fainting from the heat. Consequently, she dared not move recklessly, choosing instead to sit quietly beside him. The night passed without incident. By the break of dawn, the fiery poison within Qin Feng had finally been subdued. He realized that his pure Yin body could indeed control the fire poison, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. Perhaps with further development, he could suppress the poison more swiftly. Regrettably, due to Shen Rui's unique condition the previous night, he had restrained himself from acting upon his desires. Shen Rui had fallen asleep on the sofa, and Qin Feng, feeling compassionate, refrained from waking her, instead covering her with a light summer blanket. Xiaofeng, how has work been at the company these past few days? Came the call from Zhou Wanshan. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he still had to go to work. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to obtain the Xianyin flower from the Zhou family. That's good. If you need anything, just give me a call. Don't hesitate, Zhou Wanshan remarked. Upon arriving at the beauty industry company, Qin Feng was over 10 minutes late. Zhou Xintong happened to be inspecting the business department and, upon seeing Qin Feng's tardiness, immediately launched into a reprimand. Qin Feng, do you even realize what time it is? Why are you only just arriving? Don't even think of telling me it was traffic or that you overslept. Every other employee in the business department managed to be on time, yet here you are, late. Your salary for this month will be halved. The employees of the business department were taken aback. Was it true that one instance of tardiness would result in a 50 salary deduction? Was this a new company policy? Such severity seemed rather excessive. Qin Feng was indifferent to his salary. His sole reason for joining the beauty company was to fulfill his promise to Zhou Wanshan, working for a week in exchange for the Xianin flower. Meanwhile, the employees of the business department had begun to murmur among themselves. It was rumored that Qin Feng was the fiancé of President Zhou, yet their apparent discord was palpable. How else could President Zhou have chastised Qin Feng in front of the business department staff? Little did they know that Qin Feng was a man of no power or influence, merely an ordinary individual who had, by some stroke of fortune, become engaged to Zhou Xintong. However, Zhou Xintong was vehemently opposed to this union, harboring a profound disdain for Qin Feng. Heavens! Such a situation exists? This is a plot that belongs in a soap opera, akin to a toad aspiring to court a swan. Who would have thought it could manifest in real life? It appears that Qin Feng is nothing but a son-in-law who has married into a family, bringing shame upon the men of Longhua. Some employees, unable to attain the grapes, resorted to denigrating them as sour. In truth, they too harbored desires to marry into affluent families. Yet the daughters of such families looked down upon them. Are you all so idle that you have nothing better to do? Should I consider deducting your bonuses for this quarter? Upon hearing the gossip, Zhou Xintong felt her temper flare. Instantly, the hundreds of employees in the business department fell silent. The atmosphere so tense one could hear a pin drop. According to the head of the Yuan family, the initial shares were priced at merely 1 yuan each, with an expected surge to at least 5 yuan within a month post-listing. Zhou Xintong then dropped a bombshell. The tranquility of the business department was shattered. President Zhou, can we ordinary employees also subscribe to Yuan family stocks? President Zhou, is there any limit to the subscription quota? President Zhou, where do we subscribe? At such a tantalizing investment opportunity. Initial shares at 1 yuan, projected to rise to 5 within a month. Who wouldn't be envious? Among all, only Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Just last night, Yuan Boli had approached him, asking him to leverage the reputation of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce for a joint financial venture. A proposal Qin Feng had declined. Little did he expect Yuan Boli would persist in such money-making schemes. As for the subscription process, employees could first tally their contributions within the department. The business manager would compile their funds and subscription quotas and submit them to him. He would then aggregate the shares from other departments and seek assistance from the head of the Yuan family for the subscription. Upon hearing of such a windfall, the employees of the business department were invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing to their team leaders to declare their intended shares. Qin Feng shook his head. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but now that he was aware of the Yuan family's scheme to defraud, he could not simply stand by and watch these employees fall victim to deception, as everyone earned their income through hard work. The Yuan family's company sought to go public merely to amass wealth and abscond. It would be wise for everyone to refrain from purchasing their stocks. Qin Feng spoke up, and the bustling business department fell into an abrupt silence, with hundreds of peculiar gazes fixed upon him. If you lack the funds to invest, that is one thing, but there is no need to malign the Yuan family. It is widely acknowledged that you are an inconspicuous individual, fortunate enough to have engaged in an alliance with President Zhou, yet it is evident that President Zhou holds you in disdain. The dissolution of your engagement is merely a matter of time. Therefore, do not feign authority here. As a person of humble beginnings, how could you possibly comprehend the Yuan family's intentions to amass wealth? Do you even have access to their circle? While one may indulge in a variety of meals, one must be prudent with their words. Do not heed him. He is merely an unsophisticated individual who perceives lucrative ventures as schemes. He will never indulge in a feast of 4 courses in his lifetime. Chapter 49. The Qin family acquires Yuan family stocks. The employees of the business department were unconvinced by Qin Feng's assertions, and several took turns reprimanding him. Qin Xintong, with a frosty demeanor, remarked, "Qin Feng, cease your antics as a mere buffoon, will you? The Yuan family is one of the 5 paramount aristocratic families in Jiangcheng, with a vast influence and ample resources. Do you truly believe that the Yuan family would risk their reputation for the sake of our modest investments?" The patriarch has made his intentions abundantly clear. He remains steadfast in his principles, ensuring that the benefits of his family's wealth do not flow to outsiders. Hence, he has allocated a portion of shares for the people of Jiangxing to invest and prosper. We ought to express our gratitude to the Yuan family, yet here you are, casting unfounded accusations against them. Your behavior is truly exasperating. Ultimately, is it not your lack of funds that fuels your resentment towards other success, leading you to slander the Yuan family? Are you aware of the consequences should your words reach the ears of the Yuan family? I am not slandering. I am merely stating the truth. The Yuan family's corporate credibility has plummeted, and they are on the brink of bankruptcy. Their attempts to solicit investments are, in fact, a desperate bid to gather a significant sum of money and abscond. Qin Feng revealed the truth. The employees of the business department displayed mocking smiles, their disbelief palpable. Zhou Xintong expressed her disdain, saying, Qin Feng, can you stop deceiving yourself? You, a nameless nobody, are utterly ignorant of the elite dynamics in Jiangqing. Yet you audaciously spout nonsense about the prestigious Yuan family going bankrupt and fleeing with funds. Aren't you afraid of being the subject of ridicule? Let me tell you, even if the minor Zhou family were to collapse, or if the prominent Du family faced downfall, the top-tier Yuan family would remain unscathed. Upon hearing that the Zhou family intended to purchase 50 million in stocks, the employees of the business department went into a frenzy. Team Leader Wang, secure me 100,000 in stocks. Team Leader Li, I'll take 30,000 first. I'll sell my car this afternoon and should be able to purchase 80,000 more. With President Zhou boldly investing 50 million, I shall take my chances as well. Tomorrow I will sell my house and invest entirely in Yuan family stocks. Observing his colleagues, intoxicated by the prospect of windfall profits, Qin Feng shook his head. He had said all he needed to say. If they chose not to heed his advice, so be it. The entire morning passed with little work being done in the business department, as everyone busied themselves raising funds for stock purchases, with some even calling distant relatives for loans. Qin Feng, is what you said true? The Yuan family is going under? A chubby colleague seated across from Qin Feng leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire. Indeed, Qin Feng affirmed. The chubby man, named Wen Kai, was amicable and had occasionally exchanged pleasantries with Qin Feng. Wen Kai nodded and said, All right, I believe you, so I 1T invest in Yuan family stocks. Mr. Qin, may I ask you something? Speak. Yuan Boli called me, stating that they are issuing new stocks and encouraging me to invest heavily. I saw Yuan Boli speaking with you last night. Do you think I should buy Yuan family stocks?
Sun Bin inquired.
Do not buy, Qin Feng replied succinctly. Sun Bing, fully trusting Qin Feng's judgment, said, Understood. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Moments after hanging up, Bai Qingqing called. Mr. Qin, can Yuan family stocks be purchased? Do not buy. All right, I understand. I will advise my family against purchasing. In the afternoon, Shen Rui also called. Darling, are you busy? Following their intimate encounter the previous night, Shen Rui's address for Qin Feng had shifted from master to darling. I am not busy. Rui, feel free to tell me what you need. Every time Qin Feng hears Shen Rui call him husband, a delightful sensation flutters within him. Husband, have you bought shares in Yuan family? I haven't, and you shouldn't either, Qin Feng replied with grave seriousness. Shen Rui's tone grew somber. I don't have the funds to invest, but Shen Qianjiao is quite optimistic about Yuan family stocks. She is urging grandmother Shen to allocate the family's idle capital to purchase them. That is why I called to see if you have any reliable information. Yuan family is on the brink of collapse, currently engaged in a money-grabbing scheme before fleeing. Qin Feng revealed the harsh reality. Oh, is that truly the case? Husband, I must hang up. I need to persuade grandmother. At the Shen family estate, Shen Qianjiao animatedly expressed her thoughts, her words punctuated with enthusiasm. Our family's idle funds amount to approximately 200 to 300 million. I believe we should invest all of it in Yuan family stocks, and we must act swiftly. Otherwise, we might miss the opportunity. The news of Yuan family's issuance of original shares had circulated throughout the elite circles of Jiangqing early that morning. The suddenness of the situation left grandmother Shen indecisive. Let us all share our opinions, she urged. Shen Lang was the first to speak. Siding with his daughter Shen Qianjiao, mother, I have inquired, and many prominent families, such as the Du, Dong, Zhou, Huang, and Li families, have already invested in Yuan family stocks. As Qianjiao mentioned, this is a once-in-a-decade opportunity. We cannot afford to delay. We must invest heavily in Yuan family's original shares. A woman from the Shen family suggested, why don't we allocate half of our idle funds to purchase Yuan family stocks? This way we can have more assurance. A middle-aged man concurred, saying, agreed, let us use half of the idle funds to buy Yuan family stocks. Ultimately, most of the significant relatives in the Qin family agreed to invest half of their idle capital in the stocks. Shen Qianjiao did not insist on investing all the idle funds, recognizing that even half would amount to 1 or 200 million, and if it multiplied fivefold, could yield 5 to 10 billion. Shen Qianjiao felt content with this arrangement. Just as the Qin family was finalizing their plans, and grandmother Qin prepared to call Yuan Boli to purchase shares, Shun Rui interjected, "Grandmother, we cannot buy Yuan family stocks." The family members turned to her, their expressions filled with disdain and contempt. Grandmother Qin frowned and asked, "Oh, Rui, why do you oppose the Qin family purchasing Yuan family stocks?" "I spoke with Qin Feng, and he said Yuan family is on the verge of bankruptcy, currently scheming to abscond with funds," Shun Rui stated candidly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, laughter erupted among the Qin family members. Shen Qianjiao was the first to mock her. "Shen Rui, are you trying to be funny? Do you truly believe the words of that nameless nobody, Qin Feng? He possesses neither power nor connections in Jiangqing. How could he possibly know that the Yuan family is on the verge of collapse or that they are scheming to abscond with their ill-gotten gains? Furthermore, the Yuan family is one of the 5 premier aristocratic families in Jiangqing, rivaling even the Qin family in stature. Such a formidable entity cannot simply fall apart at whim, can it? You aren't suggesting that the Qin family might suddenly face ruin, are you?" Shen Rui shook her head vigorously. "I harbor no ill wishes for the Qin family, but I have faith in Qin Feng's words. He would not deceive me." Shen Qianjiao looked disdainfully at Shen Rui. "Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. You, the illegitimate daughter, and that nameless nobody Qin Feng make quite the pair, one who dares to boast and the other who dares to believe. Thankfully, I had you masquerade as me to marry Qin Feng. Otherwise, being with such an incompetent man would have utterly tarnished my reputation."
Shen Lang interjected, "Shen Rui.
"Our family is discussing significant matters. What business do you, an illegitimate daughter, have in this conversation? Be silent at once." Shen Rui furrowed her brow, troubled. She had hoped that the collaboration between Jianghe Real Estate and Wanhe Group would elevate her status in the eyes of the Qin family, even leading them to accept her as a legitimate relative. Yet, it seemed the disdain for her ran deep. Do not think that because you have secured a deal with Wanhe Group, you hold any sway in the Qin family. There is much for you to learn. Follow your cousin Shen Qianjiao and learn with humility. Do not make a fool of yourself. Once the Qin family profits handsomely from the acquisition of Yuan family stocks, their standing in Jiangqing will rise significantly, potentially challenging the supremacy of the city's foremost family. At that point, it would be prudent to cancel the marriage between Shen Rui and Qin Feng. Even though Shen Rui is an illegitimate daughter, she is still a member of the Qin family. She ought to marry into a distinguished family, lest the scandal tarnish the family's name. The members of the Qin family began to murmur amongst themselves. "I refuse to divorce Qin Feng. I shall only recognize him as my husband for all my days," Shen Rui declared with unwavering resolve regarding her marriage. The Qin family members shook their heads in disdain. What an unambitious, illegitimate daughter. She is unwilling to marry into a noble family and insists on clinging to a toad as if it were treasure. Shen Rui, you should limit your interactions with the Qin family. Look at what he has turned you into. You can no longer discern right from wrong. Shun matriarch scolded Shen Rui briefly before addressing the family. "I have made a decision. The Qin family will invest 200 million in purchasing Yuan family stocks, and we shall sell them as soon as they reach $5. In the Red Maple Club, a private gathering was held for a distinguished young master from Jiangnan. Seated in a lavish room, the young master Xiao Yifan occupied the central position, surrounded by a group of men and women, among whom a striking beauty was vying for his attention. If the people of Yunhai City in Jiangbei Province were to witness this scene, it would surely astonish them. The alluring beauty attempting to curry favor with Xiao Yifan was none other than Liang Xinji, the foremost talent of Yunhai City, hailing from the illustrious Liang family, and rivaling even Su Mubin of Jiangqing in reputation. The room was filled with prominent figures from various families across Jiangbei Province, including Su Yilu, the top talent from Qishan, and Zheng Fei, the heir of the prestigious Zheng family from Mingzhou. The elite offspring from the top families of Zhongbei were gathered here to welcome the illustrious young master Xiao Yifan, whose purpose was to seek a business partner for a new district project at the border between Jiangnan and Zhongbei. Apologies for my tardiness. Everyone, Su Mubin said breathlessly as she entered the room. Her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd before landing on Xiao Yifan, and she quickly smiled. Young Master Xiao, I'm terribly sorry. I shall drink 3 glasses as penance. She approached the table and downed 3 glasses of red wine in quick succession. Liang Xinji, having just wiped her mouth, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, Su Mubin, what an impressive air you have. Our young Master Xiao has been here for quite some time, and you only just arrived. Do you hold him in such low regard? Su Mubin shot a cold glance at Liang Xinji. Their rivalry stemmed from their statuses as the top talents of their respective cities, leading to frequent clashes. Liang Xinji, you must understand that this is rush hour. Su Mubin was undoubtedly caught in traffic. Otherwise, she would not have kept young Master Xiao waiting. Su Yulu defended Su Mubin, as they shared a good rapport. Su Yulu, why are you speaking for her? Aren't we all battling the same traffic? Liang Xinji retorted sharply. Su Mubin is local. Yet, she is the last to arrive. Is that justifiable?
Su Yulu Frau Wen.
Hasn't Su Mubin already taken her punishment? Must we dwell on this? Is 3 glasses of wine really sufficient punishment? I've heard she is quite talented. Why not entertain us with a dance? Liang Xinji suggested with a mischievous grin. Liang Xinji, don't stir trouble, Su Yulu snapped, growing irritated. Silence. Xiao Yifan's voice cut through the chatter, silencing the room instantly. Are you the first talent of Jiangxing, Su Mubin? I've heard you are quite aloof. As Liang Xinji suggested, why not start us off with a dance? Xiao Yifan's gaze roamed over Su Mubin, his eyes revealing an unmistakable desire. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, yet unable to offend such a prominent figure, Su Mubin forced a smile. I apologize, young Master Xiao. I am unwell and cannot dance. Xiao Yifan's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Do you look down on me, Xiao Yifan? When I command you to dance, you dare to refuse. Su Yilu quickly interjected. Young Master Xiao, allow me to offer you a drink. I hope you visit Zhongbei often. If you come to Qishan, please let me know before she could finish. Xiao Yifan struck her fair face with a resounding slap, leaving 5 red marks. What are you? To speak? Did I invite your opinion? His gaze shifted menacingly to Su Mubin. I commanded you to dance. Do you understand? The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with everyone present from Zhongbei's elite families holding their breath in fear. Liang Xinji wore a look of schadenfreude. Su Mubin seethed with suppressed anger but could not express it. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Xiao, please do not be angry. I will dance. Dressed in a flowing white gown, Su Mubin began to dance gracefully, resembling a noble swan or a delicate butterfly, captivating everyone in the room. Su Yulu shook her head disapprovingly. Su Mubin, why sit so far away? Come sit on my lap. Xiao Yifan suddenly called out, shifting the atmosphere to an even more uncomfortable one. With Liang Xinji previously trying to win favor, and now Xiao Yifan's attention turning to Su Mubin, everyone realized that a troubling situation was about to unfold. Renowned as the foremost beauty in Zhongbei province, holds the esteemed title of the region's most brilliant woman. She is also known for her aloof demeanor, having never been embroiled in scandal. However, this evening, she finds herself on the precipice of public disgrace within this private chamber, a thought that quickens the pulse of the affluent gentlemen present, their eyes gleaming with desire. Master Xiao, I am not a woman of loose morals. I implore you to maintain your decorum. Su Mubin quivers, a mixture of anger and panic coursing through her. Observing her fade of purity, Liang Xinji remarks sarcastically, Su Mubin, it is a privilege for Master Xiao to take notice of you. Why the pretense of modesty? Hurry and disrobe to serve him properly. Su Yulu furrows her brow, unable to contain her indignation. Liang Xinji, silence yourself. Do you presume everyone shares your lack of shame? Enraged, Liang Xinji retorts, you must be envious that Master Xiao favors me first, then Su Mubin while neglecting you. With a swift motion, Xiao Yifan strikes both Su Yulu and Liang Xinji across the face. Should you utter another word, I shall strip you bare and cast you into the streets, he warns. Turning his attention to Su Mubing, he commands, at once, "Take a seat upon my lap, or your family shall be expelled from the ranks of Jiangxing's elite." The room is filled with an array of attire: nurses' uniforms, flight attendant outfits, sailor suits, and JK uniforms, alongside images of women draped in sheer black and white fabrics, appearing as though they are clad in nothing at all. This woman is truly a vixen. Qin Feng could hardly contain his urge to confront Bai Qingqing, to impart a stern lesson upon her, making her aware that men should not be trifled with casually. Yet, he restrained himself, harboring little fondness for her, deeming her excessively materialistic. "Mr. Qin, you summoned me?" Yu was called into the room. Upon entering, she immediately sensed that Qin Feng's chamber felt akin to a sauna, the heat causing her to sweat profusely. "Where is Su Mubin?" Qin Feng's gaze burned intensely as he fixed his eyes upon Yu's form. Yu trembled under the ferocity of Qin Feng's wolf-like stare, her heart racing uncontrollably. "President Su has gone to the Hongfeng Club." As soon as Yu's words fell, a wave of heat swept past her, and by the time she lifted her gaze again, Qin Feng had vanished from the room. At the Hongfeng Club, the atmosphere in the luxurious suite was stiflingly silent, the tension palpable. The wealthy heirs and heiresses from across Jiangbei dared not utter a word, their eyes fixated on Su Mubin, awaiting her next move. "Young Master Xiao, I, Su Mubin, am not a woman to be trifled with. Please, for the sake of the Su family, do not make this difficult for me," she said, suppressing her fury. With a resounding slap, Xiao Yifan struck Su Mubin's beautiful face, leaving 5 red marks on her porcelain skin. "In this small Jiangbei, who is worthy of my consideration? You think you, Su Mubin, deserve it? Even if I were to give face to the Su family, would they dare to accept it?" Xiao Yifan said coldly, "Don't waste my time. Do as I say, or face the consequences." Tears glimmered in Su Mubin's eyes, but her expression remained resolute. "Young Master Xiao, if you insist on forcing me, then I shall perish right here." Xiao Yifan regarded her intently, recognizing the determination in her gaze. "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. If you drink all the wine on the table, you may leave," he said with a mocking smile. Su Mubin's beautiful eyes scanned the coffee table, which was laden with an array of alcoholic beverages: reds, yellows, whites, and blacks. To consume all of it would surely lead to catastrophe. "All right." Without hesitation, she seized a bottle of red wine and tilted it back, gulping it down. Half of the wine cascaded into her stomach, while the other half trickled down her delicate neck and into her collar, creating a striking contrast that captivated the attention of all the men present. With a decisive thud, she slammed the empty wine bottle onto the table and reached for another. "Bing Bing, you never drink. Stop this before it leads to disaster," Su Yulu exclaimed, unable to bear the sight any longer, as she grasped Su Mubin's hand. Xiao Yifan retaliated with a harsh blow, sending Su Yulu sprawling to the ground, his voice dripping with malice. "You wretched woman, if you dare interfere with my affairs, I swear I will bring ruin to the Su family of Qishir." Su Yulu, trembling in fear, curled into herself. Seeing this unfold, Liang Xinji reveled in the spectacle, her face alight with glee as she watched Su Mubin and Su Yolu. With a resounding crash, Su Mubin finished the second bottle and smashed it onto the table. Her once fair complexion was now flushed crimson, her ears and neck tinged with pink, her gaze hazy as she struggled to maintain her balance in her high heels. "Miss Su, you possess quite the drinking prowess. Keep it up," Xiao Yifan leered, his eyes roving over Su Mubin's alluring figure, a wicked smile playing on his lips. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, Su Mubin's subconscious urged her to continue drinking, but after half a bottle, she could no longer withstand the intoxication and collapsed onto the floor. "Humph, the woman I desire has never been out of reach. I have heard of your icy demeanor, Su Mubin, but today, before all these affluent heirs and heiresses, I shall unveil your hidden self," Xiao Yifan declared, advancing toward her, intent on pulling down her skirt. The men in the room gaped, their eyes glued to Su Mubin's delicate form, eagerly anticipating the revealing spectacle. "Su Mubin, come with me. I have urgent matters to discuss with you." Just then, the door of the suite was kicked open, and Qin Feng burst in, his expression urgent. All eyes turned to Qin Feng, some filled with pity, as if they could already foresee the repercussions of his interference with Xiao Yifan's intentions. "Who the hell are you, you little wretch? While I am in a good mood, I suggest you leave at once." Xiao Yifan spat contemptuously. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yifan before his gaze settled upon the inebriated Su Embing sprawled on the floor. A subtle frown creased his brow as he approached and gently lifted Su Embing, placing her upon the sofa. Upon noticing the 5 distinct red imprints on her face, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Who could have done this? Xiao Yifan felt a momentary pang of unease. Qin Feng appeared oblivious to Xiao Yifan's words, calmly inquiring once more, "Who struck Su Embing?" Suddenly, someone recognized Qin Feng, exclaiming, "You are the son-in-law of the Zhou family from Jiangqing, are you not? Your name is Qin Feng, correct? So it is you. I have heard of your infamous reputation in Yunhai City. A mere nobody, clinging to a marriage certificate, relentlessly pursuing Zhou Xintong, attempting to latch onto the Zhou family. You truly are no man at all," Liang Xinji sneered disdainfully. Upon learning of Qin Feng's identity, Xiao Yifan's brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with contempt. How dare a mere nameless individual act so brazenly before him? Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. "You wretched fool, it was I who struck Su Embing, and I intend to bed her as well. Would you care to stay and witness my prowess?" Xiao Yifan regarded Qin Feng with a face full of disdain. Chapter 52. Call forth the most formidable person you know. Slap. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions shifting in astonishment. Qin Feng had raised his hand and struck Xiao Yifan across the face. The delicate, fair half of Xiao Yifan's visage began to swell visibly, turning red at an alarming rate. The room fell into a profound silence. The elite heirs and daughters from the top families across Jiangbei province stared in disbelief, their minds racing. "You, the son-in-law of a minor family, how dare you strike young Master Xiao? How could you?" Across the entirety of Jiangnan and Jiangbei, no one would dare touch a single hair on young Master Xiao's head. With that slap, not only would you face ruin, but the entire Zhou family would also be obliterated in an instant. Do you now comprehend the gravity of this situation? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kneel before young Master Xiao and apologize. As long as young Master Xiao has not forgiven you, you must keep bowing until death. Slap. Liang Xinji shouted incessantly. Qin Feng struck her face with a resounding slap, sending her flying through the air. The other affluent young ladies were initially inclined to criticize Qin Feng for his reckless audacity, hoping to showcase their bravado before young Master Xiao. However, upon witnessing Liang Xin's fate, they all fell silent. "How dare you strike me? You will pay dearly for this. I shall ensure your ruin." A cacophony of cracking bones and taut sinews erupted from his body, a formidable aura suddenly surging forth. What a powerful presence! Young Master Xiao was genuinely enraged. It was said that the Xiao family of Jiangnan was a lineage of martial artists, with members training in the martial arts from a young age. Xiao Yifan, possessing exceptional talent among his peers, was already a 9th-tier martial artist and on the cusp of becoming a martial master at merely 20-something. In the entirety of Jiangbei province, few could rival young Master Xiao in combat prowess. Previously, Xiao Yifan had underestimated Qin Feng's audacity to strike, thus failing to intervene. But now, with Xiao Yifan intent on retaliating, it was certain that Qin Feng would be left utterly disfigured. Whispers filled the air. Boom! Xiao Yifan made his move. His body shot forward like a released arrow, and with a powerful punch, he shattered the air before him, creating a deafening sonic boom. The atmosphere in the room became suffocating, as if surrounded by a cache of explosives, ready to detonate at the slightest spark. Xiao Yifan's terrifying punch approached Qin Feng with blinding speed. Just as everyone braced for the spectacle of Qin Feng being sent flying, his nose shattered and teeth scattered, they were astonished to see Qin Feng casually wave his hand as if swatting away an insect, effortlessly neutralizing Xiao Yifan's strike. At the same moment, Xiao Yifan was propelled backwards, crashing onto the coffee table and sending drinks toppling before he skidded to the floor, finally coming to a halt against a wall. Coughing up blood, Xiao Yifan struggled to regain his composure. Witnessing this scene, the affluent young ladies were left trembling, their nerves fraying. It was over. Young Master Xiao had been injured and was now bleeding. We would all be dragged down with this impudent newcomer. You reckless fool. Do you truly believe you possess the right to challenge young Master Xiao? Do you think that mere brute strength makes you invincible? The Xiao family of Jiangnan is a martial lineage, with masters of the art among them. Do you grasp the significance of a martial master? They could snuff out your life with a mere flick of their finger. You must kneel and apologize to young Master Xiao at once, preferably dismembering yourself in the process. Otherwise, he shall not let you off lightly. Panic and dread swept through the crowd, fearing that Qin Feng's reckless actions would ensnare them all. Xiao Yifan was severely injured, his ribs likely fractured, and his internal energy in disarray. Even the slightest movement sent waves of turmoil coursing through his body. Do you dare to defy me? Qin Feng, after laboriously rising to his feet, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yifan with a predatory intensity, casually inquiring, "Of course I am indignant. How dare a nameless wretch injure me? I shall ensure you regret this." Xiao Yifan seethed with the desire to see Qin Feng suffer 1,000 tortures. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not match Qin Feng in strength. For the moment, he could only swallow his pride and endure, planning to enlist the aid of his family's formidable masters to cripple Qin Feng and eradicate the Zhou family afterward. I am not one to harbor grudges overnight. Since you refuse to concede, summon the most formidable individuals you know, Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, as everyone was taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity. With a ferocious glare, Xiao Yifan produced his mobile device and made a call. "Zhao Hu, I have been assaulted. I give you merely 5 minutes. Hurry and bring your men to the Hongfeng Club to meet me." His furious roar echoed throughout the room, leaving no one unaware of the situation. Zhao Hu, the notorious local tyrant of Jiangcheng, was rumored to be a third-tier martial arts master. A true expert indeed. The Xiao family of Jiangnan wielded considerable power. Even Zhao Hu was but a mere pawn in their presence. The Zhou family's son-in-law was destined for demise tonight. In truth, from the moment he struck Xiao Yifan, his life had already begun its countdown. "Mr. Qin, you must leave at once. Your fate is sealed once Zhao Hu arrives." Suddenly, Su Yulu called out urgently to Qin Feng. She understood that warning him to flee at this moment would incur Xiao Yifan's wrath. Yet her conscience would not allow her to stand by and witness a man she held in favorable regard meet his demise. "You shameless harlot, Su Yulu, just wait. Once I deal with that nameless wretch, I shall turn my wrath upon you." Xiao Yifan snarled, his expression twisted with malice. "I will ruin your reputation and ensure the obliteration of the Su family in Qishan City." Qin Feng's figure flickered as he appeared before Xiao Yifan. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, causing Xiao Yifan to sway unsteadily. "Do you still dare to strike me? Are you truly unafraid of death?" Smack! Qin Feng delivered another resounding slap, causing Xiao Yifan's nose to twist grotesquely. "Wait for it, Zhao Hu will arrive shortly. He is a master of martial arts and will undoubtedly bring about your demise." With a forceful crack, he continued, "You are finished. Your fate is sealed. Not only will you perish, but all those associated with you shall meet their doom as well. The men will be slaughtered, and I shall indulge in every woman." With a series of sharp slaps, the threats echoed ominously. Qin Feng struck Xiao Yifan repeatedly, delivering dozens of resounding slaps. Xiao Yifan was left dazed, his head spinning, and his ears ringing with a deafening buzz, rendering him partially deaf. After administering the punishment, Qin Feng took a seat by the sofa. The wealthy young men and ladies, frightened, hastily rose to their feet, cautiously positioning themselves against the wall. Qin Feng poured himself a drink, reclined on the sofa, and leisurely savored the wine. In stark contrast, Xiao Yifan, terrified and disheveled, huddled in the corner, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated through the room. "Who dares to touch young Master Xiao? Are they tired of living?" Chapter 53. The final opportunity. With a resounding crash, a group burst into the luxurious suite, each figure exuding an intimidating aura, robust and menacing. The leading brute quickly spotted Xiao Yifan cowering against the wall. After scrutinizing him closely, recognition dawned. He was indeed the young master of the Xiao family from Jiangnan. Instantly, the man trembled with fear, his heart racing. The notorious troublemaker, once feared throughout Jiangnan and Jiangbei, now reduced to such a pitiful state? Should the Xiao family learn of this, It would surely cause a seismic shift in Zhongbei. Why, young Master Xiao? I apologize for my tardiness. The leading man hurriedly approached. Xiao Yifan, with swollen eyes narrowed to slits, glared at him and retaliated with a slap. Who the hell are you? I summoned Zhao Hu, where is he? The wealthy offspring and daughters in the room gasped in shock. They recognized the battered man as Bai Shirtao, the head of the Golden Dragon Gang's first hall, a formidable 9th-grade martial artist, a half-step master, and second only to Zhao Hu in the underground hierarchy of Jiangqing. Yet, in Xiao Yifan's eyes, he was no more than a cur. Bai Shirtao, stung by the slap, dared not retaliate and instead forced a smile. Young Master Xiao, please do not be angry. Lord Hu was injured a few days ago and is currently bedridden in the hospital. With that, he turned, his obsequious grin vanishing, replaced by a cold, murderous expression. Who struck young Master Xiao? Step forward and face your demise. The gazes of the wealthy heirs shifted towards Qin Feng. Su Yolu's face was etched with worry, despair flickering in her beautiful eyes. With the local underworld in attendance, it seemed inevitable that Qin Feng would meet a grim fate. Liang Xinji, however, wore a triumphant smirk, fearing Qin Feng might shy away from confrontation. She pointed at him and shouted, "Big brother, it was that ignorant little wretch who struck young Master Xiao. Quickly, break his limbs and toss him into the Songhua River to feed the fish." Bai Shirtao and his entourage turned their menacing stares towards Qin Feng, who remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his drink on the sofa. The group of thugs glared at him with eyes wide with fury, encircling him with palpable hostility. Stunned, Bai Shirtao stood frozen, unable to comprehend the audacity. You struck young Master Xiao and still have the gall to sip wine? Are you out of your mind? Get over here and bow in apology. As the thugs prepared to act, Bai Shirtao suddenly snapped back to reality, dashing forward and delivering 2 resounding slaps to each of his subordinates. After the flurry of strikes, his hands were bruised, and the faces of the thugs were swollen like pig heads. Am I hallucinating? Did I just witness Bai Shirtao thrashing his own men? The wealthy heirs stared in disbelief. Xiao Yifan, equally stunned, erupted in rage. What the hell are you doing? Seize that wretched cur at once. I will personally flay him alive. At that moment, Qin Feng rose from the sofa and gazed at the trembling Bai Shirtao, saying, "Dare you to make a move against me?" Bai Shirtao shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. He certainly did not have the audacity to confront Qin Feng. Qin Feng is indeed a master of martial arts. His elder brother, Lord Hu, was severely injured by Qin Feng and has been confined to his hospital bed ever since. Do you dare to provoke him? Qin Feng pointed to Xiao Yifan and inquired once more. Bai Shirtao continued to shake his head. Xiao Yifan, after all, is the young master of the Xiao family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan. His father is the current head of the Xiao clan, a master of martial arts. His mother hails from the prestigious Su family of the capital, rumored to be protected by a martial arts grandmaster. Qin Feng's expression turned icy as he spoke in a low voice. If you wish to avoid offending me and him, do you intend to antagonize both of us simultaneously? Bai Shirtao suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, this was the moment to choose sides, rather than feigning ignorance and inaction, which would only serve to alienate both factions. Mr. Qin, I now understand what I must do. Bai Shirtao furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, and turned towards Xiao Yifan. Why are you still hesitating? Quickly incapacitate that scoundrel. Slap. Before Xiao Yifan could finish his sentence, Bai Shirtao struck him across the face. The force of this blow was but a fraction of Qin Feng's, yet it left Xiao Yifan dazed, unleashing a torrent of humiliation and rage from within him. How dare you, you wretched creature, lay a hand on me? I will end your life. I will take your wife, obliterate your children, and desecrate your ancestors' graves. Just wait, I will call that scoundrel Zhao Hu right now. How dare he bring such a fool like you? I will see Zhao Hu dead. Xiao Yifan's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse as he howled like a rabid dog. Bai Shirtao delivered a few more slaps, sending Xiao Yifan reeling. Mr. Qin, may I take my leave now? He had already resolved that upon departing from the Hongfeng Club, he would head straight to the airport and purchase a ticket. There was no way he could remain in either Jiangnan or Zhongbei any longer. Go ahead. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Bai Shirtao, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, fled in a panic. Xiao Yifan, battered and bruised, looked utterly disheveled. Yet he remained defiant, glaring at Qin Feng with a fierce gaze, his fists clenched tightly, though he hesitated to strike. Still unconvinced? Qin Feng spoke calmly. Jiangnan is quite far. I do not have the luxury of time to accompany you there. I can grant you another opportunity. Feel free to call upon whomever you consider to be the most formidable. Qin Feng spoke calmly. This is your final opportunity. If the person you summon proves to be inadequate once more, you may prepare your last words. Very well. Just wait. I will ensure your demise this time, Xiao Yifan declared as he retrieved his phone and made a call. I am at the Hongfeng Club in Jiangqing. Come here with utmost haste, the quickest you can. 10 minutes elapsed after the call was terminated. The door to the luxurious room was pushed open, revealing a frail old man with gray hair dressed in a white training outfit. A collective gasp resonated through the room as the elite offspring from various prestigious families across Jiangbei recognized him. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, while others trembled, unable to maintain their footing. Chapter 54. Is there a martial arts master in Jiangbei? Uncle Yi, I am here, Xiao Yifan said, his previously tense heart now at ease upon seeing the newcomer. He then cast a frigid glance at Qin Feng, as if regarding a condemned soul. Is it truly you, young Master Xiao? Uncle Yi approached Xiao Yifan, scrutinizing him closely, yet failing to recognize him at first glance. Had it not been for the unmistakable voice, Uncle Yi would have hesitated to identify him. Uncle Yi, I have been beaten to this state in Jiangbei. You must stand up for me. Xiao Yifan gritted his teeth, his anger palpable. Uncle Yi examined Xiao Yifan's injuries, his brow furrowing with concern. Should the Xiao family from Jiangnan become aware of this incident, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of bloodshed in Jiangbei. Young Master Xiao, who is responsible for this? It was him. Xiao Yifan pointed accusingly at Qin Feng, stating, I have heard he is merely the son-in-law of a small family in Jiangqing. A son-in-law? Uncle Ye's gaze shifted to Qin Feng, his tone turning icy. You, a mere son-in-law, dare to lay hands on young Master Xiao? Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Qin Feng spoke softly. Who are you? Yibo was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that there was still someone in Jiangbei who did not recognize him. Young man, he continued, revealing my identity might frighten you. You would do well to obey my commands. Immediately kneel and offer your apologies. If you can earn young Master Zhao's forgiveness, you may yet preserve your life. Should you fail to gain his mercy, prepare to utter your final words. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. So, how formidable is your identity that you can frighten the living to death? Are you a ghost, perhaps? Or an extraterrestrial? Yibo glared furiously, rebuking, You ignorant and arrogant child, how have you survived until now? You wish to know my identity, do you? Very well, I shall reveal it. I am Yi Lingbo, the head of the Yi family, the foremost family in Jiangbei, and I am also the preeminent martial artist in Jiangbei. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he inquired, Are you the foremost martial artist of Jiangbei? Yi Lingbo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head at a sharp angle of 45 degrees, exuding an air of aloof superiority. With a cold and haughty demeanor, he replied, Indeed, that is I. Now that you are aware of my identity, do you not feel fear? Hurry and kneel, bowing your head in apology to young Master Xiao. Qin Feng was troubled by the inability to find a worthy opponent. Now, the foremost martial artist of Jiangbei had stepped forward, perfectly aligning with Qin Feng's desires. Esteemed head of the Yi family, I am Liang Xian, daughter of the Liang family from Yunhai City. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, and it is indeed a great fortune for me to meet you in person today. Liang Xian effusively praised Yi Lingbo. She then abruptly shifted her tone, glaring fiercely at Qin Feng, declaring, This man is arrogant and reckless, completely disregarding the Xiao family of Jiangnan and us, the esteemed families of Jiangbei. I implore you, Head Yi, to take action and teach him a severe lesson, so that he may understand that there are greater powers beyond his own. Slap! Before Liang Xian could finish her sentence, she received a resounding slap from Qin Feng. Covering her swollen cheek, she gazed at him in disbelief, unable to fathom how this country bumpkin dared to strike her, even in the presence of Yi Lingbo, the eminent martial artist of Jiangbei. You dare to hit me? You speak ill of me before my face and even encourage others to chastise me. Am I not justified in retaliating? Slap. Upon finishing his words, Qin Feng delivered a sharp slap to Liang Xian. Yilingbo raised an eyebrow, emanating an aura of terrifying power that caused the air pressure in the room to plummet, leaving everyone feeling as if a great mountain loomed above them. Young man, I have granted you an opportunity for survival. Since you failed to appreciate it, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Suddenly, Yilingbo raised his hand. With a swift whoosh, a small sword flew from his sleeve, flashing like lightning, and in an instant, it was poised at Qin Feng's brow. Suddenly, Qin Feng turned his head, narrowly evading the small sword, whose blade grazed his cheek and with a resounding boom embedded itself into a wall, creating a fist-sized circular hole. A chorus of gasps echoed throughout the room. No one had noticed the small sword hidden within Yilingbo's sleeve until the wall was breached, awakening everyone to the gravity of the situation. The head of the Yi family, renowned as the foremost martial artist in Zhangbei, effortlessly created a gaping hole in the wall with a mere flick of his wrist. Such prowess was truly astounding. It was said that the head of the Yi family had ascended to the realm of a 9th-tier martial arts master, standing as a formidable force in Zhangbei province. But wait, how did that nameless underling remain unharmed? Should he not have already succumbed? Yilingbo furrowed his brow, astonishment flickering in his aged eyes. You managed to evade it? With such sluggishness, could anyone truly escape? A single remark from Qin Feng provoked Yilingbo to roll his eyes in exasperation, nearly causing her to faint from indignation. I am eager to see how long you can maintain your obstinacy, she thought, swiftly adjusting her mindset and no longer underestimating Qin Feng. She stealthily channeled her energy, directing it to her feet and fists. Suddenly, as the force erupted from beneath her feet, she propelled herself forward with astonishing speed, leaving a series of afterimages in her wake. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated, deafening everyone present and causing a throbbing pain in their heads. Yet, the subsequent scene left them in utter disbelief, as if caught in a surreal dream. There stood Qin Feng, unscathed, while the assailant Yilingbo was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a wall, her body embedded within it, blood pouring from her mouth and staining her pristine white attire. How could this be possible? Am I seeing things? The esteemed Yilingbo, the foremost martial artist of Zhangbei, has been defeated? And by Qin Feng, the son-in-law of the minor Zhou family from Jiangqing. This Qin Feng is no ordinary individual. Could he possibly be a martial arts master? Boom! The moment the words martial arts master escaped someone's lips, the room was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. Expressions of shock adorned the faces of all present, their hearts racing and their scalps tingling with fear. A martial arts master. That represents the pinnacle of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. Each master is a formidable force, wielding immense power and influence. It has been nearly a century since a martial arts master emerged in Zhangbei province. Yet here stands a young man, barely in his 20s, who possesses such prowess. A martial arts master. You are indeed a martial arts master. Such a master must not be insulted. Upon witnessing Yilingbo's defeat, Xiao Yifan's face turned ashen, and he fell to his knees in terror. Chapter 55. Su Mubin is defeated. Qin Feng approached Xiao Yifan step by step, towering over him with an imposing presence. The onlookers were utterly astonished, their hearts racing with trepidation. I once granted you a chance, yet the individuals you summoned proved ineffective. Thus, you have no one to blame but yourself. Sensing the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from Qin Feng, Xiao Yifan hastily bowed in penitence, exclaiming, Young Master Qin, I was blind to your greatness and foolishly offended you. I deserve this punishment and vow never to set foot in Zhangbei again. As he pleaded, he struck himself repeatedly in contrition. The wealthy young men and women present gasped in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. To escape Zhangbei alive, one must first sever their own legs. Qin Feng spoke with a calmness that suggested he was discussing an inconsequential matter. The group of affluent young heirs and heiresses were struck with shock and trepidation. Xiao Yifan was none other than the young master of the Xiao family, one of the 4 illustrious families of Jiangnan, wielding a status that was nothing short of exalted. His mother was a princess of the esteemed Su family in the capital, a connection that granted Xiao Yifan an air of arrogance and impunity throughout both Jiangnan and Zhangbei. Yet, this young master had ventured into a modest city in Zhangbei, only to encounter an unforeseen predicament, provoking a martial arts master, and now found himself in a dire quandary, torn between the threat of death and the desperate choice of self-mutilation. Since you find it so challenging to make a decision, allow me to assist you. Qin Feng was poised to strike. Crack, crack. Xiao Yifan suddenly raised his hand and struck down, shattering both legs, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. If you dare to trouble Su Mubin and that woman again, I shall ensure the annihilation of the Xiao family. Qin Feng coldly uttered a few words, glanced at Su Yulu, and then carried Su Mbing away from the luxurious suite. 5 minutes later, Qin Feng chose a nearby hotel and booked a presidential suite, carrying Su Mbing into the room. At that moment, Qin Feng's skin was flushed red, his body temperature soaring to an alarming high. Had he not been continuously channeling his spiritual energy to protect himself, his body would have already been seared like tender meat. I feel so dizzy, and my body is burning, Su Mbing murmured, half drunken and half conscious. Young Master Xiao, I can't drink anymore. Please let me go. Mr. Qin, what are you doing here? She pondered, convinced that her intoxication had conjured an illusion. Damn you, Qin Feng. I've asked you multiple times to marry me, only to be met with your refusal. Do you not realize that as the most talented woman in Jiangbei, I have suitors lining up longer than the Songhua River? Why can't you see my worth? If I am indeed hallucinating, then I shall punish you severely for your repeated rejections. Su Mbing muttered to herself. Suddenly, she lunged towards Qin Feng. Outside, dark clouds gathered, and a torrential rain poured down. However, the tempest within the room was even more ferocious. The following morning, Qin Feng carefully donned his attire and fled the hotel as if his life depended on it. It is no wonder that Master arranged 9 matrimonial prospects for me. His intentions are indeed profound. Having tasted the sweetness of this experience, Qin Feng finally grasped the purpose behind his master's plans. Simultaneously, he felt a burgeoning anticipation to seek out his other fiancées, for that would free him from the fear of his fiery affliction and enable him to swiftly enhance his cultivation. Just as he stepped out of the hotel, Qin Feng received a call from Shen Rui. Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of unease, akin to the sensation of being caught in an act of infidelity. Rui, I am outside. Do you require my assistance? He replied ambiguously. I am heading to Yunhai City today for a class reunion. Would you be able to accompany me? Shen Rui's tone carried a hint of playful coaxing. Upon returning to the villa, Shen Rui busied herself with her appearance, donning the most exquisite dress from her wardrobe, which exuded an air of elegance and grace. Qin Feng stood behind the vanity, gazing at his stunningly beautiful wife in the mirror, and complimented, Rui, you look truly enchanting today. Shen Rui's cheeks flushed instantly, and in a soft voice, she retorted, Stop it. After Shen Rui finished her makeup, the couple set off. Initially, Shen Rui intended to take Qin Feng to the bus station for their journey to Yunhai City. However, after Qin Feng's admonition, she cautiously drove out in the striking red limited edition Ferrari 488 Pista Spider. This Ferrari indeed belonged to the owner of the Shanshui Manor. How she longed to meet the proprietor. Surely, someone who drives such a supercar must be quite young, right? Not long after the Ferrari exited the estate, an Audi A4L followed closely behind. Zhou Xintong, who was driving, recognized the eye-catching red Ferrari immediately. It was the same car that had been parked outside the restaurant at Wulong Mountain Villa that evening. Bai Qingqing, seated in the passenger seat, felt her heart race as she observed the red sports car ahead. She was well aware that this vehicle belonged to Qin Feng, and that Shanshui Manor was also his. Tong Tong, anyone residing in Shanshui Manor must be a big shot from Jiangbei. They wouldn't be interested in us mere minor aristocrats, Bai Qingqing advised. Zhou Xintong cast a surprised glance at Bai Qingqing and replied, Qingqing, you've been acting a bit strange lately. Just the other day, it was you who encouraged me to linger outside Shanshui Manor for a chance encounter with its owner. If I could capture the attention of the manor's master, it would truly be a transformation from a humble sparrow to a magnificent phoenix. Why are you now telling me it's just a fantasy? Why discourage me from pursuing the owner of Shanshui Manor? A flicker of panic crossed Bai Qingqing's eyes, which she quickly masked with a forced smile, saying, I just think that at our age we should seek someone of equal standing. If we aim too high without due diligence, we might end up with nothing. Zhou Xintong, increasingly perplexed, scrutinized by Qingqing, making her feel as though she were under a spotlight. Qingqing, you really wore that bracelet? Have you lost your mind? That's just a fake trinket that Qin Feng, that country bumpkin, bought from a street vendor. It's likely a synthetic product. You mustn't jeopardize your health with it. I simply thought it looked nice, so I decided to wear it. It shouldn't cause any harm, right? Bai Qingqing replied with a hint of guilt in her laughter. In truth, she had already had it appraised by an expert. It was an antiquity unearthed from the Qin dynasty, supposedly a jade bracelet collected by Empress Dowager Cixi. Even as a single piece, it could fetch at least 5 million at an auction. I really don't understand what has gotten into you. Zhou Xintong shook her head, disinterested in further discussing Bai Qingqing. She promptly pressed the accelerator, eager to catch up with the red Ferrari and seek a chance encounter with the owner of Shanshui Manor. Chapter 56. The class reunion in Yunhai City. At that moment, Zhou Xintong's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Qin Feng, and she instantly hung up with a scowl. After a while, Qin Feng called again. Zhou Xintong, fuming, answered angrily, "Why are you calling me so early? Do you want to ruin my whole day?" Sitting in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by why this woman seemed so irritable first thing in the morning. Could it be that her relatives were visiting? "I have matters to attend to today. I'm taking a day off." The reason Qin Feng called Zhou Xintong was to request leave. After all, he had promised Zhou Wanshan to work at the beauty company for a week, and if he were to miss a day, it could adversely affect the days he had already worked. "You'd better not come to the office anymore. Your presence irritates me," Zhou Xintong scolded before abruptly ending the call. When she looked ahead again, the red Ferrari had vanished from sight. "Damn Qin Feng, what a jinx he is, causing me to lose track of the owner of Shanshui Manor." Zhou Xintong fumed, pounding the steering wheel, consumed by her resentment towards Qin Feng. An hour later, Qin Feng and Shenrui arrived at the Loxia Mountain Villa in Yunhai City. "Shenrui, you have arrived. Where is your sister, Shen Qianjiao?" Upon entering a lavish room in the villa, they found a gathering of men and women. Shenrui glanced at one of the women and remarked, "Wang Yali, it has been years since we last met. You have become increasingly mature and beautiful. Shen Qianjiao should be on her way. I did not accompany her. Why didn't you ride with your sister? Did you come by bus?" inquired a man named Lu Peng. Shenrui frowned slightly but soon intertwined her arm with Qin Feng's and smiled. "Allow me to introduce my fiancé, Qin Feng, to everyone. Qin Feng, these are my university classmates. That one is Wang Yali, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, a minor noble in Yunhai City. That one is Lu Peng, the young master of the Lu family, a prominent family in Xishan City. And that one is..." Shenrui introduced everyone to Qin Feng. The gathering was predominantly comprised of the wealthy elite and their daughters from various regions of Zhongbei, with a significant number hailing from Yunhai City. "Ah, so this little brother is someone from the mountains? I've never met anyone from the mountains before," Lu Peng remarked with an air of arrogance. Upon learning that Qin Feng was from the mountains, Wang Yali quickly moved several seats away, distancing herself from him, and fanned her face with her small hand, saying, "Shenrui, what do you mean by bringing an outsider to our reunion? You're lowering the status of our gathering. You should ask Qin Feng to leave." Shenrui furrowed her brow, suppressing a surge of anger. She began to regret bringing Qin Feng along. Initially, she thought it was a rare opportunity for him to visit the city after spending 20 years in the mountains, so she wanted to show him around Yunhai City during this reunion. However, she never anticipated that her university classmates had become so vain, completely devoid of the youthful, innocent spirit they once had. "Everyone is here. What are you discussing? What mountains? What nameless nobody?" A cheerful laugh echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see a strikingly handsome couple entering, perfectly matched and pleasing to the eye. "Young Master Liang has arrived. Our class president is here." After graduation, Shin Daxiarua had not been seen again, but now she had grown even more beautiful and graceful, standing alongside young Master Liang. A true match made in heaven. "Young Master Liang, we were just discussing Shenrui's fiancé, who seems to be from the mountains. We were about to ask him to leave so he wouldn't disrupt our gathering." Liang Yongchao glanced at Shenrui, his gaze lingering on her for a few seconds, revealing a hint of possessiveness. He then looked at Qin Feng, whose ordinary attire failed to impress him. "Little brother, are you Shen Rui's fiancé? I heard from Chen Jiao that you came from the mountains. Are you managing to adapt to the big city?" Liang Yongchao spoke with a smile that appeared caring but carried an undertone of mockery. Shen Qianjiao, dressed in a striking red qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, revealed a leg through a slit that drew the gaze of every man in the room. "Rui, you arrived on the bus ahead of me. You must have gotten up very early," she remarked playfully, casting a knowing glance at Shen Rui. "I didn't take the bus. I drove here," Shen Rui replied, suppressing her irritation. "Oh, you bought a car? When did that happen? What brand is it? Given that you could drive from Jiang City to Yunhai City, that's quite impressive," Shen Qianjiao retorted sarcastically. Laughter erupted in the room. In a fit of frustration, Shen Rui slammed a set of Ferrari keys on the table, declaring, "I drove here in the Ferrari that Qin Feng gifted me." The laughter abruptly ceased as all eyes turned to Shen Rui and Qin Feng, filled with disbelief. Shen Qianjiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into derisive laughter. "Oh, Shen Rui, when did you become so vain? You're lying without a hint of shame. I know who Qin Feng is, he just descended from the mountains. Initially, he intended to marry me, but as the top Phoenix girl of Jiang City's elite, I found him unworthy. Out of consideration for the Shen family's reputation, I reluctantly agreed to marry him. But then Shen Rui cried and created a scene to marry him instead. I thought I was helping them, but it seems this pairing of a nobody and an illegitimate child has indeed come to fruition. Are you seriously telling me that Qin Feng gifted you a Ferrari? Do you think everyone here is a child?" Shen Qianjiao scoffed. "He just came down from the mountains, with no power or status in Jiang City, and probably doesn't even have a place to stay. Are you really claiming that he gifted you a Ferrari? Perhaps it's a cardboard model?" Shen Rui trembled with indignation. When Qin Feng first approached the Shen family with a marriage proposal, Shen Qianjiao had rejected him due to his background. To maintain their family's image, they pressured Shen Rui into marrying Qin Feng. Now, Shen Qianjiao shamelessly claimed that she was the one who wanted to marry him. Shen Rui could hardly believe her audacity. However, to protect Qin Feng's dignity, Shen Rui refrained from mentioning the rejection he faced from Shen Qianjiao. Pointing at the car keys on the table, she insisted, "I have the keys to a Ferrari. Surely that proves Qin Feng gifted me a Ferrari?" Shen Qianjiao smirked. "What era are we in? Does having car keys mean you own a car? Not just Ferraris. I could get you Lamborghinis, Bugattis, or Rolls-Royces. Just tell me what you want, and I'll bring you a dozen sets of keys this afternoon." The crowd erupted with laughter at Shen Qianjiao's words. "These are not fake keys. If you don't believe me, come outside, and I'll show you the car." Shen Rui exclaimed, exasperated. "Enough, Rui. Everyone knows the situation. There's no need to continue," Liang Yongchao interjected, cutting her off. He then addressed the group. "Since we haven't gathered since graduation, I've invited everyone to Yunhai City as my guests. Please feel free to enjoy the food and drinks. I'll cover all expenses." Lu Peng cheered. "Young Master Liang is magnificent." Wang Yali cast flirtatious glances at Liang Yongchao, exclaiming, "It's truly an honor to know someone as wealthy as young Master Liang. I wonder which woman will be lucky enough to marry him. She would be so fortunate." Liang Yongchao briefly glanced at Wang Yali before shifting his attention elsewhere, clearly uninterested in her. His gaze instinctively fell on Shen Rui. During their university days, he had pursued her, but she had turned him down. This was a secret between them, and to this day no one else knew. The woman who marries young Master Liang will undoubtedly be Shen Daxiaoua. Rumors of their relationship have circulated since university, and I'm sure they've kept in touch since graduation. I wonder when we old classmates will get to taste the sweet joy of their wedding," Shen Qianjiao said shyly, casting a glance at Liang Yongchao. She was quite pleased with the idea of marrying him. Then, she looked at Qin Feng with a face full of disdain, silently relieved that she had not ended up with this nameless nobody and that Shen Rui had taken his place. "Haha, Qianjiao and I are just close friends. It's not what everyone thinks." Unexpectedly, Liang Yongchao appeared to harbor little interest in Shen Qianjiao. He shifted the topic and remarked, "By the way, Qianjiao, I heard that the head of the Yi family, the foremost family in Jiangbei, visited your Jiangsheng yesterday?" The mere mention of Yi Lingbo instantly rendered the atmosphere in the room solemn and weighty. He was indeed the preeminent figure in the martial arts of Zhongbei, a true titan capable of wielding immense influence over the region. Shen Qianjiao furrowed her brows and replied, "Is that so? I haven't heard any news about it." Liang Yongchao lowered his voice and said, "I only heard it from my sister. She went to Jiangcheng yesterday and mentioned that the Yi family head was attacked there." Boom! Liang Yongchao's words struck like thunder, reverberating in everyone's minds. What? The head of the Yi family was attacked in Jiangcheng? Young Master Liang, could it be that your sister misheard? The Yi family head is the foremost martial artist in Zhongbei. Who would dare lay a finger on him in the entire region? Given that Shen Qianjiao from the prestigious Shen family of Jiangcheng had not caught wind of such news, it seemed likely that this report was a fabrication. The incredulity was palpable among those present. Qin Feng suddenly spoke, his tone calm as he stated, "Indeed, Yi Lingbo has been assaulted in Jiangcheng." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Qin Feng. Liang Yongchao narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and piercing as he remarked, "Oh, a mere insignificant character like you has heard the news?" Before Qin Feng could respond, Shen Qianjiao, with a disdainful expression, reprimanded, "Qin Feng, silence yourself. This is not a place for your voice. Do you have any idea what the consequences would be if your words were to spread? In that case, the Shen family could very well be brought to ruin because of your reckless chatter. Remember, Jiangnan is not Zhongbei. While your reckless words may find shelter under the Shen family's influence in Zhongbei, here in Jiangnan, no one will come to your aid if you speak indiscreetly." Qin Feng cast a nonchalant glance at Shen Qianjiao and remarked, "I speak but the truth. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you." "Ha! You, an inconspicuous nobody, seem quite eager, don't you? Very well. Pray, enlighten me. Where did you hear such rumors? Dare you unearth the source of your information? I shall not hesitate to silence them." Shen Qianjiao retorted, her anger palpable. Qin Feng spoke nonchalantly, "No one informed me. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Shen Qianjiao was taken aback for a moment before coldly scoffing. "Ha! Qin Feng, you truly dare to speak such words. If this reaches the ears of the head of the Yi family, you wouldn't even know how you'd meet your demise. I understand that as an inconspicuous newcomer in this grand city, you find it challenging to garner attention in such gatherings, hence your wild utterances to become the center of focus. However, such behavior only leads others to perceive you as mentally unstable." Shen Rui felt that Qin Feng's remarks were excessive and swiftly tugged at his arm, whispering, "Darling, the head of the Yi family is the foremost martial artist in Zhongbei. You should refrain from speaking so recklessly about him." The men and women present exchanged mocking glances, regarding Qin Feng as a mere jester. Yet, Liang Yongchao furrowed his brow, for he was aware that the head of the Yi family had indeed been struck. This information had been relayed to him by his sister, Liang Xinji, who had witnessed the incident firsthand in Jiangcheng. Curious about the identity of the assailant, Liang Yongchao inquired, but Liang Xinji remained evasive. He pressed her further about her reasons for visiting Jiangcheng and the individuals present at the scene, yet she refused to divulge any details. "Chen Jiao, I heard that the Su family has recently established a new company in Jiangcheng, and the Longxing Chamber of Commerce has appointed a new president?" Liang Yongchao hastily changed the subject. Initially, he intended to flaunt his knowledge of the head of the Yi family, only to find that Qin Feng was also aware of the situation and had exacerbated it. Liang Yongchao dared not continue the conversation, realizing that if word of this reached the head of the Yi family, the Liang family would face dire consequences. Indeed, the Su family has recently launched the Wanhua Group and is vigorously seeking partners, Shen Qianjiao confirmed. Liang Yongchao's eyes lit up. "Qianjiao, does your Shen family have any collaboration with the Wanhua Group?" "Yes, a real estate company from the Shen family has signed a 5-year partnership with the Wanhua Group, which invests 400 million each year in Jianghe real estate, totaling 2 billion over 5 years. An uproar ensued among the crowd. Such a monumental project was indeed rare, even among the affluent present. Liang Yongchao gazed at Shen Qianjiao with fervent interest. "Could you possibly introduce me to the chairman of the Wanhua Group? The Liang family is planning to expand into the Jiangxing market, and collaborating with the Wanhua Group would be pivotal for our future development. Rest assured, should the Shen family require assistance in Yunhai City, the Liang family would undoubtedly support you. Qin Qianjiao revealed a troubled expression. She had no acquaintance with the chairman of the Wanhua group, nor did she even know the president, He Yu. The only reason the Qin family managed to establish a partnership was due to Qin Rui's connections. Qianjiao, why are you silent? Liang Yongchao continued, we have been classmates for many years, maintaining a good relationship. Are you truly unwilling to assist me with this? It's not that I refuse to help. It's just. Qin Qianjiao hesitated. She could not possibly reveal that the Qin family's collaboration with the Wanhua group was solely reliant on Qin Rui's standing. Forget it. If you feel uncomfortable, just disregard what I said. Liang Yongchao's tone noticeably cooled. Qin Qianjiao shook her head helplessly. Qin Rui interjected. Class monitor Liang, is your family genuinely planning to enter the Jiangxing market? That is our intention. Liang Yongchao replied indifferently, as he regarded Qin Rui, a mere illegitimate daughter of the Qin family, with disdain. He felt it pointless to engage in conversation with her. How about I introduce you to the president of the Wanhua group, He Yu? She is quite amiable. When I signed the contract, she readily agreed. Qin Rui offered without much thought, hoping to assist since they were all old classmates. However, this statement sparked a commotion among the attendees. Liang Yongchao looked at Qin Rui in astonishment. The collaboration between the Qin family and the Wanhua group was signed by you? Indeed. Qin Rui nodded. Qin Qianjiao's expression darkened immediately. Lu Peng suddenly mocked. Qin Rui, do you truly believe everyone here is a child? One moment you claim to have arrived in a Ferrari, and the next you assert that you signed a deal with the Wanhua group. Do you think we are unaware of your circumstances? To put it plainly, you are merely the illegitimate daughter of the Qin family, living in a state worse than that of a servant. During university, you had to work part-time just to afford tuition and living expenses. Have you suddenly soared to greatness after marrying that insignificant figure, Qin Feng? Or have you developed a delusional disorder, living in a fantasy world? Wang Yali added, Qin Rui, I actually feel sympathetic towards your situation. You and Qin Qianjiao are both legitimate daughters of the Qin family, yet your status within the family is vastly inferior to hers. You must harbor jealousy towards Qin Qianjiao. However, fate has long been determined, and you cannot escape your destiny as an illegitimate child. Prepare yourself for a life of hardship, and do not dwell in jealousy. It will only lead to mental instability over time. A flamboyantly dressed woman chimed in. Qin Rui, you truly are amusing. Our Lin family hails from Mingzhou's grand aristocracy. Just the other day, my father visited Jiangxing to negotiate with President He, only to be turned away. You, an illegitimate daughter of the Qin family, possess neither power nor influence. How could you possibly negotiate a partnership with He Yu? And you audaciously claim to facilitate an introduction for young Master Liang? Liang Yongchao had initially been excited, thinking that Qin Rui genuinely knew He Yu. However, after hearing the comments, he shook his head, realizing how absurd his earlier thoughts were. I truly know President He, and it was indeed I who assisted the Qin family in securing the collaboration. If you don't believe me, ask Qin Qianjiao. Qin Rui insisted earnestly. Rui, everyone here knows you. You needn't pretend, Qin Qianjiao said earnestly. As Wang Yali mentioned, you should accept your fate and not live in jealousy. It would be detrimental to you. Laughter erupted within the room as everyone cast derisive glances at Qin Rui. Just as she was about to retort, the door swung open, and a tall, alluring woman clad in a purple qipao entered, her graceful figure and enchanting beauty immediately capturing everyone's attention. Young Master Liang, the dishes are ready. This pair of 1982 Lafite is a gift for you. Be sure to treat your old classmates well. Liang Yongchao received the Lafite with a smile. Thank you, Sister May. Come on, no need to be polite with me. I won't interrupt your reunion. Enjoy your meal and drinks, and if you need anything, just call for me. Sister May, still radiant, sauntered away in her high heels. As she left, a resident of Yunhai City exclaimed, Young Master Liang, you are truly impressive. Even Sister May pays you respect and personally brings you dishes and wine. My admiration for you knows no bounds. Lu Peng curiously asked, Is Sister May really that formidable? Wang Yali, belonging to a minor aristocracy in Yunhai City, replied, Of course, Sister May is formidable. She is the mistress of the Luoxia mountain villa. Liang Yongchao boasted, In truth, Sister Mei is nothing compared to her man, Yudong, who is truly remarkable. Yudong? Could it be the notorious figure known as Dong Yi from Yunhai City? Lin Meidai, the flamboyantly dressed woman from the prestigious Lin family of Mingzhou, exclaimed in astonishment. Liang Yongchao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is Dong Yi. He leaned closer to the table, lowering his voice as he continued. Do you know who Dong Yi associated with before he gained fame in Yunhai City? The crowd shook their heads, including some prominent figures from Yunhai City who were equally uninformed. Liang Yongchao elaborated. Dong Yi was previously a target for Ren Tianhe. Shun Qianjiao furrowed her brows, inquiring, what does target mean? And who is Ren Tianhe? Liang Yongchao looked at Shun Qianjiao with surprise and replied, You do not know Ren Tianhe? He is the foremost martial artist in Jiangbei, the elder disciple of the head of the Yi family. It is said that he has reached the 4th rank of martial mastery, making him an unparalleled expert in the region. He continued, as for target, it refers to a sparring partner. Thus, Dong Yi served as Ren Tianhe's sparring partner, effectively his foremost subordinate. The crowd suddenly understood. This meant that Yu Dong, the proprietor of the Lusha Mountain Villa, was Ren Tianhe's subordinate, and Ren Tianhe was the subordinate of Yi Lingbo. In other words, Yu Dong was the junior-most disciple of Yi Lingbo. Heavens! The owner of this Lusha Mountain Villa possesses such an impressive background, being the junior disciple of the head of Jiangbei's foremost family, the Yi family. No wonder the villa is so influential in Yunhai City. It had never been heard of anyone daring to cause trouble here. It seems the villa's master has such a formidable identity backing him. Goodness! The influence of our young Master Liang is indeed remarkable, capable of attracting the attention of the woman associated with the junior disciple of the Yi family to personally deliver wine and dishes. This is enough to boast about for 3 years. Young Master Liang is truly formidable. I raise a glass in your honor. Yunhai City is inherently the territory of the Liang family. Henceforth, whenever anyone encounters difficulties in Yunhai, they should simply mention the name of our young Master Liang. A chorus of flattering remarks filled the air, elevating Liang Yongchao's spirits. By the way, Qianjiao, the Longxing Chamber of Commerce in Jiangqing has a new president. Could you assist in introducing me? Liang Yongchao remained grounded amidst the flattery. He recalled the purpose of organizing this alumni gathering, which was to leverage the connections of these old classmates to expand markets throughout Jiangbei, propelling the Liang family towards becoming a top-tier household in Jiangbei province, rather than merely in Yunhai City. Chapter 59. Encountering trouble, I need to take a phone call. The phone rang, and it was an unfamiliar caller. Qin Feng bid farewell to Shenrui and stepped out of the luxurious suite to answer the call. May I speak with Mr. Qin? A voice filled with utmost respect resonated from the other end. Who might you be? Mr. Qin, I am Yi Zhenghui. Yi Lingbo is my father. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and asked, What is it? Did I strike your father yesterday, prompting you to seek vengeance on his behalf? Yi Zhenghui replied, his voice trembling, Mr. Qin, you have misunderstood. How could I dare to avenge my father against you? I have come to offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf. As my father is gravely injured and unable to convey his regrets personally, he has entrusted me with this task. I kindly request that you provide me with your address. There is no need for that. Just refrain from provoking me in the future. Qin Feng responded indifferently. Mr. Qin, I have brought you the Xianin flower as a token of my respect. I hope you will graciously accept it. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing that the Yi family had indeed conducted some investigation into him. However, considering that the Yi family intended to deliver the Xianin flower, he paid little heed to the matter of being scrutinized. I will send you a location. Do come as soon as possible. If you are late, I shall take my leave, he instructed. Inside the room, Shen Qianjiao wore a troubled expression. She found herself unable to introduce Liang Yongchao to the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, as she had not yet had the pleasure of meeting this new leader herself. Qianjiao, you cannot assist me in introducing the chairman of the Wanhe Group. Surely you would not deny me an introduction to the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce as well? Liang Yongchao raised an eyebrow, his demeanor clearly displeased as he regarded Shen Qianjiao. With a hint of helplessness, Shen Qianjiao replied, Master Liang, it is not that I am unwilling to make the introduction. I truly have not met the new president. That night, at the Wulong Mountain Villa in Jiang City, the welcome banquet for the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce was held. Yet only Su Mubin and Bai Qingqing had ascended to meet the new president, while the others remained below. Upon mentioning Su Mubin, everyone nodded in agreement, for she was renowned as the foremost talent of Jiangbei. However, Bai Qingqing was lesser known. Her name had not reached the ears of the prominent families in other cities of Jiangbei. As for Su Mubin, she is an aloof beauty, entirely indifferent to others, Liang Yongchao remarked. His interest piqued as he turned to Shen Qianjiao. Who is this Bai Qingqing you speak of? I have not heard of any family named Bai among Jiang City's elite. Bai Qingqing is a young woman from the modest Bai family of Jiang City, Shen Qianjiao explained. A young woman from a minor family? How did she manage to meet the new president? Liang Yongchao questioned, puzzled. I cannot say for certain. In any case, I am truly unable to assist you in introducing the new president, Shen Qianjiao replied, shaking her head in resignation. Suddenly, Shen Rui recalled that Qin Feng had also attended the banquet at Wulong Mountain Villa that night and had perhaps met the new president. With good intentions, she spoke up. Master Liang, my husband also attended the banquet that evening and had the opportunity to meet the new president. Perhaps he could assist you with an introduction? Turning to Qin Feng, she inquired, Darling, could you help Master Liang? Qin Feng held a rather unfavorable impression of Liang Yongchao, yet since Shen Rui had spoken up, he nodded in agreement. Shen Qianjiao immediately derided him, scolding, Shen Rui, must you always play the fool to feel alive? Young Master Liang is discussing serious matters, not engaging in childish games. A mere insignificant character like Qin Feng, how could he possibly meet the new president of the Dragon Commerce Association? He couldn't even enter the gates of Wulong Mountain Villa that night. Wang Yali added, Shen Rui, can you not humiliate yourself further? Had I known, I would not have invited you to today's reunion. Watching your performance has satiated my appetite for entertainment. I now lack the desire to dine. Lu Peng, frowning, remarked. The Dragon Commerce Association is the foremost commercial entity in Jiangqing, ranking within the top 5 among the major associations in Jiangbei. Our prestigious Lu family from Qishir City is also aware of the new president's appointment. My father has been leveraging various connections to uncover the identity of the new president for the purpose of gifting. Yet he remains in the dark. Shen Rui, how could your nameless fiancé possibly meet the new president? Spare us your delusions. But my husband truly met the new president. Shen Rui was eager to explain, but Qin Feng restrained her hand. She shook her head, coming to a realization. Since these old classmates doubted her and looked down upon her and Qin Feng, why should she humiliate herself to prove anything to them? After several rounds of drinks, Wang Yali excused herself to the restroom. Upon her return, she was half-drunken and accidentally entered the wrong room, pushing open the door to find 7 or 8 burly men, all quite inebriated, their faces flushed. Upon seeing Wang Yali, clad in a tank top and a miniskirt, with her elegant legs adorned in black stockings, their eyes gleamed with unwelcome desire. Apologies, I've entered the wrong room. Wang Yali quickly realized her mistake and turned to leave. One of the men rose, seizing her from behind, his hands roaming over her body. Ah! Wang Yali screamed, struggling fiercely to break free, and spun around to slap the man across the face. Perverse scoundrel! Get away! Yali, why are you crying? Noticing her distressed expression and the tears streaming down her cheeks, Lu Peng inquired. Rising in anger, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, Is this true? How dare they? We must confront that scoundrel right now. The other men also stood, their expressions filled with righteous indignation. Yunhai City was indeed Liang's territory. Young Master Liang would certainly stand up for Yali. Those ruffians daring to bully young Master Liang's old classmate had truly lost their minds. Liang Yongchao stood up, his face cold as he declared, Yali, do not cry. I will ensure justice for you. Lead us to them. I wish to see who the insolent fool is that dares to bully my old classmate. The group, filled with righteous fury, set out to confront the offenders. At this moment, Qin Feng rose to his feet, taking Shen Rui by the hand as he prepared to depart. Shen Rui, feeling somewhat taken aback, inquired, Darling, do you not wish to stay any longer? Qin Feng remarked, They have landed themselves in considerable trouble. There is no need for us to linger here. With his keen hearing, He discerned every sound from the adjacent room. After Wang Yali departed, those in the neighboring room made a call summoning someone. Qin Feng overheard them calling for Yu Dong, the very individual Liang Yongchao had mentioned earlier as Master Dong. Although Qin Feng held Yu Dong in utter disdain, he recognized that this predicament was of no concern to him. He had no intention of intervening in the fates of Liang Yongchao and Wang Yali. What trouble have they stirred up? Shen Rui, unaware of the situation, inquired. Before Qin Feng could respond, Lu Peng glared at him and scolded, "You insolent brat! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe those incompetent fools next door are a significant threat? If they were to encounter young Master Liang, they would instantly kneel and beg for forgiveness." Lin Meidai expressed her disdain, stating, "Shen Rui has indeed chosen a useless husband. He quakes at the mere hint of trouble. If one day you are beset by humiliation, your worthless husband would scarcely dare to make a sound." A young scion from a minor aristocratic family in Yunhai City remarked, "Qin Feng is merely an inexperienced individual who has never been exposed to the realities of our elite world. What he perceives as a major crisis can be resolved with a mere word from us. This is akin to his inability to comprehend why we casually purchase watches that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions." The assembly cast scornful glances at Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing the self-important individuals around him. He was about to leave with Shen Rui when, suddenly, the door to the luxurious room was forcefully kicked open. Chapter 60. The appearance of Master Dong. A group of burly men surged into the room. Among them was a man with 5 red finger marks on his face, his anger palpable as he scanned the room before pointing at Wang Yali and shouting, "It's that wretched woman! How dare she strike me? You deal with this." Beside him stood a man with a buzz cut, appearing to be in his 40s, his eyes sharp and temples pronounced, exuding the air of a martial artist. He looked at Wang Yali coldly and said, "Step forward, apologize to my brother, and spend the night with him. Then this matter will be considered settled." Wang Yali furrowed her brows in disgust and retorted, "He looks like a ghost. I refuse to sleep with him." Lu Peng erupted with curses. "You bunch of trash. Do you even know who this person beside me is? You'd be terrified if you knew." Standing tall beside Lu Peng, Liang Yongchao wore a haughty expression. The intruders paused for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter. "Ha! These little brats are truly amusing, daring to act tough in front of us. Who gave you the audacity? I don't care who you are. Every man here will lose a hand, and every woman will strip down and sleep with us. Filthy woman, what are you waiting for? Hurry and strip down, then lie on the table." The man who had been slapped glared fiercely at Wang Yali. Terrified by their imposing demeanor, she hurriedly hid behind Liang Yongchao. Liang Yongchao frowned and coldly stated, "Do you know where you are? Dare to cause trouble here, and I assure you, you won't leave Loxia Mountain Villa alive. I have a good relationship with Sister Mei here, who personally delivered food and wine to me earlier. If you have any sense, apologize to my classmate, slap yourselves 10 times and get out of our private room. Otherwise, when I call Sister Mei, this matter will not be easily resolved." Just then, Sister Mei entered the room. Dressed in a purple qipao, her figure was alluring, captivating everyone's attention. Liang Yongchao said, "Sister Mei, you arrived just in time. My friend has been wronged by these trash, who dared to intrude into my luxurious room. If you don't provide me with a satisfactory answer, I won't let this matter rest." Slap! Before Liang Yongchao could finish, the buzzcut man slapped him across the face. The room fell silent. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" Liang Yongchao seethed, baring his teeth. He had never been slapped in his life in Yunhai City. The buzzcut man coldly replied, "Why don't you enlighten me on who you think you are? I am Liang Yongchao, the young master of the Liang family, the foremost family in Yunhai City. You just slapped my face. I will have your hands severed." Slap! The buzzcut man slapped Liang Yongchao again. "If you have the guts, don't run. When young Master Liang calls upon thousands of people, we will eliminate you trash." Liang Yongchao's expression twisted in rage as he turned to Sister Mei. "Am I to be left unprotected after being struck in Loxia Mountain Villa?" Unexpectedly, Sister Mei stepped forward and also slapped Liang Yongchao. "You blind fool. The one who hit you is my man, Yu Dong. You dared to offend Master Dong and expect me to help you? Has your brain been kicked by a donkey?" Boom! Sister May's words struck like thunder, echoing in everyone's minds. Lu Peng and his companions were left dumbfounded, anxiety washing over them. Just moments ago, Liang Yongchao had mentioned Yu Dong, a local tyrant in Yunhai City and a master of martial arts, a subordinate of the Yi family's head in Jiangbei. Even though the Liang family was the foremost family in Yunhai City, their influence was limited to the city. Outside of it, their reputation waned. However, with Yu Dong's connections to the Yi family, the mention of the Yi family would send shivers down the spines of other prominent families across the 13 cities of Jiangbei. So, it is Master Dong. I was blind to not recognize you. For the sake of the Liang family, please let this matter rest. Liang Yongchao immediately cowered. Slap. Yu Dong slapped Liang Yongchao again, angrily rebuking, "What is the Liang family to me? Do you think I owe them anything?" Liang Yongchao hung his head in silence, utterly humiliated. His old classmates' hearts raced with fear and apprehension. To them, the Liang family, who dominated Yunhai, were now reduced to nothing in Yu Dong's eyes. Kid, be more observant in Yunhai from now on. Don't assume the Liang family has absolute control. Wang Yali trembled, hiding behind Liang Yongchao and pleading, "Young Master Liang, please help me. I don't want to sleep with those filthy men. You are the first family in Yunhai City, right? Please save me," she cried pitifully, like a rain-soaked flower. Yet her old classmates dared not speak, each pretending not to see. Liang Yongchao, furious, shook off Wang Yali's hand and scolded, "You still have the face to cry? You offended Master Dong's brother, causing me to be slapped. You should consider yourself fortunate I haven't sought revenge on you. If I were you, I'd quickly leave with Master Dong's brother and serve them well. Otherwise, not only will you be finished, but your entire Wang family will face ruin." Wang Yali stood frozen in shock, her delicate body trembling as if her soul had left her. The man who had been slapped approached her with a malicious grin, intending to drag Wang Yali away. Shen Rui could no longer bear to watch. She stepped in front of Wang Yali and frowned. "This is a society governed by law. Since Wang Yali refuses to go with you, you cannot force her. Otherwise, I will call the police." The group of burly men paused, then erupted in laughter. Liang Yongchao shouted in anger, "Shen Rui, are you out of your mind? If you are sick, go get treated. This is Master Dong's territory in Yunhai City. Do you really think calling the police will help? Do you believe the officers would be the first to arrest you?" Lu Peng added, "Had I known, I wouldn't have invited Shen Rui today. This woman and that nameless loser are both insane. They should be locked up in a mental hospital." Lin Meidai remarked, "Shen Rui, if you want to die, do it yourself. Don't drag everyone down with you." Another old classmate chimed in, "You illegitimate child. Hurry and kneel before Master Dong to apologize." "Master Dong, we don't know this woman. Her actions have nothing to do with us." The old classmates, who had previously remained silent, suddenly came alive, hurling insults at Shen Rui. The man who had been slapped scrutinized Shen Rui and realized that despite her ordinary appearance, her natural beauty became more captivating the longer he looked. "Little sister, you crave attention, don't you? Very well. Tonight you will take the place of that wretched woman and keep me company." As he spoke, the man reached out toward Shen Rui with ill intentions. Chapter 61. Qin Feng calls for reinforcements? "Ah!" Shen Rui screamed in terror. Just then, a figure stepped in front of her, raising a hand to slap the burly man, sending him flying across the room. "Qin Feng, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike a brother of Dong Yi? Do you realize your life is forfeit?" Witnessing Qin Feng bring down the burly man, Liang Yongchao unleashed his pent-up frustration and fury. Lu Peng and others were equally astonished and enraged, trembling in fear as they berated Qin Feng. "You reckless couple truly wish for everyone's demise. Kneel and apologize to Dong Yi. Without his forgiveness, you shall never rise again. You, a nameless nobody without power or influence, what folly drives you to challenge Dong Yi? Do you comprehend the dire consequences of offending him? Even young Master Liang would not dare to cross Dong Yi. You, an insignificant wretch, have truly bitten off more than you can chew. How dare you lay hands on Dong Ye's brother? You are a harbinger of misfortune, dragging us all down with you." The group of burly men glared at Qin Feng, cracking their knuckles. Yu Dong furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Kid, you have some guts to act against me. I'll grant you the opportunity to introduce yourself. Enough of this nonsense. While my patience holds, take your people and leave. Qin Feng replied indifferently. You insolent brat, you dare to act so brazenly before me? I shall see just how capable you are, pretending to be a hero in my presence. Boom! Yudong unleashed a wave of power, the sound of cracking bones and sinews echoing ominously. A terrifying aura filled the room, the pressure causing everyone to struggle for breath. Dong Yi is a master of martial arts. Qin Feng, you rustic fool. Your end is nigh. Dong Yi, we do not know this fool. Feel free to punish him as you see fit. If he dies, we shall take care of his remains. An insignificant nobody, parading here and causing chaos? His fate today is entirely self-inflicted. As Yudong prepared to strike, Liang Yongchao and others wore expressions of schadenfreude, continuing to berate Qin Feng. Shenrui, terrified, rushed to shield Qin Feng, pleading, please Master Dong, spare him. I am from the Shen family of Jiangcheng. I beg you, for the sake of the Shen family, let my husband go. Yudong raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Shenrui, captivated by her unadorned yet graceful beauty. You are from the prestigious Shen family of Jiangcheng? Yudong asked. Yes, I implore you to show mercy, she replied. Shun Chenjiao interjected, Master Dong, she is Shenrui, merely a discarded, illegitimate daughter of the Shen family. Do not grant her any favor. It would be a waste to spare her for someone as trivial as Qin Feng, incurring a debt of gratitude to Dong Yi. Yudong, with a playful glint in his eye, said, very well, I shall offer you two choices. First, you spend a night with me, and I will release your husband. Second, I will toss your husband into the Songhua River to feed the fish, and then let you go. Now make your choice. Shenrui furrowed her brow, grappling with her decision. Finally, with a deep breath, she said, Master Dong, if you let my husband go, I am willing to. Bang! A sudden, thunderous sound erupted, causing everyone to scream in shock. They initially believed it was Yudong striking. Yet, in the next moment, they stood agape at the scene before them. Qin Feng had delivered a resounding slap to Yudong's face, leaving 5 vivid red marks. Qin Feng, have you truly lost your mind? How dare you strike Dong Yi? This is the end. That wretched boy has enraged Dong Yi. His fury will consume us all. I must have forgotten to check the almanac today to run into such a pair of troublemakers like Qin Feng and Shenrui. This is truly disastrous. Witnessing Qin Feng's boldness against Yudong, Liang Yongchao and the others trembled in fear, their hearts racing. Yudong's power surged, his eyes bloodshot, resembling an enraged beast fixated on Qin Feng. In my eyes, you are already a dead man. I grant you one opportunity to make your final phone call. Quickly, leave your parting words for your family, Yudong growled menacingly. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before dialing Yi Zhenghui's number. If this fellow did not arrive soon, Qin Feng was prepared to leave after administering a beating. Mr. Qin, I have just reached the entrance of Luoxia Mountain Villa and will soon be in your presence, Yi Zhenghui hurriedly stated as soon as the call connected. Make haste. Your younger brother's subordinate has offended me. If you delay, I fear this person may not survive. Qin Feng replied coolly. You little scoundrel. Instead of leaving a farewell message for your family, you dare to call for help? Yudong sneered at Qin Feng, saying, do you think there is anyone in Yunhai City that I, Yudong, fear? Not only in Yunhai City but across the 13 cities of Zhangbei. Few would dare to oppose me. Bang! No sooner had Yudong finished his boast than the door of the luxurious room was forcefully flung open. A dashing man in an expensive suit stumbled in, nearly falling to the ground. Liang Yongchao and his companions were baffled, initially assuming this man was the reinforcement Qin Feng had summoned, and immediately began to curse. Who the hell let you in? Don't you see that Master Dong is conducting business here? Get out. You've got it wrong. That little brat Qin Feng has offended Master Dong, and you've come at the right time to collect the corpse of that nameless wretch. Liang Yongchao boasted, I am Liang Yongchao, the young master of the first family in Yunhai City, Liang family. You look unfamiliar. You're not even considered a member of the Yunhai elite, yet you dare come and assist that country bumpkin Qin Feng against Master Dong? No wonder you can associate with that filthy peasant. You must be out of your mind. The group hurled insults at the so-called savior Qin Feng had called, hoping to impress Master Dong and perhaps earn their freedom. However, the next moment, Everyone was left in shock. The man in the suit, after catching his breath, directly approached Yudong and unleashed a flurry of slaps across his face. "You scoundrel! Who permitted you to offend Mr. Qin? Kneel down at once and apologize to Mr. Qin. If you fail to earn Mr. Qin's forgiveness today, I will toss you into the Songhua River to feed the fish." Chapter 62. Arrival of young Master Yi. The room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded, faces etched with disbelief, as if caught in a surreal dream. Master Dong was the local tyrant of Yunhai, backed by the first family of Zhongbei, the Yi family, and Yi family's eldest disciple, Ren Tianhe, was Master Dong's elder brother. Offending Master Dong today meant there would be no one in Zhongbei who could rescue you. Lin Meidai shrieked sharply. "That nameless wretch Qin Feng called you here just to set you up. You actually dared to strike him?" She scoffed. "You powerless little people dare to wreak havoc in Yunhai, utterly unaware of your own insignificance." The suited man cast an icy glance at Liang Yongchao and his group. "Master Dong, why are you hitting me? I am assisting you." "Ouch! That hurts." Yudong, a master of martial arts, struck fiercely, leaving Liang Yongchao and his companions bruised and bloodied. Gasping at the sight, Liang Yongchao and his group felt a chill run down their spines. "We were unaware of young Master Ye's arrival and failed to greet you properly. Please forgive us." Yudong, stripped of his previous arrogance, knelt before the suited man, too afraid to lift his head. Liang Yongchao and the others felt as if they had been struck by lightning, trembling in fear. In Jiangbei province, the only one capable of intimidating Yudong to the point of kneeling and addressing him as young Master Yi was undoubtedly Yi Zhenghui of the Yi family. Yi Zhenghui kicked Yudong to the ground, scolding, "What are you apologizing for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Qin. If you do not gain Mr. Qin's forgiveness today, I will toss you into the Songhua River to feed the fish." Yudong's expression shifted as he looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He never anticipated that he would step on a nail today, offending a figure whom even young Master Yi would regard with caution. "Mr. Qin, I was blind to your greatness. I deserve to be punished. I implore you, please spare me." Yudong quickly crawled to Qin Feng's feet, repeatedly bowing and slapping himself. This scene nearly caused Liang Yongchao and his group to faint from shock. "Hurry! Let South leave this place," Shen Rui, already stunned with fear, urged, as she, a mere illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, had never encountered so many influential figures. Qin Feng gently patted Shen Rui's back in a gesture of solace, then turned to Dong and said, "Just now, which hand of your brother dared to touch my woman? You must sever it." The burly man, who had previously taken advantage of Wang Yali, was lying on the ground feigning death. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, he was so frightened that he scrambled to his feet and attempted to flee. Before he could escape the opulent room, Dong's expression hardened. He retrieved an axe from within and lunged forward, pinning the man down. "Dong, I am your brother. Please, do not cut off my hand. Let me go." With a swift motion, Dong brought down the axe. A chilling scream echoed through the room. A bloodied hand flew through the air, landing on the ground with its fingers still twitching. The men and women in the room gasped in horror. These scions of affluent families had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. Some young ladies fainted on the spot, while several wealthy young men huddled on the floor, retching. "Mr. Qin, I have acted as you instructed. I implore you to spare this wretch. Husband, I cannot bear this any longer. Please take me away." Shen Rui was equally horrified by the bloody spectacle, collapsing weakly into Qin Feng's embrace, her delicate frame trembling. "Consider yourself fortunate." Qin Feng cast a frigid glare at Yudong, then embraced Shen Rui as he departed. Upon reaching the Ferrari, Yi Zhenghui hurriedly followed. "Mr. Qin, please hold on." Qin Feng instructed Shen Rui to remain in the car as he stepped out to confront Yi Zhenghui. Before Qin could utter a word, Yi Zhenghui suddenly knelt before him, lifting his gaze and imploring, "Mr. Qin, it is my inadequacy in handling matters that has led to this situation. I beseech your forgiveness." Shen Rui, seated in the passenger seat, was still reeling from the horror of witnessing the previous man's hand being severed. Now, through the car window, she beheld Yi Zhenghui prostrate before Qin Feng, her heart racing with alarm, her scalp tingling with disbelief. This was Yi Zhenghui, the heir of the Yi family, the foremost clan in Jiangbei. How could such a prominent figure, a true magnate of Jiangbei province, be kneeling before Qin Feng. In that moment, Shen Rui felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity towards her husband, who had emerged from the mountains. What terrifying identity was hidden beneath his unassuming exterior? This matter does not concern you. Please rise, Qin Feng stated calmly. Yi Zhenghui exhaled in relief, standing up and wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His father had repeatedly urged him to seek out Qin Feng and offer a formal apology to mend the rift between the Yi family and Qin Feng. However, upon encountering Qin Feng, he was taken aback to see Yu Dong, that fool, opposing him, which filled Yi Zhenghui with both astonishment and ire. Heavens! Qin Feng and Shen Rui arrived in a Ferrari, seemingly the limited edition 488 Pista Spider, a car that had long been a dream of his. How could Qin Feng, whom he had perceived as an inconspicuous individual, possibly know the young master of the Yi family? Clearly, their relationship seemed quite amicable. Shen Rui, a mere illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, had unexpectedly soared to new heights after marrying Qin Feng. As Yi Zhenghui stood, Liang Yongchao and others gathered outside, concealed behind the entrance of the villa, curiously observing the unfolding scene. Shun Qinjiao, overhearing their conversation, was incensed, her nostrils flaring in indignation. Mr. Qin, this is a rare xianyin flower that the Yi family sought throughout Jiangbei. I hope you will graciously accept it. Yi Zhenghui presented an exquisite jade box. Qin Feng opened the jade box and indeed found the xianyin flower inside. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhenghui let out a long sigh of relief. He had heard from his father that Qin Feng was a master of martial arts. In the entire Jiangbei region, a martial arts master had not appeared for a century. If Qin Feng truly intended to trouble the Yi family, the foremost family in Jiangbei would face imminent destruction. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Your generosity is truly commendable. This is an invitation to the martial arts tournament scheduled for a week from now. We would be honored by your presence. My father hopes that Mr. Qin can attend as an esteemed honorary master to judge this year's tournament and select the top 10 martial arts stars of Jiangbei province. I will see if I have the time. If I am free, I shall make an appearance. Qin Feng glanced at the invitation. The location of the martial arts tournament was in Tianmen City. After accepting the invitation, he drove away. Yi Zhenghui followed suit. He had traveled a long distance to Yunhai solely to offer his apologies to Qin Feng. Shen Qianjiao, who exactly is that brother-in-law of yours from the mountains? How does he know young Master Yi? Once everyone had departed, their old classmates cast curious glances at Shen Qianjiao. Chapter 63. Su Mubin's plea. Shen Qianjiao was equally bewildered. Wasn't Qin Feng just a powerless and insignificant individual? How could he possibly be acquainted with Yi Zhenghui, the heir of Jiangbei's foremost family, the Yi clan? Could it be that Qin Feng was a concealed figure of prominence, masquerading as an ordinary person? The thought filled Shen Qianjiao with regret. If that were the case, why had she enlisted Shen Rui to impersonate her and marry Qin Feng? Had she unwittingly bestowed immense wealth upon that illegitimate daughter?
Impossible.
Qin Feng had just arrived in Jiangbei, devoid of power or influence. How could he be anything but an insignificant character? Unable to accept this reality, Shen Qianjiao shook her head in denial. Lu Peng inquired, if Qin Feng is not a prominent figure, how does he know young Master Yi? Lin Meidai furrowed her brows, recalling her previous mockery of Qin Feng, and felt a wave of apprehension. Indeed, if Qin Feng were not a person of significance, he would never have encountered those from Jiangbei's leading family. Qianjiao, did you deliberately conceal Qin Feng's true identity from us? You nearly put us all in jeopardy. Shen Qianjiao, troubled and with clenched fists, struggled to accept the notion of Qin Feng as a person of stature, for that would render her the laughingstock of Jiangbei. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Shen Qianjiao's face as she exclaimed, I remember, at the recent medical exchange conference in Jiangcheng, I saw Qin Feng there too. He was with Dr. Li Shihai. I even heard he was going to be Dr. Li's apprentice. It stands to reason that young Master Yi sought him out because of Dr. Li's influence. Everyone experienced a moment of enlightenment. Yet, Lu Peng remained skeptical. But how did Qin Feng and Shen Rui arrive in a Ferrari? Shen Qianjiao replied with a cold smile. That's simple. They must have rented the car. I often spend time with Shen Rui, and I have never seen her drive a Ferrari before. Lin Meidai's doubts and anxieties dissipated. replaced by an expression of disdain as she remarked, "So that's how it is." I nearly believed that nameless nobody was indeed a person of consequence. At that moment, Liang Yongchao interjected, "Did I not tell you that the head of the Yi family was assaulted? Now, young Master Yi seeks Dr. Li's expertise to treat his father, which is why he assisted that country bumpkin Qin Feng." Everything began to align perfectly. A wealthy young woman commented, "He is clearly a lowly insect. Yet he insists on posing as a big shot. What a ridiculous clown." A wealthy young man added, "I've heard that being an apprentice physician is arduous. Attending to patients' needs, even dealing with bodily functions." "Ugh, please stop. I might just regurgitate my recent meal."
Shen Qianyao bent over, gagging.
Meanwhile, on the road, a call from Su Mubin came through. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Feng was suddenly overcome with a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. "Darling, why aren't you answering the phone?" Shen Rui gently reminded. Upon finally connecting the call, Qin Feng refrained from using the speakerphone, deftly steering with one hand while holding his phone with the other. "Who is this?" he inquired. "Mr. Qin, are you attempting to deny your obligations after having pulled up your trousers?" came the alluring voice of Su Embing from the other end of the line. Qin Feng stole a glance at Shen Rui, noticing her reclining on the chair with her eyes closed in repose. He let out a slight sigh of relief and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Mr. Qin, I am now your woman. When shall we go to register our marriage?" "What certificate?" Su Mubiln chimed in with a playful smile. "Why, the marriage certificate, of course. I have something to attend to at the moment. Let us discuss this later." Qin Feng abruptly ended the call, his mind involuntarily conjuring the wild battle he had with Su Bing the previous night. Upon returning to the Shanshui manor, Shen Rui, feeling somewhat fatigued, retired to rest. Soon after, Su Bing arrived at the manor and, upon seeing Qin Feng seated on the sofa in the living room, rushed over and threw herself into his embrace. "Miss Su, please conduct yourself with decorum." Qin Feng hastily pushed Su Bing away, his thoughts racing to Shen Rui resting upstairs, causing his heart to race. Su Bing was clad in an elegant office attire, her long legs adorned with black stockings, her figure tall and alluring, and her beauty rivaled that of a celestial being. "Mr. Qin, what do you mean by this? Are you truly attempting to evade responsibility?" Su Bing inquired as she sat beside Qin Feng, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
Qin Feng spoke awkwardly. "Miss Su,
"You were quite inebriated last night and took the initiative. I was merely the victim." Su Mu being paused for a moment, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng, before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Mr. Qin, your medical skills are extraordinary, and your martial prowess is unparalleled. Yet, I never imagined you would be so naive and bashful when it comes to matters of the heart. Surely, last night was not your first experience?" Qin Feng resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, straightening his posture as he declared, "This is hardly my first experience. My romantic history could fill a volume." Su Mubin discerned that Qin Feng was being disingenuous, yet she chose not to expose him, for after all, he was a master of martial arts. Do masters of martial arts not care for their dignity? Su Mubin entwined her arm with Qin Feng's, resting her head upon his shoulder, presenting a tender demeanor that starkly contrasted with her usual cold and domineering persona. Should the people of Jiangbei witness this moment, they would certainly be taken aback. Qin Feng recoiled as if electrified, shaking off Su Bing's arm and casting a glance upstairs. "Miss Su, please refrain from causing a scene. Shen Rui is upstairs." The brilliance in Su Bing's enchanting eyes dimmed instantly. She was well aware of Qin Feng's recent visit to the Shen family to propose marriage. Additionally, she understood that Shen Qianjiao, disdainful of Qin Feng's status as an unknown, had arranged for the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, Shen Rui, to take her place. Reflecting on the past, Su Bing recalled that Qin Feng had been the first to seek her hand in marriage, only to be rejected by her and her grandfather, who deemed him unworthy. Now she regretted that decision deeply. "Mr. Qin, I can accept being a secondary partner." Su Bing's expression grew earnest as she continued, "However, do not mistake my reserved nature for promiscuity. It is precisely because I am cautious in matters of the heart that I have chosen to commit to only one man throughout my life. Now that we have engaged in an intimate relationship, you, Qin Feng, are my man. I do not care how many women you may pursue in the future. You must never forsake me. Qin Feng gazed at Su Embing in astonishment. He had come to understand this woman well. She was assertive and aloof, with exceedingly high standards. Among all the men of her age in Zhongbei, none had managed to capture her attention. Yet, Qin Feng never anticipated that one day, Su Embing would willingly adopt a subordinate role, seeking neither fame nor status, only a promise of not being abandoned. Noticing Qin Feng's prolonged silence, Su Embing felt a surge of anxiety and unease. To her, Qin Feng was a divine healer and a martial arts master. Such a formidable figure would undoubtedly be surrounded by countless beautiful women, and to gain his favor was a stroke of fortune. Thus, Su Embing softened her demeanor, lowering her posture as she implored, Mr. Qin, I assure you, I am not a frivolous woman. I have only ever recognized one man, regardless of his status, whether impoverished or affluent. I am devoted to him for life. Therefore, I earnestly beseech you, Mr. Qin, not to abandon me. I ask for nothing in return, only the chance to hold your hand and grow old together. Chapter 64. Yuan Bo Li's escape. Qin Feng gazed upon the enchanting beauty of Su Embing, caught in a dilemma. Yet, this internal struggle was invisible to the ordinary observer. However, thinking of Shen Rui resting upstairs, Qin Feng shook his head. Su Embing was an astute woman. Since Qin Feng indicated a need for contemplation, the likelihood of her acceptance was exceedingly high. Otherwise, given Qin Feng's disposition, he would have outright refused any proposition he disagreed with. Mr. Qin, the members of the Shao family from Jiangnan have reached out to me, Su Embing stated, steering the conversation towards serious matters. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his voice icy as he remarked, Does the Shao family still wish to trouble you? I shall pay them a visit at once. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's intent to depart, a warm surge enveloped Su Embing's heart. The Shao family, one of the four prominent families of Jiangnan, wielded immense power, even commanding the obedience of the Yi family, the foremost clan of Zhongbei. Yet, for her sake, Qin Feng was resolute in confronting the Shao family, an embodiment of masculinity that profoundly captivated Su Embing. Mr. Qin, please do not rush. Allow me to explain, she implored, gracefully positioning herself on Qin Feng's lap, her arms encircling his neck as she spoke softly. The Shao family called me to extend their apologies. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Has the Shao family lost their nerve? Su Mobing chuckled and replied, You are indeed a master of martial arts. Can the Shao family not be intimidated? I have heard that the mother of that young Master Shao is a princess from the esteemed Su family in the capital. Does not the Su family also possess a martial arts master? I was anticipating that the Su family would send a martial arts master for a competition. Qin Feng has already lost interest in the martial arts masters, as they cannot withstand even a single strike before him. Thus, he eagerly anticipates the opportunity to engage in a contest with a martial arts grandmaster, curious to discover the true prowess of those revered by noble families across the land, who even evoke trepidation at the mere mention of their names. Su Embing leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, her breath fragrant as she spoke. Indeed, the Su family possesses a martial arts grandmaster, yet Xiao Yifan is merely a distant relative. The Su family would not dare to offend a martial arts grandmaster such as yourself for his sake. The Shao family has contacted me primarily to offer Mr. Qin the project in the new district at no cost. In a few days, members of the Shao family will personally come to Jiang City for the tender, which on the surface appears to be a bidding collaboration, but in truth, is predetermined for Mr. Qin. Qin Feng, lacking understanding of matters in the commercial realm, casually inquired, What is the new district project? It is a development initiative at the juncture of Jiangnan and Zhongbei, spearheaded by the government. Both Jiangnan and Zhongbei's leadership place great importance on this undertaking. It is no exaggeration to state that whichever family from Zhongbei secures this project will undoubtedly ascend into the ranks of the elite aristocracy. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his expression calm. He held the so-called top aristocracy of Zhongbei in utter disdain. If he wished, he could effortlessly obliterate those elite families and simultaneously forge a new generation of top-tier clans. 3 days later, news of the Shao family from Jiangnan seeking partners for a new project in Zhongbei ignited a frenzy throughout the region. The affluent families of Jiangbei's 13 cities were stirred into a flurry of activity. As the Shao family had chosen Jiang City as the bidding location, aristocrats from all over Jiangbei flocked to the city. Simultaneously, another shocking piece of news erupted in Jiang City. Yuan Bolu, the head of the esteemed Yuan family, had absconded with a vast sum of money. Local police, in conjunction with various precincts, launched an extensive manhunt. Yet Yuan Bolu remained elusive. The Zhou family was left in a state of shock. They had invested all their liquid assets into the Yuan family, and now, with Yuan Bolu's flight, Zhou's 50 million had evaporated. In the following month, the Zhou family's various projects faced crippling financial strain, leading them toward a potential crisis of credibility that could culminate in their total collapse. Have you heard? The head of the Yuan family has fled with a fortune. Does this mean our investments in Yuan stocks are lost? It was said that the Zhou family had poured in 50 million, making them victims as well. Moreover, not just the Zhou family, it was rumored that over half of Jiang City's elite had invested in Yuan stocks, and now they were all in search of Yuan Bolu. Who's joining me for a rooftop escapade tonight? One recalled how, on that fateful day, when President Zhou had urged them to buy Yuan stocks, her unreliable fiancé had cautioned against it, claiming the Yuan family was merely raising funds to flee. It seemed that Qin Feng had been right. Perhaps he truly possessed insider knowledge. The beauty industry company was in turmoil. Employees, having invested heavily in Yuan stocks, found their fortunes squandered, leaving them devoid of motivation to work as they debated the unfolding crisis. Some were even considering staging a protest at Zhou Xintong's office. In a corner of the business department sat a chubby fellow, who, upon learning of the financial deception, felt a strange sense of relief, coupled with profound admiration for Qin Feng. Thank goodness I heeded Qin Feng's advice and refrained from purchasing Yuan stocks. Otherwise, I too would be ensnared in this predicament. Languishing in despair, he murmured to himself. Zhou Xintong had anticipated the uproar among her employees. She had not dared to show her face at work today. Within the Zhou family's villa, the atmosphere was somber, with all significant relatives present, each countenance darker than the last. Upon receiving a call from Zhou Wanshan, Qin Feng hastened to the Zhou residence. Xiao Qin has arrived, Zhou Wanshan greeted him. The other members of the Zhou family, however, disregarded Qin Feng entirely, casting disdainful glances in his direction. Given the Zhou family's current dire straits, one could only wonder why the old patriarch had summoned Qin Feng. Could this inconspicuous individual, devoid of power or influence, truly offer a remedy for the Zhou family's predicament? With everyone gathered, Zhou Wanshan cleared his throat and began. I bear primary responsibility for the recent stock debacle involving the Yuan family. Initially, it was Zhou Xintong who fervently advocated for liquidating the family's assets to invest in stocks, and it was I who ultimately sanctioned this decision, allowing 50 million to be extracted from the family's various enterprises. Thus, let us refrain from placing all the blame solely on Zhou Xintong. To put it plainly, we were all optimistic about the Yuan family's stocks at that time. Now, let us collectively contemplate our next steps, focusing our gaze forward, rather than remaining mired in the anguish and resentment of our financial losses. It was only then that Qin Feng realized Yuan Bolu had fled, several days earlier than initially anticipated. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Zhou family had invested all their liquid assets in the Yuan family stocks. Shaking his head, he remarked, Zhou Xintong, back at the beauty company, I advised you against purchasing Yuan stocks, warning you that the Yuan family was on the verge of collapse and planning to abscond with funds. Why did you still buy so much? Chapter 65. The crisis of high society in Jiangcheng. The members of the Zhou family turned their gaze toward Zhou Xintong, having never heard her mention this matter before. Zhou Xintong, is what Qin Feng said true? Did he indeed caution you against buying Yuan stocks? Zhou Xintong's uncle, Zhou Haifeng, inquired with a furrowed brow. Zhou Xintong hesitated, unable to articulate a response. Her aunt, Zhou Linghua, pressed on, Tong Tong, speak up, did that Qin Feng really warn you? Zhou Xintong glared at Qin Feng with indignation before addressing her family. Indeed, that day at the beauty company, I instructed my employees to purchase Yuan stocks, hoping everyone could profit. Then Qin Feng contradicted me, claiming the Yuan family was going bankrupt and Yuan Bolu would run off with the money. But how could you trust the words of a nameless nobody like him? He was simply afraid that I would help the Zhou family make a fortune, allowing my grandfather to agree to my annulment with him. The fact that the Yuan family has now collapsed is merely coincidence. How could it possibly relate to Qin Feng? He is just a powerless individual without connections in Jiangqing. How could he have foreseen the situation of the prestigious Yuan family? Should you really blame me for his fabricated lies? Zhou Xintong had faced relentless questioning and reproach from her family regarding their financial losses. She had long been simmering with frustration, and now it burst forth. Zhou Haifeng stated, "Of course, Qin Feng's words are untrustworthy, but why didn't you inform us about this? Had we known, we might have exercised more caution, preventing the Zhou family from risking all our liquid assets and avoiding the dire situation we now face." Zhou Linghua chimed in, "Precisely. You bear significant responsibility for this matter. If the Zhou family does go bankrupt, your family must bear the debt and cannot claim any of the Zhou family's assets." Zhou Xintong stomped her foot in anger but dared not retort to her uncle and aunt. Instead, she glared at Qin Feng and exclaimed, "You jinx! Every time I see you, something bad happens. Can you please refrain from appearing before me? Your presence is utterly distasteful." Upon hearing that her family would be denied their share of the inheritance, Liang Meili grew anxious and interjected, "Zhou Linghua, what kind of talk is that? The old man just said that Zhou Xintong is not to blame." It was Zhou Xintong who initially proposed the significant investment in the Yuan family, and everyone else agreed. Ultimately, it was the old man who sanctioned the reallocation of funds. Now that trouble has arisen, you place all the blame on Tong Tong and demand her family repay debts, even denying us a share of the inheritance. What are you plotting, Zhou Linghua? Seeing tensions rise, Zhou Wanshan banged the table and commanded, "Silence. If anyone continues to argue, leave the Zhou family at once." The room fell quiet. Zhou Wanshan, visibly angry, declared, "I have prepared for the worst. If the Zhou family truly collapses, we will divide the assets according to our respective shares, and you can all leave the Zhou villa to pursue your own paths. This villa will be reserved for Qin Feng and Zhou Xintong as their marital home. Once I finalize their marriage, I shall retire, free from your incessant bickering." Zhou Xintong frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Feng, resolutely thinking she would never marry that insignificant figure. "Grandfather, if I manage to borrow money to help the Zhou family through this crisis, will you grant me one request?" Zhou Xintong inquired. Zhou Wanshan replied, "Given the current situation with Yuan's financial misconduct, all major banks in Jiangqing have ceased lending to local aristocrats. Where will you find 50 million? Zhou Xintong, with an air of defiance, replied, "Where I borrow money is my concern. Grandfather, just promise me that if I secure the funds, you will agree to my request." "What is your request?" he asked. "I haven't decided yet. I will let you know when I do," Zhou Xintong replied. "But the condition is that you must agree to whatever I ask." "Very well, I promise you," Zhou Wanshan conceded. He suspected Zhou Xintong intended to gain his approval for her annulment with Qin Feng. However, Zhou Wanshan was convinced she would not be able to procure 50 million, especially with all the local aristocrats seeking loans. "Qin, soon you will be expelled from the Zhou family." With her grandfather's agreement, Zhou Xintong shot a fierce glare at Qin Feng before departing from the Zhou residence. The others dispersed as well. Qin Feng approached Zhou Wanshan and remarked, "Old man, in just 2 days, I will have spent a full week at the beauty company. Will you not grant me the Xian flower?" Zhou Wanshan sighed and replied, "Ah, young Qin, I am fully aware that upon receiving the Xian flower, you intend to depart from the Zhou family. My earlier promise to allow you to stay at the beauty company for 7 days in exchange for the flower was, in truth, a ruse to encourage you to broaden your horizons and deepen your relationship with Zhou Xintong. Now that the Zhou family is teetering on the brink of collapse, I have designated this villa as a dowry for you and Tong Tong. You must not squander the heartfelt intentions of your grandfather." Qin Feng helplessly remarked, "Old Master Zhou, are you resolutely determined for me to marry Zhou Xintong?" "Indeed, since I promised your master back then, I must fulfill that commitment. As long as I am alive, I am obliged to see your wedding through," Zhou Wanshan replied with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, at the Qin family residence, an air of despondency enveloped the room, with members of the Qin family wearing somber expressions. The Yuan family is truly unscrupulous. They have deceived a significant portion of Jiangxing's elite, absconding with hundreds of billions, lamented the matriarch, her voice heavy with sorrow. Our Qin family's 2 billion in liquidity has gone down the drain, and we are now facing a severe credibility crisis. Everyone must seek loans. We must weather this storm. The Qin family refrained from turning on one another, for it was the matriarch who had initially advocated for the 2 billion investment. Who would dare to question her judgment? Mother, all the Jiangcheng aristocrats are borrowing money, and the major banks have ceased lending. Where can we possibly procure funds? Qin Lang shook his head in despair. I heard that the Su family did not invest in the Yuan family. Perhaps we could approach them for a loan, though they may not acquiesce, a woman among the Qin family suggested. The banks in Jiangbei are already aware of the situation. Any borrowing must be directed to Jiangnan's banks, and it must be done swiftly. Once this matter escalates and reaches Jiangnan, they may refuse us as well, a middle-aged man from the Qin family added. At this moment, Qin Qianjiao spoke up. It was I who proposed that the Qin family invest heavily in the Yuan family. Now that we have lost 2 billion, I feel immense guilt. I will reach out to friends across Jiangbei and some connections in Jiangnan to see if I can secure any loans. The matriarch sighed, shaking her head. Alas, this situation cannot be attributed to anyone. It is the Yuan family's disgraceful conduct. Let go of any psychological burdens. The priority now is to leverage your connections and secure loans promptly. As the Qin family members began to disperse, Qin Rui, though lacking affection for her kin, felt a twinge of compassion, for her bloodline tied her to the Qin family. With the family on the brink of bankruptcy, she considered seeking Qin Feng's assistance. The members of the Qin family turned their gazes toward her. A middle-aged woman among them curiously inquired, Qin Rui, what do you propose? Qin Rui nodded. Yes, Qin Feng should be aware of the news. I specifically called him to ask if I should purchase Yuan family stocks, and he advised against it. I conveyed his warning to everyone, but no one believed me at the time. Expressions of regret washed over the Qin family. If only they had heeded Qin Rui's counsel and refrained from investing in Yuan family stocks. Qin Qianjiao furrowed her brow and sarcastically remarked, Enough of this, Qin Rui. Do you really believe that a nameless nobody like Qin Feng could possess any insider information? Qin Rui retorted. Then how did Qin Feng know that the Yuan family was planning to abscond with funds? Qin Qianjiao scoffed dismissively. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. After all, I rejected his marriage proposal, and the Qin family married you, his illegitimate daughter, to him. While he may not openly express it, he must harbor resentment toward our family. The rumors surrounding the Yuan family stocks were rampant, creating a perceived investment opportunity. Qin Feng likely wanted to undermine the Qin family's fortunes by spreading tales of the Yuan family's impending collapse. However, it was unforeseen that he had stumbled upon the truth. Qin Feng was not a mere guesser, nor did he harbor grudges against the Qin family. Qin Rui could not tolerate disparaging remarks about him. Through her interactions with Qin Feng, she gradually realized he was not just an insignificant figure. He resided in the most luxurious estate in Jiangcheng, the Shanshui Manor, was regarded as a divine doctor by Li Shihai, and had connections with the prominent Yi family of Jiangbei. These signs indicated that Qin Feng was far from ordinary, and it was implausible for him to overlook the Qin family. Qin Rui, you haven't even truly married Qin Feng yet, and you're already turning your back on us? Qin Qianjiao sneered. You can't possibly believe that this nameless individual is of any significance. Can you? Let me tell you, the last time you drove that Ferrari to Luoxia Mountain Villa, it was rented by Qin Feng. He probably didn't disclose this to you, did he? The only reason the young Master Yi shows him any respect is due to his position as Li Shihai's apprentice. Do you genuinely think this powerless character, Qin Feng, can command influence in Jiangbei? Qin Rui frowned. When did Qin Feng ever serve as Li Shihai's apprentice? Qin Qianjiao, please refrain from spreading baseless rumors. Do you not realize that Li Shihai treats Qin Feng with utmost courtesy and even wishes to take him as a disciple? The room fell silent, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha! Qin Rui, have you lost your mind? How dare you claim that Li Shihai wishes to take Qin Feng as his disciple? Since when has he ever possessed any medical skills? What merit could he possibly have to earn such a distinction? Qin Qianjiao laughed until tears streamed down her face. A middle-aged woman among the Qin family remarked, I truly doubted whether Qin Feng had insider information, but now it seems clear. Even our esteemed Qin family has not been privy to such knowledge. How could a mere outsider, unfamiliar with Zhongqing, possibly have any insights? Qin Rui, you should refrain from visiting the Qin family in the future. Your words are nothing short of ludicrous. Chen Jiao, did you just say that the Qin family rented a Ferrari? Where would he acquire such funds? Is he not merely a laborer by day and a Ferrari renter by night, trying to impress others? Let us disregard Qin Rui. She and Qin Feng are merely a pair of insignificant figures. We must focus on securing loans to navigate this crisis. After a round of mockery, the Qin family members departed one by one. Qin Rui shook her head and left as well. Though she had intended to assist the Qin family, their contemptuous demeanor extinguished her desire to help. At Wulong Mountain Villa, the office building of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce was situated within the estate. Qin Feng received a call from Haizhu Qing, who mentioned that the Longxing Chamber of Commerce was facing some difficulties, prompting him to hurry over. Qin Feng, are you following me again? Why do you buzz around me like a headless fly? As Qin Feng parked his Ferrari, soon after, Zhou Xintong and Du Bing approached him. Du Bing, spotting the striking red limited edition Ferrari 488 Pista Spider not far away, exclaimed with excitement, "This Ferrari is still here. It seems to belong to someone from the Dragon's Business Association. Perhaps it is the new president's vehicle." Upon seeing the red Ferrari, Zhou Xintong's heart raced, for she recognized it as the car of the owner of Shanshui Manor. Could it be that the proprietor of Shanshui Manor is the new president of the Dragon's Business Association? The thought made her heart leap to her throat. The owner of Shanshui Manor, the new president of the Dragon's Business Association. Either identity embodies the pinnacle of aspiration for the people of Zhongqing. The confluence of both titles in a single individual signifies an extraordinary personage. Zhou Xintong couldn't help but fantasize about being noticed by such a remarkable figure, or perhaps even being taken as a wife. That would elevate her status to that of a phoenix rising from the branches. Even women like Su Mubin, Shen Chenjiao, and Haizhu Qing would have to look up to her. "I'm not stalking you. I'm here on business," Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly, feeling quite vexed at the constant encounters with Zhou Xintong. She compared him unfavorably to both the owner of Shanshui Manor and the new president of the Dragon's Business Association, which only deepened her disdain for him. "You don't dare to admit you're following me? What a coincidence that you choose this moment to come to Wulong Mountain Villa. What business could a nameless nobody like you have here?" Zhou Xintong retorted, her face contorted with disgust. Du Bing glared at Qin Feng and scolded, "You little brat. Did you take my previous warnings as mere whispers in the wind? Consider this your final warning. If you dare to follow Tong Tong again, I will report you immediately and accuse you of stalking and harassment." Qin Feng said with a hint of indifference, "What purpose would I have in following you? I am here on business for the Longxing Chamber of Commerce." The disdain on Zhou Xintong's face intensified as she retorted, "You? Here for the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? What could a mere insignificant character like you possibly negotiate with the chamber? Don't you tire of boasting all day long? Ha ha ha.
Du bin lauket heartily, Qin Feng.
You are a nameless nobody so vastly different from us. You will forever look up to us, never able to even reach the soles of our shoes." As Qin Feng was about to speak further, the phone rang. He stepped aside to answer the call. "Mr. Qin, have you arrived?" The voice on the other end belonged to Haizhu Qing, tinged with urgency. "The esteemed patriarch of the Ma family, Ma Yunfeng, is here with me, seeking a sum of 5 billion from the Dragon Commerce Association. There is no stipulated repayment period, nor any interest to be paid. How would you like to handle this matter, President Qin? I shall be there shortly." With that, he ended the call. Qin Feng observed that Zhou Xintong and Du Bin were heading towards the office building of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. 5 minutes later, the duo arrived at the base of the building, utterly astonished by the scene before them. 2 long queues snaked down from the entrance, extending several dozen meters onto the adjacent lawn. "Wang Chenglong, what on earth is happening here?" Du Bin inquired upon spotting an acquaintance in the line. "We're queuing to borrow money from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Aren't you here for the same purpose?" Wang Chenglong replied. Du Bin and Zhou Xintong were instantly taken aback. Such extensive lines suggested that a significant portion of the wealthy families in Jiang City had come to seek loans from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Did the chamber possess sufficient funds to accommodate such demands? By the time their turn arrived, They feared they might not secure even a single penny.
Du Shao.
What should we do? Should we join the queue? Zhou Xintong's face was etched with despair. Earlier, while at the Zhou family residence, she had confidently stated her conditions to Zhou Wanshan. As long as she could obtain a loan, he would agree to a favor. Zhou Xintong had intended to seek financial assistance from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, but upon their arrival, her hopes were swiftly dashed. Let us just wait in line for now. Currently, the banks in Jiangbei are unwilling to grant us loans, and the affluent families in Jiang City are also short on funds. Even if we were to seek assistance elsewhere, securing a loan seems nearly impossible, Dubin lamented, shaking his head helplessly. Zhou Xintong, overwhelmed with frustration, resigned herself to standing in line. She contemplated that if she could not procure funds from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, she would wait at the entrance of the Shanshui Manor in hopes of encountering the mysterious owner, who surely must possess ample wealth. As Qin Feng arrived outside the Dragon Business Association's office building, he noticed a long queue of people waiting below. He decided to circumvent the crowd and entered through the back door. Tong Tong, look quickly. That sneaky fellow, is it not Qin Feng? Dubin pointed towards the side of the office building. Zhou Xintong glanced over just in time to see Qin Feng's figure disappearing around a corner. Indeed, it is Qin Feng. Why has he ceased pursuing me? What could he possibly be doing at the back of the building? Surely he isn't relieving himself in public. How utterly repulsive, Zhou Xintong remarked, raising her delicate eyebrows. Suddenly, Dubin's eyes brightened. I've got it. That nameless nobody must be here to borrow money. Zhou Xintong frowned. But he hasn't been swindled by the Yuan family, so what would he need to borrow money for? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her face contorted in disgust. This Qin Feng is truly revolting. He must have guessed that I have secured a loan and is likely to approach my grandfather about calling off the engagement. In essence, he is here at the Dragon Business Association to borrow money, hoping to avoid the dissolution of our engagement and cling to the Zhou family. How can there be such a shameless man in this world? He has brought disgrace upon all men. Dubin seethed with indignation. Rest assured, Tong Tong, I am acquainted with the manager of the business department at the Dragon Business Association. I will certainly help you secure the funds, and I will not allow you to marry a nameless wretch like Qin Feng. Zhou Xintong gazed tenderly at Dubin and smiled. Thank you so much, Dubin. You have assisted me countless times, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Dubin's gaze roamed over Zhou Xintong's alluring figure, and he smiled. My family has been pressing me about marriage recently. How about we get engaged once this turmoil settles? A flicker of reluctance crossed Zhou Xintong's eyes, yet she maintained her smile. With all these chaotic events happening, I am utterly overwhelmed. Let us postpone that discussion for now. By the way, Dubin, you mentioned knowing the manager of the Dragon Business Association's business department? Why not give him a call and see if we can get a favor? At this rate, we might be waiting indefinitely. Dubin felt a pang of embarrassment. He had merely been boasting and did not truly know the manager. However, he did have the phone number of a manager he had met at a high society gathering, though he had never contacted him. All right, I will make a call to see if that manager can arrange something, Dubin said, feigning confidence as he dialed the number. Who is this? Came a busy voice from the other end. Dubin chuckled. Manager who? It's me, Dubin. Doesn't he ring a bell? If it's not important, I'm hanging up. Wait, manager who? I am the young master of the prestigious Du family, currently standing outside your Dragon Business Association. I wish to discuss something with you. Could you come down to meet me? Manager who replied with irritation. Did you not notice the throngs of people waiting downstairs? Just queue up like everyone else. You think a mere noble family can afford to call me? Just moments ago, the esteemed Xin Chenjiao from the top-tier Xin family called me to request a meeting, and I scolded her thoroughly. With a sharp click, manager who hung up the phone. Zhou Xintong gazed at Dubin with anticipation. So, Dubin, what did he say? When will the manager come down? Ah, it seems manager who is on a business trip and is currently not in the office? Dubin responded, a hint of guilt in his voice. What? Does that mean we cannot secure the funds today? Zhou Xintong's face fell in disappointment. Dubin glanced at the side building where Qin Feng had just passed and suddenly had an epiphany. Of course, that scoundrel Qin Feng knows how to sneak in through the back door. How did we not think of that? The back door? Zhou Xintong instinctively crossed her legs. Upon arriving at the rear entrance of the building, Qin Feng was halted by several security personnel from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. "You young man, if you wish to borrow money, you must queue at the front. Entry through the rear is prohibited." Just then, a short man in a suit emerged hastily, berating the guards with fervor. "Have your eyes gone blind? This gentleman is the new president. You must promptly apologize to President Qin." The guards, their expressions transforming in shock, trembled in fear. They could never have anticipated that the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce would be so youthful, appearing to be barely in his 20s. "We sincerely apologize, President Qin. It is our fault for not recognizing your stature. We humbly ask for your forgiveness." Qin Feng waved his hand, refraining from imposing any difficulty on the security personnel. The man in the suit chuckled. "President Qin, my name is Su San, the general manager of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. You may call me Xiao San. Miss Hai is awaiting you in the office." On the surface, Su San wore a facade of cordiality, displaying utmost respect towards Qin Feng, yet internally, he harbored doubts regarding Qin Feng's capabilities. After all, Qin Feng appeared exceedingly youthful, seemingly just in his early 20s. How could such a mere lad contend with the formidable master Ma Yunfeng? The two ascended the stairs. As they departed, Su San explicitly instructed the security guards at the back entrance, "Ensure that this area remains secure. No one is permitted to enter." "Understood." The guards responded with solemnity. Indeed, that impudent boy managed to sneak in through the back door. As Qin Feng stepped into the building, Du Bin and Zhou Xintong hurriedly approached. Upon noticing that Qin Feng had vanished from sight, Du Bin concluded that he must have stealthily entered through the back door. With eager anticipation, he led Zhou Xintong towards the rear entrance, nearly colliding with several security guards stationed there. "Who are you? Entry is prohibited here. If you seek to borrow money, you must queue at the front," one of the guards stated with a stern demeanor. Du Bin straightened his posture, pointing an accusatory finger at the guards. "How dare you obstruct me? Do you know who I am? I am Du Bin, the young master of the illustrious Du family. Go and inquire about my standing. Clear the way at once. If you provoke me, you will regret it." The guards exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning icy. In the past, they would have hesitated to offend the wealthy scions of powerful families. However, the aristocracy in Jiangcheng was now burdened with insurmountable debts, coming to the Longxing Chamber of Commerce like supplicants. The security personnel felt their own status elevated, perceiving the noble families as no more than common folk. Moreover, they had been specifically instructed by General Manager Su to deny entry to anyone through the back door. Not even the most elite of the elite would be granted access. "Who do you think you are, a mere scion of a wealthy family? If you don't leave now, trust that we will not hesitate to teach you a lesson." The guards threatened, advancing towards Du Bin with fierce glares. Both Du Bin and Zhou Xintong were taken aback, unable to fathom the guards' audacity in treating them with such disdain. "Ah, so you refuse to show me respect? Then I shall reciprocate. I just witnessed a nameless individual sneak in through the back door. This is a clear dereliction of your duties. I am acquainted with manager who from your business department, and I will call him right now to report you. Prepare to pack your things," Du Bin declared, brandishing his phone in a show of bravado. The guards regarded him as if he were a fool. The individual who had just entered was none other than the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Du Bin could threaten to call manager Hu, or even General Manager Su or President Hai Zhuqing, but it would all be in vain. "I'll say this one last time. Leave at once." One guard brandished a rubber baton, preparing to confront him. Terrified, Du Bin cursed under his breath as he retreated. "You'll regret this. This matter is far from over." Qin Feng had already arrived at the president's office. Seated on the sofa was an elderly gentleman dressed in a black tang suit, exuding an air of cold arrogance that commanded respect without any display of anger. He held a teacup in his hand, savoring some exquisite Dahong Pao tea.
Hai Yun,
clad in a white qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, stood beside him in high heels, her expression slightly tense. "Old Master Ma, President Hai, President Qin has arrived," Su San announced with a beaming smile as he entered the room. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Hai Zhuqing's anxious heart suddenly found solace, and she gracefully approached him. "President Qin, This is the esteemed patriarch of the distinguished Ma family, Ma Yunfeng. Hai Zhuqing succinctly introduced them. Ma Yunfeng lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs while delicately sipping his tea. He cast a glance at Qin Feng, noting his youth and ordinary attire, which elicited a look of disdain from him. Is the Dragon Business Association on the verge of collapse? How could they appoint such a young lad as the new president? What qualifications does he possess to engage in discussion with me? Summon Hai Weigua immediately, Ma Yunfeng coldly commanded. With a forced smile, Hai Zhuqing responded, Old Master Ma, my father has retired and no longer manages the affairs of the Dragon Business Association. All significant matters are now under President Qin's purview. Ma Yunfeng furrowed his brow and replied sternly, Hai Zhuqing, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to fool me with a mere boy? Are you unwilling to lend me money, fearing I won't be able to repay that paltry 500 million? Or perhaps the Dragon Business Association has become so formidable that you no longer wish to lend to the Ma family. Hai Zhuqing's expression grew frosty. Ma Yunfeng had been hurling insults since he entered, and she had endured enough. Old Master Ma, I have made it clear that the Dragon Business Association can lend money to the Ma family, but given the substantial sum of 500 million, we must charge interest. Even if you were to borrow from a bank, you would incur interest, wouldn't you? Furthermore, we need to draft a contract to specify the repayment date. If you find this acceptable, I can have the contract prepared right away. Ma Yunfeng slammed his hand on the coffee table, fuming. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? You, a mere girl, are not fit to negotiate with me. Tell your father to come here immediately. Hai Zhuqing's chest rose and fell dramatically with indignation. Oh? Is this the demeanor of the Ma family head when seeking a loan from the Dragon Business Association? At that moment, Qin Feng spoke calmly. Ma Yunfeng disdainfully glanced at him and replied, You insolent brat, this is not your place to speak. Don't think that just because you are the new president of the Dragon Business Association, you are something extraordinary. I'll have you know that even the previous president, Hai Weigua, had to bow his head in my presence and respectfully call me Brother Ma. What are you? Really? Seeing Ma Yunfeng berate Qin Feng, Hai Zhuqing's delicate features turned icy, and she said in a low tone, Old Master Ma, while I may tolerate your remarks about me, you should treat President Qin with more respect. His standing is significant. Ma Yunfeng scoffed at Hai Zhuqing. Humph, what could that boy's status possibly be? Will it intimidate me, Ma Yunfeng? Hai Zhuqing, I have been restraining my temper out of respect for your father. If you do not summon him soon, I will lose my patience. Ma family patriarch. The Dragon Business Association will not be lending you money. You may leave now. Qin Feng held a rather unfavorable impression of Ma Yunfeng and, wishing to avoid further conversation, issued an immediate eviction order. Su San stood by the door, listening intently to their dialogue. Upon hearing Qin Feng's audacity in attempting to expel Ma Yunfeng, Su San was filled with trepidation. It was well known in the affluent circles of Jiangqing that Ma Yunfeng shared a close relationship with the notorious leader of the Golden Dragon Gang, Hu Yi, who was regarded as the foremost martial artist in Jiangqing. Consequently, few dared to provoke Ma Yunfeng, and even the Sea Guard nation would show him a modicum of respect. Thus, the new president, Qin Feng, had brazenly confronted Ma Yunfeng, effectively pushing the Dragon Commerce Association into a perilous situation. Please, Master Ma, do not be angered. President Qin has only recently assumed his position and is still unfamiliar with many of the association's operations. Allow me to attend to your needs, Su San said, plastering a smile on his face in an attempt to placate Ma Yunfeng. General Manager Su, what on earth is your Dragon Commerce Association doing? How could you appoint such an inexperienced youth as the new president? Does he wish to witness the collapse of the association?
Ma Yunfeng scolded furiously.
Su San, still smiling, replied, Master Ma, please do not let your anger get the better of you. I have served in the Dragon Commerce Association for over 20 years and was among the first to follow President Hai. Surely, you would not be dissatisfied with my service? As he spoke, Su San subtly gestured to Qin Feng and Hai Zhuqing, signaling them to say something to ease the tension. General Manager Su, perhaps you should refrain from involving yourself in this matter and attend to your own duties. Hai Zhuqing understood Su San's good intentions. In the past, the Dragon Commerce Association would never have dared to offend Ma Yunfeng. Otherwise, he would bring Hu Yi to bear down on them, and the association would face dire consequences. However, with Qin Feng now part of the Dragon Commerce Association, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Hai Zhuqing recalled vividly the incident at the Red Maple Club during the medical exchange, where Hu Yi had confronted Qin Feng only to be defeated and subsequently hospitalized, still unable to leave his bed. Miss Hai, you have managed the association for many years and should now be quite mature and composed, Su San remarked with a frown. President Qin is young and impetuous, lacking in social grace. Surely you must understand Master Ma's status? How could you align yourself with President Qin in this folly? Su San urged anxiously. Chapter 69. Forcing Qin Feng to kneel and apologize, Ma Yunfeng had grown impatient, slamming his hand on the table and shouting, "How long will this bickering continue? Quickly summon the Sea Guard Nation to see me. Do you think my time is worthless? Hai Zhuqing, let me be clear. I, Ma Yunfeng, am not in need of money. My presence at your Dragon Commerce Association is a courtesy. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness."
Ma Yunfeng esse brau farro udinanger.
Hai Zhuqing's expression tightened, her pent-up fury bordering on eruption. Su San quickly interjected, "Master Ma, please calm down. At your age, it would be unwise to let anger affect your health. I shall arrange your loan immediately. You wish to borrow 500 million, correct? No fixed repayment period and no interest. How does that sound?" 500 million was no trivial sum, and the lack of a repayment date or interest made the deal seem excessively one-sided. Yet Su San felt compelled to comply with Ma Yunfeng's demands. Otherwise, inciting the wrath of this esteemed patriarch of the Ma family could result in even greater losses for the Dragon Commerce Association. Humph! The Sea Guard Nation has truly lost its senses, choosing a mere child as the new president. You, Su San, would be far more suitable for the role.
Ma Yunfeng scoffed.
Su San smiled apologetically. "Master Ma, you jest. Please, remain seated. I will fetch you a pot of hot tea and instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you." As Su San hurried off to prepare the tea, before he could fill the pot, Qin Feng delivered a swift kick, toppling Ma Yunfeng along with the sofa, causing the latter to howl in pain. "Goodness, Master Ma, how did you fall? Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Su San exclaimed, rushing to assist. "Get away!"
Ma Yunfeng sovet Su Sang asai.
Glaring fiercely at Qin Feng. "You insolent brat! How dare you kick me? Let me remind you, even the Sea Guard Nation would not treat me this way. Do you think your new position as president of the Dragon Commerce Association grants you the right to act with impunity? Just wait. I will summon my brothers from the Golden Dragon Gang to wreak havoc on your association. Now get lost." Qin Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, not regarding Ma Yunfeng in the slightest. Enraged, Ma Yunfeng trembled with fury, his expression menacing as he declared, "Very well, I, Ma Yunfeng, have navigated the waters of Jiangcheng for decades, and no one has dared to speak to me with such arrogance. You shall wait, for this matter is far from over. Do you truly believe that the Ma family can only borrow from your Longxing Chamber of Commerce? I came here out of respect for your organization. If you have the audacity to stay, I will ensure that I break your legs today." Su San, frightened, quickly positioned himself at the doorway, panic evident in his voice. "Old Master Ma, please do not be angry. I will handle this matter and guarantee you a satisfactory resolution." Turning to Qin Feng, he urged, "President Qin, you must apologize to Old Master Ma immediately and offer him a loan of 500 million, interest-free and with no repayment deadline. Surely, Old Master Ma would be magnanimous enough to let this incident pass." Emboldened, Ma Yunfeng shouted, "It's too late. Now that the Longxing Chamber of Commerce wishes to lend me money, I refuse. That pretentious new president must kneel and apologize, or I will summon the brothers from the Jinlong Gang to dismantle your chamber." Su San glared at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "President Qin, please do not jeopardize the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Old Master Ma is the head of the prestigious Ma family and a close ally of Master Hu from the Jinlong Gang. How can you afford to offend him? Hurry and apologize, or the Longxing Chamber will truly face ruin." Before Qin Feng could respond, Ma Yunfeng menacingly asserted, "I, Ma Yunfeng, declare that if that brat does not kneel and bow before me, I will never let the Longxing Chamber of Commerce off the hook. Qin Feng, what are you waiting for? Apologize to Old Master Ma. Do you truly wish to witness the downfall of the Longxing Chamber?" Su San urged, desperation in his voice. Hai Zhuqing frowned and interjected, Manager Su, this is no longer your concern. Please step outside. Miss Hai, have you also lost your senses? If this reaches President Hai, he will surely be furious. Seeing that neither Qin Feng nor Hai Zhuqing had any intention of apologizing, Su San, in a state of panic, resorted to calling Hai Weigua. Old Master Ma, please hold on. I will call President Hai and have him speak with you, all right? As he attempted to soothe Ma Yunfeng's ire, he dialed the number, simultaneously cursing Qin Feng for offending Ma Yunfeng so soon after his appointment. If this reckless young man were to manage the chamber, it would inevitably face collapse.
Xiao Su.
What is it? Hai Weigua's voice came through the line. Su San hastily replied, President Hai, a grave situation has arisen. You must come to the office promptly. The newly appointed President Qin has unknowingly offended Old Master Ma. Which Old Master Ma? The esteemed Ma Yunfeng from the top-tier Ma family. Concerned, Hai Weigua asked, Is President Qin all right? Su San was taken aback. Shouldn't he be more worried about Old Master Ma? Why was he concerned about Qin Feng? President Qin has struck Old Master Ma, and now he is furious and intends to summon Master Hu to dismantle the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Upon realizing Qin Feng was unharmed, Hai Weigua exhaled in relief, instructing, Put Ma Yunfeng on the line, and remember to use the speakerphone. Su San quickly activated the speaker and, with a forced smile, handed the phone to Ma Yunfeng. Old Master Ma, it's President Hai. He wishes to apologize personally. Humph! Ma Yunfeng scoffed, snatching the phone. Hai Weigua, have you lost your mind? How could you allow a mere child to assume the presidency? Are you truly wishing for the downfall of the Longxing Chamber? Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from the phone. Chow and I Ma Yunfeng, what do you think you are? How dare you run rampant in the Longxing Chamber and offend President Qin? If you have the guts, don't you dare leave. I'm on my way to break your legs. The office descended into an eerie silence. Ma Yunfeng's expression fluctuated as he questioned whether his ears had deceived him. Su San was left speechless, feeling as though he were trapped in a surreal dream. Hai Zhuqing, equally astonished, had never witnessed her father so incensed, his language unfit for polite company. After a prolonged silence, Ma Yunfeng finally managed to stammer. What did you just say? Repeat that. Hai Weigua shouted back. I said, you think the Longxing Chamber fears you, Ma Yunfeng? I'm on my way, so don't you dare run. Ma Yunfeng found himself momentarily intimidated by Hai Weigua's ferocity, feeling as though he had inadvertently crossed paths with a formidable figure. Just a month prior, Hai Weigua had approached him at a lavish banquet, and he had treated him with indifference. Now, less than a month later, how had Hai Weigua grown so audacious to speak to him in such a manner? All right, Hai Weigua, you better hurry. I am waiting for you. The Longxing Chamber will be erased from Jiangcheng today. Not even the King of Heaven can save it. Ma Yunfeng fumed, abruptly hanging up and smashing his phone into pieces on the floor. Su San watched in despair as it was his phone that shattered. Master Hu, I have been bullied at the Longxing Chamber. The new president acts like he is above everyone, showing no respect for me or even for you. Please bring as many brothers as you can. I will cover the travel expenses and give each one 1,000 for their trouble. Today, I will ensure the Longxing Chamber is utterly destroyed.
Ma Yunfeng gastili dialed Tsao.
Su San, witnessing the unfolding chaos, trembled in fear, his legs giving way as he slumped to the ground, muttering, It's over, it's over. The Longxing Chamber is doomed. 10 minutes later, Tong Tong, look quickly. That mummy with a cane seems to be Master Hu. My goodness, it truly is Master Hu. Who could have done this to him? Zhou Xintong was left in shock. Outside the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, 3 black Mercedes-Benz vehicles were parked. Over a dozen men exited. Leading the way was a man wrapped in bandages, leaning on a cane with an 4-drip in tow, a subordinate following closely behind, holding up the 4-bag, creating a heart-wrenching scene. Soon, the crowd recognized the mummy as Zhao Hu, the leader of the Jinlong gang and the foremost martial artist in Jiangcheng, leaving them in utter disbelief. Master Hu was a martial arts master. Who could have inflicted such injuries upon him? Surely, it must have been an accident rather than a fight. Who would dare to confront him, let alone injure him? Why was Master Hu at the Longxing Chamber? Could it be that the Jinlong gang had also fallen victim to Yuan's deceit? That scoundrel Yuan Boli had the audacity to swindle even Master Hu. May he be caught and thrown into the Songhua River to feed the fish. As Master Hu and his entourage approached, the crowd parted, allowing them to pass through the throng beneath the Longxing chamber. Leaning on his cane, Master Hu limped into the building. Though his appearance was rather ludicrous, not a single soul dared to emit a laugh. All held their breath, their faces solemn. After a prolonged struggle of over 10 minutes, Zhao Hu finally reached the president's office on the top floor. He was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. The ascent had provoked his internal injuries, causing him to nearly faint on several occasions. President Qin, Miss Hai, I have arrived, Zhao Hu declared as he staggered into the office, supported by 2 of his subordinates, devoid of any strength and nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon witnessing the arrival of the formidable Tiger Lord, Su San's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. However, as he observed Zhao Hu's pale complexion and feeble state, he was rendered speechless. Tiger Lord, what has happened to you? Ma Yunfeng rushed forward, grabbing Zhao Hu's arm, his face a mask of disbelief. Was it an accident? Why didn't you inform your brothers? When did this occur? Tiger Lord, you've sustained such injuries yet still rushed here because of a mere phone call from me. I shall forever be grateful for your loyalty. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, for I, Ma Yunfeng, would brave any peril for you. Smack! Just as Ma Yunfeng finished his declaration, Zhao Hu, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, slapped him across the face. Given Zhao Hu's extreme weakness, the blow felt akin to a gentle tap from an infant, lacking in pain yet leaving both Ma Yunfeng and Su San in stunned silence. Tiger Lord, did you just strike me? Why? Ma Yunfeng asked, bewildered as he looked at Zhao Hu. Damn you! Zhao Hu spoke between labored breaths, mustering the strength to deliver another weak slap. Tiger Lord, what are you doing? Have you suffered a head injury in the accident? Ma Yunfeng retorted, frustration evident in his tone. You blind fool, you dare to offend Mr. Qin and still have the audacity to call me for help? You truly do not know the gravity of your actions. Prostrate yourself and apologize to Mr. Qin at once. Ma Yunfeng glanced incredulously at Qin Feng, then back at Zhao Hu, saying, Tiger Lord, you cannot be serious. Are you truly afraid of that young upstart? I command you to kneel and apologize. Do you not comprehend human language? Zhao Hu shouted angrily. Ma Yunfeng's brows furrowed in confusion as he struggled to understand why Zhao Hu would fear Qin Feng. How could the master of a prominent family in Jiangqing be reduced to bowing before a mere youth in his 20s? Such a notion was unfathomable, as the implications of such humiliation would render his standing in Jiangqing untenable. Tiger Lord, if you refuse to assist me, then I shall seek others to deal with that brat. Ma Yunfeng seethed. Find your mother. Strike. Zhao Hu's fury was palpable as he shouted, anyone who dares to cross Mr. Qin, break their limbs and feed them to the fish in the Songhua River. With that, a dozen of his subordinates surged forward, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Ma Yunfeng. Tiger Lord, what madness is this? I am your good brother, Ma Yunfeng, he protested. You rabble, cease at once. I am the master of the esteemed Ma family. How dare you strike me? Ouch! Not the face. You'll knock my teeth out. Tiger Lord, I summoned you to confront the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. So why do you strike me? Ma Yunfeng cried, panic setting in. I was wrong. Please, stop. I am going to be beaten to death. Despite his age, Ma Yunfeng began to wail after just a few blows. Zhao Hu, however, remained unmoved. He did not call for a halt, and his subordinates continued their assault, relentlessly pursuing Ma Yunfeng with fists and feet for several minutes. Eventually, Ma Yunfeng lay motionless on the ground, his once pristine white tang suit marred with shoe prints and blood, which left Hai Zhuqing in a state of unease. President Qin, if this continues, it may lead to a fatality. Hai Zhuqing whispered urgently in Qin Feng's ear. Cease, Qin Feng commanded, and the group of subordinates immediately halted their assault. Remove him, Qin Feng instructed, and several subordinates hoisted Ma Yunfeng away. Zhao Hu, leaning heavily on his cane, approached Qin Feng, bowing deeply with his body trembling violently. He spoke with utmost caution. Mr. Qin, I am not well acquainted with Ma Yunfeng. I beseech your forgiveness. Witnessing the subservient and fearful demeanor of Zhao Hu, Su San's heart raced, and his scalp tingled with realization. Only at this moment did he comprehend the terrifying power of Qin Feng's background. It compelled the local tyrant of Jiangqing, the foremost martial artist, to approach the head of the prestigious Ma family in such a humbled fashion, seeking to apologize to Qin Feng. Chapter 71. The unclear situation of Du Bing. Qin Feng spoke softly, as if reprimanding a subordinate. Once he finished speaking, Zhao Hu, along with a group of his followers, fled the office as if escaping for their lives. Only Qin Feng and the other two remained in the room. Su San was already so astonished that he felt as though his soul had left his body, his scalp tingling with shock. With matters settled, I shall take my leave. Qin Feng greeted Hai Zhuqing before taking his leave. Qin Feng, indeed you sneaked in through the back door. You must depart immediately. If the Longxing Merchant Association discovers your clandestine entry, the Zhou family will suffer along with you. Upon entering the corridor, Qin Feng unexpectedly encountered Zhou Xintong and Du Bin. Zhou Xintong glared at Qin Feng with evident disdain, anxious that his breach of protocol might jeopardize the Zhou family's lending prospects with the Longxing Merchant Association. I did not sneak in. I entered openly and above board, Qin Feng replied indifferently. Du Bin scoffed derisively. Ha! A nameless nobody like you believes he can enter the Longxing Merchant Association's office in a legitimate manner? You are truly delusional. I warn you, disappear from our sight this instant, or I shall summon others to expose your disgraceful act of sneaking into the Longxing Merchant Association.
Du Bin,
You are here to borrow money, aren't you? Qin Feng inquired with a tone of indifference. What business is that of yours? Du Bin retorted angrily. How much do you intend to borrow from the Longxing Merchant Association? Are you incapable of understanding human language? My affairs do not require the meddling of a nameless nobody like you. Get out of my sight. Your very presence is irksome, and it disgusts Tong Tong as well.
Du Bin fumet vehemently.
Qin Feng spoke earnestly. I offer you an opportunity. If you plead with me now, I can persuade the Longxing Chamber of Commerce to lend money to the Du family. Du Bin was momentarily taken aback. Then his face contorted with disdain as he sneered. Ha! It's a pity you haven't pursued a career as a clown, Qin. You are inherently suited for such a role. You, a mere inconsequential figure devoid of power and influence, dare to boast about assisting me in securing a loan from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Who do you think you are? The new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? You had to sneak in through the back door of their building, and yet you have the audacity to utter such nonsensical bravado? Zhou Xintong also wore an expression of utter disgust as she remarked, Qin Feng, could you please refrain from posing as a big shot in my presence? I am aware you seek to capture my attention, but I, Zhou Xintong, am only drawn to those who possess genuine capability, not to pretentious charlatans like yourself. Your actions only serve to deepen my aversion towards you. Qin Feng shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. He had already extended an opportunity to Du Bin, who failed to appreciate it. Thus, the Du family could forget about borrowing a single penny from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, Su San approached. He had overheard the disparaging remarks made by Du Bin and Zhou Xintong towards Qin Feng and was utterly astonished. This President Qin was a figure even the formidable Tiger Yi respected and sought to please. How could he be insulted by two inconsequential individuals? Su San was perplexed by the dynamics among the three and dared not speak out of turn. Su General Manager, I am Du Bin from the prestigious Du family. I have waited in line for quite some time for my turn. Upon seeing Su San, Du Bin disregarded Qin Feng and quickly plastered on a smile. I have come to the Longxing Chamber of Commerce to request a loan, with terms aligned with bank interest rates, not exceeding 3 years. I hope General Manager Su will consider lending to the Du family. Su San regarded Du Bin with a complex expression. How could this insolent fellow, who had just mocked President Qin, now seek financial assistance from the Longxing Chamber? However, Su San refrained from expressing his anger, as he remained uncertain about the relationship between Du Bin and President Qin, and thus replied in a measured tone, You are Du Bin, correct? Follow me to my office. After speaking, Su San turned to Qin Feng with a smile. Mr. Qin, Would you care to join me in my office? Since you have some spare time, it would be a pleasant diversion. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Su San strode towards the general manager's office, with Du Bin hastily trailing behind, his face beaming with delight, convinced that securing the loan was a foregone conclusion. Zhou Xintong followed suit, forcing a smile. Su General Manager, I am Zhou Xintong from the Zhou family, and I too have come to request a loan. Please wait outside. As Su San opened the office door, he halted Zhou Xintong, permitting only Du Bin and Qin Feng to enter. Du Bin, elated, exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Xintong, signaling her to be patient. Once he secured the funds, he would advocate for her to Su San, ensuring that the Zhou family could also obtain a loan. Upon entering the room, Qin Feng casually settled onto the sofa, propping his legs on the coffee table, reclining comfortably against the backrest. Du Bin, witnessing this, erupted in outrage. Qin Feng, you truly are an insufferably ignorant individual, utterly devoid of decorum. Even General Manager Su remained standing. Who permitted you to sit? How dare you rest your filthy shoes on General Manager Su's coffee table? What audacity you possess! Su San's face paled in fear. How could Du Bin, a scion of a powerful family in Jiangqing, dare to speak to President Qin in such a manner? Have you sniffed my shoes? Or perhaps licked them? How do you know they are filthy and foul? Qin Feng spoke. Du Bin was taken aback, completely unprepared for this country bumpkin to dare retort him. In a fit of anger, Du Bin exclaimed, Humph! You insignificant little wretch, I say your shoes are filthy and stinky, and that is precisely what they are. Do not dare to talk back to me. Furthermore, a nameless nobody like you is utterly unworthy of entering General Manager Su's office. Now, be quick and get out. Su San, startled, quickly chastised Du Bin. Silence. This is my office, and it is not your place to dictate how things are run here. Du Bin's expression shifted as he hastily suppressed his fury, forcing a smile as he replied, General Manager Su, please do not misunderstand. I merely cannot abide this little character dirtying your office. I would never presume to overstep in your presence. By the way, General Manager Su, you may not be aware, but Qin Feng did not enter through the proper line. He slipped in through the back door. You must expel him at once. We cannot allow him to foul the offices of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Su San's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Even Lord who had come, despite his grave illness, to apologize to President Qin, treating him like a subordinate. How dare a mere scion of a wealthy family insult President Qin in such a manner? Du Bin, you wish to borrow money from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Su San refrained from immediate anger. His position as the general manager of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce was not merely a result of luck. He was a shrewd individual. Initially, he had no knowledge of Qin Feng's identity and had been attempting to curry favor with Ma Yunfeng, even asking Qin Feng to apologize to the elder Ma. Su San was acutely aware that he had likely left a poor impression on President Qin, and he intended to redeem himself through the incident with Du Bin. Indeed, General Manager Su, I intend to borrow 50 million from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? Du Bin's face was alight with anticipation. Certainly, Su San replied without a moment's hesitation. Du Bin was so elated he nearly shouted, but Su San added, however, there are a few conditions. Chapter 72. I want to meet your new President General Manager Su. Please state your conditions. Whatever the Du family can do, we shall oblige.
Du Bin was ecstatic.
Feeling that the matter of borrowing money was all but secured, he cast a disdainful glance at Qin Feng, saying, Do you see, Qin? Only someone like me, a scion of a prominent family, can secure a loan. How dare you, a nameless figure, even think of borrowing from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? If they lent you money, I would eat excrement while doing a handstand on live broadcast. Su San's lips twitched, his expression instantly cooling, as he contemplated giving Du Bin a severe lesson. Kneel, Su San suddenly commanded. Du Bin was taken aback, staring at Su San in disbelief. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Kneel, Su San reiterated in a commanding tone. Du Bin frowned. General Manager Su, you cannot be serious. You want me to kneel? Indeed, if you wish to borrow money from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, you will kneel. Otherwise, you may leave. Su San's tone left no room for debate. Du Bin suppressed his rage, forcing a smile as he said, General Manager Su, please do not jest. I am merely here to borrow money. Why must I kneel? Who the hell is joking with you? If you refuse to kneel, I shall summon security to throw you out right now. Seeing Susan's stern and assertive demeanor, Dubin wrestled with inner turmoil. What kind of peculiar obsession did this general manager Su have? To require a borrower to kneel? This is utterly absurd. General Manager Su, perhaps we should let Qin Feng leave first?
Ultimately, Dubin chose tout capitulate.
However, even if he were to kneel, he could not do so in front of Qin Feng. That would be worse than death. Stop wasting time. If you wish to borrow money, kneel now. If not, get out. There are many others waiting in line to borrow money. Su Sen reprimanded.
Suddenly, Dubin understood.
Nowadays, there were many forms of predatory lending. Perhaps the Longxing Chamber of Commerce operated on a kneeling loan system. Qin Feng, are you not here to borrow money as well? I will let you go first. After all, you are likely to borrow only a few hundred or 800. General Manager Su will have that processed for you in no time. Dubin had somewhat accepted the concept of kneeling for a loan. Yet, he still did not wish to kneel before Qin Feng. Therefore, he decided to allow Qin Feng to go first. Once Qin Feng had completed his kneeling loan, he could kneel without any psychological burden. Qin Feng reclined comfortably on the sofa, his legs casually draped over the coffee table, and remarked nonchalantly, "You are mistaken. I am not here to borrow money." Not borrowing money? Then what brings you in through the back door? Dubin raised an eyebrow. That is none of your concern. Worry about whether you will kneel on 2 legs or just 1? Qin Feng retorted with a cold smile. You insignificant wretch. Who do you think you are to mock me? Dubin shouted in anger, if you're not borrowing money, then get out of here and stop contaminating General Manager Su's office air. Dubin, why do you have so much nonsense to spew? Are you kneeling or not? I'll call security to throw you out. Su San scolded. Dubin furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Su San was directing all his ire at him and not at the insignificant Qin Feng. As Su San took out his phone, ready to make a call, Dubin, left with no choice, knelt on one knee and pleaded, General Manager Su, I am kneeling. Please lend me the money. Are you proposing to me? Both knees on the ground. Su San barked. Reluctantly, Dubin sank to both knees. Don't face me. You're too ugly, and it makes me nauseous. Kneel facing the sofa, Su San added. Frowning, Dubin thought to himself, am I really that unattractive? Even if I'm not the most handsome in Jiangqing, I'm certainly in the top 3. With no other option, Dubin turned around. When he lifted his head, he saw Qin Feng on the sofa wearing a knowing smile, which enraged him. You little brat, why aren't you gone yet? Don't sit in front of me. You make me sick. Bark like a dog. Su San interjected again. Dubin's brows twisted in frustration, and his suppressed anger was on the verge of eruption. General Manager Su, I simply came to borrow some money. There's no need to humiliate me like this, right? Is this the standard procedure for everyone who comes to borrow money? Yes. Everyone who comes to the Longxing Chamber of Commerce to borrow money must follow this process. If you're unwilling, then leave. I'm not forcing you to borrow money, Su San replied. After a struggle within himself, Dubin ultimately conceded. After all, he was already kneeling. What was one more bark? Woof! Make it louder, Su San urged. Woof woof woof. Now imitate a chicken. Cluck cluck cluck. Now a duck. Quack quack quack. Now a pig. Oink oink oink. Now a donkey. Dubin could no longer tolerate it. He stood up and shouted at Su San, Are you done yet? Is this a wildlife documentary? Can I borrow the money or not? If not, I'm done playing along. Su San coldly replied, You haven't completed the process, so you can't borrow the money. Dubin cursed vehemently. To hell with your process. Do you really think I'm an idiot? What kind of company has such ridiculous procedures for borrowing money? I am, after all, a scion of one of Jiangqing's prestigious families. Do you dare to insult me like this? Do you think the Dubin family has no pride? I demand to see your new president. I refuse to believe this matter won't be resolved by him. Upon hearing Dubin's insistence to meet the new president, Su San glanced at Qin Feng and pointedly remarked, You have already met the new president. He has no interest in this matter. Don't spout nonsense. When did I meet the new president? Are you afraid I'll report you to him? This absurd process, it's clearly your twisted amusement. Dubin was truly enraged, shouting, Today I must see your new president. If you don't take me to him, I'll search every room, and if I can't find him, I'll report you for sexual harassment. Susanna's face darkened as he retorted, "Are you out of your mind? Who would sexually harass you?" Dubin pulled out his phone and insisted, "I don't care. Either bring the new president here, or I'll report you for sexual harassment right now." "You want to see the new president? Huh? Then turn around," Susan instructed. Dubin turned around and saw Qin Feng lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. "Qin Feng, what are you smirking about? Get the hell out of here. I tell you, if I don't see the new president today, I won't leave. Don't think you can waste my time. It won't work." Chapter 73. Blind to the obvious, Susan looked at Dubin as if he were a fool. It turned out this guy didn't recognize President Qin. No wonder he dared to speak so insolently. What a fool who doesn't know his own mortality. "Dubin, you are truly blind. The new president is sitting right in front of you. Yet you fail to see him," Susan said coldly. "With your level of intelligence and perception, do you really think you can borrow money from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? You'd be better off live-streaming yourself doing a handstand." Dubin, sensing Susan's seriousness, scrutinized the room again. But aside from the three of them, there was no other presence. "Where is the new president? Why can't I see him? Is your new president a ghost?" he asked, feeling a chill creep down his back. Susan rolled his eyes, thoroughly exasperated by Dubin's lack of perception. "Open your eyes wide and look properly. President Qin is sitting on the sofa, wearing a white tracksuit." "President Qin? Dressed in white sportswear?" Dubin glanced once more at the sofa, his gaze settling thoughtfully on Qin Feng. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Surely you jest. The new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce is Qin Feng?" Susan, his face solemn, replied, "Indeed, our new president is Qin Feng." "Ah, you nearly had me in stitches. You expect me to believe that a nameless nobody is masquerading as the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Thankfully, I know Qin Feng well enough to understand his true nature. Otherwise, I might have been deceived today." Susan shook his head and retorted, "Dubin, cease your antics. Qin Feng is indeed the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Your repeated disrespect towards President Qin is unacceptable. I demand that you bow and apologize to him immediately." "How dare you?" Dubin's pent-up fury erupted at that moment. "You call me a clown? You and that Qin fellow are the true jesters here. You want me to bow to that little brat? Not a chance. He doesn't even deserve to carry my shoes. Qin Feng is merely a small fry from the mountains, who went to propose to the Zhou family and was rejected by Zhou Xintong. Now, he clings to the Zhou family like a leech. You expect me to believe he's the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Do you take me for a fool?" Susan shot back angrily, "You are the fool. You stand before President Qin and remain oblivious. Yet you have the audacity to insult him. With your intellect, do you really think you could secure a loan from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? If you manage to leave here on your own 2 feet, I will change my surname." "Humph, Susan, let us be clear. You are merely the general manager of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, subordinate to President Hai Zhuqing and the new president. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you? If you refuse to take me to the new president, I'll seek out Hai Zhuqing myself. She can handle you just as well." With that, Dubin stormed out, heading for Hai Zhuqing's office. "This young master from the Dubin family claimed you made him kneel for a loan, and even demanded he imitate the sounds of various animals?" Upon seeing Hai Zhuqing confront Susan, Dubin immediately adopted a haughty demeanor, glaring disdainfully at Susan. Susan remained unfazed, confidently asserting, "Yes, I did have Dubin the fool kneel and mimic various animal sounds." "How dare you call me a fool?" Dubin seethed. "Apologize at once, or I will have President Hai dismiss you." "Fool, fool, fool." Susan showed no fear. "President Hai, you see this? Is this the caliber of leadership at the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? I suggest he be dismissed immediately." Hai Zhuqing raised her brows, taken aback by Susan's audacity. Standing at the door, she had not noticed Qin Feng seated on the side sofa. In a stern voice, she addressed Susan, "What do you mean? The Longxing Chamber of Commerce does not engage in such loan practices, nor does it tolerate disrespect. Apologize to young Master Dubin right now." After speaking, Hai Zhuqing turned to Dubin, saying, "Young Master Dubin, I sincerely apologize for the disrespect you faced at the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of all our employees, I extend our heartfelt apologies." You are here to secure a loan, correct? In that case, the Longxing Chamber of Commerce will grant you a loan of 100 million, with a 5-year repayment period and no interest for the first 3 years. How does that sound? Dubin felt as if he were dreaming, nearly shouting with excitement. He had originally sought 50 million, content with a 3-year term at bank rates. To his astonishment, Hai Zhuqing offered him 100 million, with a 5-year term and 3 years of interest-free repayment. Dubin even entertained the notion that this beautiful president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce might have taken a liking to him. Excellent. Thank you, President Hai. You are not only young and beautiful but also remarkably capable. Under your leadership, the Longxing Chamber of Commerce is bound to prosper. After flattering Hai Zhuqing, he shifted his focus to Qin Feng, declaring, President Hai, earlier Susan conspired with that little brat to deceive me. Susan dares to claim that this little brat is your new president. It's utterly laughable. Thankfully, I know him. He is merely a nobody who, after being spurned by Zhou Xintong when he proposed to the Zhou family, now clings to them like a shadow. Otherwise, I might have been duped by that dog of a man, possibly reduced to barking like a dog or oinking like a pig. Humiliated and left with nothing, Dubin was reluctant to admit that he had once knelt and mimicked animal sounds. Following Dubin's pointed finger, Hai Zhuqing's gaze fell upon Qin Feng on the sofa. In that instant, her mind went blank, a buzzing sound filling her ears. A moment later, clarity returned to Hai Zhuqing. No wonder Susan had acted strangely, instructing Dubin to kneel and mimic animals. It turned out Dubin had foolishly offended Qin Feng. As Hai Zhuqing's hand descended, Susan felt an immediate sense of relief. He excitedly exclaimed, "Well done!" Dubin, clutching half his face in shock, looked at Hai Zhuqing and asked, "President Hai, why did you strike me? You blind fool. You come to the Longxing Chamber of Commerce and insult our new president. Do you think I should not strike you?" Hai Zhuqing's demeanor had transformed. Where she had once treated Dubin graciously, she now regarded him with icy disdain. Dubin, bewildered, scanned the room, but aside from the 4 of them, there was no sign of any new president. Could it be that the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce was merely a ghost? President Hai, where is the new president? Why can't I see him? Dubin furrowed his brow and said, "I did not insult the new president. Are you mistaken, President Qin?" Dubin suddenly realized something and stared incredulously at Qin Feng, his voice trembling as he uttered, That Qin Feng. Is he truly the new president? Chapter 74. You can't possibly have taken a liking to me, can you? Hey talking, disinterested in Dubin's outburst, stepped gracefully towards Qin Feng, her demeanor respectful as she inquired, "President Qin, how shall we deal with that individual? Should we dispose of him in the Songhua River to feed the fish?" Dubin felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face paling in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Qin Feng was the new president of the Dragon Commerce Guild. Wasn't this young man merely an unknown figure emerging from the mountains? Hadn't he gone to propose to the Zhou family only to be spurned by Zhou Xintong, wandering aimlessly around her since? How could such a powerless, insignificantly wealthy individual possibly ascend to the presidency of the Dragon Commerce Guild? Dubin, utterly perplexed, could not accept this reality. He shouted at Hai talking, "Ms. Hai, have you been deceived by that youngster? He is nothing but an unknown. Even Zhou Xintong of the minor Zhou family looks down upon him. How could your Dragon Commerce Guild allow him to become the new president? Qin Feng, how audacious you are. How dare you deceive the Dragon Travel Chamber of Commerce? Do you not realize that if the chamber discovers your true identity, you will be thrown into the Songhua River to feed the fish? You should hasten to kneel and confess your wrongdoings to General Hai." Qin Feng shook his head. At such a critical moment, Dubin was still deluding himself, refusing to confront reality. Truly, it echoed the saying, "You can never awaken someone who is pretending to sleep." Dubin, you shall pay dearly for your recent arrogance, and your family will face ruin because of you. Hai Zhuqing coldly delivered her words, then turned to Susan and instructed, "Bring someone in and throw that fool out." Understood. Susan had long harbored disdain for Dubin and swiftly went to summon assistance. In no time, burly security guards entered the room and effortlessly hoisted Dubin overhead. "Young Master Du, how did you end up there? Hey, you guys, put young Master Du down. Do you even know who he is? He is the heir of the prestigious Du family. Zhou Xintong chased after them. However, the 4 security guards paid no heed to her pleas at all. At that moment, Dubin appeared utterly lost, his eyes vacant and his expression blank. President Qin, there was a woman accompanying that fool Dubin earlier. If she comes to borrow money, should we also have the guards throw her out? Su San stood before Qin Feng in the general manager's office, nodding and bowing. Loan her the money, Qin Feng replied. What? I just heard that woman cursing at you, and you still want to lend her money? Su San was utterly perplexed. Do it. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he departed from the office. The reason he lent money to Zhou Xintong was due to her wager with Zhou Wanshan. If Zhou Xintong could secure the funds to help the Zhou family through their difficulties, the elder Zhou had promised her one request. Qin Feng was well aware that Zhou Xintong would undoubtedly ask the elder Zhou to call off the engagement, which perfectly aligned with his intentions. As he descended in the elevator, Qin Feng unexpectedly encountered Zhou Xintong. Qin Feng, why are you here again? How long do you intend to follow me? Zhou Xintong's irritation, stemming from the incident involving Dubin, intensified upon seeing Qin Feng. I shall reiterate, I am not following you. I am here on official business. And now that my matters are concluded, I must take my leave. With that, Qin Feng strode away. Zhou Xintong glared at his retreating figure, disdainfully remarking, if you're following me, just admit it. You're truly not a man. What business does a nameless nobody have at the Longxing Chamber of Commerce if not to shadow me? Upon reaching the upper floor, Zhou Xintong cast aside her tumultuous thoughts, regaining her composure before carefully pushing open the door to the general manager's office. With a beaming smile, she stepped forward confidently to stand before the desk. Su San regarded Zhou Xintong with a complex expression, perplexed by the relationship between her and Qin Feng. Previously, Dubin had mentioned that Qin Feng's proposal to the Zhou family was rejected, claiming that Zhou Xintong looked down on him for being a nobody. However, Su San found this hard to believe. Given Qin Feng's identity and background, any woman from the Zhou family would be fortunate to marry him. Ms. Zhou, you are here to seek a loan, correct? Su San set aside his chaotic speculations and got straight to the point. Yes, our Zhou family wishes to borrow 20 million from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, with interest payable at bank rates, and a loan term of 1 to 2 years, Zhou Xintong replied nervously. In truth, the Zhou family had invested 50 million in Yuanjia stocks, creating a liquidity gap that needed to be addressed. However, seeing so many affluent individuals seeking loans from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce made Zhou Xintong hesitant to ask for the full 50 million. What if they outright refused? Therefore, she decided to lower her request, believing that 20 million would be more feasible. The Longxing Chamber of Commerce will lend the Zhou family 50 million, with a repayment term of 3 years, interest-free, Su San stated. If Ms. Zhou finds this agreeable, we can proceed to sign the loan agreement immediately. Zhou Xintong stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief. She had mentally prepared herself for rejection from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, or perhaps a loan of only 10 to 18 million. Yet, she could hardly fathom that by merely requesting 20 million, the chamber would grant her 50 million without interest. Mr. Su, I cannot have heard you correctly. You said 50 million? Interest-free? Zhou Xintong's voice trembled, questioning her own hearing. Yes, 50 million, 3-year term, interest-free. If you find it satisfactory, we can sign the contract. After the initial shock, Zhou Xintong suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She scrutinized Su San and, instinctively protecting her ample bosom with her hands, asked worriedly, Mr. Su, you're not interested in my looks, are you? Do I need to spend the night with you for you to lend me 50 million? Su San rolled his eyes. You are entangled with President Qin. There's no way I would dare entertain such thoughts. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xintong exited the Longxing Chamber of Commerce building, a check for 50 million tucked into her pocket. Yet, everything felt surreal, as if she were in a dream. Du Xiao, you finally answered my call. Where are you? Are you all right? Zhou Xintong managed to reach Dubin on the phone. After being thrown out of the building, Dubin left in a huff. As he neared his family's residence, his emotions began to stabilize, and he answered Zhou Xintong's call. What do you need? Zhou Xintong, in a state of exhilaration, failed to notice Dubin's lackluster tone. Du Xiao, I secured the loan. The Longxing Chamber of Commerce granted me 50 million, and they won't even charge interest. I can only assume you must have spoken to Mr. Su. or else how could he lend me so much? Oh right, Mr. Su knows my father, and I mentioned you and the Zhou family. Dubin feigned nonchalance. Now that he knew Qin Feng was the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, Dubin resolved to take a reckless approach. After pursuing Zhou Xintong for so long and doing so much for her without even holding her hand, he intended to seize the opportunity to sleep with her and then make his exit. Truly, it was your influence, Du Xiao. You are too kind. I am unsure how to repay you, Zhou Xintong exclaimed joyfully. By the way, how did you end up being escorted out by the security of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Xintong understood Du Bin's insinuation, that he wished to sleep with her. Nevertheless, she regarded him with a hint of disdain, as he was merely a scion of a wealthy family in Jiangqing. She wished he were from a more prestigious lineage. Thus, she deftly shifted the topic. Du Bin, feeling guilty, replied, I had a low blood sugar episode in Mr. Su's office and nearly fainted. Mr. Su then called security to carry me out. I'm feeling better now. I'll book a hotel and send you the details. You can come over tonight. Du Xiao. My phone is running low on battery, so I must hang up. Zhou Xintong had no intention of going out with Du Bin that evening. Qin Feng was too lethargic to engage in a verbal spar with Zhou Xintong. On their way back, Zhou Xintong made a phone call home. At this moment, all the important relatives of the Zhou family were present, each wearing a beaming smile, already aware of the joyous news that Zhou Xintong had secured a loan of 50 million from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Liang Meili had changed into a red qipao, her figure elegantly accentuated, and she wore exquisite makeup, resembling a beautiful woman in her 30s. When Liang Meili walked up to Zhou Xintong and linked her arm with her daughter's, the pair appeared more like alluring sisters than mother and daughter. I have always known that my daughter Tongtong is the best. She is the most outstanding among her peers in the Zhou family, and is even a candidate to inherit the family head position in the future. My daughter is undoubtedly a phoenix among people, destined to marry into a prominent or even top-tier family, far beyond the reach of those nameless commoners, Liang Meili remarked, her words laden with implication. The members of the Zhou family understood her meaning, casting knowing and disdainful glances at Qin Feng. Zhou Wanshan spoke up. Tong, you mentioned over the phone that the Longxing Chamber of Commerce lent you 50 million for 3 years without interest. Is that true? Zhou Xintong turned to Zhou Wanshan and replied, Grandfather, of course. It is true. The contract is right here, you can take a look. Zhou Wanshan took the contract and perused it, his face morphing into one of astonishment as he exclaimed, Logically, our Zhou family is merely a minor affluent family, hardly worthy of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce's attention. I also heard that today, many representatives from the affluent families of Jiangqing queued up at the Longxing Chamber of Commerce for loans, and even some major families were unable to secure funds. How is it that the Longxing Chamber of Commerce granted us a loan, and without interest at that? Zhou Wanshan's comments stirred a wave of confusion among the Zhou family members. Zhou Haifeng looked at Zhou Xintong and inquired, Tong, how did you manage to obtain this loan from the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Linghua furrowed her brow and added, 50 million for 3 years, interest-free. This sounds too good to be true. Is there something wrong with the contract? What is the Longxing Chamber of Commerce thinking? A woman from the Zhou family remarked, could it be that the 50 million lent to the Zhou family is for money laundering? If the police find out, we could end up in prison. The members of the Zhou family shifted from their initial excitement to a more rational state, their minds racing with anxious thoughts. Zhou Xintong reassured them, everyone, please do not worry. The Longxing Chamber of Commerce issued a check, which can be cashed directly at the bank. It cannot possibly be money laundering. In reality, the reason the Longxing Chamber of Commerce could lend money to the Zhou family was largely due to the connection between young Master Du's father and General Manager Su San. Young Master Du mentioned me and the Zhou family to Su San, who readily approved the loan for us. Zhou Haokuan chimed in, exactly. Tong, you should marry Du Bin. Your grandfather will surely not refuse. Young Master Du has helped our Zhou family immensely, and we ought to show our gratitude. Zhou Linghua remarked, I wondered how the Longxing Chamber of Commerce could lend 50 million to the Zhou family without interest. It turns out young Master Du facilitated it. The Du family truly deserves its reputation as a major family in Jiangqing, with connections that reach even the higher echelons of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Haifeng turned to Zhou Wanshan and urged, Father, you should contact the Du family and have Du Bin come to propose to Tong. We must seize the moment and finalize the marriage between Tongtong and Du Bin. Compared to Qin Feng, the Zhou family unanimously favored Du Bin. However, Zhou Xintong raised an eyebrow and declared, "Grandfather, I do not intend to marry Du Bin. Before Zhou Xintong could finish her sentence, Liang Meili, in a fit of urgency, interrupted, "Tongtong, if you do not marry Du Bin, are you considering marrying that nameless Qin Feng? Do not be foolish. The Qin family has no power, no wealth, and in Jiangqing, they are nothing. If you marry him, your life will be ruined, and you'll never rise again." Zhou Haokuan also urged, "Daughter, weren't you always dismissive of Qin Feng and opposed to marrying him? Why the sudden change of heart? Did he say something sweet to enchant you? Do not be deceived. He is but a minor character, a toad, while you are a daughter of a prominent family, Phoenix. He will forever look up to you. He is not even worthy to carry your shoes." The members of the Zhou family continued to persuade Zhou Xintong, believing she had reconsidered her decision to marry Qin Feng. Zhou Xintong cast a disdainful and proud glance at Qin Feng and scoffed, "Humph! How could I ever marry Qin Feng? You all misunderstand my intentions. I, Zhou Xintong, am a majestic phoenix. My aspirations have changed. I will not marry into just any prominent family. I will only wed the scion of a top-tier family or a martial arts master. As for Qin Feng, in this life, no, in the next life and the life after that, he will never reach my toes." Chapter 76. Delivering gifts to the Shao family of Jiangnan. Qin Feng shook his head. This Zhou Xintong was exceedingly self-assured. What if she had merely borrowed 50 million from the Dragon Commerce Association? That alone had sent her soaring into the clouds. Moreover, that 50 million had been lent to the Zhou family at Qin Feng's behest, through Susan. Otherwise, given the Zhou family's circumstances, the Dragon Commerce Association would not have lent a single penny. "Grandfather, you promised me that if I could secure the funds to help the Zhou family overcome their difficulties, you would agree to one thing," Zhou Xintong thought, her impatience mounting as she longed to call off the engagement. She never wished to see that Qin Feng fellow again. He was utterly distasteful to her. Zhou Wanshan, sensing what Zhou Xintong was about to say, swiftly concocted an excuse to depart. With the engagement still intact, Zhou Xintong glared at Qin Feng, her anger palpable. "You despicable man! I will never marry you. I, Zhou Xintong, will only wed into a top-tier aristocracy or to a martial arts master. Abandon your frog-like aspirations." With that, she strutted away, her elegant legs carrying her off with an air of haughtiness. Qin Feng subsequently departed from the Zhou family. He felt a sense of helplessness regarding the marriage arrangement, as it was impossible to withdraw with Zhou Wanshan involved. "Darling, where are you? Are you free now?" Upon leaving the Zhou residence, Qin Feng received a call from Shen Rui. "What is it, Rui? If you have something to say, just go ahead," he inquired gently. "Honey, I'm planning to explore Taiku Street for some antiques. Could you accompany me?" "Sure, I'll come to pick you up right away." 10 minutes later, they met beneath the Jianghe Real Estate Company building. Currently, the collaboration between Jianghe Real Estate and Wanhe Group had commenced, and Shenrui worked diligently at Jianghe Real Estate, her life now orderly and structured. "Rui, get in the car." Qin Feng parked his crimson Ferrari 488 Pista Spider beside Shenrui and pressed the window down, calling out to her. Shenrui entered the vehicle, fastened her seatbelt, and beamed sweetly at Qin Feng, saying, "Darling, thank you for accompanying me shopping. Feels like ages since I last roamed the streets." The car roared to life and headed towards Taiku Street, a renowned antique street in Jiangqing, which also housed a grand auction house. Curious, Qin Feng inquired, "Are you going to Taigu Street for shopping? Are you looking to purchase antiques?" Shenrui replied, "This morning, old lady Shen informed all members of the Shen family to select a gift. The day after tomorrow, the Shao family will convene a cooperation conference at the Jiangqing International Hotel to choose partners for the Jiangnan and Jiangbei new district projects. Old lady Shen's intention is for us to present gifts on the spot. If we can offer something that pleases the Shao family, it is possible that the project could be awarded to the Shen family." He asked, "Wasn't the Shen family deceived by the Yuan family out of 200 million in liquid assets? Shouldn't the most pressing matter be securing a loan to address the immediate crisis, rather than focusing on the new district project?" Shenrui responded, "The Shen family has nearly exhausted its borrowing capacity. Primarily, Shen Qianjiao has secured 100 million, while the rest of the Qin family has collectively borrowed several tens of millions, which should adequately cover the liquidity shortfall. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised to discover that Qin Qianjiao possessed some connections, managing to procure $1 billion at such a critical moment. Qin Rui continued, Grandma Qin mentioned that the true opportunity for the Qin family lies within the new district project. Securing this project would elevate the Qin family into the ranks of the 5 premier aristocratic families of Jiangbei province, transcending mere status as the elite of Jiang City. Rui, do you wish for the Qin family to secure the new district project? Qin Feng inquired. In truth, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan, the Shao family, had come to Jiang City seeking a partner not merely to extend an olive branch to Qin Feng but to offer the new district project to him as a gesture of goodwill. Qin Rui remarked, if the Qin family can indeed clinch the new district project, it would undoubtedly be a positive development. After all, I am a member of the Qin family. Even if they do not treat me particularly well, I still hope for their prosperity. Qin Feng helplessly shook his head. Qin Rui was indeed an exceedingly kind-hearted woman. Very well, I shall assist you in securing the new district project, Qin Feng remarked casually. Qin Rui was left speechless, repeatedly gesturing with her hands. Darling, please do not exhaust all your connections and plead with others on my behalf for the new district project, as it would undoubtedly require substantial financial investment. In truth, she had never harbored any extravagant hopes for this project. It was merely Qin matriarch's insistence that the entire Qin family present gifts. Thus, she contemplated acquiring a small trinket from Taiku Street to fulfill this obligation. It was merely a formality. Qin Rui was well aware of Qin Feng's extensive network and believed that if he genuinely desired to secure the new district project, he would undoubtedly find a way. However, she regarded the project as a significant undertaking organized by the Shao family, one of the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan. Despite Qin Feng's vast connections, she recognized that securing this project would be exceptionally challenging and would require considerable financial, material, and human resources. Qin Rui did not wish for Qin Feng to deplete his entire network or finances in attempting to help her acquire the new district project. If ultimately unsuccessful, the effort would be in vain. Very well, let us allow fate to take its course. Qin Feng chose not to reveal the truth. He understood that securing the new district project would not require significant effort. Merely a nod of agreement would suffice. Before long, the 2 arrived at the antique street. As they stepped out of the car, a sharp voice pierced the air from behind. This car must cost several thousand a day to rent. Are you 2 selling your blood daily to flaunt luxury? It was Qin Qianjiao, accompanied by a dashing man clad in an Armani suit. Upon closer inspection, both Qin Rui and Qin Feng recognized him as Liang Yongchao, the heir of the esteemed Liang family, the foremost clan in Yunhai City. Qin Qianjiao, refrain from making baseless accusations. This car was purchased by my husband, not rented. Qin Rui defended Qin Feng. Qin Qianjiao, dressed in a striking blue dress, exuded elegance and allure, effortlessly capturing attention. With graceful strides, she approached Qin Feng and Qin Rui, her expression radiating disdain and arrogance as she declared, Humph, Qin Feng is a mere nobody. How could he possibly afford a Ferrari? I doubt he even comprehends the value of this vehicle. This car is indeed not mine. It belongs to... Qin Feng opened his mouth, intending to say that the car was a gift from Su Mumming. However, before he could finish his words, Qin Qianjiao interrupted him with an air of triumph. Qin Rui, did you hear that? This insignificant character has admitted that the car is not his purchase. Yet you still flaunt your arrogance here. To put it plainly, Qin Feng is merely a toad I despised and rejected for marriage. You are foolishly substituting your name for his, and yet you treat this minor character as a treasure. You haven't even tied the knot, yet you're already calling him husband. You truly bring shame upon the Qin family. Do you still naively believe that because the young master of the Yi family helped Qin Feng deal with Dong Yi at the last class reunion, it makes Qin Feng some hidden powerhouse? Qin Rui, wake up. Qin Feng is nothing more than a genuine minor character, destined to remain so for life. The only reason the young master of the Yi family assisted him was to honor the esteemed Dr. Li Shihai. You probably don't even know that your so-called husband is serving as a medical apprentice under Li Shihai, tending to his needs and performing menial tasks. The Ferrari you ride in? Who knows how many people's phlegm Qin Feng had to endure to rent it? Don't you smell anything foul while sitting in that sports car? Out of respect for you being my cousin, I advise you to raise your standards. Even if you cannot match my excellence and become a phoenix of Jiangqing, you are still a child of the Qin family. At the very least, you should aim for a civil servant as a spouse. How could you possibly consider marrying a complete nobody? Are you planning to beg on the streets with Qin Feng? The mere thought of such a life is unbearable to me. Chapter 77. The appraiser Shen Qianjiao, has my husband offended you in any way? Why do you constantly speak ill of him in his presence? Even if my husband lacks power and influence, as long as he lives by honest labor without stealing or cheating, he hasn't wronged you in any way. What right do you have to criticize him? Shen Rui retorted, indignant on behalf of Qin Feng. Shen Qianjiao sneered. Ah, you truly are a case of marry a chicken, follow a chicken. Marry a dog, follow a dog. Since you've chosen to be with that insignificant Qin Feng, you've become just as deluded. Don't dare show your face at the Qin family again, lest you tarnish our prestigious name. Shen Rui's chest rose and fell with indignation. She chose to ignore Shen Qianjiao and linked her arm with Qin Feng's, saying, "Husband, let us go select gifts." Shen Qianjiao wasn't finished with them, her sharp tongue cutting through the air. "Oh, you two have come to Taigu Street to pick gifts for the Shao family of Jiangnan. Haven to you? I say, Shen Rui. The Shao family is one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan. As a mere illegitimate child, do you really think you are worthy of presenting gifts to them? If the Shao family discovers your true identity, it would spell disaster for the Qin family. I know you dream of rising through the Shao family to secure a project in the new district, but let me disabuse you of that fantasy. The night after tomorrow, not only will the elite of Jiangqing gather, but the prestigious families from the 13 cities of Jiangbei will also be present. You have no place in this. Only I, as the rightful representative of the Qin family, can present gifts to the Shao family. Shen Rui frowned, but Grandma said for all Qin family members to prepare gifts. Shen Qianjiao scoffed. Grandmother said that, but you've likely misunderstood her intention. She meant for everyone to choose gifts, but in the end, only one representative will present them, and that representative is me. As for you, don't waste your time here trying to pick gifts. With your and Qin Feng's shallow tastes, what good gift could you possibly choose? Don't tell me you plan to buy some cheap imitation jade to present to the Shao family? We cannot afford to lose face before the elite of Jiangbei. Shen Rui pouted in frustration. She wanted to retort Shen Qianjiao, but found herself lacking any counterarguments. Indeed, she had no money, nor did she harbor any hopes of securing the new district project. She merely intended to buy a small gift to express her goodwill to the Shao family. Liang Yongchao's gaze remained fixed on Shen Rui. Although she did not dress as luxuriously as Shen Qianjiao, it was evident that Shen Rui's figure was even more voluptuous and alluring. Her white shirt was fitted snugly, and beneath her black skirt, her long, slender legs stood out gracefully, exuding purity and charm. Her unadorned face radiated a natural beauty that surpassed the heavily made-up Shen Qianjiao standing beside Liang Yongchao. However, Liang Yongchao had pursued Shen Rui in college, only to be rejected. After graduation, he made several attempts to reconnect with her, expressing his desire to be with her, yet was consistently turned down. Now, seeing Shen Rui ready to marry an insignificant character and calling him husband left him perplexed, wondering what he lacked compared to Qin Feng. Rui, we were classmates once, so I advise you not to associate with that nobody, Qin Feng. He will only waste your precious youth. If you genuinely wish to find a partner, I know many eligible bachelors from affluent families who would be 100 times better than him. Shen Rui frowned. Marriage is sacred and pure, built on genuine feelings between both parties, free from the interference of money and power. The kind of marriage you speak of is no different from a mere transaction. My feelings for Qin Feng are sincere and steadfast. We don't need your unsolicited opinions. If you continue to disparage him, I won't hold back. Shen Qianjiao laughed coldly. Shen Rui, you really do know how to find excuses for yourself. Since you cannot marry into a wealthy family, you criticize them, all the while trying to justify your choice of an insignificant character. Your actions are the very definition of hypocrisy. Liang Yongchao added, people naturally aspire to better things. If one can choose a more suitable partner, why settle for someone useless? Shen Rui, your own qualities are not lacking. If you wish, finding a good man shouldn't be difficult. However, if you insist on marrying that nobody, it's truly a case of a beautiful flower planted in dung. Shenrui retorted, enough. I like Qin Feng, and I will only recognize him as my husband for the rest of my life. I don't care whether he is a minor character or a hidden mogul. My feelings for him are what matter. Ha! Shenrui, you are beyond saving. If you choose to marry a loser, I won't stop you. Just remember not to cry in regret when you find yourself homeless, living on the streets. Shen Qianjiao walked away with an air of arrogance. Liang Yongchao shook his head and then glared at Qin Feng, coldly stating, one must have self-awareness. Stop daydreaming about a poor boy marrying into a rich family. My love, don't mind their words. They have no idea of your true capabilities, Shenrui said, linking her arm with Qin Feng, still seething with indignation. Qin Feng chuckled, rest assured, I have no interest in those two scoundrels. Let us stroll through Taiku Street and see if there are any treasures to be found. On either side of Taiku Street lie antique shops. Qin Feng and Shenrui are leisurely strolling with their family. Qin Feng persuaded Shenrui to reconsider, for the majority of the antiques sold in these shops were mere replicas, hardly worth the prices affixed to them. Darling, this stone you hold is dark and shapeless. It appears quite unattractive. As they entered another shop, Qin Feng was immediately captivated by a palm-sized stone displayed on a shelf by the entrance. However, Shenrui could not appreciate its allure and shook her head in disapproval. Qin Feng chuckled and remarked, Rui, you do not comprehend. This is a dragon vein stone, imbued with a rich essence of heaven and earth, highly beneficial for martial artists. Dragon vein stone? Shenrui indeed lacked understanding, yet upon witnessing Qin Feng's fondness for it, she glanced at the price. This stone is not too expensive, just over 1,000. Since you like it, my dear husband, I shall purchase it for you. Yet, upon seeing the price, an unsettling feeling stirred within Shenrui. A mere chunk of dark, unremarkable stone fetching over 1,500? Is this not extortion? Nevertheless, observing Qin Feng's affection for the stone, she refrained from voicing her concerns and promptly summoned a sales assistant. Please wrap that stone for me. Shenrui then took out her phone to scan and complete the payment. Certainly, beautiful, please hold on a moment. The salesperson went to retrieve a box. At that moment, a mocking voice cut through the air. Ha! This is truly amusing. You are spending over 1,000 on a worthless stone? Surely, you do not intend to pass this off as jade to the Shao family? Please do not bring shame upon the Shen family. Shenrui frowned and turned to see Shen Qianjiao approaching with a disdainful aura. My husband appreciates this stone. I am more than willing to spend over 1,000 to gift it to Qin Feng. What business is it of yours? Shenrui replied, her brow furrowed. Shen Qianjiao cast a scornful glance at Qin Feng, saying, how fortunate I am that I did not marry you, but rather allowed Shenrui to take my place and become engaged to you. Qin Feng, allow me to enlighten you. Antiques are the domain of the affluent, not a trivial character like yourself. Are you familiar with those ancient paintings and calligraphies? Do you possess the acumen to appraise treasures? Most importantly, do you have the financial means to engage in such pursuits? In my humble opinion, someone of your insignificance would be better off laboring diligently at a construction site. Your presence in the antique district only serves to render you a mere jester, a source of ridicule. Shen Qianjiao gazed at Qin Feng with an expression of disdainful amusement. Qin Feng shook his head slightly and remarked nonchalantly, the stone I have chosen is far from ordinary. Your perspective is simply too limited for you to comprehend its value. Shen Qianjiao crossed her arms, accentuating the V-neckline of her attire, revealing a generous expanse of alabaster skin. She regarded Qin Feng with disdain, exclaiming, ha! You, a nameless nobody, dare to question my discernment? Do you truly believe your insight surpasses mine? Spare me your pretensions, for they only serve to intensify my aversion towards you. If you wish to learn the art of appraisal, just call me master, and I shall teach you. I have obtained a certificate as a treasure appraisal expert, capable of distinguishing the authenticity of various antiques and artworks. Liang Yongchao boasted with an air of superiority, casting a furtive glance at Shenrui, who, however, paid him no heed. Liang Shao, you truly are a treasure appraisal expert? How impressive! Shen Qianjiao exclaimed in delight. To my knowledge, Fewer than 100 individuals in Jiangbei province have passed the treasure appraisal certification, each proficient in an array of antiques, paintings, jade, porcelain, and ancient coins. Haha, it's not as difficult as it seems. Many of the elders in the Liang family are avid collectors of antiques, and I have absorbed knowledge from them since childhood, managing to pass the certification without much formal study. Liang Yongchao replied with an air of nonchalance. Ah, young man, may I take a look at that stone in your hand? At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a white tang suit entered the shop. Upon seeing the stone in Qin Feng's possession, the elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 78. The broken stone captivates the master appraiser. Liang Yongchao recognized the elder and gasped. You are the esteemed patriarch of the Zhu family from Qishir City, Zhu Wanli, are you not? The elder turned to Liang Yongchao, puzzled. This young friend, do we know each other? You seem somewhat unfamiliar. Liang Yongchao, brimming with excitement, replied, Indeed, it is you, Elder Zhu. At the international auction in the capital, you identified the final piece, Master Qi's flying dragon painting, as a mere replica, astonishing the entire audience and broadening my horizons. I have heard that you are a master appraiser, and I look forward to seeking your guidance in the future. Zhu Wanli chuckled. Ah, so we met at the auction in the capital. Should the opportunity arise, feel free to visit my residence, and I shall show you my collection of cultural relics for an engaging exchange. Liang Yongchao cast a triumphant glance at Qin Feng and Shen Rui before bowing respectfully to Zhu Wanli, declaring, it would indeed be an honor. Shen Qianjiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Goodness, Elder Zhu is actually a master appraiser? I have heard that there are only about 500 individuals in the entire Long Nation who hold such a certification. Shen Rui also displayed a look of shock. With a population exceeding 1 billion in Long Nation, the existence of only 500 master appraisers is indeed remarkable. Aha, it is merely a title. The pursuit of appraisal is an endless journey. Let us all engage in mutual learning when we have the chance. Zhu Wanli said with a gentle shake of his head, his gaze returning to the stone in Qin Feng's hand. Young man, may I examine that stone? Certainly, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng handed the stone to Zhu Wanli, who surveyed it intently, furrowing his brow. Liang Yongchao expressed his disdain, saying, Old Master Zhu, please cease your examination of that stone. It is nothing more than an utterly ordinary rock. Moreover, that lad is not an expert in appraising treasures. He is merely a nameless individual hoping to strike it rich by rummaging through Taigu Street, only to end up purchasing a worthless stone, believing it to be jade, and spending over 1,000 yuan on it. Isn't that just foolishness? Suddenly, Zhu Wanli raised his head and asked Qin Feng, young man, how much did you pay for this stone? Shen Rui interjected on Qin Feng's behalf. The marked price is right there, 1,599. I will offer you 2,000 yuan. Will you sell me the stone? Zhu Wanli proposed. Shen Rui was taken aback. Wasn't this esteemed elder from the Zhu family a master in the art of appraisal? How could he possibly wish to pay more for a worthless stone that Qin Feng had chosen? Could it be that this stone truly held some hidden value? Qin Feng stated calmly, I will not sell. Liang Yongchao, astonished, inquired, Old Master Zhu, what purpose do you have in purchasing that worthless stone? Such stones are plentiful. If you desire one, I could have a truckload delivered to your residence. Zhu Wanli shook his head, casting a glance at Liang Yongchao, yet offered no explanation. He then examined the stone in his hand and declared, I will pay 5,000 yuan for this stone. The others were left in shock. They could not fathom Zhu Wanli's reasoning. Was a mere piece of worthless rock truly worth such an extravagant sum? Only a fool would act in such a manner. The commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers. Some recognized Zhu Wanli and revealed his identity, prompting gasps of astonishment from the assembly. Heavens! This is the first time I have encountered a living master of appraisal. Was old Master Zhu truly interested in that ordinary-looking black stone? It appeared to be nothing more than a common, worthless rock. Could it possibly be a hidden treasure? Qin Feng shook his head resolutely, declaring, I shall not sell. Liang Yongchao, utterly perplexed, could not restrain himself and exclaimed, Master Zhu, I implore you, do not purchase that worthless stone. It would tarnish your esteemed reputation. If that nameless fool is willing to part with over 1,000 for a mere rock, let him do so, After all, he is accustomed to playing the fool. Zhu Wanli shot Liang Yongchao a glare but chose not to elaborate further. He turned once more to Qin Feng, offering, "I shall bid 30,000 for this stone." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 30,000 for a worthless rock? Such folly is beyond even the most dim-witted. Were it not for Zhu Wanli's illustrious reputation, there would have been laughter and ridicule by now. Shen Rui's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She was already captivated. This seemingly worthless stone could yield a profit of over 20,000. It would be foolish not to sell. "Darling, what if we sell the stone to Master Zhu? Not only would we profit, but we would also gain a favor from him," Shen Rui whispered enticingly into Qin Feng's ear. Qin Feng gazed at Zhu Wanli with profound significance and declared, "I shall not sell. Young brother, you must ponder this carefully. I am offering an exorbitant sum of 30,000 for this ordinary stone. Do not entertain the notion that I shall increase my bid. If you choose not to sell now, you will essentially be spending 1,600 to acquire a worthless rock to crush in your own hands." With a serious expression, Zhu Wanli responded. "Darling, please sell," Shen Rui urged anxiously. Qin Feng spoke with an expression of indifference. "Old Master Zhu, if you believe this is merely a worthless stone, why then would you spend 30,000 to acquire it? I have heard that you are a master appraiser, and surely you would not engage in a losing transaction. Would you?" Zhu Wanli cast a deep glance at Qin Feng, surprised that someone so plainly dressed could possess such profound insight. Realizing that Qin Feng had identified the stone as a dragon vein stone, Zhu Wanli dropped all pretenses and candidly declared, "Young brother, let us do this. I will offer 5 million for this stone, and consider it a favor owed by the Zhu family to you. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within my power, I will never refuse you." The room erupted in astonished gasps at Zhu Wanli's proclamation. 5 million for a worthless stone, and the promise of a favor from the illustrious Zhu family of Qishir City. This was nothing short of extraordinary wealth. "Old Master Zhu, what are you doing? Spending 5 million on a mere stone? Have you lost your senses?" Liang Yongchao was perplexed, his emotions becoming quite agitated. Zhu Wanli shot him a glare, no longer tolerating Liang Yongchao's outburst, and reprimanded. "Do I require your counsel in my dealings? Silence yourself." Shen Qianjiao stood in stunned disbelief, equally baffled as to why Zhu Wanli would part with 5 million for a mere stone. Customers in the antique shop gathered around, with even the staff and the owner joining in the commotion. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, awaiting his response. To their surprise, Qin Feng replied calmly, "I will not sell." "Have you no sense of appreciation?" exclaimed a strikingly beautiful young woman standing beside Zhu Wanli, her brows furrowed and lips pursed in indignation. "My grandfather rarely owes anyone a favor. He is willing to offer you a favor and 5 million for that worthless stone. Yet you remain ungrateful?" Ruching, refrain from being disrespectful, Zhu Wanli admonished. The tall, beautiful woman, though displeased, fell silent. "Young brother, name your price. How much would you sell it for?" Zhu Wanli was resolute in his intent to acquire the stone. Witnessing the exorbitant offer for what seemed to be an ordinary stone filled Liang Yongchao and Shen Qianjiao with intense jealousy. Liang Yongchao, unwilling to see such wealth fall into Qin Feng's hands, urged Zhu Wanli, "Old Master Zhu, do not be foolish. That is merely a worthless stone. It is not worth 5 million. And after offering such a price publicly and promising a favor to that insufferable brat, he dares to refuse your offer. Such a brazen upstart should not be indulged. Simply let that stone remain with him, and he shall regret it for a lifetime." Shen Qianjiao chimed in, "Indeed, Old Master Zhu, why waste 5 million on that worthless stone? Look at how proud that nameless wretch has become. He truly believes he will rise from obscurity." Others in the crowd joined in advising Zhu Wanli. After all, the stone Qin Feng chose was dark and irregularly shaped, appearing to be nothing more than a worthless rock, certainly not worth 5 million. Yet Zhu Wanli paid no heed to their counsel, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. "Qin Xiaoyu, state your price. If it is reasonable, I shall acquire the stone." Seeing Zhu Wanli's unwavering determination, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Old Master Zhu, let us speak plainly. This is not an ordinary stone, but a dragon vein stone." Zhu Wanli's expression shifted, realizing, this young friend has indeed recognized the dragon vein stone. The others, however, appeared bewildered, clearly unaware of the significance of the dragon vein stone. Qin Feng continued, the value of the dragon vein stone depends on the concentration of the essence of heaven and earth it contains. Judging by the concentration of this particular stone, it is worth at least 10 million. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. A seemingly inconspicuous stone was valued at 10 million? Surely he was exaggerating. Shen Qianjiao scoffed. Qin Feng, you nameless wretch must be out of your mind to claim that a mere stone is worth 10 million. By your logic, if I were to pick up a few random stones, I would become a billionaire. Ha ha ha. Her words elicited laughter from the audience, filling the room with mirth. Liang Yongchao chimed in mockingly. Qin Feng, you truly have a talent for deception, conjuring up tales of a dragon vein stone and the essence of heaven and earth. I suspect you've read too many online novels. Before Qin Feng could respond, Zhu Wanli interjected, I never expected a young friend like you, Qin, to recognize the dragon vein stone. This gem grows near dragon veins, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and contains unique energies. It is highly coveted among martial artists, and even masters of martial arts hold it in great esteem. I am willing to offer you 12 million for this dragon vein stone. I kindly ask you to part with it. Zhu Wanli spoke with earnest sincerity. The crowd stood utterly astonished. It turned out that this seemingly worthless stone was, in fact, a coveted gem sought after by martial arts masters. Upon learning of the stone's true nature, Liang Yongchao and Shen Qianjiao's eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape, their faces adorned with expressions of envy and jealousy, wishing they could snatch the dragon vein stone for themselves. Shen Qianjiao contemplated. The Jiangnan Shao family was a martial arts clan and would surely desire the dragon vein stone. If the stone were to fall into her hands, it could be presented to the Shao family at the grand banquet tomorrow night, potentially securing her the new district project. Alas, this dragon vein stone had been fortuitously discovered by that nameless wretch, a true waste of opportunity. Rui, you must make the decision. In truth, the dragon vein stone held little utility for Qin Feng, for his cultivation did not pertain to martial arts. While the essence of heaven and earth contained within the stone bore some significance, it was not of paramount importance. She could scarcely fathom that a stone casually selected by Qin Feng was, in fact, a dragon vein stone valued at over 10 million. What? I am feeling somewhat disoriented. I cannot say, Shen Rui remarked, shaking her head. Zhu Wanli, with a genial smile, offered, Miss Rui, I am willing to pay 12 million for your dragon vein stone. Should you agree, I can transfer the funds immediately. If you decline, I shall not press the matter. Shen Rui nodded, striving to suppress the tumult of excitement within her, then turned to Qin Feng, saying, Darling, what do you think? I am amenable to anything. It is your decision. Darling, I believe that if the stone holds no value for you, it would be best to sell it to Elder Zhu, thereby doing him a kindness. However, if you require this stone, we shall not part with it for any amount. Zhu Wanli regarded Shen Rui with admiration, nodding in approval. How fortunate he was to have found such a virtuous wife. I do not require it, Qin Feng replied. Shen Rui clenched her teeth and declared, Then we shall sell it to Elder Zhu. Fearing that Shen Rui and Qin Feng might change their minds, Zhu Wanli hastily initiated the transfer. 2 minutes later, Shen Rui received a text notification from the bank. Upon seeing the transfer of 12 million, her heart raced with exhilaration. Zhu Wanli, unable to part with the dragon vein stone, turned to Shen Rui and Qin Feng, saying, Thank you both for your generosity. I shall certainly extend an invitation for you to visit the Zhu family in Xishan. I will ensure you are well entertained. With that, the Zhu grandfather and grandson departed, and the onlookers dispersed. Shen Qianjiao and Liang Yongchao wore grim expressions, feeling even worse upon witnessing Qin Feng and Shen Rui's substantial gain of 12 million, a loss far more painful than their own misfortune. Shen Rui, do you still consider yourself a member of the Shen family? To have fortuitously acquired such a precious cultivation stone, and not think to retain it as a gift from the Shen family to the Shao family, but instead to sell it for money? I shall certainly inform grandmother and ensure she teaches you a lesson. Filled with jealousy, Shen Qianjiao flung her words before striding away with determination. Liang Yongchao followed suit, casting a cold glance at Qin Feng as he passed, muttering, "Humph, do not become too complacent, young man. Your good fortune is merely a stroke of luck. The appraisal of treasures ultimately relies on one's discernment and skill. You have exhausted your fortune in this lifetime. It is unlikely you will find another gem." Qin Feng completely disregarded the shameless couple, continuing his stroll through Taiku Street with Shenrui.
Bang!
"You wretched girl, are you so clumsy in your endeavors? Do you have any notion of the worth of this blood jade Paishio? Even selling you would not cover the loss. You better find a way to compensate me. If you cannot gather 500,000 today, I will ensure you find yourself behind bars." Chapter 80, Yang Xiaoxiao within an antique shop. As Qin Feng and Shenrui entered the shop, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in a mink coat reprimanding a girl dressed in coarse fabric. The girl, with delicate features and fresh as a newly blossomed flower, appeared to be barely of age. Her dark, crystalline eyes reflected her anxiety as she cautiously spoke. "Boss Nyo, you didn't tell me you were giving me the blood jade Pishio. I never reached for it. What's your meaning?" Nyo Genshing, a burly man in his fur coat, abruptly interrupted the girl, berating her. "You think you can break my blood jade Pishio and not take responsibility? Fine, I'll call the police and have them take you away." Panic washed over the girl, tears glistening in her eyes as she pleaded, "Boss Nyo, please don't call the police. I can't be taken away. I need to earn money for my mother's treatment. What will happen to her if I'm imprisoned?" Shenrui's brows knitted together, as she perceived a reflection of her own past in the girl. Before meeting Qin Feng, she too had been struggling to survive in this world, striving to earn money for her mother's medical care. It was only after her life intertwined with Qin Feng's that everything transformed. Her mother's illness was cured, she secured a partnership with the Wanhe Group, and now she stood as the owner of Zhanghe Real Estate, driving a Ferrari, with an unexpected 2 million in her bank account just recently. Lost in these thoughts, Shenrui felt as though she were in a dream. "I don't give a damn about your life or death. You broke my blood jade Pishio, and you owe me money. If you can't pay, I'll send you to jail." Nyo Genshing paused, leering at the girl before sneering, "Of course, there's another way for you to repay me." The girl hastily inquired, "What do you mean? You could become my mistress. 1 night with me will cost you 200. After 500 nights, you'll have repaid the cost of that blood jade Pishio." The girl's fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted in anger. Yet, she ultimately refrained from retaliating. After all, she was merely a girl from a village, ill-equipped to confront Nyo Genshing. "Boss, you're going too far." Shenrui, indignant, stepped forward and pulled the girl into her embrace. Nyo Genshing glared, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? How much is that Pishio worth? I'll compensate you." Shenrui, feeling compelled, retorted, "That's unjust." However, as the words escaped her lips, a twinge of regret followed. After all, she barely knew the girl. Would paying for her create a perception of extravagance in Qin Feng's eyes? Thus, she turned to Qin Feng and asked, "Darling, may I help her cover the cost?" Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the girl's face. After several moments of scrutiny, he suddenly inquired, "Are you Xiao Zhao?" The girl abruptly lifted her head, staring at Qin Feng for a while, and then exclaimed with joy, "Brother Qin Feng, is it really you? What brings you here?" "Indeed, it is Xiao Zhao. I have just descended the mountain recently. Why are you working here?" "My mother's old illness has recurred, and I need to earn money to treat her," Yang Xiaozhao said with a hint of sadness. At that time, Yang Xiaozhao was merely a 13 or 14-year-old girl, who had shouldered the burden of her mother and trekked to Kunlun Mountain, pleading with Master Lu Mingyue to heal her mother. Lu Mingyue, sensing a mysterious mark within the bodies of the mother and daughter, refused to admit them, denying them treatment. The little girl knelt in supplication and did not rise. On the 7th day, she fainted in the snow. Qin Feng, unable to bear the sight, intervened to save both mother and daughter. "You too know Yang Xiaozhao, don't you? Perfect. You will compensate me with 100,000. Otherwise, I will report her to the authorities." Nyo Genshing interrupted their reunion, cursing vehemently. "If you lack the funds to pay, then quickly get lost. Don't ruin my good fortune." Qin Feng cast a glance at the shattered blood jade Pishio on the ground, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. He addressed Nyo Genshing, asserting, "Your blood jade Pishio is a counterfeit, worth no more than 50,000 at best. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaozhao glared at Niu Zhensheng in indignation, exclaiming, "Boss Niu, how could you attempt to sell me a fake Pichio for 100,000? Your greed knows no bounds. Silence. What do you, a mere girl, know? Every antique in my shop is authentic. That lad is your friend. Of course he would speak in your favor," Niu Zhensheng retorted sharply. Yang Xiaozhao, with unwavering conviction, replied, "Brother Qin Feng would never deceive me. His words are undoubtedly true. You little brats think you can play tricks on me. Do you?" Niu Zhensheng glared fiercely, then rushed to the shop entrance, shouting, "Come and witness. These three rascals have damaged my blood jade Pichio and now wish to evade compensation. Let the crowd judge." Before long, a throng gathered outside the antique shop, blocking the entrance. Xin Qianjiao and Liang Yongchao joined the crowd, and upon spotting Qin Feng inside, they entered with malicious glee. "Qin Feng, you insignificant character, have broken the boss's property and now wish to shirk responsibility? I shall keep a close watch on you. If you do not pay, you shall not leave here today," Xin Qianjiao taunted. Liang Yongchao picked up the blood jade Pichio from the ground and examined it, a strange expression crossing his face. He recognized it as a fake, worth no more than 50. However, seizing the opportunity to once again humiliate Qin Feng, Liang Yongchao plotted to exploit the situation. "Boss, this blood jade Pichio has a lustrous sheen, and the blood-red hue within resembles smoke and mist. I believe I have encountered one like it before." Liang Yongchao feigned deep thought, then suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. At an international auction, I saw this very Pichio, purportedly unearthed from the Qing dynasty, carried by Emperor Qianlong himself. It fetched a price of several million." As he spoke, Liang Yongchao exchanged a knowing glance with Niu Zhensheng, signaling him to take advantage of Qin Feng further. 1 million. Yang Xiaozhao nearly burst into tears, anxiously interjecting, "Just a moment ago, you claimed this blood jade Pichio was worth 100,000. How did it suddenly escalate to 1 million? Did I ever say 100,000? I have always stated 1 million, Niu Zhensheng replied, adopting the demeanor of a rogue. Shen Rui frowned. "I heard you say 100,000 earlier." Chapter 81. Little sister, you've been deceived by Qin Feng. Liang Yongchao reveled in Qin Feng's misfortune. Shen Rui remarked, "Boss, your business practices are quite dubious. Just because you assert that the Pichio is worth 1 million, does that obligate us to pay that amount? How do you substantiate its value? You must provide a receipt to convince us." Niu Zhensheng had no such receipt. At that moment, Shun Qianjiao chimed in, "What Master Liang says is the best proof. He is a renowned treasure appraiser from Jiangbei province. Wow, that dapper gentleman in the white suit is indeed a treasure appraiser. I have heard there are only about 100 such experts in all of Jiangbei province. They rarely make mistakes. Could it be that this Pichio truly belonged to Emperor Qianlong? What a pity it is shattered. Otherwise, it would surely fetch a high price at auction." The crowd buzzed with speculation. "Those young ones are truly unfortunate. Of all things to break, they shattered a Pichio from the Qing dynasty that once adorned the emperor. They may well find themselves unable to compensate for it." Yang Xiaozhao's eyes brimmed with tears. Shun Rui's heart softened, and she turned to Qin Feng, suggesting, "Darling, why don't we contribute 1 million to help little sister Xiaozhao buy the blood jade Pichio?" No, it was I who broke it. How can I let you bear the cost?" Yang Xiaozhao replied, wiping her tears while shaking her head. Qin Feng took the blood jade Pichio from Liang Yongchao's hands and, after scrutinizing it, reached a conclusion in his heart. This blood jade Pichio was indeed a counterfeit, synthesized from high-tech resin. It's worth no more than 50. However, concealed within the jade Pichio was something that exuded a rich essence of heaven and earth, even more potent than the aura he had previously encountered in the dragon vein stone. "Boss Niu, I offer you 10,000 for this blood jade Pichio. Accept it or I shall call the authorities. I am curious to see whether the officers will apprehend you, the unscrupulous dealer of counterfeit goods, or take us three into custody." Niu Zhensheng furrowed his brow, momentarily indecisive. Xin Qianjiao interjected, "Mr. Qin, do not attempt to intimidate us. Young Master Liang, as an expert in appraisals, has personally examined that blood jade Pichio. If he claims it is genuine, then it is indeed authentic." Liang Yongchao feigned enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Indeed, I have scrutinized it thoroughly. That Pai is the very one worn by Emperor Qianlong. Boss Niu would be justified in asking for 1 million, and if it were to be auctioned, it would fetch at least 5 million. Upon hearing their assertions, Niu Zhenxing regained his confidence and shouted, "Exactly, this Pai is worth 5 million. Asking for 1 million is already a bargain for you. If you refuse to compensate, I shall call the police and have you all arrested." Yang Xiaozhao was in tears, utterly distraught. How could she possibly come up with 1 million? Even if she sold herself, she would not be worth that much. Shenrui, filled with concern, said, "Darling, we just made 2 million. Why not use 1 million to help Xiaozhao settle this? She is so young and has a gravely ill mother to care for. If she ends up in prison, what will become of her and her mother?" Qin Feng gently patted Shenrui's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, before retrieving his mobile phone and stating, "Very well, I shall contact the police. Let the authorities handle this matter." Niu Zhenxing, upon witnessing this, grew anxious and interjected, "Young man, I am merely acting out of kindness, considering you are all young and likely without much money. If you can compensate me with 800,000, I will concede. I still maintain my position. 500,000 is the lowest I can go." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "It cannot be lower than 500,000. Niu Zhenxing gritted his teeth. "As I previously mentioned, 1,000. Take it or leave it. Do not waste our time," Qin Feng asserted resolutely. With his thick brows furrowed in frustration, Niu Zhenxing finally relented. "Very well, 1,000 it is. Please make the payment promptly." However, Xin Qianjiao, unaware that the blood jade Pisho was counterfeit, scolded Niu Zhenxing angrily, "Are you foolish? You are selling a 1 million yuan jade Pisho for just 1,000? Do not lower the price. It must remain at 1 million. If they wish to report to the police, let them. When the authorities arrive, they will apprehend them, and you will still receive your due compensation." Niu Zhenxing glanced at Xin Qianjiao but remained silent. Liang Yongchao pulled Xin Qianjiao aside and whispered, "Judge ya, that jade Pisho is fake, worth at most 50. Hence, the owner dares not call the police." Xin Qianjiao was taken aback, then joyfully retorted, "Ha! To con that country bumpkin out of 1,000 is a triumph. It is ridiculous that Qin Feng and Shenrui would pay 1,000 for a mere 50 yuan counterfeit." As Shenrui prepared to pay, she was stopped by Yang Xiaozhao. "Sister, I have just enough savings of 1,000. I will compensate Boss Niu." With that, Yang Xiaozhao scanned the payment code. Xin Qianjiao approached with derision, "Little sister, you have been deceived by that nameless brat. That jade Pisho is a fake worth at most 50. Qin Feng is not acting in your best interest. He is deliberately scamming you." Yang Xiaozhao pouted, her delicate brows furrowing. "Sister, do not slander brother Qin Feng. I believe he would never deceive me." Shenrui added, "Xin Qianjiao, do you take pleasure in targeting Qin Feng? Just a moment ago, Liang Yongchao claimed that the blood jade Pisho is genuine, even worn by Emperor Qianlong. How can you now assert it is false?"
Shen Qianjiao scoffed.
"Ah, do I need to intentionally target a minor character like Qin Feng? Does he even merit my attention?" Liang made an error. That blood jade Pisho is indeed a counterfeit, synthesized from high-tech resin. If you do not believe me, take a sharp object and scratch the Pisho, and it will surely leave marks. True jade does not bear such imprints. Shenrui frowned and drew a set of keys across the jade Pisho, revealing a conspicuous scratch. "Haha, indeed, it is a fake. The surface is peeling. This trinket is hardly worth 30 yuan. What a farce to spend 1,000 on a synthetic product." The world of antique appraisal is fraught with uncertainty. With fortune, one may become wealthy overnight, while misfortune may lead to ruin. The crowd murmured among themselves. Observing the residue scraped from the counterfeit Pisho, Xin Qianjiao mocked. "See, I was correct. That is a fake jade Pisho. Qin Feng, that insignificant character, made you pay 1,000 for it. Is that not a scam?" Upon realizing the Pisho was counterfeit, Yang Xiaozhao felt a pang of sorrow. That 1,000 represented 6 months of hard-earned savings. Yet, she did not blame Qin Feng. She trusted he would not deliberately deceive her, understanding the intricacies of the antique world. Nevertheless, Yang Xiaozhao, feeling discontent, confronted Niu Zhenxing. "You heartless owner, demanding 1,000 for a worthless item. You owe me back my hard-earned money. which I need to support my mother's medical treatment. Chapter 82. The emerald hidden within the fake Pishio Nyo Genshing wore a smug grin as he replied, Yang Xiaozhao, you have worked in my shop for half a month. Do you not understand the rules of Taigu Street? Once payment is made in a shop here, there are no refunds, and all gains and losses are borne by each party. Yang Xiaozhao felt her vision darken, nearly fainting from distress. That 1,000 was essentially thrown away. Shen Qianjiao continued to revel in the situation. Qin Feng, you insignificant character, what do you know about antiques? Did you truly believe that your luck in finding a piece of dragon vein stone made you remarkable? Look where that arrogance has led. Due to your incompetence, this young girl has lost her hard-earned money. Have you no conscience? Liang Yongchao chimed in, Qin Feng, the antique appraisal field is profoundly intricate. Even I, a seasoned expert, have made mistakes. What are you, a novice, flaunting for? Now you have drained this young lady's funds, leaving her in despair. The onlookers began to point fingers at Qin Feng, uttering disparaging remarks. Shen Rui frowned. Do not unjustly accuse Qin Feng. He would never intentionally deceive Sister Xiaozhao. He must have simply misjudged. At this moment, Qin Feng remarked, Indeed, I discerned that the blood jade Pishio was a counterfeit. I intentionally allowed Xiaozhao to purchase that fake Pishio for 10,000. This statement stirred a tempest of outrage. Accusations echoed throughout the crowd, with even Shen Rui and Yang Xiaozhao casting incredulous glances at Qin Feng, perplexed by his words. Ha! Little sister, did you hear that? That scoundrel deliberately deceived you, and you trusted him so blindly. He is utterly despicable. Shen Qianjiao sneered coldly. Liang Yongchao, filled with righteous indignation, reprimanded, Qin Feng, are you even human? You have deceived a young girl. She mentioned that the 10,000 was for her mother's medical treatment, and now you have swindled her. Her mother may even perish as a result. You are indirectly committing murder. The crowd's emotions were incited, and a wave of curses surged forth. A few burly men appeared particularly agitated, poised to take action. Yet at that moment, Qin Feng abruptly seized the jade Pishio and forcefully smashed it onto the ground. Bang! The blood jade Pishio shattered into countless pieces, leaving debris scattered everywhere. The onlookers were left in shock, bewildered by Qin Feng's actions. Was he truly resorting to such desperate measures? Qin Feng, brother, you. Yang Xiaozhao furrowed her brow, increasingly confused by Qin Feng's intentions. Qin Feng crouched down, picking up a thumb-sized emerald orb from the ground littered with debris. Its surface was smooth and lustrous, immediately suggesting it was no ordinary object. Could it be an emerald? Good heavens! If it truly were an emerald, considering its luster, texture, clarity, and size, it must be worth several million, at the very least. Several million? You underestimate the value of emeralds. The emerald is the king of gemstones. Last year, at an international auction, a piece the size of a grain of corn fetched 5 million. A gem the size of a thumb would undoubtedly command a price in the tens of millions. As Qin Feng lifted the emerald orb, the atmosphere in the antique shop erupted in excitement. Someone approached him, saying, Young man, that emerald is quite beautiful. I'll offer 30,000 for it. Immediately, another voice chimed in, I'll give 50,000. Ready to transfer the funds. I'll offer 100,000. Don't be ridiculous. That is an emerald. I bid 1 million. Younger brother, I'll make it a flat 2 million, here us a check. 5 million. Nobody compete with me. I am an avid collector of gemstones. I offer 10 million for that emerald. As a middle-aged man clad in a black tang suit called out his bid, the once boisterous antique shop fell into stunned silence. Countless gazes turned towards the man in the black tang suit. Soon, someone recognized him and exclaimed, It's Zhang Yuanyuan, the head of the prestigious Zhang family from Mingzhou. The Zhang family is immensely wealthy, and treasures that catch the eye of its patriarch are typically unattainable for the average person. Upon learning Zhang Yuanyuan's identity, no one dared to bid further. Zhang Yuanyuan approached Qin Feng with a genial smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Young brother, I have a penchant for collecting various gemstones. Please do me the favor of parting with that emerald. Qin Feng turned to the dazed Yang Xiaozhao and said, This is her emerald. You should inquire with her. Huh? Yang Xiaozhao gazed at Qin Feng with a bewildered expression, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She had just heard Zhang Yuanyu and offer a staggering 10 million for that emerald. 10 million. Yang Xiaozhao had never even dared to dream of amassing such wealth. No, brother Qin Feng, since you discovered the emerald, it rightfully belongs to you. Just give me 10,000, and it's yours, she said, shaking her head fervently as her senses returned. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone was taken aback by Yang Xiaozhao's naive demeanor. 10 million. Was she truly willing to relinquish such a fortune so easily? Had her mind been muddled? Qin Feng smiled and said, Xiaozhao, since you were the one who paid, the blood jade pichou belongs to you, and this emerald, extracted from the blood jade pichou, is naturally yours as well. Yang Xiaozhao gazed at the two before her, who felt like close siblings, unable to hold back her tears. Shen Rui embraced Yang Xiaozhao, comforting her. Xiaozhao, do not weep. This misfortune has turned into fortune, a blessing in disguise. I suggest you sell the emerald to the head of the Zheng family, cash in 10 million, and use it for your mother's treatment. After all, such a precious gem like the emerald is too perilous for someone as young as you to carry. Wiping her tears, Yang Xiaozhao nodded, saying, All right, I will heed Sister Rui's advice. An emerald. It's truly an emerald. I have struck it rich. Little brat, quickly return the emerald to me, and I will refund you that 10,000. Niu Genshing's gaze shifted to Yang Xiaozhao's face, his tone menacing. Trembling in fear, Yang Xiaozhao clenched her teeth and replied, I have already purchased the jade pichou, so this emerald belongs to me. Don't spout nonsense. You bought an emerald for just 10,000? Such luck does not exist. Return the emerald to me at once, or I shall take action. Niu Genshing's eyes blazed with fervor, his expression wild. That emerald was worth millions. How could he simply let it go? Qin Feng, you are utterly shameless. Thinking you can buy an emerald from the owner's shop for a mere 10,000? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Shen Qianjiao, witnessing Qin Feng's acquisition of the invaluable emerald, felt a pang of jealousy that made her teeth ache. She was determined to prevent Qin Feng from reaping such a bargain and began to support Niu Genshing's claims. Liang Yongchao, consumed by envy, chimed in sarcastically, that Qin kid, you purchased a counterfeit jade pichou, not that emerald. Return the emerald to the owner, or I shall report you for robbery. Do not report my brother Qin Feng. I will return the emerald to Boss Niu, and he will refund my 10,000. Surely that will suffice? Yang Xiaozhao was frightened. Rest assured, we have the facts on our side and are not afraid of that unscrupulous owner calling the police. At this moment, Qin Feng regarded Niu Genshing with a frosty gaze and remarked, You explicitly stated that once payment is made on Taigu Street, you assume no responsibility for gains or losses. Xiaozhao has already remitted 10,000 to you for the acquisition of the blood jade pichou. Consequently, even if an emerald were to be discovered within the pichou, it bears no relevance to you. Should you continue your unreasonable antics, I shall lodge a complaint with the authorities, for I have heard that Taigu Street falls under the jurisdiction of the Jiangchang municipal government. Niu Genshing immediately wilted. Indeed, Taigu Street was governed by the municipal authorities, ensuring compliance with its rules and regulations. Otherwise, if every treasure seeker were to contest their fortunes, this antique street would cease to function. Niu Genshing, being a mere small-time proprietor, dared not offend the Jiangxing authorities. Ah, the emerald! A gem valued at 10 million. How could I have failed to uncover its presence concealed within that counterfeit pichou? My heart aches. It is all your fault. You wretched couple compelled me to deceive them. Otherwise, I might have discovered that emerald. You owe me 10 million. Niu Genshing wailed in agony, consumed by regret. Suddenly, with bloodshot eyes, he lunged at Shen Qianjiao and Liang Yongchao in a frenzy. How dare you, you filthy man, lay a hand upon this young lady? I am Shen Qianjiao, the esteemed daughter of the illustrious Shen family. Do not overstep your bounds. What the hell? Are you a dog? Release me. Let go. Liang Yongchao soon joined in the cries of distress. Qin Feng and his companions paid no heed to the commotion unfolding nearby. Yang Xiaozhao sold the emerald to Zhang Yuanyuan. When the bank notification alerted her of a transfer of 10 million, she stood in a daze, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. Brother Qin Feng, I will transfer 5 million to you, as you were the one who discovered the emerald. We shall split the money evenly. Yang Xiaozhao stated, gazing at Qin Feng. No need, he replied. Keep the money to treat your mother. When I have the opportunity, I will visit her. Qin Feng was somewhat perplexed. 5 years ago, on Kunlun Mountain he had cured Yang Xiaoxiao's mother. How could the ailment have recurred now? At that moment Yang Xiaoxiao's phone rang. After a brief exchange, she hurriedly greeted Qin Feng and Shen Rui before departing in a taxi, saying, "Brother Qin Feng, Sister Rui, I have matters to attend to at home." Shen Rui, having earned 20 million today, was in high spirits. She learned from Shen Qianjiao that only Shen Qianjiao would be delivering gifts to the Xiao family at the lavish banquet the night after tomorrow, prompting Shen Rui to abandon her plans to continue browsing for gifts on Taiku Street. "Young brother, the auction is about to commence. Won't you join us for a look?" Zhang Yuanyuan inquired as he followed them. Shen Rui replied with a smile, "Zhang family head, we merely came to Taiku Street for a casual stroll, hoping to find some trinkets. The auction items are all high-end antiques, and we lack the funds to bid." "I see. How about you come in with me and let Qin Xiao help me appraise some items? I could offer him 500,000 as a fee for his expertise," Zhang Yuanyuan suggested, directing his gaze at Qin Feng. Shen Rui was taken aback. Is it truly possible to earn 500,000 just for providing an appraisal? No wonder so many people pursue gem identification certificates. This field appears to be quite lucrative. However, she quickly regained her composure and apologized. "I'm sorry, Zhang family head, but my husband really doesn't understand gem appraisal. He was merely fortunate today to have found that emerald." Having mingled in the antique circle for many years, Zhang Yuanyuan possessed a keen ability to read people. He discerned that Qin Feng indeed had a profound understanding of gem appraisal, as he had managed to identify the emerald from a piece of counterfeit paixio, a feat even the renowned appraiser Liang Yongchao had overlooked. "Is it that Miss Rui finds my offer too low? Please, feel free to propose a price," Zhang Yuanyuan said. "Not at all, not at all. My husband truly lacks expertise in this area," Shen Rui insisted as she repeatedly declined. Zhang Yuanyuan, recognizing her firmness, ceased his insistence. At that moment, Qin Feng inquired, "Zhang family head, will there be any precious medicinal herbs auctioned off shortly?" "Qin Feng is actually in search of the xianyin flower," Zhang Yuanyuan remarked. "It is usually available. Are you interested in ancient medicinal herbs, young friend Qin? Let us venture inside and take a look." Qin Feng said nothing more and followed Zhang Yuanyuan into the auction venue. "Qin Feng, what are you doing here, you insignificant nobody? Are you intentionally following us?" As Qin Feng settled into his seat, a voice of disdain emanated from behind him. The two individuals appeared disheveled, their garments torn and in tatters, clearly suffering the consequences of that tyrannical boss. "Shen Qianjiao, do not unjustly accuse Qin Feng. He is not stalking you. He has been invited by the head of the Zhang family to assist in the appraisal of treasures," Shen Rui stated candidly. While tying her hair back, Shen Qianjiao retorted, "Humph, does Qin Feng really believe he is fit to appraise treasures at an auction? He is but a minor character. He would be better suited to distinguish between potatoes and cabbages than to evaluate genuine artifacts. This is nothing short of a joke." Liang Yongchao shot a disdainful glare at Qin Feng, saying, "You, surnamed Qin, cannot possibly think that by sheer luck you have stumbled upon two valuable items. You have truly entered the field, do you? The realm of treasure appraisal encompasses hundreds of categories of cultural artifacts, some of which you may have never even heard of, let alone seen. How can you discern the genuine from the counterfeit? Furthermore, this auction venue is not akin to a small shop. The items here are high-end collectibles, each priced in the millions. Should you mistakenly acquire a few forgeries, your life would be irreparably ruined." Feeling a surge of anxiety, Shen Rui leaned closer to Qin Feng and whispered, "Darling, perhaps we should leave. This place does not seem suitable for us." Qin Feng chuckled, "It's fine. As long as you like it, go ahead and take the picture. My husband isn't short on money." A warm current surged within Shen Rui. She was well aware of Qin Feng's wealth. After all, he resided in the picturesque Shanshui manor. However, Shen Rui had no intention of squandering Qin Feng's money, for it was the man himself that she cherished, not his riches or power. "Master Zheng, how could you possibly enlist an unknown individual to assist you in appraising your treasures? Have you been deceived?" Liang Yongchao began to whisper in Zhang Yuanyuan's ear. "That fellow is merely a minor character from the mountains, who went to the Shen family seeking to marry Shen Qianjiao, but she dismissed him. Consequently, The Qin family married their illegitimate daughter, Qin Rui, to him. Zhang Yuanyu and raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? Qin Qianjiao immediately interjected. Indeed, that nameless wretch came to the Qin family to propose to me, and it nearly made me ill. After I called off the engagement, Qin Feng ended up with Qin Rui. They are quite the pitiful pair. A nameless man and an illegitimate daughter, conspiring together. Master Zheng, to seek the assistance of such a person for your appraisals is surely to tarnish your reputation. In fact, young Master Liang is an expert in treasure appraisal. It would be far wiser to enlist his help. Chapter 84. The Bronze Ding is a fake. Zhang Yuanyuan, being a native of Mingzhou City, was not particularly acquainted with the rumors circulating among the affluent families of Jiang City. Moreover, he was indifferent to whether Qin Feng was an unknown individual, for he had just witnessed Qin Feng's appraisal prowess with his own eyes. Miss Shen, young Master Liang, I have already engaged Qin Xiaoyu for the appraisal, so it would be inappropriate to change at this moment. Perhaps next time I will invite young Master Liang. Zhang Yuanyuan adeptly navigated the situation, ensuring he did not offend either side. At that moment, a dashing man clad in an Armani suit, adorned with $1 million watch, entered and took a seat beside Zhang Yuanyuan. Allow me to introduce, this is my son, Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, this is Qin Feng and this is Qin Rui. I have requested Qin Xiaoyu to assist with the appraisal. Zhang Yuanyuan introduced them with enthusiasm. It's you. Zhang Fei was struck with terror upon seeing Qin Feng. This was a martial arts master. His father had actually summoned a martial arts grandmaster for assistance in appraising treasures? Was this not an affront to the master? Ah, little Fei, do you know Qin Xiaoyu? Zhang Yuanyuan inquired. Zhang Fei trembled, his teeth chattering, momentarily at a loss for words. At a gathering, I encountered young Master Zheng. Qin Feng replied. That's splendid. Zhang Yuanyuan smiled. Qin Xiaoyu, you should spend more time with little Fei. Should you require any assistance, don't hesitate to let him help you. Upon learning that Qin Feng was merely a young man emerging from the mountains, Zhang Yuanyuan felt a surge of compassion, thinking it would be nice to lend a hand to Qin Feng. Zhang Fei was nearly rendered speechless, as he almost knelt before Qin Feng in fear. Qin Feng, a master of martial arts, fiercely confronted the young master of the Jiangnan Shao family and decisively defeated the head of the Jiang Beiyi family. What merit do I possess to assist Qin Feng? How could I possibly be worthy of aiding him? Oh, how impressive, Qin Feng, having only recently arrived in Jiang City. You have already learned the art of flattering others to secure a powerful ally. Why not flatter me as well? The Liang family is no less than the Zheng family, and perhaps one day, out of sheer goodwill, I might arrange for you a position with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, Liang Yongchao mocked. Zhang Fei was left dumbfounded. Is Liang Yongchao attempting to drag the Liang family to ruin? How dare he insult a martial arts master in such a manner? Qin Qianjiao also spoke, her tone laced with disdain. I detest sycophants the most. They possess no dignity whatsoever and truly resemble dogs. Qin Feng, I must warn you, our engagement has been annulled, and do not presume to grovel before me. Someone of your insignificance is not even worthy of licking the soles of my shoes. Zhang Fei's eyes widened in shock, as he questioned whether he had mistaken the person before him. Was this truly the Qin Feng, the martial arts master who had displayed such prowess at the Red Maple Club? Why were those two individuals berating him so? Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is now officially underway, and we present the first item, a 3-eared bronze ding from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. At this moment, a stunning beauty clad in a purple cheongsam ascended the stage to host the event. A bronze ding from the Shang and Zhou period? Such a treasure. If I were to acquire it and present it to the Shao family, perhaps I could earn their favor, and the new district project might just come to fruition. Thought Qin Qianjiao, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She turned to Liang Yongchao, asking, do you think that bronze ding is genuine? Examining its color, shape, and the engravings on its body, Liang Yongchao replied gravely, it is highly likely to be authentic. Qin Qianjiao exclaimed, then I shall bid for it. You may bid. The cheongsam-clad beauty announced the starting price, 1 million, with a minimum increment of 100,000, 110 million. A voice called out immediately after her announcement. 120 million. This bronze ding from the Shang and Zhou dynasties is a collectible. I bid 3 million. Suddenly, a robust man in a tiger-striped coat shouted excitedly. The heated bidding abruptly halted. While others were incrementing their bids by 100,000, this man was raising it by 1 million, which was quite overwhelming. Qin Xiaoyu, are you able to raise the bid? Zhang Yuanyuan suddenly inquired of Qin Feng. Is the head of the Zheng family also interested in bronze artifacts? Gems, bronzes, blue and white porcelain, calligraphy and paintings. I find antiquities quite intriguing. Zhang Yuanyuan chuckled. At first glance, it's a fake. Do not bid, Qin Feng stated. Immediately, Shen Yao's mocking laughter echoed. Qin Feng, could you please cease your pretense? You truly disgust me. A nameless person like you thinks of himself as a connoisseur? Do you dare to offer your judgment to the head of the Zheng family? Just moments ago, young Master Liang confirmed that the bronze artifact is likely genuine, and you claim it's a fake? Do you consider your expertise surpasses that of young Master Liang? I suspect you have scarcely encountered any antiques in your life. Are you so desperate for money that you would risk your life over it? If the head of the Zheng family were to spend a fortune on that bronze ding only to discover it is a counterfeit, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise. Liang Yongchao added, head of the Zheng family, in my experience, that 3-eared bronze ding is most likely an authentic piece. Should you wish to bid, any price below 10 million would not be a loss. As for the words of certain clowns, you may simply disregard them. If you heed the opinions of that nameless individual, you risk losing everything. Zhang Yuanyu felt a twinge of doubt, tempted by the persuasion of the two. Could it be that Qin Feng had merely been lucky to have stumbled upon that emerald? Perhaps he was indeed just a charlatan? Are you two insufferable fools not tired of your incessant chatter? If you keep prattling on, I swear I will silence you. Zhang Fei suddenly turned and yelled at Shen Jiao and Liang Yongchao. Both were left speechless, caught off guard by his outburst. Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Quickly apologized to Miss Shen and young Master Liang. Zhang Yuanyuan exclaimed, taken aback by her son's sudden madness. The Zheng family, while a top-tier family in Mingzhou, held considerable influence, yet the Shen family was also a prominent clan in Jiangcheng, and the Liang family was among the elite in Yunhai City. Moreover, the Zheng family had maintained good business relations with both the Shen and Liang families. Zhang Fei's abrupt outburst was utterly unreasonable. Father, do not listen to that fool Liang Yongchao. You must not bid on that bronze ding. It is clearly a counterfeit. Zhang Fei urged his father. He had come to understand that Qin Feng was deliberately concealing his identity as a martial arts master. To outsiders, Qin Feng appeared to be an inconspicuous individual. However, Zhang Fei had witnessed Qin Feng slap the face of young Master Xiao from Jiangnan and decisively defeat the head of the Yi family from Jiangbei. Such a mysterious figure possessed profound insight, and his word was as good as gold. Since Qin Feng had declared the bronze ding a fake, Zhang Fei was convinced it was indeed counterfeit. His outburst against Shen Jiao and Liang Yongchao was an attempt to impress Qin Feng. If he could align himself with this martial arts master, the Zheng family would not only remain the premier family of Mingzhou, but could ascend to the elite of Jiangbei province, and even become one of the top families in the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Fei, what do you mean by this? Have I wronged you in any way? Why do you insult me? Liang Yongchao, both angry and perplexed, stared at Zhang Fei. He could not comprehend why Zhang Fei, with whom he had shared a few drinks, was suddenly hurling insults at him. What's wrong with calling you a fool? Do you have a problem with that? Zhang Fei retorted arrogantly. Liang Yongchao and Shen Jiao exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom Zhang Fei's erratic behavior. Xiao Fei, what nonsense are you speaking? Apologize to young Master Liang at once. Zhang Yuanyuan scolded. Why should I apologize to that insufferable fool? If he dares to babble again, I will slap him. Zhang Fei shot back defiantly. You are going to drive me mad, aren't you? Zhang Yuanyuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Shen Rui quickly intervened. Head Zheng, please do not let this upset you. Young Master Zheng, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Seeing Shen Rui and Qin Feng seated together, Zhang Fei refrained from further provocation. Liang Yongchao, filled with pent-up frustration, found no outlet for his anger. He observed Zhang Fei's wild-eyed demeanor and feared that continuing the argument would lead to a physical altercation, recalling his previous encounter with Boss Niu, which had left him nursing painful bites. Young Master Liang, do not engage with that lunatic, Shen Qianjiao advised. By now, the bidding for the 3-eared bronze ding had reached an astonishing 13 million, and the price continued to climb. 13,200,000, 13,800,000, 14 million, announced the beauty in the Chongsam. Boss Xiong has bid 14 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 14 million once. 14 million twice. Shen Qianjiao interjected. 15 million. A gasp rippled through the crowd. 15 million for a bronze ding was indeed a high price. Boss Xiong did not raise his bid, and ultimately, the 3-eared bronze ding was secured by Shen Qianjiao. Wonderful. The Shang and Zhou bronze ding is mine. When I present it to the Shao family the night after tomorrow, I may just secure the new district project. Shen Qianjiao began to daydream. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke up indifferently. Are you not concerned about losing face for the Shen family by presenting a modern craft to the Shao family? Shen Qianjiao glared at Qin Feng, her face contorted with disdain. Qin, please be quiet. Young Master Liang has inspected it, and this bronze ding is genuine. Are you merely sour because you lack the funds to bid and are now disparaging it? Your pretentious ignorance is truly vexing and repugnant. Qin Feng shook his head and remarked, believe it or not, when the time comes and the artifact gifted to the Shao family is revealed to be a counterfeit, it will be your face and that of the Shen family that will be tarnished. How audacious you are! Little character, Shen Qianjiao retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. If this exquisite bronze ding from the Shang and Zhou dynasties were indeed a forgery, why would so many people be vying for it? Are they all blind? Furthermore, Liang Shao has legitimately obtained a certification as an appraiser. How could his expertise possibly be inferior to yours? Besides your penchant for fabricating tales, your hide is thick as a bulletproof vest, and your theatrical prowess, what else do you possess? Liang Yongchao interjected, Qin Feng, cease your antics as a mere buffoon. I have examined that bronze ding meticulously. It is undoubtedly a treasure unearthed from the Shang and Zhou periods. Should this 3-eared Qinglong ding be presented at a major auction in the capital, it would fetch at least 20 million at a minimum. Shen Qianjiao profited 500,000 in mere moments due to my advice. Are you not envious and filled with jealousy, hence your snide remarks here? Qin Feng chuckled. Are you certain it was unearthed during the Shang and Zhou dynasties? I would say it was excavated just last week. Qin Feng, what use is it for you to merely talk nonsense? If you possess genuine skill, then present compelling evidence to prove that this bronze ding is a forgery. Shen Qianjiao retorted disdainfully as she gazed at Qin Feng. It's quite simple. If you smash the bronze ding, you'll ascertain its authenticity. Qin Feng remarked. Go ahead and smash it. If it is genuine, I shall compensate you at the original price. If it is a counterfeit, I shall bear no responsibility. Shen Rui, under the impression that Qin Feng was at odds with Shen Qianjiao, promptly tugged at his arm. It is worth noting that the bronze ding had been acquired by Shen Qianjiao for a staggering 15 million. Should it be destroyed and proven authentic, Qin Feng would indeed be required to compensate her the full amount. Very well, you have said it. I dare to break it. Do you, a mere minor character, truly have the means to compensate? Shen Qianjiao retorted without hesitation. Qin Feng spoke softly. Smash it. I will compensate you for any valuable item. Liang Yongchao stepped forward and said, Jiao Jiao, do not fall for that scoundrel's trick. Where would he find 1.5 million to reimburse you? He merely lucked out with a dragon vein stone, earning 2 million, yet he still falls short by 3 million. If you truly destroy the bronze ding, you would be incurring a loss of 3 million. Calming herself, Shen Qianjiao looked at Qin Feng with disdain and said, You good for nothing. You cannot possibly afford the bronze ding I purchased. I can't be bothered to wager with you. Are you two lovebirds going to keep chattering endlessly? It's just a broken bronze ding. If you 1T smash it, I will. Suddenly, Zhang Fei seized the 3-eared Qinglong ding, raising it high above his head before forcefully smashing it onto the floor. Xiao Fei, stop. Zhang Yuanyuan was terrified, her heart racing. What was wrong with her son today, engaging in such reckless behavior? With a loud crash, Zhang Yuanyuan was a moment too late. A dull thud echoed as the bronze ding shattered into countless pieces, leaving a mess of debris scattered across the floor. The attendees of the auction were left in shock. You wretched boy, you are truly driving me to madness. Zhang Yuanyuan's lips twitched, struggling to catch her breath. In the blink of an eye, the Zheng family had lost 1.5 million. What is wrong with you? Why would you destroy my bronze ding? You must compensate me for it, Qin Qianjiao angrily yelled. Zhang Fei remained unfazed, secretly reveling in triumph. He had smashed Qin Qianjiao's ding and would owe her 1.5 million, but he had made a profound impression on the masters of martial arts, which made that sum worth it. At that moment, Qin Feng bent down to pick up a shard from the ground and tossed it to Qin Qianjiao, saying, "Take a look for yourself." It was manufactured by the Jiangbei Craft Factory. Thankfully, young Master Zhang smashed this worthless ding for you. Otherwise, when you presented it to the Xiao family, wouldn't he that have brought shame upon the Qin family? The Xiao family might even take their anger out on the Qin family. You should thank young Master Zhang. Qin Feng said casually. Liang Yongchao, you deceived me? My 1.5 million. You must reimburse me. Chapter 86. I was just casually bidding. Qin Qianjiao lunged at Liang Yongchao, her anger boiling over. The Qin family was already in financial straits, and this 1.5 million had been requested by her from the elder Qin to purchase a bronze ding as a gift for the Xiao family, which was why the elder had made an exception. Now that the ding was a fake, losing 1.5 million felt like a devastating blow, and she had no idea how to report this back to the elder. Liang Yongchao, with red marks on his neck, pushed Qin Qianjiao away in frustration, saying, "Have you lost your mind? How have I deceived you? It is common to misjudge in the appraisal business. Even masters have their off days. I never guaranteed that ding was a rare treasure. It was your decision to buy it, so how can you blame me?" Qin Qianjiao understood this logic, yet she could not accept it. 1.5 million. Gone in the blink of an eye. I bear some responsibility in this matter. I will compensate you 750,000, and we can put this behind us. Liang Yongchao pulled out his phone and transferred 750,000 to Qin Qianjiao. Dejected, Qin Qianjiao sat there, lost in thought. Subsequently, several antique items were auctioned, and Zhang Yuanyuan would inquire about each one with Qin Feng. In the end, Zhang Yuanyuan spent 800,000 to acquire a piece of calligraphy by a master in ink wash, which thrilled her immensely. Next up for auction was a pair of blue and white porcelain vases from the Yuan dynasty, starting at 10 million, with each increment no less than 1 million. For staff members brought the two vases, each half a person tall, onto the stage. As the stage lights illuminated the blue and white porcelain, they gleamed with a soft, clear radiance, as if exuding an aura from ancient times, transporting everyone back to the Yuan dynasty. The vases were grandly proportioned, solidly crafted, with a slightly bluish-gray hue and a glaze that shimmered with a hint of green. The patterns on the vases were richly detailed, intricate yet harmoniously arranged. These were undoubtedly blue and white porcelain vases from the Yuan dynasty. Zhu Wanli stood up excitedly, keenly analyzing the pair of vases. His words ignited a fervor in the crowd. Nearly everyone in Jiangbei who collected antiques recognized Zhu Wanli, a true master of appraisal, unparalleled in the region. Ha! I have long desired to collect a pair of blue and white porcelain vases, but alas, with today's advanced technology, the porcelain produced in Jingdezhen often blurs the line between genuine and imitation, preventing me from making a purchase. Now that old Zhu has declared this pair to be a treasure, I must secure them. A man in a tiger skin coat rose again, confidently calling out, "I bid 15 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This 5 million increment was a considerable amount, even among the wealthy. 16 million. Liang Yongchao followed suit. Qin Qianjiao looked at him and said, "Young Master Liang, are you intending to acquire those blue and white porcelain vases?" "My primary purpose for coming to Jiangcheng is to negotiate cooperation with the Wanhe Group and the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, to expand the Liang family's interests in Jiangcheng. Securing this pair of vases would be perfect gifts for the chairman of the Wanhe Group and the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, making our cooperation a natural progression." Liang Yongchao replied with pride. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Liang Yongchao intended to purchase the pair of blue and white porcelain vases as a gift for him. "Qin Xiaoyu, this pair of blue and white porcelain vases." Zhang Yuanyuan also expressed interest in the vases. "It is indeed authentic, but I advise Master Zhang not to bid," Qin Feng remarked. "Why?" Zhang Yuanyuan inquired. "Because I intend to drive up the price." Zhang Yuanyuan cast a puzzled glance at Qin Feng, struggling to comprehend the meaning of his statement. Did Qin Feng desire to bid on that pair of vases? However, had not Liang Yongchao and Shen Qinjiao mentioned that Qin Feng had just emerged from the mountains? How could he possibly afford to compete in the bidding? Although filled with doubt, Zhang Yuanyuan remained silent, as Qin Feng had already spoken. 18 million, 20 million, 33 million, 41 million. The auction for the blue and white porcelain was fervent, with numerous bidders participating. Yet, as the price reached 40 million, the voices of the bidders noticeably dwindled. 41 million, once. 41 million, twice. As it appeared that Liang Yongchao was on the verge of securing the porcelain vases, a jubilant smile graced his face. Suddenly, a voice rang out, 42 million. Liang Yongchao was taken aback, staring at Qin Feng seated in front of him, and exclaimed furiously, Qin Feng, are you deliberately causing a disturbance? Can you truly produce 42 million? Do you have any idea about the formidable forces behind this auction house? The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is something you should inquire about. It is an enterprise under the auspices of a prominent aristocratic family from the capital. If you dare to recklessly raise the bids here, the consequences could be dire. Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly, since I have dared to bid, I naturally possess the means to purchase. As for you, will you raise your offer? If not, this exquisite blue and white porcelain vase shall be mine. Liang Yongchao, gritting his teeth in frustration, glared at Qin Feng before rising to his feet and stating, Organizer, that fellow is nothing but an insignificant nobody. I doubt his financial capability and demand a verification of his funds. The elegantly attired lady on stage gazed at Qin Feng and inquired, Sir, are you certain you can afford 42 million? Before Qin Feng could utter a word, Zhang Fei rose to his feet and declared, I am Zhang Fei, the esteemed heir of the illustrious Zhang family from Mingzhou. I shall vouch for Mr. Qin. Should he fail to produce the funds, our family will assist him. Zhang Yuanyuan furrowed his brows, gazing at Zhang Fei with astonishment, sensing that her son was behaving unusually today. However, she did not oppose his actions, for Qin Feng had assisted her in appraising several auction items. It was rare for Qin Feng to take an interest in antiquities, and thus, Zhang Yuanyuan felt no hesitation in acting as his guarantor. Zhang Fei, are you out of your mind? Are you deliberately targeting me? Liang Yongchao seethed. Zhang Fei retorted candidly, Indeed, I am intentionally challenging you. What are you going to do about it? Liang Yongchao, incensed, shot a furious glare at Qin Feng, exclaiming, Do you truly believe that by ingratiating yourself with the Zhang family of Mingzhou, I cannot deal with you? Competing in financial strength? You, a nameless nobody, shall never surpass me. With resentment fueling his words, he shouted, I bid 45 million. In response, Qin Feng coolly stated, 50 million. Very well. So you wish to challenge me, do you? If you have the audacity, do not back down. I shall crush you with my wealth, Liang Yongchao retorted furiously. 60 million. A gasp swept through the crowd. 60 million for a pair of blue and white porcelain vases was a staggering sum. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether those vases were indeed treasures, as even masters of appraisal like Zhu Wanli occasionally misjudged. Qin Feng promptly shouted, 70 million. Liang Yong's expression twisted with fury as he bellowed, 80 million. Qin Feng, 90 million. Liang Yongchao, 95 million. Liang Xiao, do not contest with me. You cannot surpass my offer. Qin Feng cast a casual glance at Liang Yongchao and proclaimed, 98 million. Beside them, Shen Rui was utterly astonished, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. She pondered, if Liang Yongchao were to falter now, would Qin Feng truly expend 98 million to acquire a pair of blue and white porcelain vases? That was a staggering sum. What if he ended up purchasing a pair of exquisite porcelain artifacts from Jingdezhen? Qin, my friend, I believe it is time to reconsider. Even if those blue and white vases are rare treasures, they hardly warrant such a price. Zhang Yuanyuan was equally taken aback, softly advising Qin Feng. Liang Yongchao's eyes were bloodshot, his expression twisted with fury. He had lost all semblance of reason, consumed only by the desire to crush Qin Feng beneath his heel, the auction now a mere afterthought. How dare you, an insignificant nobody, claim that you can outbid me? Who has bestowed upon you such audacity? Liang Yongchao bellowed, I bid 100 million. If you have the guts. Continue. Suddenly, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Qin Feng applauded Liang Yongchao, laughing as he remarked, "Young Master Liang, your extravagance is evident. A pair of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vases would fetch no more than 50 million at an international auction. Yet, you are willing to spend 100 million to acquire them. It is clear that you possess a genuine affection for these exquisite vases, so I shall reluctantly part with them for your sake." Chapter 87. Offending the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Qin Feng's audacious maneuver left everyone present utterly bewildered. Liang Yongchao was momentarily taken aback, but soon he exclaimed triumphantly, "You insignificant character, is this how you surrender? I have merely begun to warm up. Now you realize the vast disparity between a nameless nobody like you and a scion of a prominent family such as myself, do you not? Remember this in the future. When you encounter me, keep your head bowed and steer clear. Do not prance before me like a jester." As Liang Yongchao reveled in his self-congratulatory demeanor, the attendees cast peculiar glances at him, akin to observing a fool. It is worth noting that Liang Yongchao had spent a staggering 100 million to procure a pair of exquisite blue and white porcelain vases. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was the true fool and jester. "Congratulations, young Master Liang. You have lavishly spent 100 million to acquire a pair of blue and white porcelain vases." The voice of the cheapao-clad beauty on stage was imbued with excitement and joy. She continued with a smile, "Young Master Liang, do not jest. There are numerous witnesses here. Just moments ago, you competed with Mr. Qin in the bidding, ultimately securing the porcelain for an astronomical sum. Am I out of my mind? Spending 100 million on a pair of blue and white porcelain vases? Even at an international auction, they would barely fetch 50 million at most." Liang Yongchao retorted, "You are kindly requested to proceed to the backstage to complete the payment, young Master Liang. While the Four Seas Merchant Association seeks no trouble, we are not averse to it either." The cheapao beauty maintained her charming smile, yet her tone dripped with veiled menace. The Four Seas Merchant Association was a significant enterprise of a wealthy family in the capital, and the Liang family from Yunhai City could not afford to offend them. However, despite Liang Yongchao's trepidation towards the Four Seas Merchant Association, he held no fear of Qin Feng. Thus, he unleashed his pent-up rage and bellowed at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, damn you! You deliberately called out outrageous prices, aiming to swindle me, didn't you?" Qin Feng spoke lightly. "Congratulations, you answered correctly. You insignificant nobody, I'm going to take you on." Liang Yongchao lunged forward with fervor. Without Qin Feng needing to intervene, Zhang Fei stood up and forcefully shoved Liang Yongchao aside, bellowing, "You foolish idiot, who are you shouting at? Do you dare to challenge me?" Zhang Fei continued, "I've tolerated you for far too long. Are you really prepared to sever ties with the Liang family over a nameless nobody?" Without hesitation, Zhang Fei retorted, "To hell with the Liang family. They are nothing. They wouldn't even be worthy to hold my shoes." "Zhang Fei, silence yourself." Zhang Yuan was on the verge of fainting from anger. "Fine. I'll remember the Zhang family. And you too, Qin Feng, you dog. We shall see what happens next." Liang Yongchao stormed off in fury. Shen Qinjiao, too embarrassed to remain, followed Liang Yongchao out. Next came the Pai Siida assistants of this auction, Master Chi's 100 Birds painting. As the elegant woman in a cheapao presented the final item, the audience erupted with excitement. Everyone swiftly cast aside thoughts of Liang Yongchao. "Oh my, it's actually Master Chi's 100 Birds painting. This masterpiece is one of the works that brought Master Qi fame in his early years. Although it has circulated widely, no one has ever seen the original. Even the version housed in the capital's museum is merely a modern master's imitation." Zhang Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement and turned to Qin Feng, asking, "Qin, my young friend, how knowledgeable are you about calligraphy and paintings? Can you discern whether this 100 Birds painting is an authentic piece or a high-quality replica?" Qin Feng remarked indifferently, "It's a forgery." In an instant, Zhang Yuan's excitement dissipated. Suddenly, Zhu Wanli stood up in delight, his words igniting a tumultuous stir in the room. Observing the lines, brushwork, composition, and paper of the painting, it became evident that these elements did not resemble those of a counterfeit. This 100 Birds painting was likely an authentic masterpiece by Master Qi. "I bid 30 million. Zhu Wanli announced for the first time that evening, shocking the entire assembly. The starting price for this 100 birds was 20 million, with each subsequent bid required to exceed 200,000. Zhu Wanli had immediately elevated the price by 10 million, demonstrating his unwavering determination to acquire it. While others might have conceded various antique treasures to Zhu Wanli, the allure of Master Qi's 100 birds was such that anyone would covet it. 32 million, 36 million, 40 million, 60 million. Soon, the price of this painting soared to 60 million. Zhu Wanli was poised to raise his bid further, but Qin Feng shook his head and said, "A replica of a counterfeit is rather uninteresting. Rui, let us depart." Qin Feng rose and departed with Shen Rui, causing the previously fervent crowd of bidders to fall silent. His reputation for discerning authenticity at auctions had grown, and when he suddenly declared that the painting was a forgery, it stirred unease among many. "Qin, how can you be so certain the painting is fake?" Zhu Wanli could not restrain his curiosity. "A forgery is simply a forgery. If old Master Zhu trusts my judgment, then he should refrain from bidding," Qin Feng replied dismissively. Zhu Wanli furrowed his brow, hesitating for a long moment before ultimately withdrawing from the auction. His withdrawal prompted a cascade of exits from the other bidders, leaving the room devoid of further offers. Is there truly no one willing to bid on Master Qi's 100 birds painting? This presents a remarkable opportunity for me. I offer 70 million. Once this painting reaches the international auction, it could fetch several 100 million in return, bellowed the robust man in the tiger-striped coat. Qin Feng shook his head and remarked, "Your pretense is exceedingly transparent. This evening, you have called out prices no less than 20 times, yet you have not secured a single item. Are you perhaps an expert at inflating bids?" The burly man in the tiger skin coat, his emotions suddenly heightened, retorted, "What do you mean by that? How have I inflated any bids? Is it wrong to simply admire Master Qi's calligraphy and paintings?" Witnesses in the vicinity observed the exchange, their expressions contemplative. Many began to discern the underlying implications and subsequently chose to exit the scene. Qin Feng departed with Shen Rui. Once they reached the outside, Zhu Wanli caught up with him and remarked, "Young friend Qin, I am grateful for your timely warning. Otherwise, I would have incurred significant losses. However, your public exposure of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, regarding their dealings with fake paintings and dubious auctions, is bound to incite their wrath. You must exercise caution from now on. If necessary, consider relocating and adopting a low profile." Shen Rui, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Old Master Zhu, is the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce truly formidable?" "Indeed, it is quite powerful. This is not merely a local organization. It is a chain chamber with branches throughout the Dragon Kingdom, backed by one of the foremost aristocratic families in the capital," Zhu replied. Shen Rui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Should the Four Seas Chamber dare to trouble him, he would ensure their obliteration. At that moment, both Qin Feng and Shen Rui received phone calls. "Very well, I have matters to attend to as well. You may drive. I will take a taxi," Qin stated. "Where are you headed, young friend Qin?" "Allow me to give you a ride," Zhu Wanli offered. "To the Wanhe Group." Chapter 88. The chairman declares, "The blue and white porcelain remains, you may depart." Zhu Wanli escorted Qin Feng to the Wanhe Group. Before Qin exited the vehicle, Zhu reminded him once more about the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, urging him to swiftly consider a change of city and a more discreet existence. "Qin, what brings you here? How dare you trail me?" As Qin Feng stepped into the corporate building, he was met with the sharp rebukes of Liang Yongchao emanating from the adjacent lounge area. Seated beside Liang was Shen Qianjiao. Following their departure from Taiku Street, they had ventured to Wanhe Group, carrying with them a precious yuan blue and white porcelain vase, intending to present it as a gift to the chairman of Wanhe Group. "Isn't that young Master Liang, who spent a staggering 100 million to acquire the yuan blue and white vase? You must exercise caution while parading around with a vase valued at 50 million. If by chance it were to shatter, that 50 million would be lost in an instant." Qin Feng gazed meaningfully at Liang Yongchao. His purpose for arriving at the Wanhe Group was to acquire the exquisite yuan Qinghua porcelain vase valued at 50 million. "Do you dare to mention this matter again? Do you believe I won't make a call and summon hundreds to obliterate you?" Liang Yongchao rose in fury, exuding an aura of confrontation towards Qin Feng. Shen Qianjiao tugged at his arm, saying, "Young Master Liang, we are here to discuss collaboration. Do not jeopardize our endeavors due to a momentary impulse. Besides, Qin Feng is merely an inconsequential figure. Why stoop to engage with him? This will only diminish your stature. Liang Yongchao regained his composure, casting a contemptuous glare at Qin Feng as he remarked, Qin Feng, as a powerless and insignificant individual, how could you possibly comprehend the realm of our esteemed families? What does it matter if I spend 100 million on a pair of Yuan Qinghua vases? Even if you deceive me, what of it? 100 million is a sum you could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Yet for the Liang family, it is but a trifling matter. I understand that the cancellation of your engagement with Shenxianjiao has left you feeling inadequate and disheartened. Thus you cling to her like a mere jester, striving to attract her attention. Rest assured, on the day I wed Shenxianjiao, I shall extend an invitation to you, allowing you to witness the opulence of a grand family wedding, a feast that you could never afford in your lifetime. Qin Feng shook his head, dismissing the couple with disdain. He strode directly towards the elevator, prompting Shenxianjiao to call out, Qin, this is Wanhe Group, not a place where an insignificant nobody like you can wander freely. You should leave at once. If Wanhe Group's personnel catch you, don't claim to be the son-in-law of the Shen family. We cannot afford such embarrassment. Shenxianjiao fumed. This ungrateful Qin Feng, utterly oblivious to the situation. He.s. using the exclusive elevator meant for senior executives of Wanhe Group. If he encounters one of them, he will surely be thrown out. Liang Yongchao mocked. Good riddance. Someone like him is akin to trash. The further he's discarded, the better. Even we have to make an appointment to see Mr. He, yet this nameless wretch dares to use the elevator directly. Does he think he is the chairman of Wanhe Group? It's laughable. Sighing to himself, Liang Yongchao wondered how his grandfather could have arranged a betrothal with someone so insignificant as Qin Feng. Thankfully, he had decisively called off the engagement and had Shen Ruoyi take his place. Had he married that waste, his life would have been ruined, death would have been preferable. The image of Shen Ruoyi's innocent face and alluring figure filled his mind, intensifying his breath. Yet, the thought of her calling Qin Feng hubby and being pinned beneath that country bumpkin stirred a fury within him. After a brief wait, Liang Yongchao's phone rang. Mr. He? Yes, I'm waiting downstairs. The chairman has arrived. Great. I'll head up now. Hanging up, Liang Yongchao excitedly informed Shenxianjiao, let us go. The chairman of Wanhe Group is here. They carefully ascended the stairs, bearing a delicate blue and white porcelain vase. Shenxianjiao, puzzled, asked, has the chairman really arrived? We've been sitting downstairs and haven't seen him. He must have taken the private elevator from the underground garage, Liang Yongchao replied. 5 minutes later, the two entered Hiyu's office, struggling with the porcelain vase, panting and drenched in sweat. Mr. He, where's the chairman? I brought a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase as a gift for him, Liang Yongchao said, carefully placing the vase on the floor and wiping the sweat from his brow. Hiyu glanced at Qin Feng, who was seated behind a screen, sipping tea on the sofa, and said, Chairman, the young master of the Liang family has brought a Yuan blue and white porcelain vase. Came the response from behind the screen. Shenxianjiao and Liang Yongchao exchanged puzzled glances, feeling the voice was somewhat familiar but unable to place it. Ha! Chairman, may I come around the screen to speak with you? Liang Yongchao inquired with a smile. Hiyu flatly refused, stating, the chairman is tired and cannot meet with guests. Please state your business. Liang Yongchao's expression turned frosty. After all, he was the young master of the prestigious Liang family. While Wanhe Group was merely a company newly invested in by the Su family, even Su Mubing of the Su family was on equal footing with him. So why did the chairman of Wanhe Group exhibit such arrogance? Chairman, our Liang family intends to expand into the Jiang city market and hopes to establish a partnership with Wanhe Group. Liang Yongchao suppressed his anger, forcing a smile. Liang Yongchao was taken aback. They hadn't even exchanged pleasantries, and the chairman had merely responded with an signaling for them to leave. Shenxianjiao quickly interjected. Chairman, I am Shenxianjiao of the Shen family. Shenjiahe Real Estate has a partnership with Wanhe Group. I implore you to consider the Shen family and grant the Liang family an opportunity for collaboration. Qin Feng shook his head. Mr. He, what does your chairman truly mean? I traveled a great distance from Yunhai, and yet I am to be turned away without even a meeting? I have just invested 50 million in purchasing this exquisite blue and white porcelain to present to your chairman. Surely, Your chairman ought to demonstrate better hospitality. Liang Yongchao fumed angrily. He Yute replied coolly, our chairman has stated that the porcelain vase remains, and you too must leave. Liang Yongchao, infuriated, retorted, what nonsense has your chairman uttered? I did not hear him speak at all. I intend to discover what kind of person your chairman is, to presume such arrogance. Not even Su Mubin would dare to treat me with such disdain. Do you think the Liang family of Yunhai can be easily bullied? With that, Liang Yongchao strode towards the screen. Chapter 89. You are actually the chairman and new president. Young Master Liang, what are you doing? The chairman has stated he does not wish to meet. Someone. Evict these two. He Yute stepped forward, blocking Liang Yongchao's path. Soon, several security personnel rushed into the room, forcibly escorting Liang Yongchao and Shen Jiao away. So, the chairman of Wanha Group is quite impressive. Is he? I gifted 50 million. And yet he refuses to even meet me? How dare he throw me out? You will all regret this. This matter is far from over. Liang Yongchao was discarded outside the building, his white suit now covered in dust. Rising to his feet, he pointed angrily at the Wanha Group building. His eyes ablaze with fury. The two parted ways. Liang Yongchao composed himself and took another blue and white porcelain vase to Wulong Mountain Villa. Isn't that young Master Liang? Do you need assistance carrying it? Suddenly, Qin Feng approached from behind Liang Yongchao. Liang Yongchao set down the blue and white porcelain vase, furiously pointing at Qin Feng and shouting, You vile scoundrel, what do you intend by following me? Surely you do not wish to steal my blue and white porcelain vase? Qin Feng spoke with profound significance. Why would I steal it, when you intend to give it to me? Liang Yongchao scoffed derisively. Dream on. Why would I, a successful individual, ever give you a worthless piece of trash? A porcelain vase valued at 50 million? Do you fancy yourself the new president of the Dragon Commerce Association? I warn you, Qin Feng, get lost and don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll report you for robbery, and with an amount as high as 50 million at stake, you'll be facing a lifetime behind bars. Qin Feng shook his head and remarked, You, my friend, are truly a case of good intentions misunderstood. Since you do not require my assistance in carrying, I shall take my leave. Do take care with that precious blue and white porcelain. If it were to be scratched or damaged, you would find yourself at a loss of 50 million. You scoundrel! Once I have delivered my gifts and secured the collaboration with the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, I will promptly find someone to deal with you, forcing you to kneel before me and call me grandfather. Liang Yongchao cursed as he watched Qin Feng's retreating figure. 10 minutes later, Liang Yongchao entered Hai Zhuqing's office, cradling the blue and white porcelain vase. Are you young Master Liang? Did you just come from a bath? Hai Zhuqing exclaimed, taken aback by Liang Yongchao's sweat-soaked appearance. General Manager Hai, this is a gift for the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Is the new president here? Liang Yongchao, feeling drained, sought to cut straight to the point. The new president has just arrived and is resting behind the screen, Hai Zhuqing replied. Liang Yongchao furrowed his brow, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The scenario felt eerily reminiscent of his previous visit to the Wanhua Group, where the chairman had also just arrived and was resting behind a screen. He even felt a strange illusion that he had yet to leave the Wanhua Group. President Qin, this is the blue and white porcelain vase that young Master Liang has sent you, Hai Zhuqing said as she placed the vase aside. Came a nasal sound from behind the screen. Liang Yongchao tightened his brow. How did this nasal tone seem so similar to that of the chairman from Wanhua Group? President Qin, I wish to speak with you face to face, Liang Yongchao declared, casting aside his chaotic thoughts and addressing the screen. President Qin has stated he does not wish to see any guests today, Hai Zhuqing informed him. Damn! Liang Yongchao felt a jolt in his heart. This situation felt far too familiar. President Qin, I have traveled a great distance from Yunhai City, bringing you a blue and white porcelain vase worth 50 million. Are you truly unwilling to meet with me? Qin Feng spoke, It is not that we cannot meet, but I fear that you may feel quite uncomfortable after seeing me. Liang Yong's expression shifted as he sensed a familiarity in Qin's voice. An image involuntarily surfaced in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it with a shake of his head. That individual was merely an insignificant figure, devoid of power or influence. How could he possibly be the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce? President Qin, do we know each other? I am genuinely curious about your true identity. Since you are so eager to meet me, please, come in. Liang Yong strode past the screen, his impatience mounting as he anticipated the visage of the new president. As his gaze fell upon Qin Feng, who reclined on the sofa behind the screen, he was struck as if by a thunderbolt, left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. You! It truly is you. How can this be? You are the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. No, this cannot be. You were merely an unknown nobody, rejected by Shen Qianjiao when you sought to propose to her, ultimately marrying Shen Ruyi, the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family. You absolutely cannot be the new president of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Liang Yong was rendered completely speechless, his mind a blank. Qin Feng spoke with profound significance. Did you not desire to see me just now? Why do you now display such a countenance upon our meeting? He gazed at Hai Zhuqing and inquired, is he the new president of your Dragon Commerce Association? Hai Zhuqing, with a grave demeanor, replied, indeed, it is true. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Liang Yongchao shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality. As far as I am aware, he is merely a nameless individual devoid of power or influence. How could he possibly ascend to the presidency of the Dragon Commerce Association? Have you all been deceived by him? Even selecting a beggar from the streets of Jiangqing would be a better choice for president than allowing Qin Feng to assume that role. Impudence! How dare you insult our new president on the territory of the Dragon Commerce Association? Depart at once. Hai Zhuqing retorted angrily. Liang Yongchao was beside himself with rage. He had traveled all the way from Yunhai City to Jiangqing, spending a fortune to acquire a pair of exquisite blue and white porcelain vases, all in hopes of establishing a collaboration with the Wanhe Group and the Dragon Commerce Association. Yet, in the end, the gift had been presented, but the prospect of cooperation had evaporated entirely, driving Liang Yongchao to the brink of despair, his mental state deteriorating. Qin Feng, you scoundrel! How dare you play me for a fool? Why did you not inform me sooner that you are the chairman of the Wanhe Group? Why not disclose that you are the new president of the Dragon Commerce Association? You are evidently a prominent figure, yet you masquerade as an insignificant nobody. Is this amusing to you? Do you derive pleasure from toying with me? If the Liang family cannot thrive in Jiangqing, there are still numerous cities in Jiangbei province. Even without business in Jiangqing, we shall flourish elsewhere. Return that pair of porcelain vases to me. I would rather smash them than present them to you. Liang Yongchao advanced, intent on seizing the vases. You vile woman, step aside immediately, or I shall strip you of your garments right here. Liang Yongchao bellowed fiercely. Hai Zhuqing's face turned frigid, and she commanded, someone, throw this foul-mouthed scoundrel out. Liang Yongchao was unceremoniously ejected from the building. This trip to Jiangqing had left him utterly exasperated. President Qin, you appear somewhat fatigued. Please lean back on the sofa. Allow me to assist you with a massage to help you relax. In the office, only Qin Feng and Hai Zhuqing remained. Hai Zhuqing, adorned in a deep blue qipao, showcased her exquisite figure elegantly. Qin Feng had scarcely agreed when he felt a heavy burden on his head. Chapter 90. The Wrath of the Shen Family. President Qin, is this pressure acceptable? Hai Zhuqing inquired, leaning forward from behind the sofa, her delicate fingers gently massaging Qin Feng's temple. The fragrance of gardenias wafted towards him, enveloping him in a sweet aroma, while her warm breath caressed his face, akin to a feather softly brushing against his skin, causing Qin Feng's pores to widen and his blood to surge. Miss Hai, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Seeing the situation turn dire, Qin Feng hastily exited the office. Hai Zhuqing watched him flee with a bitter smile and a shake of her head. Her father had urged her to ingratiate herself with Qin Feng, even suggesting she offer herself to him. After much mental preparation, she had finally decided to approach him, yet he had retreated in haste. Was she truly that fearsome? Hai Zhuqing sighed and shook her head. At the Shen family gathering, the important relatives were present. Upon spotting Shen Qianjiao, old lady Shen quickly inquired about the matter at hand. Shen Qianjiao, with an air of cold arrogance, approached Shen Rui and declared, what I said is true. This incited immediate excitement among the Shen family members. Shen Lang exclaimed, I've heard that the Dragon Vein Stone is a cultivation gem, highly beneficial for martial practitioners. Since the Shao family in Jiangnan is a martial arts clan, Presenting the dragon vein stone to them would surely earn our family their favor. Who knows? They might even grant us the project in the new district. Laughter erupted as they envisioned their family's ascension to prosperity. One woman from the Qin family enthusiastically declared, "If we secure the new district project, our family won't just be a top-tier household in Zhangcheng, but a leading family in Zhangbei, perhaps even among the elite of Longhua." Old Lady Qin also exhibited rare excitement, saying, "Thanks to Rui, I've realized Rui is a blessing for the Qin family. First, she secured a partnership with the Wanhe Group, and now she has acquired the Dragon Vein Stone. Excellent. Truly excellent." However, while the Qin family rejoiced, Qin Rui felt anything but happy. The Dragon Vein Stone had already been sold, and Qin Qianjiao's deliberate mention of it clearly held ill intent. As expected, Qin Qianjiao smirked and said, "Everyone, don't get too excited. Qin Rui has sold the Dragon Vein Stone." The atmosphere in the once jubilant Shun residence fell into a sudden silence, with everyone casting peculiar looks at Qin Rui. "Rui, is what your cousin said true? Did you sell the Dragon Vein Stone?" Old Lady Qin asked, her brow furrowed. With her head bowed, Qin Rui replied, somewhat uncertainly, "Yes, it's true." "You foolish girl," Old Lady Qin exclaimed, striking the ground with her cane. "The Dragon Vein Stone is a rare find. Why would you sell it? Even if the Qin family is short on funds, we are not so desperate as to sell something so precious." Qin Qianjiao gleefully interjected, "Grandmother, Qin Rui sold the Dragon Vein Stone for 12 million. I advised her not to sell it but to keep it for the Xiao family, but she refused to listen. She only wanted to keep the Dragon Vein Stone for herself, unwilling to use it for the family's benefit. Qin Rui, how selfish can you be? You must know the current state of the Qin family. We were just deceived by the Yuan family and are now in a financial crisis. If it weren't for Qin Qianjiao stepping forward to leverage her connections for over 1 billion, we would still be in dire straits." A woman from the Qin family spat bitterly. "Private daughters are indeed private daughters, ungrateful and unappreciative. You've lived in the Qin family for so many years, enjoying our hospitality, yet when we face trouble, you act as if you don't belong to this family. It's truly disheartening." A man from the family chimed in. Old Lady Qin, striking her cane, expressed her disappointment. "Qin Rui, did you really sell the Dragon Vein Stone for a mere 12 million? Don't you realize that had it been given to the Xiao family, it could have secured the new district project for the Qin family? At that point, our family would have risen to the pinnacle of Zhangbei's elite, and even as a private daughter, you would have shared in that glory. The potential benefits far outweigh that paltry sum." Listening to the accusations and reprimands, Qin Rui felt a surge of resentment. First of all, the Dragon Vein Stone was not something she had acquired. It was discovered by Qin Feng, thus rightfully belonging to him. Secondly, the Qin family had oppressed and looked down upon her and her mother for years, treating them as mere servants. Although she had lived in the Qin household, every meal and lodging had been earned through her hard work in cleaning and cooking, not merely taken for granted as they claimed. Qin Qianjiao quickly interjected, "Grandmother, Qin Rui sold the Dragon Vein Stone to the elder of the Qi family, Zhu Wanli." The Qin family frowned collectively. "You reckless girl. Why didn't you consider the Qin family? Why sell it to someone else? I instructed you this morning to select gifts for the Xiao family, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears." Old Lady Qin furiously struck the ground with her cane. Feeling aggrieved, Qin Rui replied, "Old Lady Qin, I have worked tirelessly for the Qin family all these years, taking on the dirtiest jobs. I do not feel indebted to the family. Moreover, the Dragon Vein Stone was discovered by Qin Feng. It doesn't belong to me. Even if, hypothetically, I had found it, there is no law that mandates I must give it to the Qin family." The Qin family erupted in outrage. "Qin Rui, is that how you speak? You've lived in the Qin household with your sickly mother, enjoying our hospitality, and this is how you repay us? As a private daughter, isn't it expected that you perform hard labor? What do you expect? To rise as a phoenix like your cousin Qin Qianjiao?" The family displayed their ugly sides, openly berating Qin Rui. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, she could not fathom what she had done wrong. The Dragon Vein Stone was acquired by Qin Feng. How could she be expected to gift it to the Qin family? In truth, Qin Rui was also aware of the family's current plight. She had contemplated assisting them, even suggesting borrowing from Qin Feng when they discussed their financial troubles. But the family had dismissed him. Yet, their despicable behavior now left her feeling utterly disheartened. Struggling with indignation, Shen Rui retorted, "You're infuriated. Yet I've done everything I could for the Shen family." Shen Qianjiao, with disdain, glared at Shen Rui. "You private daughter. Look at the trouble you've caused for grandmother. If anything were to happen to her, your life wouldn't be worth 10 of a mere servant." "Shen Rui, hand over the money," a man from the family shouted. Shen Rui, frowning deeply, suppressed her anger and replied, "The dragon vein stone was discovered by Qin Feng, and that 12 million belongs to him. I cannot give it to the Shen family." Shen Qianjiao mocked, "Shen Rui, stop pretending. I was there when Zhu Wanli transferred the 12 million to your account." "Yes, it was transferred to me, but that money is Qin Feng's. I'm merely safeguarding it for him," Shen Rui clarified. With a look of disdain, Shen Qianjiao scoffed, "You really are something. You haven't even married that nameless man yet, and you're already turning your back on us. What on earth does Qin Feng possess that makes you so devoted to him? Could it be that he excels in some way that has you unwilling to leave him?" Blushing with embarrassment and anger, Shen Rui retorted, "Shen Qianjiao, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never been intimate with Qin Feng. Do not slander him. Ha! What are you pretending for in front of me? If it were not for Qin Feng's formidable skills, what else could you possibly admire about him?" Shen Qianjiao scoffed. "Or are you, Shen Rui, inherently a lowly woman, drawn to mere nobodies and a life of homelessness?" Shen Rui felt a wave of darkness wash over her, her anger nearly overwhelming. She had no desire to engage in further pointless discourse with the Shen family and stated plainly, "In any case, I shall not be transferring that 20 million to the Shen family. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Shen Qianjiao stepped forward, obstructing Shen Rui's path, and admonished, "Do you think the Shen family is a place where you can come and go as you please? Since you have no shame, the Shen family shall not extend any courtesy to you. If you wish to depart, return Jianghe real estate to the Shen family. It is not your asset." "Very well, I shall return it. From now on, the affairs of the Shen family are of no concern to me." Shen Rui, utterly disillusioned with the Shen family, produced a pen and paper to sign the transfer contract. After securing the contract, she cast a disdainful glance at Shen Qianjiao and remarked, "I wonder if everyone is aware that Shen Rui's insignificant husband has offended the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. It is likely that they are now hunting Qin Feng down." The expressions of the Shen family shifted dramatically, a glimmer of trepidation flickering in their eyes. How reckless was Qin Feng to provoke the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? It is known that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce is a chain organization within the Dragon Nation, backed by powerful families from the capital. Who in Jiangbei would dare to offend them? Do you two believe that by selling a piece of the dragon vein stone for 20 million, you can live a carefree life? Now you shall wait to be thrown into the Songhua River by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, destined to feed the fish." The matriarch of the Shen family urged, "Quickly expel Shen Rui from the Shen family and publicly declare that she has severed ties with us, lest the Sihai Chamber of Commerce directs their wrath upon our family." Witnessing the vile countenance of the Shen family, Shen Rui shook her head and departed without a hint of longing. "Rui, why do you appear so troubled? What has transpired?" Upon returning to the Shanshui manor, Qin Feng noticed Shen Rui's heavy heart and approached her with concern. Shen Rui collapsed into his embrace. "Do not cry. Who has wronged you? I shall eradicate them." Qin Feng's tone was resolute and unwavering. Shen Rui wiped away her tears and gazed affectionately at Qin Feng. She thought to herself that encountering Qin Feng in this lifetime must have consumed all her good fortune. She longed to stay by his side forever, hand in hand, growing old together. "My love, could you promise me one thing? Not just one, but even 1,000 or 10,000 promises, I shall keep for you." A warm current surged through Shen Rui's heart as she nestled within Qin Feng's embrace and implored, "Promise me, you will never abandon me in this lifetime, will you?" As she uttered these words, her body trembled with anticipation and trepidation, her expression a mixture of hope and anxiety. Qin Feng could sense Shen Rui's emotions. This woman had been forsaken by the Shen family since her youth, her fate riddled with misfortune. Her greatest fear was the prospect of abandonment once more. "Rest assured, You shall forever be my woman, Qin Feng. I shall not let you go. Husband. Shen Rui pressed her lips against Qin Feng's. After an ardent kiss, she pushed him away, gasping for breath, nearly on the brink of suffocation. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, like buds ready to bloom. Her delicate face radiating an alluring charm, imbued with a rare hint of seduction. Has the relative departed? Qin Feng inquired. Yes, Shen Rui replied bashfully. Chapter 92. Dubin has been forsaken. The phone of Qin Feng rang. What is it? Mr. Qin, are you busy at the moment? The call was from Su Embing. Is there something you wish to discuss? Please do speak directly. There is a business exchange meeting at Wanhe Group tonight. Could you possibly attend? Very well. I shall await your esteemed presence, Mr. Qin. Qin Feng hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Qin Feng arrived at the Lufeng Hotel. In the banquet hall on the third floor, numerous distinguished guests gathered. Not only were there prominent figures from Jiangqing, but aristocrats from various regions had also come to Jiangqing to attend the bidding meeting hosted by the Shao family the night after tomorrow, seizing the opportunity to participate in the business exchange organized by Wanhua Group. Qin Feng originally intended to bring Shen Rui along, but she had been worn out by him, collapsing onto the sofa, unwilling to move. Qin Feng, it is truly you. I knew you would come. As Qin Feng entered the banquet hall, he was met with a chorus of voices. He turned his gaze and beheld Bai Qingqing, adorned in an exquisite backless evening gown, gracefully striding towards him with her alluring legs. The sight of this woman unconsciously conjured up a series of beautiful images in Qin Feng's mind, all of which were photographs she had previously sent him. Qingqing, are you all right? Why are you so excited to see this insignificant individual? Shouldn't you be expressing disdain instead? Zhou Xintong approached shortly thereafter, clad in a white gown with a v-neck and high waist that accentuated her fair décolletage and elongated legs. It must be said that Zhou Xintong's beauty and figure were remarkable. Even amidst a hall filled with stunning women, she radiated brilliance. Yet, her face was marred with expressions of contempt and disdain, which left Qin Feng feeling quite uncomfortable. Bai Qingqing chuckled. Tong Tong, Qin Feng is, after all, your fiancé. There's no need for you to belittle him every time you see him, is there? Zhou Xintong glared at Bai Qingqing as if her tail had been stepped on, and in a lowered voice, retorted, Qingqing, have you lost your mind? Do not mention my relationship with Qin Feng in such a setting. If word gets out, Zhou Xintong would lose all face. How could I continue to navigate Jiang City afterward? Bai Qingqing's lips twitched in response, inwardly lamenting Zhou Xintong's lack of vision. Here was Qin Feng, a man of wealth and influence, and yet she chose to scorn him daily. When the day came that she discovered his true identity, she would surely regret her actions. By the way, Tong Tong, did Shao do not accompany you? Bai Qingqing shifted the topic. Don't mention him again, Zhou Xintong frowned. Initially, she had thought that Du Bin had spoken favorably to Su San, the general manager of the Longxing Chamber of Commerce, which had led to the Zhou family securing a loan of 50 million. However, when Zhou Xintong later visited the Du family to express her gratitude, she overheard discussions revealing that the Du family had not received the funds and was facing a financial crisis, with the family's very existence at stake. What happened? Did you have a quarrel with Shao Du? Bai Qingqing inquired with curiosity. Don't ask. Just don't mention Du Bin again. I'm not familiar with him. Zhou Xintong was clearly a woman who valued power and status. Seeing the Du family on the brink of collapse, she intended to distance herself from Du Bin, especially since he had recently suggested meeting her at a hotel. Zhou Xintong had never truly regarded the affluent Du family with any desire. Qin Feng, I warn you, do not follow me tonight, and do not speak of our relationship indiscriminately. Otherwise, you can forget about entering the Zhou family's doors again, and you shall not see me. Zhou Xintong declared condescendingly, if you behave tonight, perhaps I might consider inviting you for a meal one day, but you must stand and serve me like a waiter, clearing the refuse from my table. With that, Zhou Xintong haughtily took Bai Qingqing by the arm and left. Upon noticing the jade bracelet on Bai Qingqing's wrist, Zhou Xintong frowned. Qingqing, you have been acting strangely lately. Why are you wearing a fake jade bracelet bought from a street vendor? Aren't you afraid of harming your skin with industrial chemicals? Saying this, she released the bracelet, disdainfully wiping her hands with a wet tissue. Well, Tong Tong, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Why don't you go greet those wealthy individuals while I take a rest here? Bai Qingqing had been yearning to see Qin Feng and would not let this opportunity slip away. She had no intention of emulating Zhou Xintong, who, while neglecting someone truly significant, sought to ingratiate herself with those she deemed wealthy. That would be akin to discarding a watermelon in favor of a sesame seed. I truly do not understand you. Stay here if you wish, but do not engage with Qin Feng, or it may tarnish your reputation. Before departing, Zhou Xintong took one last jab at Qin Feng, casting a disdainful glare his way. Once Zhou Xintong was gone, Bai Qingqing linked her arm with Qin Feng's and smiled. Mr. Qin, did you receive the photos I sent you? What do those photos mean? Qin Feng replied, maintaining his composure. Yes. Qin Feng shot her a glance, and Bai Qingqing pouted playfully, saying, Mr. Qin, why do you lack any sense of romance? Must a girl be the one to express it? It makes me feel rather shy. Qin Feng spoke solemnly, you've already sent me your photos and even performed yoga poses. How can you now claim to feel embarrassed? Bai Qingqing, her face flushed, replied, I truly do feel embarrassed. Rest assured, throughout my life, I have only shared my photos with you. I am certainly not a woman of loose morals. Your casualness has no bearing on me. Taking advantage of Bai Qingqing's momentary distraction, Qin Feng abruptly withdrew his arm and coldly remarked, Bai Qingqing, I can choose to overlook the past, yet I harbor no affection for you. It would be wise for you to abandon any hopes. I, Qin Feng, am a man you shall never possess in this lifetime. As she watched Qin Feng's indifferent figure recede, Bai Qingqing felt a surge of grievance, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Qin Feng directly arrived at the inner hall. Su Mubin immediately approached, saying, Mr. Qin, you have arrived. Qin Feng was utterly captivated by Su Mobing's enchanting beauty this evening. She donned a form-fitting black and white gown that accentuated her graceful figure to perfection, her back exposed to the air, radiating brilliance and drawing the gaze of many. Mr. Qin, do I look beautiful tonight? Noticing Qin Feng lost in admiration of her physique, Su Mobing felt a surge of joy within, her lips curling into a playful smile as she inquired. Well, it's acceptable. Su Mobing stepped closer, smiling as she suggested. There is a lounge in the inner hall. Would you care to sit for a while? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, which door are you referring to? A blush crept onto Su Mubin's delicate face as she replied with a smile. Whichever one you think it is, that is the one. Chapter 93. Young Master Ma. Qin Feng felt a gentle softness on his arm, and the intoxicating fragrance of Su Mubi permeated the air, stirring his emotions. 10 minutes? Are you mocking me? Qin Feng ultimately pushed Su Mbing away. Su Mbing covered her mouth and laughed gently. Oh, Mr. Qin, please do not be upset. I am well aware of your capabilities. How about we find a quiet place to discuss life after the banquet? In the outer hall, Zhou Xintong was glancing around, waiting for someone. At that moment, a dapper man dressed in an Armani suit approached, and even the doorman at the banquet hall greeted him with bows. Young Master Ma. Upon seeing the man, Zhou Xintong's eyes lit up, and she eagerly stepped forward, her face beaming with joy. Young Master Ma, I've been waiting for you for so long. You finally arrived. Young Master Ma assessed Zhou Xintong, who was adorned in a white evening gown, her figure alluring and her beauty striking. He nodded slightly and said, there was a traffic jam on the way. Has the banquet started? Not yet. How could it begin without you, young Master Ma? Zhou Xintong flattered him. The two entered the hall and approached Bai Qingqing. Upon seeing the man, Bai Qingqing's expression changed in surprise. Wasn't this the young master of the Ma family, the most esteemed family in Jiangqing, Ma Xiaodong? How did Zhou Xintong end up with him? Ma Xiaodong was notoriously known as a notorious playboy. Young Master Ma, this is my good friend, Bai Qingqing, Zhou Xintong reminded, noticing Bai Qingqing's dazed expression. Qingqing, why don't you greet young Master Ma? Young Master Ma, do you have any single wealthy friends you could introduce to Bai Qingqing? She is the heiress of the Bai family, beautiful and with an excellent figure, and she is still single, Zhou Xintong said with a smile. Ma Xiaodong brazenly eyed Bai Qingqing's figure, which made her feel disgusted. After recognizing Qin Feng, Bai Qingqing had lost interest in other men entirely. Even a wealthy young master could not stir her heart. Bai Qingqing shook her head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Ma, but I already have a boyfriend, so there's no need for your concern." Ma Xiaodong frowned slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. How dare this ungrateful woman insult his dignity? Zhou Xintong exclaimed, "Qingqing, when did you get a boyfriend? I had no idea. Who is he? A wealthy young master or a top heir?" Bai Qingqing replied with a hint of significance, "My boyfriend is an ordinary person. When he has time next, I will introduce you." Zhou Xintong frowned. "Qingqing, what is going on with you lately? You seem quite different. You used to encourage me to seek a wealthy young master or a martial arts master. But now you've chosen an ordinary person as your boyfriend? If you're just playing around, that's fine, but if you plan to marry an ordinary person, I cannot agree. That would ruin your future. Women like us should aim high and never settle." Bai Qingqing looked at Zhou Xintong's proud demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "You don't even realize that Qin Feng is a true dragon, and you've been mocking him, treating him as a small-time character. With such perspective, how do you expect to be a phoenix? You're merely a blind hen. I believe having an ordinary person is quite fine. You don't need to persuade me. I wish you and young Master Ma a wonderful time together." Bai Qingqing smiled. Zhou Xintong shook her head repeatedly, utterly bewildered by Bai Qingqing's demeanor. She felt an urge to pry open Bai Qingqing's head to understand what was going wrong. "Qingqing, I still advise you to broaden your horizons and aim higher. If you truly marry an ordinary person, you may find yourself out of the elite circle in a few years, and we might not be able to relate anymore, lacking common topics to discuss. Just like Qin Feng, that nameless nobody, he will forever struggle at the bottom. If you remain content with mediocrity, one day you will find yourself in the same position as him." Bai Qingqing replied with a smile, "I think Qin Feng is quite good. He is handsome and tall. Perhaps I will end up with him." Zhou Xintong exhibited a look of disbelief, exclaiming, "Bai Qingqing, have you truly lost your mind? You actually think highly of Qin Feng, that nameless nobody? How has your ambition diminished so drastically? You are utterly belittling yourself." Bai Qingqing shook her head, unwilling to continue the argument with Zhou Xintong. She realized that her perspective had shifted. She and Zhou Xintong were no longer on the same wavelength. "Hey, where did you get that jade bracelet on your wrist?" At that moment, Ma Xiaodong suddenly focused on the jade bracelet on Bai Qingqing's wrist, his brow furrowing. Zhou Xintong smiled, "Young Master Ma, this is a trinket from a nameless nobody, bought from a street vendor to give to me. I told him to toss it away, but unexpectedly, Bai Qingqing insisted on wearing it. I advised her against it, but she wouldn't listen. Young Master Ma, please help me persuade her. Such synthetic products can harm the skin if worn for too long." Ma Xiaodong ignored Zhou Xintong and directly reached out to remove the jade bracelet from Bai Qingqing's wrist. "What are you doing? That hurts." Bai Qingqing frowned, feeling displeased. Ma Xiaodong paid her no mind, scrutinizing the jade bracelet for a moment, then glared angrily. "This jade bracelet is mine." "What?" Both Bai Qingqing and Zhou Xintong were taken aback. "Wasn't this bracelet Qin Feng's? How did it become Ma Xiaodong's?" Ma Xiaodong continued, "This is a jade bracelet unearthed from the Qing dynasty, once collected by Empress Dowager Cixi. I specifically spent 5 million at an international auction to acquire it. I gifted it to the old master who last year for his birthday. How could it end up in your possession? Where is Qin Feng? I want to see him." Ma Xiaodong's expression turned cold. How could he tolerate that a nameless nobody had stolen his gift to old master who? At that moment, Qin Feng walked out from the inner hall. Zhou Xintong spotted him immediately and exclaimed, "Oh, how did that small character Qin Feng come out from the inner hall?" Bai Qingqing looked over, saying with a knowing smile, "Perhaps Qin Feng's identity originally allowed him access to the inner hall?" Zhou Xintong scoffed, "Qingqing, don't joke around. You know Qin Feng. He is just a nameless nobody without power or influence. What qualifications does he have to enter the inner hall? From what I've heard, only members of the Su family can enter, and outsiders are strictly prohibited. Not even young Master Ma can enter." Bai Qingqing replied with a teasing smile, "The chairman of Wanhe Group should be able to enter, right? Of course, but what does that have to do with Qin Feng?" Zhou Xintong disdainfully replied, "He is leagues away from being the chairman of Wanhe Group." Bai Qingqing shook her head. She had hinted at Zhou Xintong, yet she still failed to comprehend. Bai Qingqing grew tired of explaining further. Qin Feng had already seated himself in a corner of the banquet hall, indulging in an assortment of fruit delicacies. Mr. Qin, it truly is you. May I join you here? Wang Bao approached with a cheerful demeanor, greeting Qin Feng. There is no one else here. If you wish to sit, then please do so, Qin Feng replied, casting a casual glance at Wang Bao. Wang Bao cautiously took a seat opposite Qin Feng. As the esteemed sixth leader of the Golden Dragon Gang and a fourth-grade martial arts master, he commanded respect throughout Jiangqing. Few could invoke either reverence or fear in him, yet Qin Feng was undeniably an exception. Even Lord Hu harbored a measure of trepidation towards Qin Feng, rendering Wang Bao merely a subordinate in his presence. Mr. Qin, do you still appreciate the emerald bracelet I gifted you last time? Wang Bao initiated the conversation. It is satisfactory, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. It seemed that the emerald bracelet had been taken by Qingqing. If Mr. Qin has an appreciation for antique artifacts, I possess a few collectibles. Whenever Mr. Qin finds some leisure time, he is welcome to visit and peruse my collection, taking whatever catches his fancy. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Wang Bao and inquired, do you have any xianyin flowers? Xianyin flowers? Wang Bao appeared bewildered, clearly hearing of them for the first time. I do not possess such flowers, but I can assist you in your search, Mr. Qin. Should I locate them, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he recalled the stone tablet of his lineage that he had previously shown to Su Mubi, asking her to inquire about its origins. However, he had yet to receive any news from her side. Qin Feng pondered that the Jinlong Gang, as a local power, likely had a more extensive network of connections. He then presented the stone tablet and inquired, have you ever seen this? Wang Bao scrutinized the stone tablet carefully before shaking his head. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. I have not encountered such a stone tablet. Qin Feng inquired, could you assist me in investigating the origins of this stone tablet? Wang Bao took note of the tablet's details. At that moment, Ma Xiaodong approached with a furious demeanor, demanding, are you Qin Feng? Qin Feng raised his gaze to glance at Ma Xiaodong, noticing he was unfamiliar with the man, and replied indifferently, who are you? Do you seek something from me? Ma Xiaodong's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, you don't even recognize me? Sitting nearby, Wang Bao's demeanor instantly turned icy, regarding Ma Xiaodong as if he were a fool. Previously, when Ma Yunfeng had caused a ruckus at the Longxing Chamber of Commerce seeking a loan, it was Hu Yi who, despite being gravely ill, went to apologize and subsequently dealt a severe beating to Ma Yunfeng. Wang Bao had accompanied him then and had also participated in the assault on Ma Yunfeng. Now, to witness Ma Yunfeng's son, Ma Xiaodong, audaciously confronting Qin Feng with such arrogance was truly a sign of ignorance. Are you a national treasure, that everyone must know you? Qin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Ma Xiaodong furrowed his brow and angrily shouted, are you calling me an animal? Zhou Xintong joined, saying, Qin Feng, your lack of perception is astounding. You do not even recognize the eminent young master of Jiangqing, Ma Dasha. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the distinguished heir of the Ma family, Ma Xiaodong, a figure you, a mere nobody, will aspire to but never reach. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Xintong, dismissing her presence, before turning his attention to Ma Xiaodong and inquiring, do you require my assistance? Ma Xiaodong shot Qin Feng a glare, remaining silent as he addressed Wang Bao with a grin, Xiao Wang, you're also here. I heard that fellow sought your help? Pay him no mind. I was just about to deal with that scoundrel. Previously, the Ma family shared a close camaraderie with the Golden Dragon Gang, with Ma Yunfeng and Zhao Hu referring to each other as brothers, and Ma Xiaodong being on familiar terms with several of the gang's hall masters.
Wang Bao,
The youngest among the 6 hall masters, was 2 years junior to Ma Xiaodong and was often addressed as Xiao Wang, while Wang Bao referred to Ma Xiaodong as Ma Gu. However, the dynamics had drastically shifted. The Ma family had dwindled to insignificance in the eyes of the Golden Dragon Gang. Now, Ma Xiaodong, oblivious to his precarious situation, sought to provoke Qin Feng, while Wang Bao, mindful of the fact that they were in Wanhe Group's domain and that Qin Feng was the chairman, refrained from taking action, wary of disrupting Qin Feng's territory. Young Master Ma, do you know Brother Bao? Zhou Xintong exclaimed, thrilled to witness Ma Xiaodong address Wang Bao with such familiarity, seemingly towering over him. She recalled a recent incident at the Dottie Company, where she had been left waiting downstairs for hours without a glimpse of Wang Bao. Later, Wang Bao settled the debts of the Meiyue Company, presumably through connections established by Dubin. Otherwise, the Zhou family lacked the influence to cross someone like Wang Bao, a local powerhouse. Yet, in the face of the prestigious Ma family, Wang Bao was rendered a subordinate, igniting Zhou Xintong's determination to firmly attach herself to Ma Xiaodong. Marrying into the illustrious Ma family appeared to be an enticing prospect. Xiao Wang, you don't recognize him? He is the 6th Hall Master of the Golden Dragon Gang. Ma Xiaodong stated nonchalantly. Zhou Xintong beamed. Young Master Ma, you are truly impressive, to dare call Brother Bao Xiao Wang, while we must all address him as Brother Bao. What Brother Bao? He is merely a subordinate of Hu Yi. My father is good friends with Hu Yi. I am considered a young master within the Golden Dragon Gang as well. Henceforth you may address Wang Bao as Xiao Wang, Ma Yunfeng proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Zhou Xintong's heart raced with excitement. The Ma family's influence over the Golden Dragon Gang was staggering. If she could secure her position with the Ma family, the Zhou family would surely soar to new heights. Xiao Wang. Zhou Xintong mustered the courage to call out, her heart pounding. In the entire Jiang city, how many dared to address Wang Bao as Xiao Wang? Wang Bao suppressed his rising anger, regarding Zhou Xintong as though she were a fool. His fists clenched tightly, ready to unleash a blow upon Ma Xiaodong's face at any moment. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and said, When did I steal your jade bracelet? I don't even know you. Bai Qingqing quickly intervened. Ma Xiao, perhaps this is a misunderstanding. Based on my understanding of Qin Feng, he would never steal a jade bracelet. Zhou Xintong furrowed her brow and looked at Bai Qingqing, saying, Qingqing, why are you defending that insignificant character? Qin Feng? He is a man of no experience, someone who has never encountered a jade bracelet before, so isn't it quite normal for him to take it? Bai Qingqing shook her head. Qin Feng resides in the picturesque Shanshui Manor and is the chairman of the Wanhe Group. How could he possibly resort to stealing an emerald bracelet? Ma Xiaodong produced the icy emerald bracelet, coldly stating, Do you dare to steal yet refuse to admit it? This bracelet was purchased by me at an international auction for 5 million. It is an ornament once cherished by Empress Dowager Cixi. Originally, it was intended as a birthday gift for Lord Hu, but now it has fallen into your hands. Do you still assert that you are not a thief? Upon seeing the bracelet, Wang Bao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This was the emerald bracelet he had gifted to Qin Feng. Chapter 95, Ma Xiaodong is struck. Oh, you claim this bracelet. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Bao and calmly remarked, This is not stolen by me. It was gifted to me. Before Ma Xiaodong could respond, Zhou Xintong, with an expression of disdain, interjected, Qin Feng, are you trying to deceive a ghost? This exquisite jade bracelet is worth 5 million. You, a mere unknown, could not possibly be acquainted with any influential figures who would bestow such a precious gift upon you. Doesn't that strike you as rather amusing? Furthermore, this jade bracelet was a birthday present from young Master Ma to Lord Hu. Are you suggesting that Lord Hu gifted it to you? Your audacity knows no bounds. Bai Qingqing, unable to bear the unfolding situation, defended Qin Feng, saying, Tong Tong, perhaps it truly was Lord Hu gifted Qin Feng this bracelet? Zhou Xintong looked at Bai Qingqing in disbelief, nearly wishing to pry open her head to discern what had caused her recent peculiar thoughts. Qingqing, you must be out of your mind. How could you utter such nonsensical words? Zhou Xintong scoffed. With someone as insignificant as Qin Feng, how could he possibly know Lord Hu, let alone receive a jade bracelet worth 5 million from him? It's utterly impossible. Not in this lifetime, nor the next. You've been caught red-handed. What further arguments do you have? Ma Xiaodong glared icily at Qin Feng. I have stated that this bracelet was a gift from someone else. Qin Feng replied coolly. And you, coming here with my bracelet to interrogate me? It seems your intellect leaves much to be desired. How dare a nameless nobody speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe that, with a single phone call, I could summon hundreds of brothers from the Golden Dragon Gang to end you?
Ma Xiaodong erupted in furious expletives.
Qin Feng cast a glance at Wang Bao, who sat opposite him trembling in fear. Zhou Xintong followed up, saying, Qin Feng, You have pilfered the jade bracelet belonging to young Master Ma, and now you have been caught red-handed. You should quickly offer your sincerest apologies to young Master Ma. Qin Feng regarded Zhou Xintong with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for a fool, before turning to Ma Xiaodong and stating, if my memory serves me correctly, this jade bracelet has already been presented to Bai Qingqing. If you return the jade bracelet to her and offer me an apology, we can consider this matter settled. Qin Feng, you possess an audacity that knows no bounds. How dare you demand an apology from the esteemed young Master Ma? You, a mere nobody, believe you are worthy of such a request? Zhou Xintong retorted angrily. Ma Xiaodong's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the fact that they were within the territory of the Su family, he would have unleashed his wrath upon Qin Feng long ago. You, without any background or standing, presume to act superior to me? Do you comprehend the consequences of your insolence? Once you leave this venue today, I shall ensure that you are thrown into the Songhua River to be fed to the fish. Zhou Xintong furrowed her brow slightly. Qin Feng, you must apologize to young Master Ma without delay. He is not one to be trifled with. Should you fail to secure his forgiveness, you truly risk being cast into the Songhua River. Zhou Xintong commanded Qin Feng with an air of superiority, feigning concern for his well-being. Qin Feng's expression remained indifferent as he regarded the proud and self-satisfied Zhou Xintong. In Jiangqing, no one dares to utter the words of throwing me into the Songhua River to feed the fish. That foolish Ma Dashao is the first. As for you, Zhou Xintong, perpetually adorned with an air of superiority, believing yourself to be a phoenix among mortals, do you not recognize that in my eyes, you are merely insignificant? I am extending a chance to that foolish young master. Should he kneel and plead for my mercy, I shall spare him. Otherwise, he shall certainly face a calamity today. Zhou Xintong trembled with indignation, her figure quivering with fury. Qin Feng, you are beyond salvation. I have already intervened to preserve your life, yet you fail to appreciate it. You have now thoroughly offended Ma Dashao, and even my influence cannot shield you from the consequences. This is a predicament of your own making. When you find yourself submerged in the Songhua River, do not lament your fate. With arms crossed and a haughty demeanor, Zhou Xintong was resolute in her belief that Qin Feng would inevitably meet a watery end. Ma Xiaodong, unaccustomed to such humiliation, surged forward, intent on striking Qin Feng. However, before his fist could make contact, Wang Bao, who had been seething with suppressed rage, leapt up and delivered a powerful kick that sent Ma Xiaodong sprawling to the ground. Xiao Wang, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? Ma Xiaodong gasped, disregarding his pain as he scrambled to his feet, incredulous at Wang Bao's audacity. You fool! I am your brother Bao. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to remind you who is the elder and who is the younger. Wang Bao, a martial artist of considerable skill, was no stranger to combat, easily dispatching numerous opponents. Dealing with a pampered young master like Ma Xiaodong was akin to bullying a defenseless child. Soon, the banquet hall was filled with Ma Xiaodong's pathetic wails. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? Is that Ma Xiaodong, the heir of the prestigious Ma family, being beaten? Who has the audacity to lay hands on someone from the Ma family? This is tantamount to courting death, especially considering their strong ties with the Golden Dragon Gang. Before you pass judgment, take a look at the assailant. That is Wang Bao, the 6th Hall Master of the Golden Dragon Gang. What on earth is happening? Has the Golden Dragon Gang fallen out with the Ma family? As Zhou Xintong beheld the battered and bruised Ma Xiaodong, she was left speechless. Bai Qingqing, on the other hand, cast a contemplative glance at Qin Feng. You realize now that I am your brother Bao and not just Xiao Wang, don't you? Wang Bao eventually ceased his assault, reluctant to escalate matters within the headquarters of Wanhe Group. Ma Xiaodong, his eyes swollen to slits, glared menacingly at Wang Bao. You dare strike me? You are finished. My father is close friends with Lord Hu. I shall inform my father, and he will have you thrown into the Songhua River. With a resounding slap, Wang Bao interrupted. You foolish brat. You incessantly threaten to toss others into the Songhua River. Yet here you are, the first to face such a fate. At that moment, Su Mubin, accompanied by several security personnel, hurried in. The sight of her stunning backless evening gown drew the attention of the crowd, their gazes filled with an uncontainable desire. Who dares to cause trouble at the Wanhe Group's event? Do they think the Su family is easy to bully? Su Mubin's face was as cold as ice, exuding an aura of unapproachable elegance. The scene was a captivating spectacle. The Su family, the Ma family, and the Golden Dragon gang in a precarious standoff. Would the Su family dare to challenge both the Ma family and the Golden Dragon gang? In truth, the latecomers had not grasped the situation's origins. It began with Ma Dashao clashing with an ordinary man dressed in sportswear. For reasons unknown, Wang Bao had suddenly attacked Ma Dashao. Now that the Su family had intervened, it was likely that the fury of all three parties would ultimately be directed at the ordinary man, who might very well meet a grim fate in the Songhua River. An unremarkable youth daring to offend Ma Dashao? Was this not a path to self-destruction? The crowd buzzed with speculation. When Zhou Xintong beheld the ethereal beauty of Su Mubin, radiant like a celestial being, envy and jealousy flickered in her eyes. In Jiangcheng, Su Mubin was the epitome of talent, the focus of everyone's admiration, and the very target Zhou Xintong aspired to surpass. Zhou Xintong often mused that it was merely Su Mubin's prestigious lineage that afforded her such fame and success. Had Zhou Xintong been born into a powerful family, her achievements would undoubtedly eclipse Su Mubin's. Miss Su, I witnessed the entire incident and can clarify the sequence of events. Zhou Xintong approached Su Mubin, stating, that insignificant character stole Ma Dashao's jade bracelet, which led to their confrontation. When that nameless fool dared to insult Ma Dashao.
Wan Bao inepilika intervene.
Miss Su, this is Wanhe Group's territory, and Ma Dashao has been publicly humiliated here. You must provide him with a satisfactory resolution. Zhou Xintong adopted an arrogant posture, intent on competing with Su Mubin while simultaneously seeking to ingratiate herself with Ma Xiaodong. If she could secure the favor of the Ma family, then Su Mubin would merely be a stepping stone.
Resta sourde, Ma Dashao.
The Su family will not turn a blind eye to your mistreatment here at Wanhe Group, Zhou Xintong declared confidently. Su Mubin's expression hardened, her composure unyielding.
Ma Xiaodong,
nursing his bruised face, glared at Wang Bao with a look of pure malice. His focus had shifted from Qin Feng to an overwhelming hatred for Wang Bao. Miss Su, if you are to address this matter, then ensure Wang Bao's limbs are broken and that he is tossed into the Songhua River.
Ma Xiaodong spat venomously.
Su Mubin regarded Wang Bao, her brows furrowing with concern. Wang Bao was a notorious underground figure, the sixth hall master of the Golden Dragon Gang. If the Su family were to take action against him, it would be tantamount to provoking the entire gang. Ma Dashao, has your relationship with the Golden Dragon Gang soured? What has brought about this conflict? Su Mubin inquired, raising an eyebrow. Ma Xiaodong exploded with rage. Who knows what that son of a gun Wang Bao was thinking? He attacked me without a second thought. See what he has done to me. If he doesn't suffer for this, I will never let it go. How dare you speak to me like that? If you utter another word, I will continue to beat you. Su Mubin found herself in a precarious position. Offending either the Golden Dragon Gang or the Ma family would lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, she turned to Zhou Xintong and asked, You mentioned that someone stole from Ma Dashao? Where is that person? Su Mubin intended to use the thief as a scapegoat to quell the anger on both sides. Zhou Xintong glared at Qin Feng, who was leisurely sipping tea in the corner. Qin Feng, you foolish wretch, you have caused this immense trouble, and yet you sit there drinking tea? Hurry and apologize to Ma Dashao and Miss Su. If either of them refuses to forgive you tonight, you can prepare to be fed to the fish in the Songhua River. Ma Xiaodong declared, I will never let that nameless fool go. Even if he kneels and begs for mercy tonight, I will still have him thrown into the Songhua River. Su Embing shook her head, secretly lamenting the unfortunate fate of the thief, who, for reasons unknown, had crossed paths with Ma Xiaodong. Tonight, he was destined to face the grim consequences of his actions. However, as Su Embing glanced towards the corner, her enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. Is the thief you mentioned him? She inquired of Zhou Xintong. Indeed, his name is Qin Feng, a mere pawn with no influence or power. I have no idea how he managed to infiltrate tonight's lavish gathering. Earlier, I saw him slip into the inner hall. I advise you to have all the affluent guests present check their belongings, for if anything valuable goes missing, it is undoubtedly the work of that insignificant character, Qin Feng, Zhou Xintong declared haughtily. A chill swept over Su Bing's delicate features as a dangerous glint flickered in her beautiful eyes. Since her entanglement with Qin Feng, her feelings for him had undergone a profound transformation. Once, she had been compelled by her grandfather to cultivate a connection with Qin Feng, but now she genuinely cherished him, regarding him as her man. Witnessing someone dare to slander her partner ignited a fierce anger within her. Dare to cause trouble on Su family grounds? Throw that scoundrel out, she commanded coldly. Zhou Xintong watched Qin Feng with malicious satisfaction, taunting, Qin Feng, I told you that you could never compete with young Master Ma. The Ma family possesses unparalleled connections in Jiang City. Even the Su family must show them respect. If you had shown some humility and apologized to young Master Ma earlier, you wouldn't be facing such a predicament now. Kneel and beg for forgiveness, and I might intercede on your behalf. Perhaps, for my sake, young Master Ma will spare your life. Before Zhou Xintong could finish her taunt, security guards emerged, carrying Ma Xiaodong out. Hey, you've got the wrong person. That is young Master Ma. You should be throwing out that country bumpkin. Qin Feng, Zhou Xintong shouted in a panic. Yet the guards ignored her, continuing to escort Ma Xiaodong out of the banquet hall. Su Bing, what is the meaning of this? Why are you having young Master Ma removed? Do you wish to oppose the Ma family? Zhou Xintong confronted Su Bing with indignation. Su Bing cast her a cool glance and replied, If you dare to raise your voice again, I will have you thrown out as well. Zhou Xintong seethed with suppressed rage, acutely aware of the vast chasm between her and Su Bing. Given her current standing, she could not afford to offend Su Bing. Humph, Qin Feng, consider yourself fortunate. If Wang Bao hadn't suddenly gone mad and attacked young Master Ma, you would already be feeding the fish in the Songhua River. If you have any sense, hurry and apologize to the Ma family. Otherwise, even your grandfather won't be able to save you.
Su Bing.
You will regret opposing the Ma family for the sake of the Golden Dragon Gang. Chapter 97. The son-in-law who enters through the back door in the end. Zhou Xintong failed to grasp the situation. She assumed that Su Bing had chosen to side with the Golden Dragon Gang, hence her order to expel Ma Xiaodong. After delivering a parting threat, Zhou Xintong left the banquet hall in disgrace. Qin Feng, it really is you. I didn't expect you to attend the Wanhe Group's business exchange meeting. As the farce concluded and order was restored in the banquet hall, guests resumed their conversations in small groups.